Since I acquired a wife, unlike any other, a series of bizarre occurrences have unfolded. Chapter 1. The Exquisite Ghost Bride. The matchmaker is one among the many aunts and grandmothers, a figure steeped in Chinese tradition who binds the threads of fate for couples. While matchmakers are widely recognized, their male counterparts, often referred to as matchmakers as well, remain largely obscure. My family has inherited the profession of male matchmakers. The distinction between a male matchmaker and a female matchmaker lies in their clientele. The former arranges unions for the deceased, while the latter facilitates marriages for the living. Those who have met untimely ends or have lived their lives without experiencing the beauty of marriage often carry an unfulfilled longing into the afterlife. This lingering resentment, born from their unfulfilled desires, can lead to disturbances in the spiritual realm. Thus, arranging a ghost marriage becomes an essential service. The My name is Wang Haoning, and my family resides in a remote mountainous area. My parents were in their 40s when I was born, a late blessing they attributed to their virtuous deeds. My father, known as Master Wang, is a renowned male matchmaker, well known across the countryside. My academic performance was lacking, and after dropping out of school, I began assisting my father in his work. The rituals surrounding ghost marriages are fraught with taboos, and until I turned 18, my father would not allow me to take on the responsibilities alone. One day, shortly after my father left to officiate a ghost marriage in Qingshi village on the back mountain, a man from Sanlipu sought him out, requesting a marriage arrangement for his nephew. The man, Hong Shui, in his 40s, was robust and well acquainted with my father. His nephew had tragically fallen to his death from a construction site at just over 20 years of age. Heartbroken, his parents decided to provide him with a companion for the journey to the underworld. I mentioned that this matter could not be rushed, as my father was not at home, that I suggested that his nephew be buried first, for finding a suitable ghostly bride would require some time. Hong Shui remarked that there was no need for that. As the female side had already made preparations, they were merely awaiting Master Wang to officiate the ghostly marriage. In the profession of matchmaking, there exists a customary rule that the other party's deceased must be provided by the matchmaker, who receives a commission for their services, thereby ensuring a stable income. Furthermore, it is essential to ascertain whether the birth and death dates of the two spirits are compatible to prevent misfortune from befalling the living. The Hong family, however, was disregarding this rule. Noticing my hesitation, Hong Shui handed me 5,000 yuan, imploring me to assist in good faith, for it was unseemly to leave two corpses unattended. Hong Shui had a certain rapport with my father, and I had long sought an opportunity to test my skills. Moreover, the Hong family's offer was quite generous, as we were all from the same village. Thus, I consented. Upon arriving at the Hong residence, Hong Shui's brother, Hong Jin, grasped my hand and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Lamenting his son's unfortunate fate single in life, he could not be left alone in death. He even requested that I speak kindly to the ghostly officials, ensuring they would not torment him on the road to the underworld. Hong Jin, in his grief over the loss of his son, had lost his senses. I was merely a matchmaker, not a ghost exorcist, tasked with appeasing the spirits. Hong Shui's nephew bore a rather unfortunate appearance, having fallen from a great height, his body in a ghastly state. Thankfully, having encountered various corpses alongside my father, I had developed a certain immunity to such sights. Conversely, the bride prepared for the union was strikingly beautiful, clearly not a rural girl, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Her death was serene, reminiscent of a slumbering beauty, though her pallor was alarming, and her lips were tinged with purple, presenting a rather unsettling visage upon closer inspection. In every corner of these 10 miles and 8 villages I have wandered, yet I have never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. I find myself perplexed as to where the Hong family has procured such a stunning ghostly bride. Having traversed the world with my father for over a decade, this is the first time I have beheld a woman so captivating that I nearly forgot she was deceased. It seems a waste to match her with the son of the Hong family. The Hong family presented me with her birth and death dates. Her name was Lan Sheng, a mere 18 years of age, born in the year of the rabbit, during the month of the rooster. And she passed away in the year of the dog, during the month of the dog. Upon examining the birth and death dates of Hong Kai, the son of the Hong family, I found him to be 24 years old, born in the year of the dog, during the month of the dog. And he too departed in the year of the rooster, during the month of the rooster. The dates do not align at all. They are in complete conflict, with mutual opposition and clashing zodiac signs. This clearly indicates an ill-fated marriage. I stated that this ghostly union was untenable, but the Hong family would not acquiesce, while Hong Shui was somewhat more understanding. The others quickly changed their demeanor, insisting that since I had accepted their payment, I must ensure the arrangement. I contemplated returning their money, but the Hong family maintained a firm stance. Refunding the money was not an option, and this ghostly marriage must be realized at all costs. Hong Shui quietly advised me, suggesting that even a ghostly marriage is merely for the living to witness. Once a person passes, their light extinguishes, and the money has already been taken. I could not tarnish my father's reputation. I conceded, recognizing that I could not ruin my own name on the very first endeavor. Thus, I agreed to proceed with the match. For if anything were to go awry, it would be the Hong family's misfortune. The tradition of ghostly marriages is ancient, steeped in intricate rituals, the 3 letters and 6 rites. The worship of heaven and earth, each detail must be meticulously observed. Yet, as the Hong family had directly brought forth the ghostly bride, many of these formalities were seemingly bypassed. The master of the house must prepare 3 essential items: the croaking frog, the standing frame, and the red wedding gown. The red wedding gown is synonymous with the bridal attire, while the croaking frog refers to the toad, which is placed into the mouth of the deceased, leaving only the head exposed. The croaking of the toad symbolizes the voice of the departed. Lastly, the standing frame is somewhat eerie. The deceased, donned in their wedding attire, must stand as if they were a living person to partake in the ceremonial rites. Thus, a frame constructed from the wood of a locust or osmanthus tree is used to support the deceased in an upright position. This scene is profoundly unsettling and macabre, which is why, apart from close relatives, few dare to witness such an event. The matchmaker must tread carefully during this process, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 2. The beam of the hanging corpse. I inscribed the birth and death dates of Lan Cheng and Hong Kai on a yellow paper, incinerated it to ashes, and, after mingling it with the blood of a rooster and black ink, inscribed a wedding proclamation on white paper. The essence of this proclamation was to declare that these 2 souls would unite as a couple in the netherworld, beseeching all spirits to take heed. I affixed the seal of the matchmaker, Wang Haoning, and planned to burn the proclamation in their paper house 7 days hence, considering it their marriage certificate, with the paper house serving as their newlywed abode. Hong Kai's corpse had deteriorated significantly. I exerted considerable effort to drape clothing over his lifeless form, while dressing Lan Cheng in bridal attire was a far simpler task. Yet, as I gazed upon her exquisite visage and juxtaposed it with the decaying remains of Hong Kai, a wave of sorrow washed over me. Such youth and beauty, and as I removed her garments, her alluring silhouette was unlike anything I had ever encountered. I nearly succumbed to an involuntary reaction. Alas, her untimely demise and the arrangement of a ghostly marriage were indeed tragic. With a sigh, I adorned her in her new attire. At that moment, I felt a tremor from Lan Cheng, causing my heart to leap in fright. Rubbing my eyes and peering closely, I found nothing amiss. Just as I was beginning to doubt my perception, her lips parted and her eyes flew open, fixating coldly upon me. Terror nearly propelled me to flee, but reason prevailed. To run would surely spell disaster. When a person passes, their eyes close as their spirit departs, a peaceful end. Conversely, if a soul remains agitated, their eyes remain open in unrest, which could spell calamity for a marriage of this nature. Fortunately, my father had imparted wisdom to me. While the matchmaker was not an exorcist, we possessed our own talismans to pacify the corpse in dealings with the departed. I extracted the corpse-restraining talisman from my bag and circled it 3 times around her face, folding it into a square the size of a matchbox before placing it in her mouth. The ghostly bride immediately closed her mouth and shut her eyes. Witnessing the efficacy of the method, my anxious heart gradually eased. However, a complication soon arose. The Hong family was unprepared to scream and rise, and moreover, Hong Kai's body was shattered, rendering him unable to stand. In desperation, I could only resort to using a male and a female chicken as substitutes to complete the wedding ceremony. Afterward, I sealed the coffin, affixing a red double happiness character to each casket, and proclaimed, for the departed in marriage, may the living find solace, may the yellow springs accompany them, and may they rest in peace. The neighbors who had been waiting outside assisted in carrying the two coffins up the mountain. As we covered the coffins with earth, the sky suddenly darkened, and a gust of wind swept through the rear mountain, chilling us to the bone as a chilling breeze seeped from the storage room. The assisting neighbors, perhaps sensing the tension, hastened to complete the burial. That evening, the host family held a banquet to express gratitude to their guests. After the feast, I returned home well past midnight, where my mother awaited my arrival, inquiring about my well-being. I reassured her that all was well, believing that my first endeavor had concluded so satisfactorily. Little did I know that I had unwittingly entangled myself in a grave predicament, forever altering the course of my life. The following morning, the abrupt roar of motorcycles jolted me awake, followed by a man's urgent voice. Master Wang is in serious trouble. I quickly leaped from my bed, noticing Hong Shue's frantic demeanor, which mirrored my own rising anxiety. I urged him to remain calm and speak slowly. Onksu, with tears streaming down his face as he pounded his thigh, exclaimed, "My elder brother has died. He was perfectly fine yesterday. How could he suddenly pass away today?" Upon reiterating that he has passed away, it would be futile to seek me out. Hong Shue, trembling, retrieved a crumpled piece of white paper from his bosom and handed it to me. "This is the marriage certificate I composed yesterday," he murmured. At that moment, a large character for death, inscribed in blood, marred the center of the document, while all instances of the name Hong Kai had been obscured by crimson stains. I had never encountered such a phenomenon, leaving me utterly bewildered. Just then, a creaking sound emanated from behind my house, followed by a chilling gust of wind, causing the marriage certificate to slip from my grasp. It danced ominously in the hall, exuding an eerie presence, as if an invisible entity were clutching it aloft, swaying it overhead, instilling dread in those who beheld it. Coincidentally, my father returned home, and the certificate landed in his hands. Upon seeing it, his countenance shifted dramatically. He raised his hand and struck me across the face. It was the first time he had ever laid a hand on me, and I grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly divulging the entire affair to him. My father insisted on visiting the Hong residence, a notion I found deeply unjust. After all, I was merely facilitating a posthumous marriage for Hong Kai. What connection did Hong Jin's demise have with me? The inscription of death, after all, was not my doing. Upon entering the village of Sanlapu, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped me. The entire village felt oppressive. A throng had gathered at the entrance of Hong Jin's home, and upon noticing Hong Shue leading my father and me, they parted to create a passage. Hong Dasa rushed towards me, accusing me of being the cause of her husband's demise. While I felt an immediate surge of anger at her accusation, I paused to consider her plight, first losing her son and then her spouse. Her sorrow was indeed palpable, and I chose to endure her ire. My father supported her, offering a few words of comfort, suggesting we first ascertain the condition of old Hong before proceeding further. I accompanied my father into the house, and the scene in the hall startled me profoundly. Even my father, a seasoned veteran of life's challenges, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. In the center of the grand hall, a rope hung from the beam, from which Hong Jin was suspended. His tongue protruded grotesquely, and his eyes bulged with an unsettling intensity, evoking an overwhelming sense of terror. Chapter 3. To marry a ghost bride when it comes to the deceased. The most terrifying are those who have met their end by hanging. Hong Jin swayed from the beam, a haunting sight that instilled fear in all who beheld him. No one dared to remove the body, and the responsibility fell upon my father and me. Given my father and Appo's advanced age, it was solely my burden to bear. My legs trembled uncontrollably as I grasped Hong Jin's legs to lower him down. I could not bring myself to gaze upon his ghastly visage. Once laid upon the door plank, my father covered his face with a stack of straw paper. Hong Dasa insisted that I had meddled with the ghost marriage of Hong Kai, causing Hong Jin's misfortune, leaving me defenseless against her accusations. In that moment, a panicked voice cried out, There has been an incident at the cemetery. Just as one crisis subsided, another emerged. The Hong family graveyard had collapsed, yet other graves remained untouched. Only Lan Cheng's coffin had been dislodged, and crimson blood seeped from its crevices. Blood from a coffin? Upon witnessing this, the crowd hastily retreated to a distance of several meters. Even if the collapse had disturbed the remains, the blood of the deceased would have congealed and not flowed. This was utterly bizarre. My father's complexion turned ashen, and he urged me to pry open the coffin lid. Hong Shui soon arrived with a crowbar, only to discover that 8 coffin nails had already been removed. This was terrifying. With trepidation, I pushed aside the coffin lid, and a chilling gust, laden with the scent of blood, rushed forth. Lan Cheng lay silently within, her face pallid, lips darkened, and mouth slightly ajar. Her striking red bridal gown stood in stark contrast, with blood seeping from the edges of the fabric. At that moment, dark clouds obscured the sky, and the air turned frigid. November's chill rivaled that of the depths of winter. Suddenly, Lan Cheng's eyes flew open, and a smile crept upon her lips as she gazed at me. I was so startled that I fell to the ground in shock. I pointed at the coffin and said, "She smiled at me." My father, taken aback, struck the crown of my head with his hand, causing me to bite my tongue, tears streaming down my face. In an instant, the dark clouds dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Lan Cheng still lay there, while I gasped, shaken and bewildered. My father scrutinized Lan Cheng, using his middle and ring fingers to extract a small white object from her mouth. It was a tag the size of a matchbox. Gazing at the tag, my father's expression turned almost despairing as he uttered, "It's over." Trembling, he placed the tag into his pocket, then approached Hong Shui and said, "Old Hong, I'm afraid my son's unrefined skills have jeopardized your nephew's ghost marriage." Upon hearing this, Hong's wife erupted in anger, lamenting the tragic deaths of her husband and son, and accusing me of complicating matters with a ghost marriage. Her words were harsh and unforgiving, typical of rural women who curse the heavens and their ancestors, regardless of right or wrong. My father explained that, although my skills were lacking, the main issue lay with the female corpse, and he inquired about its origin. The Hong family fell silent, until Hong Shui quietly revealed, "It was procured from a mortuary for 30,000. My father gasped and asked, "Could it be?" Hong Shui nodded slightly. My father, filled with rage, bellowed, "You are courting death. Why involve my son?" It was the first time I had witnessed my father so furious. I was too frightened to utter a word. He insisted on taking Lan Cheng's body away, and the Hong family offered no resistance. My father instructed me to find Guzi to rent his tricycle to transport the body back to our village. Guzi refused outright at the mention of carrying a corpse, but after I offered him 1,000 yuan, he reluctantly agreed. The coffin was not brought to my home, but rather placed in the dilapidated house of my distant uncle. 7 years prior, tragedy struck his family, leaving it in ruins, and the house has remained in a state of disrepair ever since. As the coffin thudded to the ground, my father sank despondently to the floor. I rushed to support him, but he suddenly grasped my hand and uttered a chilling statement that sent shivers down my spine. "Hounding, you must marry this girl." Chapter 4. The haunted house and the ghostly marriage I thought I had misheard. Lan Cheng was a stunning beauty, exquisitely delicate with a figure that was truly remarkable. Yet, she was already deceased. As the sole heir of my family, was I to marry a spirit and thereby risk the extinction of my lineage? My father lit a cigarette, his voice gravelly as he asked, "Do you wish to meet the same fate as Hong Jin?" The grotesque image of Hong Jin's death flashed in my mind, and even now, my palms were slick with perspiration. Could Hong Jin's demise be linked to Lan Cheng? My father rose, stating that he would return to prepare, while instructing me to tidy up the old house. The residence had been neglected for many years, decayed and dilapidated. 7 years prior, my uncle and Appo's son had perished in a car accident, plunging my uncle into deep sorrow and a descent into alcoholism. One fateful night, inebriated, he assaulted his daughter-in-law, leading her to take her own life by hanging from the beams of the house. Subsequently, my uncle also passed away, and the house became haunted every night. The mournful cries of a woman echoed through its walls. The nearby villagers, terrified, relocated to the town, leaving the house desolate and forsaken. The back door of the house had long since rotted, creaking ominously with the wind. Beyond it lay the depths of the mountains, and I always felt as though unseen eyes were watching me from that darkness, with my uncle and his daughter-in-law resting in the hills behind the house. The thought filled me with a suffocating dread. Fortunately, at that moment, my father arrived, carrying a makeshift stretcher, a candlestick, a bowl of steaming rice, and a rooster. His presence provided me with a sense of relief, dispelling the oppressive feeling of being watched from the mountains. My father placed a stretcher before the coffin and said to me, "This girl is your wife. You must carry her out yourself and help her rise." Lan Chung lay quietly in the coffin, her complexion still pale and eerie, exuding an aura of the macabre. Yet, there was a subtle difference in her expression. The corners of her mouth seemed to bear a faint smile. What could this mean? Could it be that the dead smile? I rubbed my eyes to confirm that I was not merely imagining things. My father noticed my daze and nudged me, asking, "What are you thinking? Hurry up. It will be troublesome if we miss the time." I shook my head, confessing, "I am frightened. I do not wish to marry her." My father covered my mouth with his hand, gesturing towards Lan Chung with a warning glance, urging me not to speak carelessly. A chill ran through me. Could Lan Chung hear our conversation? Summoning my courage, I helped her sit up from the coffin. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the room, sending a shiver down my spine. Lan Cheng's face turned even paler, her brow furrowing slightly. I observed this transformation with growing dread. Could it be that she had risen from the dead? I averted my gaze, yet found myself unable to resist staring, terrified that she might suddenly open her eyes. My father lit 3 incense sticks and stood in the center of the room, bowing in all 4 directions, saying, "I beg your pardon. My son is newlywed and seeks to borrow this precious abode." Afterward, he burned a stack of joss paper, murmuring a small offering of wealth. I hope for your understanding. Once the paper had burned away, the wind in the room ceased, and Lan Cheng's pallor eased slightly. Her tightly furrowed brow seemed to relax, and her body grew softer. My fear intensified. Could it be that Lan Chung had indeed returned from the grave? How could a corpse exhibit such changes in expression? My father urged me to swiftly lift Lan Chung from the coffin. Suppressing the terror that surged within me, I carefully cradled her and placed her on the standing frame. She stood upright, towering at least 1.70 meters, resembling a supermodel. In life, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, yet now, I felt no trace of her allure. Instead, she emanated an aura of fear and eeriness. I couldn't shake the feeling that she might open her eyes at any moment, compelling me to avoid turning my back to her. My father lit the candles on the candelabrum, and then produced a thick, long red incense stick, instantly filling the room with the scent of sandalwood. He handed me the lit incense, instructing me to present it before Lan Chung. The smoke danced upon her face, casting an eerie glow, and as the incense wafted closer, her expression seemed to soften into tranquility. My father held a yellow talisman in each hand and addressed Lan Chung, saying, "Firstly, I wish you well in your marriage. Secondly, may you find peace in the afterlife. Thirdly, I implore you to adhere to the virtues expected of a wife. And fourthly, please alleviate your husband's burdens and consider his needs. I offer you this incense stick. Receive it." What did my father mean by this? To implore her to adhere to the virtues of a dutiful wife, to relieve her husband's worries? And I was about to become her husband. Did this mean I was destined to share my life with her? What was I to do? Yet, what transpired next sent my soul into a state of utter disarray. We all know that the deceased do not breathe. Thus, the incense I placed before Lan Chung continued to rise, but as my father uttered the word "receive," the smoke abruptly tilted, slowly infiltrating her nostrils. She was inhaling the incense, and chills ran down my spine. It felt as though she could truly hear our conversation. My goodness, it seemed she was evolving beyond the ordinary. My legs trembled uncontrollably, and my father urged me to remain still. Beads of sweat streamed down my face as I watched the incense enter her nostrils. The incense burned with an intensity several times greater than before, and in no time, it was consumed entirely. My back was drenched in perspiration, and to my astonishment, her complexion became flushed resembling that of a living person, save for her tightly shut eyes. My father lifted the bowl of rice from the candlestick and handed it to me. "Eat half, leave half," he instructed. I accepted the rice, my mind blank with fear, and instinctively grasped the chopsticks to eat. However, upon taking a bite, I realized it was impossible to consume. The rice was undercooked. My father insisted I should not worry and simply eat half. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it was not merely undercooked, but rather a mixture of cooked rice and glutinous rice, which would surely upset my stomach. I forced myself to finish half of it, and my father instructed me to pierce my middle finger and let the blood drip onto the remaining rice, which I was to feed to the nearby rooster. The rooster, upon seeing the blood-stained rice, eagerly devoured it, leaving not a single grain behind. After finishing the rice, the rooster lay still, as if frozen in place. Observing this, my father exclaimed, "The wedding is complete. Let us enter the bridal chamber." He then gave me a knowing glance, and I gently placed Lan Chung back into the coffin. I thought everything had come to an end, but my father handed me the lifeless rooster from the ground. He then produced a thin red string, tying one end to the rooster's leg and the other to my wrist, before placing the rooster into the coffin, where it obediently nestled against Lan Cheng's chest. Having completed all tasks, the sky was nearing dusk. I had no desire to linger any longer in this place. I turned to my father and suggested that we depart swiftly. He gazed at me with a sigh and remarked, "I fear you may not be able to leave." Chapter 5. The eerie laughter unable to escape. Although I had steeled myself for the likelihood of being trapped here, the thought of being confined in this haunted abode with my ghostly bride was utterly terrifying. Seeing the tears welling in my eyes, my father felt a pang of sympathy. However, he sighed deeply, lamenting that it was all fate. Had he not forced the union between Lan Chung and Hong Kai, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Now that I had wed Lan Chung, I was bound to spend my wedding night with her. As long as she could perceive that rooster as me and endure the night, I would be freed by tomorrow as burial. Otherwise, the entire village would suffer dire consequences. I understood the rationale behind it all, yet fear gripped me. Did it truly come to me sharing a chamber with a corpse? Even if such a union was inevitable, why must it take place in this dreadfully sinister house? Those who had previously lived nearby would rather expend money to relocate to the village than endure the perils of this vicinity. It was evident how dangerous it was. How could I not be terrified at the prospect of residing here? My father earnestly attempted to console me, asserting that he had already established a connection between me and the rooster. He assured me that tonight, Lan Chung would perceive that rooster as me, alleviating my concerns regarding the wedding night. However, he cautioned me to remember 3 vital points. First, at the stroke of midnight, Lan Chung would awaken. I must not meet her gaze. As long as she could not see my eyes, she would remain oblivious to my presence, mistaking the rooster for me. Second, I needed to pay heed to the candle in the southwestern corner. If it flickered or extinguished suddenly, I was to remain calm, relight it immediately, and then burn 3 sheets of paper along with 3 incense sticks, bowing towards the back mountain, while murmuring, "Excuse my intrusion." Thirdly, regardless of what transpires tonight or who may call upon me, I must not respond. Furthermore, in addition to safeguarding myself, I must also take care of my ethereal bride. After imparting this wisdom, my father entrusted me with the prepared items. The house had long since lost power, and the night was illuminated solely by candles. To alleviate my trepidation, my father lit candles around the room, those thick, long, crimson ones. However, the candle in the southwest corner was distinct. It shimmered with a golden glow, known as a spirit candle. In the past, during funerary rites, a spirit candle would be lit, as legend has it that when the spirits arrive, the flame would flicker. The intensity of the flickering would indicate the nature of the entity that had come. If the flame tilted, it signified a malevolent spirit, while an extinguished flame might herald the arrival of a vengeful ghost. My father earnestly inquired, "My child, do you remember what I have said?" I nodded, drenched in sweat, affirming that I had indeed remembered. Yet, my father, still anxious, insisted that I repeat it verbatim. Only after I recounted his words without error did he depart, casting glances back as he left. Once he was gone, an oppressive eeriness enveloped the room, and I felt the looming presence of the mountains outside. Unable to resist, I glanced behind me. The back door was inadequately secured, the dark frame resembling a gaping maw. With the door ajar, I felt utterly vulnerable. I contemplated shutting the dilapidated door, yet the red thread in my hand was tethered to the chicken within the coffin. I thought that as darkness fell, I could carry the chicken over, close the door, and then return the chicken. But the moment I glanced into the coffin, terror seized me, and I collapsed to the ground, my legs giving way beneath me. The rooster, I remember vividly, was merely placed upon Lan Cheng's chest. Yet at that moment, her hands inexplicably rose, cradling the bird. I found myself paralyzed, seated on the ground, swallowing hard as I gazed at the spirit candle flickering in the southwest corner, quietly burning, its flame a testament that no malevolent spirits lingered within the room. My entire being felt contracted, as if the very essence of fear coursed through me. For here lay my terrifying, ghostly wife. The back door stood ajar, an ominous sense of being watched from the mountains intensified, as if someone had been observing me from a hidden nook and was now slowly approaching. I sensed that gaze drawing perilously closer, as though it were about to manifest behind me. I dreaded facing that door, yet I feared to turn my back on it. Instead, I fixated on the candle in the southwest corner, fervently praying that its flame would remain undisturbed. In my overwhelming terror, I sought to bolster my courage with a song. But what could I sing? Though I usually relished singing, my mind was now a muddled haze. The more I struggled, the more frantic I became, until I blurted out a nonsensical line. Wife, I love you. May Amitabha bless you. Just as the words escaped my lips, a series of low, mocking chuckles echoed in my ears. Startled, I ceased my utterance, straining to listen, yet the laughter had vanished. Had I misheard? No, it felt so real. Unable to resist, I glanced at the coffin. Seated on the ground, I could not discern its contents. My trembling lips formed the words once more and again. A faint laughter rippled through the air. Laughter seemed to emanate from the coffin, and in my fright, my mind momentarily blanked. I found myself staring vacantly at the spirit candle in the southwest corner, so much so that the flame flickered a few times, yet I remained oblivious. It was not until the candle and Appo's flame nearly tilted towards me that I came to my senses, hastily burning 3 sheets of paper and lighting 3 incense sticks. I bowed 3 times towards the back mountain, repeatedly uttering, "I beg your pardon." Chapter 6. Someone upstairs. The flame of the spirit candle finally regained its steadiness. I slowly rose to my feet and gazed into the coffin. Lan Cheng lay there, tranquil as ever. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but her face seemed to bear a faint smile. The chicken, with its eyes half closed, appeared remarkably at ease. I clasped my hands together and bowed before the coffin. The intense tension began to ease slightly as I glanced at my watch. It was already 10 o'clock. In the city, nightlife might just be beginning, but in our mountain village, this hour felt akin to the depths of night. I felt as though I were a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, an indescribable fear enveloping me. I simply awaited the arrival of midnight, longing for a swift resolution, whether it be life or death. The suspense was unbearable. I fancied myself a monk who had transcended worldly concerns, unafraid of life and death. What was there to fear? I believed that such thoughts rendered me invincible. Yet what transpired next nearly shattered my nerves. As I lowered my gaze to check the time, a sudden thud emanated from the dilapidated door behind me, as if something had collided with it, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. My previously relaxed nerves snapped back into tension. Something had entered through the back door. The rumbling indicated that this entity was now ascending the staircase behind the wooden walls of the hall, making its way to the 2nd floor. The upper level of the old house was constructed of wooden planks, and I could hear the creature moving about up there. What on earth could it be? I was engulfed in anxiety, glancing at the spirit candle, which appeared to be burning steadily. The open door at the back allowed chilling gusts of wind to invade the room, causing the flames of the candles within to dance erratically. The once tranquil shadows on the walls began to sway, as if countless phantoms were engaged in a chaotic waltz, creating an atmosphere of profound eeriness. Coupled with the footsteps echoing from above, I felt on the brink of a mental breakdown. My father had considered everything, yet he had forgotten to lengthen the red thread connecting me to the rooster. I was unable to close the back door, the wind howled, and I feared the candles would extinguish. If the light were to vanish, I was certain I would succumb to madness. Ignoring the dread instilled by the footsteps overhead, I attempted to shield the candles with my hands, but with a dozen of them flickering, how could I possibly protect them all? The wind gained strength, and several candles had already gone out, dimming the room further, plunging me into despair. What to do? I should have brought some flashlights earlier. The footsteps above grew heavier and increasingly chaotic, as if whatever resided there was in a state of excitement. The candles were nearly extinguished, leaving only 5 alight, including the spirit candle, and I felt a sense of hopelessness creeping in. Suddenly, a low, delicate sneeze resonated through the room, reminiscent of a refined young lady suppressing her sneeze to maintain her composure. Strangely, as soon as the sneeze sounded, the wind outside ceased abruptly, and the footsteps above vanished. Disregarding everything else, I hastily reignited the candles, restoring light to the room, and my anxiety began to ease, albeit slightly. At that moment, I wiped my forehead, my hair thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Reflecting upon the bizarre sound of a sneeze I had just heard, I found it difficult to articulate my emotions. In this room, I was the sole living being. I had not sneezed at all. Could the sneeze belong to Lan Chung? Moments ago, there had been laughter, and now was a sneeze. Had she truly risen from the dead? Trembling, I peered into the coffin, where Lan Chung remained utterly still. I realized I was paralyzed by fear, yet somehow mustered the courage to shout at her. What do you want? If you have the ability, get up. As soon as my words fell silent, a sound emanated from upstairs, a cat and Oppo's. Meow. Startled, I soon realized that the commotion upstairs had been caused by a cat racing about. I had nearly been scared to death. Raising my voice, I called out, "What the hell are you doing up there? You nearly frightened me to death." My outburst felt liberating, and I shouted again, "Come down here, or I swear I will skin you alive." Suddenly, the laughter returned, echoing through the air. Though I tilted my head back, I was certain that the sound was emanating from the coffin. The laughter struck me like shards of ice against my heart, causing a pang of terror to shoot through me. I feared that if this continued, I would not survive the night. My body went rigid, and a painful pressure built in my lower abdomen, almost causing me to lose control. Crouching on the ground with my hands over my head, I dared not entertain any other thoughts. Yet at that moment, a rustling sound came from the coffin, as if Lan Chung were shifting within. Had she awakened? I glanced at the watch on my wrist. It was just past 11, not yet noon. My father had only mentioned that she would open her eyes at 12, not that she would rise. The sounds emanating from the coffin grew increasingly louder. Despite covering my ears, it proved futile. I softly reassured myself not to be afraid. Yet my body trembled uncontrollably. The coffin was filled with intermittent fits of laughter, followed by sudden sneezes, each sound driving me closer to the brink of despair. Chapter 7. The reversal of the ghost bride. Rather than succumbing to sheer terror, I resolved to confront the situation head-on. Summoning my courage, I abruptly stood up, my gaze fixed upon the coffin. The scene before me swiftly extinguished the bravado I had just mustered, replacing it with an overwhelming chill of dread. Earlier, Lan Chung lay in the coffin, cradling a rooster in her hands, but now her body had shifted to the side. Truth be told, my initial bravery stemmed from an ingrained belief that the supernatural could not possibly exist. Thus, I had dared to rise. Yet, the fact that my deceased bride had indeed moved, and quite dramatically at that, was akin to a resurrection. In a state of panic, I hastily retreated. With a thunderous crash, I collided with a dilapidated chair behind me. Trembling, I stammered, What do you want from me?" I'm not afraid of you." Leaning against the chair, my body shook uncontrollably as I awaited her emergence from the coffin. My mind replayed scenes from horror films I had watched, where terrifying zombies rose from their coffins, causing me to break into a cold sweat in front of the television. Who would have imagined I would find myself in such a situation? After addressing the coffin for what felt like an eternity, offering at least a dozen anxious queries, I was met with an eerie silence. Was she not going to emerge after all? Doubt began to creep in, driven by an insatiable curiosity that compelled me to approach the coffin once more. She lay there, her body turned sideways, her eyes firmly shut, and the rooster also appeared to be dozing. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, yet I could not fathom why her body had shifted. In this room, apart from myself, there is undoubtedly no one else present. I meticulously examined every detail within the coffin when suddenly, beneath Lan Chung, for dimly glowing points appeared, flickering in and out of visibility. Uncertain of their nature, I observed as the candlelight danced, causing these points to shimmer, resembling 4 beads reflecting the candle's glow. Summoning my courage, I reached out to grasp one of the beads, but just as my fingers were about to make contact, they vanished, startling me into retracting my hand. In that moment, the beads reappeared. What could this phenomenon be? As I pondered this enigma, a rustling sound emanated from within the coffin, followed by a series of clucks. More distinct this time. The noise originated from within the coffin itself, specifically from beneath Lan Chung. The 4 glowing points began to move, swaying and flickering, while Lan Cheng's body trembled slightly. My legs felt as though they were made of jelly. If Lan Chung were to leap from the coffin at that moment, my legs would betray me, leaving me in a state of utter despair. At that instant, 2 entities abruptly emerged from beneath her, accompanied by the 4 glowing points. These 2 figures positioned themselves at the edge of the coffin, producing a rustling sound. I slumped in my chair, realizing that they were 2 sleek, black cats, their luminous eyes reflecting the candlelight in the darkness. In a single night, I was startled twice by the cats, and my fury was palpable. I harbored a desire to lift a chair and strike them down, yet they perched perilously on the edge of the coffin, compelling me to stifle my inner rage. However, upon reflection, I realized that they were merely engaging in their playful antics, which alleviated my mood somewhat. At least it proved that my ghostly wife had not transformed into a malevolent spirit. Yet the subsequent antics of the 2 felines rekindled my tension. They chased each other along the coffin's rim, the black cat ahead emitting a series of chortles, while the one behind produced low, throaty sneezes. Despite the frail coffin boards beneath them, they raced with remarkable steadiness and speed, their eyes gleaming with a dim, yellowish light, fixated intently upon me. Their circular pursuit accelerated, and their eyes seemed to possess an alluring magnetism that compelled me to gaze into them. Gradually, drowsiness began to envelop me. I raised my hand to check the time. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight. I urged myself to remain awake, resolutely telling myself that sleep was not an option. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, one of the black cats suddenly leaped toward my face. Instinctively, I turned my head to evade it, but the cat landed upon my shoulder. The other cat continued to circle the coffin. I attempted to grasp the one perched on my shoulder, but it felt as if someone were gently massaging me, accompanied by a soft breath caressing my ear, an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. Like a soothing lullaby, my eyelids began to flutter, and my body succumbed to complete relaxation. Despite my earnest attempts to remain awake, the overwhelming drowsiness ultimately enveloped me, and I drifted into slumber. I lost track of time, but I sensed a gentle push urging me to awaken. The motion was delicate, as if the person feared that a forceful nudge might startle me. Thus, the pressure was just right. I felt it and yearned to speak or open my eyes, yet my body seemed to be beyond my control. After a while, the hand that had been nudging me withdrew. Chapter 8. A Dream Hao Ning. In place of the earlier sounds, a gentle calling emerged. This voice was as tender as flowing water, reminiscent of the melodies of high mountains and flowing streams, soothing to the heart. The voice beckoned me, and I responded. At that moment, I could open my eyes. A woman clad in a crimson wedding gown stood before me, her face obscured by a red veil. I slowly rose to my feet and approached her. I inquired whether she was the one who called me. She softly affirmed with a quiet leaving me somewhat at a loss, as I had seldom interacted with women. I timidly asked how she came to be here. She whispered, I am your wife. How could you have forgotten? A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Could she be Lan Chung? I hastily glanced behind her, and indeed, the coffin lay empty. Anxiety gripped my heart as Lan Chung extended her hand to grasp mine. With unwavering gentleness, she inquired, Hao Ning, what troubles you? Are you afraid of me? Trembling, I stammered, You must not harm me. She chuckled softly. I am your wife. How could I ever harm you? Please, help me lift my veil. Fear enveloped me, yet she held my right hand. Although her grip was gentle, a numbness spread through my arm, rendering it weak. She urged me to unveil her, so she could see me clearly. After several prompts, fearing her displeasure, I reluctantly acquiesced to her request. At the moment she lifted her veil, I was utterly transfixed. I had never beheld a woman of such exquisite beauty. Her skin, resembling the finest mutton fat jade, was flawless. Her elegantly arched brows, whether slightly thick or delicately thin, enhanced her allure. Her deep-set eyes sparkled with the purity of an infant, while her lips, perfectly proportioned, exuded an irresistible sensuality. Cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, enveloping her in an ethereal aura. Gazing at her, I felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Her beauty was beyond compare. She gently lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with affection. As I looked into her eyes, all my previous fears dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of luck and happiness. Lan Cheng placed her hand on my shoulder, gently guiding me to sit down. She positioned herself on my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck. It was the first time I had been so close to a girl, and my entire body was taut with nervousness. She gazed intently at me and asked, Do you like me? I nodded fervently, my heart racing. A smile graced her lips as she replied, I like you too. Slowly she leaned in, and her seductive red lips brushed against mine. My body trembled with excitement. This was my first kiss, and just like that, it was gone. It happened so swiftly that I barely had time to savor the moment, leaving me with a tinge of disappointment amidst my exhilaration. As if she could read my thoughts, she let out a soft giggle and kissed me once more. This time, she lingered, offering a deep, prolonged kiss. I yearned to respond, yet the tension rendered me immobile. My body as rigid as a taut string. Lan Cheng gradually lifted her head, whispering softly in my ear, Silly boy, I am your wife. Embrace me. Her voice was sweet and delicate, as if infused with a silent plea that I found impossible to resist. Gently, I wrapped my arms around her waist, feeling the softness of her body, and in that embrace, I gradually began to relax. She leaned against my chest, extending her long legs, and with a gentle kick, her shoes fell to the ground, revealing her exquisite feet before my eyes. Her tongue slightly curled as she delicately licked her upper lip, her fingertip tracing soft patterns on my chest. For reasons unknown, a wave of warmth surged through me. Lan Cheng nestled her head against my bosom and tenderly inquired, On our wedding night, is this all you intend to do? Even a fool could grasp the implication of her words. Holding her supple form and inhaling the enchanting fragrance of her hair, I felt a warm tide rising in my lower abdomen, overwhelming me. Unable to contain myself any longer, I turned and pressed her down onto the chair. In that moment, I experienced the bliss of being a man. Suddenly, with a loud thud, I jolted awake to find the scene transformed. Dawn had broken. My father stood in the hall, and I felt an immense fatigue wash over me as I blinked blearily at him. His expression was one of utmost displeasure, and scattered across the floor were the remnants of the meal from my lunchbox. Before I could utter a word, my father approached and seized my ear, exclaiming, You wretched boy, what have you done? The pain in my ear jolted me into a semblance of wakefulness, and memories of my earlier encounter with Lan Cheng flooded back. The abrupt shift in circumstances left me disheartened. Just as I was about to speak, I realized that the figure I had embraced was not Lan Cheng, but rather a rooster that I had unwittingly used to deceive her. What on earth was happening? I lifted the rooster to examine it, only to be startled. It had long since perished. Hastily, I cast the lifeless bird aside and approached the coffin, where Lan Cheng lay with her eyes tightly shut. Her face appeared as though veiled by a delicate frost, pallid and chillingly white, devoid of the enchanting beauty she possessed the previous night. My father inquired about the commotion, prompting me to recount the events of last evening. His fists clenched in anger. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, This girl is on the verge of becoming a spirit. Chapter 9. Possession. My father was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. I reassured him she should not wish me harm. In a fit of anger, he stamped his foot and exclaimed, You are foolish. lost in a spring dream. Had it not been for my efforts to connect your spirit with that of the rooster, it would have been you who perished this morning, not the rooster. Having followed my father since childhood, I held his words in deep conviction, and my mind began to clear. I realized that Lan Chung was unlikely to awaken. The one who had married me in the ceremony last night must have been. I dared not think that word, and the dread of disappearance washed over me once more. I wished to leave this place. My father remarked that the meal had been spoiled, suggesting we return home for dinner. In broad daylight, she cannot cause any mischief, he added. Upon returning home, my mother inquired if anything was amiss. I deflected her questions with a few vague remarks, wishing to spare her worry. My mother prepared my favorite dish, egg fried rice. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of the eggs reminded me of the deceased rooster, instantly robbing me of my appetite. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon seeing him, I felt an overwhelming desire to chase him away with a broom. Indeed, it was Hong Shui, who grasped my father's arm. His face pale and his eyes bloodshot, clearly a sign of a sleepless night. My father asked what had transpired. Panting, Hong Shui replied, "Lao Wang, that girl's corpse." He hesitated, casting a glance at my mother and me. My father urged him to speak plainly, assuring him that family matters held no need for reservations. The coffin still resting in the old house behind the village. Hong Shui slapped his thigh and said, "Lao Wang, that girl likely harbors lingering resentment. I fear a grave incident may occur." I looked at him, my heart ablaze with anger. Had it not been for his treachery, I would not have found myself entangled in this predicament. I shouted at him, "Speak your mind, or let out. Do you still wish to burden us further?" In the past, my father would have given me a reprimand for raising my voice, but this time he remained silent, seemingly harboring his own frustrations towards the Hong family. Hong Shui hesitated, as if burdened by unspoken troubles. My father's patience wore thin, and he addressed him curtly, "Old Hong, if there is nothing of consequence, you may leave. My son has been ensnared by your family, and now we find ourselves in dire straits." Faced with the dismissal, Hong Shui insisted that my father and I accompany him to the Hong residence. Reluctantly, we complied. Initially, I believed it to be a trivial matter. However, upon our arrival at the Hong household, an unsettling sensation washed over me, a chill more profound than when Hong Jin had hanged himself. Hong Dasaw sat in the center of the main hall, enveloped in a blood-red cloth, lost in thought. Hong Shui whispered, "It's quiet now. There was quite a commotion last night." Upon noticing our entrance, Hong Dasaw lifted her gaze towards me, a strange smile spreading across her face. I could not discern if it was merely an illusion, but her eyes seemed to convey a deep, lingering affection. "You've come," Hong Dasaw said warmly, her gaze fixed upon me. My father and Hong Shui appeared oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere. Hong Shui inquired gently, "Sister-in-law, what has transpired? Your elder brother and Shao Kai have just departed. You must take care of yourself." Though Hong Shui's concern was well placed, Hong Dasaw suddenly fixed him with a furious stare, her voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As she pointed at Hong Shui and my father, cursing hypocritical compassion, "You all shall perish." My father pulled Hong Shui aside and whispered, "Could it be that Hong Dasaw has fallen under a dark spell?" His voice was faint, yet I heard it distinctly. Sister Hong, upon seeing them, lost her composure. But when her gaze fell upon me, she wore a gentle expression. This woman, several years my senior, was radiating an unsettling charm that filled me with revulsion. "Howning, come here," Sister Hong beckoned me. I stood frozen in place, hesitant to move. Hong Shui nudged me, saying, "Howning, she is calling for you." He remained oblivious to Sister Hong's ambiguous demeanor towards me. His only concern was to placate her, ensuring she would not cause a scene. Thus, he endeavored to accommodate her wishes, and when she summoned me, he urged me forward. Reluctant, I forcefully shrugged off his hand. My father intervened, insisting I approach, while simultaneously placing a talisman in my palm. "Go and gauge the situation. Should it prove unfavorable, affix this talisman to her forehead," my father instructed. I advanced slowly, and Sister Hong grasped my hand, gazing intently at me. Suddenly, she uttered, "Everyone must die." Though her grip was gentle, a peculiar numbness overtook my arm. rendering me powerless to withdraw my hand. This sensation mirrored that of my dream the previous night, when Lan Cheng held my hand, repeatedly echoing that ominous phrase. It was profoundly eerie. Her grasp rendered my hand immobile, while my other hand remained free. I extended it to push against her forehead, and Sister Hong fell backward to the ground, her body rigid. Hong Shui and my father rushed over, inquiring about my well-being. Still shaken, I noticed Sister Hong rolling her eyes back, her lips continuing to murmur, "Everyone must die." My father, along with Hong Shui, assisted Sister Hong to her feet and gently laid her down on the bed. Their faces were marked by a pallor of distress, and after a moment of silence, my father instructed Hong Shui to quickly prepare some yellow wheat and place it in a circle around the house. Hong Shui promptly nodded and set off to fulfill the task. My father then turned to me and said, "You shall not return to the old house tonight. Instead, you will remain here." Chapter 10. A foreboding sense, I find myself perplexed by my father's intentions. Why does he wish for me to remain here? Moreover, the yellow wheat, an herb that, when planted in the soil, takes root and sprouts within days, serves as a boundary marker in rural lands. Yet, what does it signify when it is planted around the house? My father asserts that this plant is associated with the Yin, and when its branches are severed and buried, it takes root, akin to a person finding peace in the earth after death. Consequently, its malevolent energy is potent when placed around a dwelling. It acts as a guardian against evil spirits. It appears that Sister Hong is possessed. The entity within her is stifled by the overwhelming yang during daylight, yet at night it could wreak havoc upon the village. Indeed, Sister Hong is truly possessed, and my father's implication is clear. Could it be that Lan Cheng has taken control of her? My father remains non-committal, and I am reluctant to stay here any longer. Lan Cheng and Appo's history is intertwined with the Hong family. Now that she has come to terms with it and sought out Sister Hong, surely I should be free as well? Why must I continue to linger in this place? At this juncture, my father became increasingly irate, lowering his voice to chastise me. The situation has deteriorated to this extent all because of your actions. I repeatedly cautioned you against gazing into that girl's eyes. Did you not tell me you locked eyes with her last night? Of course, I had met her gaze, but it was merely in a dream. What significance does a fleeting dream hold? My words were tinged with a sense of hopefulness, yet my father's response shattered that fragile optimism. Could she truly rise from her coffin? It is merely a product of your deluded imagination. My father, though scolding me, still advised me not to fear remaining at the Hong family residence at night. He analyzed that for the time being, Lan Cheng would not harm me. Rather, my presence might help quell the malevolence that resided within her. As he spoke, he produced an object from his person and handed it to me. Upon examination, I realized it was the very corpse-restraining talisman I had previously extracted from Lan Cheng's mouth, albeit transformed into a small white square. My father solemnly informed me, "This is Lan Cheng's soul vessel. Keep it with you. It may prove useful." Curious, I inquired, "What exactly is a soul vessel?" He explained that it is essentially a container. I had placed the corpse-restraining talisman in her mouth, which absorbed her spirit, thereby condensing and containing her essence. Hence the name soul vessel. I further questioned if her soul resides within this vessel. How was she able to visit me in my dreams last night? He expressed that this puzzled him as well. A person cannot possess two souls. It is possible that this vessel absorbed Lan Cheng's benevolence while the malevolent spirit remained in her body. Gazing at the pale square, I pondered whether the kind-hearted Lan Cheng resided within the soul vessel. My father nodded, affirming that this seemed to be the case at present. He advised me to retain the vessel, as in dire circumstances, I might release the benevolent spirit within, potentially saving my life. Following his instructions, I carefully placed the soul vessel inside the inner pocket of my clothing for safekeeping. I then remarked, "Since she regards me as her husband and poses no threat, I shall allow her to remain. Gradually, I can persuade her to seek rebirth." My father let out a grunt through his nose and remarked, "Matters are not as simple as they seem. Her resentment is profound. Her abstaining from harming you is merely temporary. Yet, she will persistently haunt you, and, eventually, she will drain you dry." Anxiously, I inquired, "What should I do?" My father pondered for a moment and replied, "You must avoid her. Tonight is the night of the full moon, when the negative energy is at its peak and malevolent spirits are most potent. If Sister Hong is possessed, she will rise with the darkness. At the stroke of midnight, when the moon hangs high, casting its cold light upon the earth, she will lower her gaze. At that moment, I must seek refuge in elevated places, such as the top of the bed or the beams of the house. After midnight passes into the early hours, the moon will tilt and the negative energy will wane somewhat. She will then return to her bed to rest. However, during the hour of the tiger, a time of precarious transition between night and day, when nocturnal beings have settled down but the sun has yet to rise, danger is at its zenith. It is the time when malevolent forces are at their most ferocious. This is when the spirits are most restless, and thus, I must hide beneath the bed. This period is particularly arduous. I need only endure until the hour of the rabbit to emerge unscathed. After sharing this, my father asked if I knew the corresponding times for each hour. I affirmed my knowledge, yet my father, still uneasy, insisted I articulate them clearly. The hour of the rat, from 11 in the evening to 12:59. The hour of the tiger, from 3 in the morning to 4:59. The hour of the rabbit, from 5 in the morning to 6:59. My father nodded in relief upon hearing my accurate recitation. From his demeanor, I sensed the looming peril. As the heir of the medium, I am well versed in the timings and dates. How could I possibly be unaware? My father's anxiety had merely caused him to become somewhat flustered. The golden wheat was swiftly planted, and as twilight approached, an inexplicable urge to visit my mother arose within me, accompanied by an ominous premonition. My father nodded and urged, "Go quickly and return soon." I hurried home and shared heartfelt words with my mother. Although neither my father nor I revealed the magnitude of the troubles I had encountered, I sensed that my mother was already aware. Thus, as I departed, tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 11. Awakening at midnight, I hurried through the night toward the Hong family's home, forgetting to bring a flashlight in my haste. The news of the Hong family's circumstances had spread throughout the village. Lan Cheng's coffin was once again placed in the old house, causing widespread unease. As darkness fell, every household closed its doors tight. Suddenly, I collided with someone who emitted a woman's piercing scream. "Who is it?" The person shouted angrily. "It's Wang Haoning. Are you all right?" I replied, though I could not clearly see who it was. I presumed they were from the village, so I introduced myself to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Upon hearing my name, the person's tone softened, and they chuckled. "Oh, it's Ning, kid. You bumped into me. Tomorrow I'll come to your house and have your mother serve me. Haha." The lewdness of his voice instantly revealed his identity. It was Luo Air, nicknamed Air Lizy. His character was aptly reflected in his moniker. He was quite the rogue. Despite being over 30, his voice had not matured, which is why I had initially thought I had collided with a woman. Due to his unfortunate disposition, he had yet to find a wife, but he was notoriously lecherous. Women in the village, regardless of age, had all faced his harassment, and invading others' privacy had become second nature to him. Eventually, he became a pariah in the village, shunned even by his own family. Out of desperation, he had gone away for work, yet here he was back before the new year. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, I was eager to reach the Hong residence and chose to ignore him. Just as I was about to leave, Luo Air laughed and said, "You bump into me and just run off? Come on, I'll visit your mother later for some fun." He dared to insult my mother, and I seized him by the collar. Luo Air is a scoundrel. Upon seeing my anger, he chuckled and said, "All right, you haven't even grown up yet, and you have quite the temper. I'm not interested in your elderly mother. Tonight, I shall seek the warmth of the new bride in our village." Such a rogue, even a glance at him is repulsive. I chose to ignore him and made my way towards the Hong residence. As I walked, I reflected on Luo Air's words. He claimed he would be visiting the new bride's bed tonight. But where did this new bride come from? It had been 2 years since anyone in our village had held a wedding. What nefarious scheme was this scoundrel concocting? The Hong household was illuminated by a dim yellow light, while the surrounding homes, save for the Hong family, were shrouded in darkness, likely having succumbed to slumber early. My father would also be at the Hong residence tonight, keeping watch. I stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, pushed aside the yellowing wheat, and entered the main hall of the Hong home. Glancing at my watch, I noted that it was already past 8 o'clock. The silence in the room was palpable, heightening my anxiety. The door to Sister Hong's room creaked open, revealing a darkened space devoid of light. Summoning my courage, I approached the room. Sister Hong lay on the bed. I stood at her bedside, unable to discern her features in the gloom. Gathering my resolve, I called out, "Sister Hong." The moment the words left my mouth, I felt it was inappropriate. Sister Hong was my father-in-law's peer, and it was improper for me, as a junior, to address her thus. I quickly corrected myself and referred to her as Aunt Hong. She remained motionless, and I swallowed hard before turning to the vanity. In the pitch-black space, confronted by my own shadow in the mirror, I was taken aback. My father had placed a spirit candle and sandalwood incense on the vanity. The candle was intended to help me perceive the unclean entities within the room, while the incense was meant to soothe them. This arrangement had been previously agreed upon. As I lit the candle and the incense, I was unsure if it was merely a psychological effect, but once ignited, the sandalwood seemed to soften the atmosphere of the room, alleviating the oppressive feeling that had enveloped me upon my arrival. With little to occupy my time in the room, I observed the village outside the window, which lay in eerie silence. Once, our village was lively, yet this incident had cast a pall of fear over the entire community. I glanced at my watch. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Hastily, I turned my gaze to the ceiling, where Aunt Hong's bed remained an antiquated relic, complete with a bed canopy. I attempted to climb onto it, only to discover it was merely covered with a mat, incapable of supporting my weight. Reluctantly, I resorted to scaling the narrow beams at the top of the room. Though they could bear my weight, they were far from comfortable. I endured this discomfort, focusing intently on the spirit candle atop the vanity and the figure of Aunt Hong resting on the bed. Time ticked away, and my body ached from the strain, prompting me to sit upright on the beam. Suddenly, a clanging sound resonated from the hall, startling me and causing me to lean back precariously, nearly toppling from the beam. Clutching the beam tightly with both hands and wrapping my legs around it like a sloth, I dangled precariously. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed 11 times. The witching hour had arrived. I hung upside down, paralyzed with fear. After a brief moment, Sister Hong remained motionless. I contemplated climbing back to the beam, cursing that wretched clock that had brought me such distress. Just then, another thought struck me. I had spent nearly 10 hours in the Hong household, and that clock had yet to chime. Why did it choose this moment to sound? Before I could ascend the beam, a sigh emanated from the bed, cold and haunting, sending shivers down my spine. I nearly released my grip to cover my ears, but my body, already perched on the beam, slipped down once more. The spirit candle on the dressing table flickered erratically, and the scent of sandalwood drifted ominously towards the bed. Chapter 12. Midnight Lament. I hung upside down from the beam, twisting my head to gaze at the bedside. Aunt Hong stood there, resembling a wooden post, her presence haunting. She swayed slightly as she made her way towards the dressing table. Our rural abode was rather low, and as I clung to the beam, my body dangled precariously. When Aunt Hong passed beneath me, her head nearly brushed against my back, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping me. The more I tensed, the more my limbs ached, and I knew I could not endure this much longer. I could not remain suspended like this. A mere lift of her gaze could reveal my hiding place, and a simple gesture could capture me. Aunt Hong reached the dressing table and slowly lowered herself onto the seat. She inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance of sandalwood, and the incense burned at an accelerated pace. This moment reminded me of a time in the old house when I had placed the sandalwood before Lon Chung's nose, the smoke curling into her nostrils. Aunt Hong methodically picked up the comb from the table, scraping it through her hair while gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Seemingly entranced, seizing the opportunity, I summoned my remaining strength to crawl atop the beam. Although I found little comfort in this position, at least my limbs were relieved of exertion. Exhausted, I dared not exhale, holding my breath as I watched Aunt Hong's silhouette. Originally, I wished to share a lifetime with you, to grow old together and forget our sorrows. The taste of solitude I have savored enough, drifting through the seasons. How could I bear to part with you? Aunt Hong suddenly began to sing at the top of her lungs. This melody was familiar to me. It was from the May Opera farewell at the beach. Given our proximity to the birthplace of May Opera, everyone here knows a few tunes. Typically, people would sing something more cheerful, like the birds on the tree pair off. Yet, why was Aunt Hong singing such a mournful song? Her voice was unpleasant, sharp, and grating, resonating eerily in the stillness of midnight. After a few verses, she paused, picked up some talcum powder from her vanity, and slathered it generously on her face, transforming her aged visage into a ghastly shade of white. She stood up, lowered her head to gaze at the moonlight streaming through the window, and began to sway and sing once more. I crouched on the beam, nearly in tears, her shrill voice causing a painful sensation in my abdomen, and I was desperate to relieve myself. Sweat beaded on my forehead as Aunt Hong turned in a circle within the room before returning to the vanity, staring at her reflection and gently caressing her face. With profound sorrow and a quivering voice, she lamented, "I cannot find you. Where are you?" A chill ran down my spine as I pondered the meaning of her words. Who was she searching for? Just as I was engulfed in confusion, Aunt Hong's tone shifted abruptly, becoming fierce, her expression turning menacing as she shouted at her reflection. "They have hidden you away. I shall avenge you. They all must die." Goosebumps spread across my body, and at that moment, the grandfather clock in the hall chimed twice, signaling that it was 2 o'clock in the deep night. Once the hour had passed, Aunt Hong stood up like a robot, her body rigid, turning to walk towards the bed, where she lay down straight, motionless. According to my father's previous words, during the hour of the dog, Aunt Hong would lie in bed to rest, allowing me to descend. And by the hour of the tiger, I could hide beneath the bed, enduring until the hour of the rabbit to pass unscathed. However, I now found myself paralyzed by fear, apprehensive of any unforeseen occurrences, my gaze fixated on Aunt Hong, who lay motionless upon the bed. After what seemed to be a considerable time, perhaps 10 minutes, I confirmed her stillness before finally leaping down from the beam. My body ached intensely as I settled before the dressing table, haunted by the thought that Aunt Hong had occupied this very space. Startled, I stood upright, leaning against the table. Yet, the spirit candle remained remarkably tranquil, indicating the room was devoid of any malevolence, which alleviated my anxiety considerably. As my mood relaxed, the urgency of my need to relieve myself became increasingly pronounced. Clutching my abdomen, I yearned to step outside, yet I was gripped by the fear of unexpected events. Surely, I could not remain confined within the room. My father had merely instructed me to stay in the Hong residence, without forbidding me from leaving the room. Resolute, I gritted my teeth and opened the door, opting for the back exit over the front, which I dared not approach. After relieving myself, my body felt completely at ease. The moonlight was radiant that night, and I, ever the sentimental soul, often found myself gazing at the full moon during mid-month, dreaming of one day escaping this impoverished valley to forge a successful path, ensuring my parents would enjoy a life of comfort alongside me. Yet now, confronted with the moon's brilliance, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped me, as if I were on the verge of losing something precious. As I tilted my head upward, a sudden rustling sound from the low wall nearby pierced the silence of the night, strikingly jarring. What could this be? Could it be a thief? However, it seems amiss. Just a few days ago, 2 men from the Hong family passed away, and now Aunt Hong has fallen under some malevolent influence, surrounding her home with an abundance of yellow straw during the day. The mountain folk hold a deep-seated aversion to such things. Who would dare to steal from the Hong family at night? Therefore, I am convinced that this thief is certainly not from our village. I casually picked up a wooden stick as thick as my wrist and stealthily made my way toward the low wall. As I turned the corner of the house, a faint scent of burning joss paper wafted through the air. What could this mean? Who would be burning paper in the dead of night? Chapter 13. The eerie laughter of the hour of the tiger. There exists an ancient legend in our community. If one were to perceive the inexplicable scent of firecrackers and paper during the night, it portends misfortune. The townsfolk would conjecture that someone is destined to meet an untimely demise, causing a wave of anxiety to ripple through the hearts of many. Having heard this tale countless times since my childhood, I found it curious that each instance of such rumors was invariably followed by the news of a death. And this was my inaugural experience of such an occurrence. Skeptical of superstition, I mustered my courage and ventured closer to discern the truth. However, upon reaching the low wall, I found no signs of burning. Instead, an alarming phenomenon awaited me. A row of yellow wheat stalks had been uprooted, creating an opening reminiscent of a gate on a fence. How could this be? As I pondered this unsettling sight, an ominous laughter echoed from the house, a chilling, high-pitched giggle belonging to a woman. My heart leapt into my throat, and I was met with the sound of hurried breaths. The wheat wall had been torn down. The inexplicable fragrance of paper lingered in the air, and that sinister laughter confirmed the presence of something unclean. Terrified, I turned and fled. My instinct urged me to escape through the back of the house, but I quickly reconsidered. My father had admonished me never to leave the confines of the Hong family as home. If I ran away, what if the malevolent entities within the house ventured out to harm innocent villagers? Such a course of action was unacceptable to me. Resolving to confront my fears, I gritted my teeth and returned indoors. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fright, I lost track of time. Just as I reached the hall, the grandfather clock chimed thrice. A sense of dread washed over me. It was already the hour of the tiger. I silently prayed that Aunt Hong was still asleep. I dashed toward the room, flinging open the door, intent on swiftly taking refuge beneath the bed. Yet, at the very moment the door swung open, my soul seemed to flee my body. Aunt Hong sat before her vanity, startling me into a momentary stupor. She remained motionless, and I was about to crawl under the bed when she suddenly stood up. Her voice filled with sorrow as she asked, "You're back?" I was taken aback. My father hadn't even mentioned she would speak to me. This was disastrous. I was at a loss for words. Aunt Hong stood there, rigid as a statue, turning around like a robot. Her eyes were rolled back, revealing only the whites, an unnatural sight for any normal person. She wobbled toward me, continuously lamenting, "You're back?" I trembled uncontrollably, retreating into the hall. Just then, a noise erupted from the front door, intensifying my fear. Our old house had wooden door bolts, and to my horror, the bolt began to move on its own, slowly opening the door. I instinctively turned to the side, realizing the gravity of my situation. Aunt Hong, now possessed, emerged from the room, while the door creaked open wider, revealing the sound of a woman's giggling from outside. It seemed that my fate was sealed for the night. I wanted to flee, but my legs trembled uncontrollably like a pendulum. Ignoring the commotion outside, Aunt Hong focused solely on dragging me back toward the room. I felt tears welling up. Being pulled along like this, I was certain my end was near, and I couldn't help but think of how cruelly fate had dealt with me at just 18 years of age. I should have accompanied Hong and Luo Air last year to seek work. Despite their questionable character, it would have at least fulfilled my dream of escaping this mountain valley. Now, it appeared that I was destined to live and die in this impoverished place. In the depths of my despair, the door was suddenly thrust open, and a shadowy figure entered. The figure rushed towards me, seizing me and yanking me backward, delivering a powerful kick to my abdomen that sent me crashing to the ground. As I knelt in pain, the shadow bellowed, "This beauty is mine. Hong Kai, you better not dare to compete with me." I recognized the voice. It belonged to the very person I had overheard laughing in the corner moments earlier. It dawned on me. This was none other than Luo Air. What was he up to? Did he not realize that Hong Kai was already dead? Clutching my abdomen, I shouted, "Luo Air, please." "It's me, Wang Haoning. Hong Kai is dead." Upon hearing my words, Luo Air erupted into laughter. "Wang Haoning, you little brat, still wet behind the ears, and you're already chasing after women? Go home and drink your milk." At that moment, a pungent odor of liquor wafted through the air. It turned out Luo Air was clutching a bottle of white spirit, drinking it heartily, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. I could not stand by and watch as he spiraled into madness. This could end badly. I attempted to approach him, but he forcefully slammed the door shut. In that instant, I caught a glimpse of Aunt Hong's face, her eyes rolled back and a strange smile playing on her lips. A sense of foreboding washed over me. As the door closed, Luo Air and Appo's frenzied howls echoed from within, filled with a manic excitement. I could hear the fervor in his screams. With urgency, I slammed my shoulder against the door. However, this rural wooden door could hardly withstand my force. Oddly enough, it felt as if I had collided with a mud wall instead, leaving my shoulder aching intensely. Luo Air, filled with excitement, let out a series of shouts, only to be followed shortly by cries of anguish, indicating that something had gone awry. Despite the pain coursing through me, I continued to ram against the door with greater force. At that moment, the grandfather clock chimed 5 times, plunging the room into an eerie silence. I was taken aback, realizing that my efforts had been in vain. I had not been striking the door at all, but rather a mud wall situated half a meter away from it. Chapter 14. Shadows of Steel and Blood. I clutched my shoulder, nearly dislocated from the impact, my mind muddled like thick porridge. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was indeed 5 o'clock. How had time flown so swiftly? 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet it felt as though merely 5 minutes had elapsed. The silence within the room was so profound that I could hear my own heartbeat. Standing at the threshold, I was consumed with worry for Luo Air's safety, yet I hesitated to push the door open. Just then, the crowing of a rooster outside eased my anxiety somewhat. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, sending a shiver down my spine as I pressed myself against the wall. The door swung open, revealing 2 figures before me, and the lights in the hall blazed to life, piercing my eyes painfully. "Child, what are you doing outside?" My father's voice called out. Upon hearing his voice, I dared to open my eyes. My father and Hong Shui stood before me, and I could no longer contain myself. I threw my arms around my father and wept. By all that is holy, I was genuinely terrified. After a bout of sobbing, my fear subsided slightly. My father and Hong Shui were anxious to know what had transpired. Why was I not in the room? I recounted the events, fearing my father would chastise me for being disobedient and wandering outside for no reason. I stressed that I had merely stepped out to relieve myself, no more than 10 minutes at the most. However, upon returning, the clock had struck, and Luo Air had just entered the room. In an instant, it was 5:00 and Oppo's clock. I raised my watch to show my father, only to be startled anew. It was not 5, but rather 6:00 and Oppo's clock. What could possibly be amiss? Was my watch broken? My father, wearing a troubled expression, sighed and remarked that the watch was undoubtedly functioning correctly, and although several hours had indeed passed, my lack of awareness was likely due to the presence of a ghostly domain in the house. Both Hong Shui and I were perplexed by the term ghostly domain, prompting my father to elucidate that it referred to a barrier forged by malevolent spirits, where those who entered would become disoriented, losing all sense of time. To put it more simply, it was akin to being ensnared in a ghostly maze, a predicament of considerable severity. Anxiously, I inquired about our course of action. My father contemplated for a moment and responded that although we were within the ghostly domain, we had not succumbed entirely to its enchantment, indicating that the malevolent spirit lacked full control over the area, thus providing us with a glimmer of hope. Hong Shui interjected, questioning whether the malevolent spirit could be that girl. My father pondered and replied that it was certainly possible, as she was the only individual of such a nature in our village, making it highly likely. As soon as my father finished speaking, a complex expression flickered across Hong Shui's face, as though he had something to say but chose to suppress it. My father remained oblivious. Yet I could perceive the unspoken tension. My father remarked on the misfortune of Luo Air, lamenting that it was ill-advised for him to wander here while inebriated. However, it was precisely his intrusion that had saved my life, a twist of fate indeed. Yet, I harbored suspicions that Luo Air's arrival at the Hong residence was not merely a drunken escapade, but rather a calculated move. I asked Hong Shui whether Hong Kai had been on the verge of marriage prior to his untimely demise, or if he had already wed. My curiosity stemmed from my first encounter with Luo Air the previous night, during which he had claimed that he had returned to seek warmth in a new bride's bed. It seemed implausible that he would come to the Hong household merely for Hong to saw. Thus, he came to deceive Hong Kai, unaware that Hong Kai had already met his demise. I posed my questions with a sense of normalcy, yet Hong Shui bowed his head in silence, revealing his concealment to even the most naive observer. My father and I awaited his response, but he remained as mute as a statue. I felt an urge to confront him physically, but my father preemptively seized his collar. "Speak. Is there more you are hiding aside from that matter?" My father demanded angrily. Listening to their exchange left me bewildered, my father and Appo's. As tone suggested he possessed some knowledge, yet it seemed Hong Shui was withholding even more. Our standoff was abruptly interrupted by the chilling screams from within the room, those of Luo Air. My father released Hong Shui and pushed open the door. Aunt Hong stood in the center of the room, disheveled, while Luo Air knelt on the floor, his eyes glazed. Aunt Hong's eyes had turned dark with despair as she gazed at the three of us, a chopping knife poised against her throat. "Aunt, please don't do anything reckless," Hong Shui exclaimed in alarm. My father joined in the pleas, urging her to reconsider. Aunt Hong muttered to herself, "Retribution, retribution, we all must perish." With that, she pulled the blade, its edge slicing into her neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Luo Air's face. The dazed Luo Air, now drenched in blood, suddenly leaped to his feet, clapping his hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Oh, it's raining blood." Aunt Hong's eyes widened in fury as she fell backward, collapsing in front of the vanity. Luo Air continued to clap his hands, gleefully repeating, "Oh, it's raining blood." The three of us were utterly stunned by the scene before us. After a considerable pause, my father finally shouted, "Help!" In a fit of desperation, Hong Shui rushed forward. But as soon as he entered the room, he was forcefully pushed to the ground by Luo Air, who suddenly glared menacingly and declared, "Do not be saddened. You all must die." No sooner had he uttered these words than he broke into laughter, dashed out the door, and ran away, clapping his hands and repeating that ominous phrase about a blood rain. Our thoughts were solely focused on rescuing Aunt Hong, and thus we paid no heed to Luo Air. Chapter 15. The harrowing truth. Hong Shui wept bitterly in the embrace of Aunt Hong, a reaction wholly understandable given the circumstances. Having lost their parents at a tender age, the bond between the brothers, Hong Jin and Hong Shui, and Aunt Hong was akin to that of a mother and her child. After a spell of mourning, Hong Shui abruptly seized a knife, intent on departing. My father grasped his arm, inquiring about his intentions. Hong Shui declared his desire to take the life of Luo Air, that twisted individual who had subjected his sister-in-law to humiliation, ultimately driving her to despair and suicide. Thus, he believed, Luo Air must pay with his life. The sight of the bloody blade in Hong Shui's hand sent a shiver down my spine. As dawn broke, the tranquility of our small village was shattered by the news of such a calamity. Villagers flocked to witness the unfolding drama, and upon learning the tragic details of Aunt Hong's demise, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd, each face reflecting profound dread. Hong Shui's agitation was palpable. My father instructed him to summon the villagers to assist with Aunt Hong's funeral arrangements, while he led Hong Shui to a private room, and I followed closely behind. My father firmly seated Hong Shui in a chair, pointing an accusatory finger at him as he demanded, "Hong Shui, speak honestly. Surely there's more to this tale? Do not think you can feign madness and place the blame for Aunt Hong's death solely on Luo Air. If we do not unravel this mystery, our village shall face dire consequences." Listening to my father's words, Hong Shui let out a deep sigh. I sensed that a revelation was about to unfold, a mystery eager to be unraveled, and I was filled with anticipation yet anxiety. Hong Shui cast the machete onto the ground, lit a cigarette, and pointed at me, stating, "Hao Ning was not mistaken. Luo Air did not stumble in drunkenness. He indeed intended to abduct my niece-in-law." It turned out that Hong Kai and Luo Air had been laboring together at a construction site associated with their university, where a plethora of beautiful female students resided. Luo Air enjoyed meandering through the campus, and, for reasons unknown, had befriended several of these young women. Both Luo Air and Hong Kai had reached the age where discussions of marriage were imminent, and faced with the enchanting students, they found themselves utterly unable to restrain their affections, both falling for the same girl. Due to Luo Air's inherent shortcomings, the girl naturally found him unappealing. Yet she developed an interest in Hong Kai. Eventually, they embarked on a romantic relationship. Hong Kai brought her home, but upon witnessing the impoverished conditions of our village, the girl quickly regretted her decision. After all, how could the Hong family allow their precious college-educated daughter-in-law to depart? They resorted to various means to retain her. But the girl possessed a fiercely independent spirit. In desperation, Aunt Hong enlisted someone to procure sleeping pills and covertly mix them into her meal. Yet the dosage was far too potent, resulting in the girl's tragic demise within their home. At this juncture, Hong Shui sighed, casting a glance at my father and remarked, "You are already aware of the subsequent events. Did my father also know?" I pressed him for clarification, asking if the girl who had succumbed to poison was Lan Cheng. My father did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, he trembled with anger, uttering nothing as he pulled me away, disregarding Hong Shui's calls from behind. After we departed from the Hong household, my father finally spoke, saying, "Do you recall a fortnight ago when you returned from your grandmother's house after working, and neither of us was home?" I certainly remember that moment. It seemed that most villagers had ventured out, while I remained at my doorstep for nearly an hour until my parents returned to unlock the door. My father recounted that it was at the Hong family's residence where the girl who perished, Lan Cheng, resided. However, the Hong family had initially deceived everyone, claiming that Lan Cheng was merely a working girl who had fallen in love with Hong Kai. They spun a tale of her engaging in a quarrel with him, leading her to run amok at night and tragically meet her end in a fall. The villagers accepted this narrative without question. After all, a life had been lost, and the Hong family wished for discretion, swiftly transporting the body to the county hospital for arrangements. As they were familiar faces within the village, everyone tacitly agreed to remain silent. Yet, unexpectedly, a few days later, Hong Kai also met with an untimely demise, prompting the Hong family to consider a ghostly marriage between the two. From the outset, my father harbored doubts regarding Lan Cheng's death. It was implausible that a living person could tumble from a cliff without sustaining any injuries. However, being farmers, they were reluctant to invite trouble, and my father chose to go along with the prevailing sentiment. Little did we know that a deeper story lay beneath the surface. I felt a chill run through me. The Hong family had committed a grave offense. I resolved to report the matter to the authorities, but my father restrained me, urging calm. We lived in a remote area, with the nearest town a considerable distance of 40 to 50 miles away. If word of this incident spread, our village's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and no girl would ever wish to marry into our community again. As a young man myself, could I truly resign myself to a life of solitude? I feel a deep sorrow for Lan Cheng, a university student with a promising future whose life has been shattered by the Hong family. It is only just that she receives the justice she deserves. However, my father is not entirely wrong. If we report this to the authorities, the entire village could be implicated in a conspiracy to conceal the truth. It is not merely one life that has been ruined, but rather the reputation of an entire community. Furthermore, with the Hong family now extinguished, who would we hold accountable? I can only resignedly accept the harsh reality. After the tumultuous events of last night, I cannot help but wonder if it was the ghost of Lan Cheng seeking vengeance. Part of me hopes it is, for in that case, we would be free of our mutual debts, and perhaps I could finally extricate myself from this turmoil. My father, too, has expressed a desire for this matter to reach a conclusion. Chapter 16. The night visit of the ghostly bride in light of the grave incident that has befallen the Hong family. It is incumbent upon us, as matchmakers, to take heed. For generations, we have adhered to an unwritten custom in our village to lend assistance during times of mourning. The demise of Aunt Hong was particularly tragic. Although Hong Shui publicly proclaimed that she succumbed to despair following the loss of her husband and son, leading to her untimely end, whispers circulated among the villagers, attributing her fate to the vengeful grasp of malevolent spirits. In this remote and impoverished valley, the level of awareness remains rather limited. Blue Chung was confined within the walls of the Hong household, where Aunt Hong administered sedatives that ultimately led to her death. This constitutes a crime. However, the Hong family concealed the truth, causing the villagers to believe that Blue Cheng's demise was the result of her own reckless escape and subsequent fall. Consequently, they harbored no sympathy for her, deeming her fate as just retribution for her insubordination, and viewed her transformation into a vengeful spirit as utterly detestable. It is lamentable that Blue Chung, while alive, was deceived, and in death, she is subjected to scorn. I yearn to unveil the truth. Yet I ponder the futility of reasoning with such individuals. Similar to Hong Jin, An Hong's death was swift and brutal. Thus, after a cursory arrangement, she was laid to rest upon a mountainside. Though her body was interred, the ominous shadow of the events lingered. Hong Shui and his son scoured the village in search of Luo heir to exact their vengeance. Yet Luo heir had seemingly vanished, leaving even his family unaware of his whereabouts. Ultimately, the Hong father and son were left with no recourse. With the passage of time, I found a sense of relief. Since Aunt Hong's tragic end, I had refrained from visiting the old house for nearly a week, and Blue Chung had not caused any further disturbances. The village gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. Just as I believed this ordeal had come to a close, an unsettling occurrence transpired on the sixth night. As tomorrow marks the seventh day of Aunt Hong's passing, and given the tragic circumstances of her death, the villagers have collectively chosen to lock their doors and retire to bed early this evening. I have been feeling somewhat under the weather these past few days, particularly suffering from a persistent cough that plagues me throughout the night, resulting in a fitful slumber, with a chest laden with phlegm. I extended my head from beneath the covers to expectorate when, suddenly, a shadow flitted past my window. Startled, I wondered who could be trespassing in my yard at such an hour. Could it be a thief? I recalled the news I had watched earlier, which reported on individuals who specialized in stealing poultry from remote villages. Could they have come to our village? This was unacceptable. My family's chickens and ducks were the lifeblood of my mother. I could not allow these miscreants to set their sights on them. I donned my clothing and stepped outside, calling for my father, but received no reply. Knocking on his door yielded no response either. Fearing that I might alert the intruder, I restrained my voice. Realizing he was in a deep slumber, I decided against rousing him. Grabbing a pole, I ventured out into the silent yard. The chicken coop and duck pen appeared undisturbed, and the pigs were sound asleep. Had I perhaps imagined a shadow? I set the pole down, preparing to return indoors, when suddenly, a voice called out to me from beyond the yard. Alarmed, I wondered who it could be at such a late hour. Summoning my courage, I opened the yard gate and peered outside, where I saw a figure standing outside. Hao Ning, come here for a moment. A gentle woman's voice beckoned. Upon hearing it, I felt a shiver run through me. There was no woman of such tenderness in our village. Strangely, her voice filled me with warmth and contentment. I inquired as to her identity and whether she sought me for something. With a hint of shyness, she replied, "Have you forgotten me so soon? I am your wife." Startled, I laughed nervously. "Don't joke with me. Where'd I have a wife?" As the words slipped from my lips, an unsettling chill coursed through me. My wife. Could be Lan Chung? She was still in the village? Terrified, I hurried to close the gate of the courtyard, but in that fleeting moment, she appeared beside me, effortlessly pulling me out from the yard. Trembling uncontrollably, I timidly asked, What do you want? Haven't you already taken your revenge?" Lan Chung grasped my hands and, looking up with her large, glistening eyes, said, "Hao Ning, why are you so afraid of me? Revenge? I remember nothing, only you." Though her beauty was breathtaking, I dared not meet her gaze for long. Shaking, I replied, "You should forget about me. You are a university student, beautiful and accomplished. Even in the underworld, you would hold a position of esteem. Do not waste your time on a mere rustic villager like me." Lowering her head with a sigh, Lan Chung urged, "Come with me. I won't harm you. Only I can protect you. Tomorrow, everyone in your village will perish." My heart sank. Was she serious? Would the villagers truly meet their doom tomorrow? She nodded solemnly and tugged me toward the old house on the back mountain. My body felt heavy with reluctance, yet my feet slid forward against my will. I shouted in desperation, but the village was eerily silent. Not even a dog dared to bark. It seemed I was truly doomed. Suddenly, a series of giggling voices echoed, accompanied by a song. Oh, it's raining blood. It was Luo heir. I cried out for Luo heir in desperation. At that moment, Lan Chung vanished. I let out a long sigh of relief. Luo heir was standing in front of my courtyard, seemingly painting something upon the wall, while continuously murmuring that phrase. Chapter 17. The blood-red death word Luo heir had vanished for several days, and to my astonishment, he suddenly appeared and saved my life. I approached him to greet him, my hand resting gently on his shoulder. As he turned to face me, I was taken aback by his pallid complexion. His eyes were bloodshot, his brows furrowed, and his forehead darkened. He mumbled repeatedly, "Hounding, come with me. Hounding, come with me." He kept reiterating those words, and seizing his shoulders, I inquired, "Luo, heir, what is wrong with you?" Upon hearing my voice, he gazed at me with a look that instilled an indescribable fear within me. With bare teeth, he shouted, "They all must die, they all must die." As he spoke, he forcefully shoved me, causing me to stumble backward and fall. I was unsure if I had struck my head against a stone, as darkness enveloped my vision. Hastily, I sat up and rubbed my eyes, only to find that Luo heir had vanished, and I was no longer outside in the courtyard, but seated on my own bed. It had merely been a dream. Before I could fully comprehend what had transpired, my door swung open, and my parents burst in, draped in their outer garments. My mother rushed to embrace me, asking, "Son, what happened to you?" My father, equally anxious, inquired about the incident. Still shaken, I surveyed my surroundings and pinched myself hard enough to elicit a wince, confirming that I was indeed awake. My father switched on the light, illuminating the room and easing my tense demeanor. I recounted the unsettling dream to my parents. Tears streamed down my mother's face as she listened, pounding her thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Why is that girl so unreasonable? Have we done anything to provoke her?" My father lit a cigarette and urged my mother to remain silent. My mother and I watched him, awaiting his explanation. After finishing his smoke, my father remarked, "It seems something is bound to happen in the village tomorrow." Upon hearing this, my mother grasped my hand tightly and exclaimed, "What is it?" "No one shall harm my son. Wang Tian, you must protect him." Irritated, my father lit another cigarette and retorted, "Enough of this chaos. I know what I'm doing. Now go to bed." My mother, although anxious, complied with my father's wishes and stood up. I reassured her that there was no need to worry. She retreated to her room, and I understood that my father had sent her away to prevent her from fretting. This indicated that my situation might indeed be troublesome. My father took a puff of his cigarette and said, "That girl is unlikely to let you off easily." I wanted to argue that a dream holds little significance, perhaps due to my own anxiety, but reflecting on recent events, the line between dream and reality had become increasingly blurred. Neither of us could find sleep, and for the first time, I smoked in front of my father. As dawn broke, nothing had occurred. At 6 o'clock, my father urged me to dress quickly. We were to visit the old house. My mother had risen early to gather vegetables from the garden, but as she stepped outside the yard, she was startled and rushed back in, crying out. I embraced her, and my father hurried outside to investigate, perhaps furious, cursing whoever could be so cruel. I ventured over to take a look and was confronted by a large, ominous character for death inscribed on the wall, accompanied by a grotesque, smiley face. At first glance, it appeared to be a mere prank. However, upon closer inspection, the vivid crimson letters were not painted, but rather oozing with a foul, sanguine aroma. This was far beyond a simple jest. Gazing at the inscription, I was suddenly reminded of a dream I had the previous night, in which Luo heir stood right here, scribbling and drawing. Could it have been him? Was my dream merely a figment of my imagination, or had it truly transpired? An icy chill crept up from my feet, permeating my being. Enraged, I clenched my fists. I was determined to capture Luo heir, refusing to believe he could elude me. Just as I was about to head to his residence, a crowd rushed towards my home. Observing their panicked expressions, I knew something grave had occurred. Leading the group was Wang Fa, a man I held in low regard due to his past, having been sent back by the police for theft and harassment of women during his time away. Wang Fa rushed up to my father, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, look at the village. Every household has the character for death on their walls." No sooner had he spoken than we noticed the same character glaring back at us from our own yard, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Wang Fa pointed and stammered, "It's this character." Silence enveloped us, as if we were all waiting for my father to break the spell. Yet he too appeared bewildered. I pondered the question, had Luo heir indeed inscribed this? His erratic behavior, constantly muttering about blood rain, made me wonder if anyone else had heard him. Where's Luo heir now? Chapter 18. The malevolent spirit digs up graves when I mentioned it. Several individuals in the crowd admitted they had indeed heard something peculiar last night. They had been in a drowsy stupor, initially believing it to be a mere dream, thus dismissing it. However, If it were truly the work of Luo Air, how could he possess such an abundance of blood? No family in the village had reported missing poultry or livestock. As the crowd pondered this mystery, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from a nearby hill. Though it was daylight, the sound sent shivers down our spines. Someone remarked, "Isn't that the Hong family's burial site? Surely nothing has happened?" Today marked the 7th day since Aunt Hong's passing, and a series of strange occurrences began to unsettle my mind. My father instructed everyone to disperse and suggested that I accompany him to the Hong family grave to investigate. The villagers, eager to avoid involvement in such ominous matters, scattered at his command. Only Wang Fa remained behind. My father urged him to leave as well, but Wang Fa, thumping his chest, declared, "This is clearly no trivial matter. It concerns our village. I will stand by you." It appeared that true character emerged in times of crisis. As Wang Fa exhibited remarkable resolve, the three of us proceeded to the Hong family grave, where we found Hong Shui and his family kneeling and weeping profusely. I wondered if the Hong family had lost their senses. After all, what was the necessity of such mourning on the 7th day after the death? Yet, upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. The grave of Aunt Hong was in disarray, the soil disrupted and uneven. Although the coffin remained concealed, blood pooled around the grave, and the sight of those crimson stains instantly conjured images of the word death written in blood upon the walls of every household. My father helped Hong Shui to his feet and inquired about the situation. Hong Shui wept inconsolably. Yet it was his son Xiao Fei who informed us that upon rising that morning, they discovered the word death inscribed in blood upon the courtyard wall. Fearing that something dreadful had transpired at the grave, his father hurried over to investigate, only to be met with the scene before us. Wang Fa, upon witnessing this alarming sight, was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Although I too felt a surge of terror, I was compelled to examine the area further. I circled the grave, but found nothing amiss. However, as I instinctively glanced up at the woods behind the grave, I was startled to see a figure lurking deep within. It was a man smiling at me, his visage pallid, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his hands dripping with crimson. It was indeed Luo Air. I felt an urge to rush in and seize him, but a tree root ensnared my foot, nearly sending me tumbling to the ground. By the time I regained my composure and looked up, Luo Air had vanished without a trace. His sudden appearance and swift disappearance left me questioning whether he had truly been there or if my eyes were deceiving me. Noticing my daze, my father called me over, cautioning me to steer clear of the woods. Gradually, Hong Shui began to calm his frayed nerves and asked my father, Master Wang, "It is certain that my sister-in-law's grave has been disturbed. I wish to open the coffin and ensure that she is not being tormented even in death." My father, having circled the grave himself, replied with conviction, "This grave has definitely not been tampered with." Following this, he produced a black line from around the grave. This was a marking line, which he had instructed to be buried around the gravesite when Aunt Hong was laid to rest, as he believed her death to be ominous. A precautionary measure to avert any misfortune. According to legend, the ink line, along with the carpenter's square and bamboo ruler, constitutes the 3 sacred treasures of Master Lu Ban. Therefore, the ink line possesses the ability to ward off malevolent spirits. My father was assured that Aunt Hong's remains were unharmed because the ink line remained intact. He instructed Hong Shui to find someone to refill the grave with earth, and then to plant yellow wheat around the tomb. On top of the grave, a spirit-repelling tower was to be erected, within which 3 mirrors would be placed facing each other. This, he believed, would ensure the safety of Aunt Hong's resting place. Curious about the purpose of these actions, I inquired further. My father explained that unclean entities likely attempted to disturb Aunt Hong's grave the previous night, but fortunately, the ink line had blocked their malevolence. However, he cautioned that while the ink line could deter spirits on the first day of the lunar month, it could not do so on the 15th. The spirit-repelling tower serves a dual purpose. It can subdue the vengeful spirit of Aunt Hong within the grave and facilitate its transformation. Additionally, it acts as a barrier against malevolent forces. Should any unclean entities approach, they would first need to enter the base of the tower before they could disturb the grave. Spirits are said to fear their own reflections, and the mirrors within the tower would reveal their true forms, causing them to flee in terror. Hong Shui, upon hearing this, enthusiastically agreed to comply. The challenge, however, lay in finding a skilled carpenter to construct the spirit-repelling tower within a single day. Wang then asked my father if the tower could indeed cause Lan Cheng to lose his soul. His question puzzled me, as I wondered how he knew that it was Lan Cheng who had disturbed the grave. Chapter 19. The affair in the haunted house. Although I harbored doubts, I refrained from voicing them. My father assured him that should any unclean entity dare to approach, it would surely meet its demise. Wang Fa listened with evident delight, thumping his chest and proclaiming that he, as a carpenter, would construct the exorcism tower. Wang Fa was a man who typically rose early only for profit, so his sudden eagerness struck me as peculiar. Nonetheless, his willingness to undertake the construction of the tower alleviated our immediate concerns. My father was preoccupied throughout the day, leaving me with a multitude of unanswered questions. I longed to venture into the forest to see if Luo air was present, but the oppressive gloom of the day, shrouded in mist, filled me with trepidation. Fortunately, by evening, the exorcism tower was completed, bringing a sense of relief to everyone. Wang Fa inquired whether we could eliminate the malevolent spirit that very night. My father, irritated by the repeated questioning, casually replied that we could, prompting Wang Fa to depart in high spirits. This only deepened my curiosity regarding Wang Fa and Appo's excessive interest in the matter. Assuming that a resolution was at hand, I returned home only to hear my father state that he needed to step out to attend to some business, instructing me to remain at the old house with Lan Cheng and to refrain from doing anything until his return. When I inquired about his errand, he simply mentioned that he was going to find someone. The thought of having to go to the old house unsettled me. Hadn't everything been resolved? Why was I still needed there? My father explained that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. I had dreamt the previous night that Lan Cheng came to take me away, suggesting her lingering attachment to me. Moreover, the ancestral spirits were evidently significant, as Luo Air had clumsily barged in and saved my life, presumably because Lan Cheng had not taken me away, leaving her resentment unresolved, which led her to desecrate Aunt Hong's grave. My father listened to my bewildered questions. Did my dream of Lan Cheng truly signify her actual presence? What did it mean when Luo Air suddenly intruded into my dream? Could it be that Luo Air has already perished? If Luo Air is indeed deceased, how can one explain the ominous blood-red characters found in each yard? If Lan Cheng has transformed into a vengeful spirit, would my visit to the old house not be akin to walking into a trap? A torrent of inquiries left my father momentarily speechless. After a while, he responded, "It is precisely because we cannot provide answers that I must take the initiative to visit the old house. It is a cursed dwelling, steeped in malevolent energy. Initially, Lan Cheng was placed there to contain her spirit. As long as I go there, she will remain bound to that place, and her wrath shall not be unleashed." To be honest, fear gripped me, yet I reflected on my lineage as a mediator. Although our profession may not rank among the most esteemed, our family has borne significant responsibilities for this village through generations. Thus, even if not for my own sake, for the sake of this community, I must proceed. My father provided me with a spirit communication candle and incense paper, instructing me to perform the same rituals as on the first night, burning paper and bowing in reverence upon encountering unusual occurrences. This time, however, I was clever. I refrained from bringing candles for illumination. Instead, I gathered all the flashlights from our home and borrowed several more from neighboring households, nearly 10 in total. While my father was preoccupied, I discreetly tucked a kitchen knife into my clothing for added courage. I arrived at the old house, feigning nonchalance, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Gazing at the house's hollow facade, my legs involuntarily began to tremble. Yet, having come this far, there was no reason to refrain from entering. Summoning my courage, I approached slowly, my foremost concern being the possibility of encountering Lan Cheng standing in the hall upon my entrance. If that were the case, I feared I would be terrified to death. Strangely, as I reached the threshold, a dim golden light emanated from the hall. What could this mean? Was it truly possible that Lan Cheng had returned from the grave? Upon further reflection, that seemed implausible. Even if she had risen, she would not be able to operate the electric lights. Was there someone else present who possessed such audacity? The tales of the house being haunted had long circulated throughout the village, with no one daring to set foot inside. Now, with Lan Cheng's coffin resting here, the eerie atmosphere of the house was intensified. Who would still have the courage to enter? I hesitated, contemplating the wisdom of retreating to inform my father. Surely that would be the prudent course of action. However, just as I turned to flee, a deep male voice whispered ominously beside me. I have finally captured you. You cannot escape my grasp. The urgency in his tone was laden with a sinister undertone. Who could be so brazen as to engage in illicit affairs within such a forbidding abode? Surely this was an act of folly. It was one thing for them to court danger, but should they provoke Lan Cheng, it could spell doom for our entire village. I felt an overwhelming sense of justice surge within me, momentarily eclipsing my fear. I flicked on my flashlight and charged inside, only to be confronted by a scene that left me utterly speechless. I could scarcely fathom that such a sordid tableau could exist in this world. Chapter 20. Kill him for me. I initially presumed it to be a clandestine rendezvous between a pair of indiscreet lovers, but upon closer inspection, I discovered that the figure in the hall was Wang Fa. This scoundrel had his trousers hanging precariously around his knees as he exerted considerable effort to force open the lid of Lan Cheng's coffin. This rascal dared to entertain wicked thoughts about the deceased. I bellowed, "What are you doing?" Wang Fa, taken aback by my unexpected presence, faltered and collapsed to the ground in fright. Upon recognizing me, his fear dissipated, and he hastily pulled up his trousers to strike at me. I was caught off guard, and given that he was a carpenter, I was no match for his brute strength. He landed several punches to my face, cursing, "You little brat, ruining my business." Just as he was about to finish his tirade, a sudden noise emanated from the back of the room, startling us both. Wang Fa immediately shrank back, trembling in terror. At that moment, a creaking sound emerged from the coffin, reminiscent of someone scratching against the wooden lid with their nails, a most disconcerting noise. Wang Fa's knees buckled in fear, and more terrifying still, the coffin lid began to rise, as if someone within was pushing against it. In a frantic attempt to shield himself, Wang Fa curled up and shouted, "It's a zombie." Once Wang Fa fled, the unsettling sounds from the coffin abruptly ceased. Could it be that Lan Cheng was truly enraged? I silently pleaded, "Dear lady, I meant you no disrespect. Please do not unleash your wrath upon me." A narrow gap appeared in the coffin lid, releasing a chilling aura. I needed to close it, but just as I attempted to step forward, the lid lifted again before crashing back down, nearly causing me to soil myself in fright. At that moment, a black cat leaped from the coffin, its eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity as it fixed its gaze upon me. With a plaintive meow, it bounded away, and I cursed the wretched creature, vowing to catch it if given the chance. Yet, a thought struck me. Could a mere cat truly lift the coffin lid, which must weigh nearly 100 pounds? With this realization, I hastily lit a spiritual candle, feeling a sense of relief wash over me as the flame steadied. Drawing a kitchen knife for courage, I knew I had to secure the coffin lid once more. Blue Chung lay there, still and breathtakingly beautiful, a sight that left me breathless. I dared not linger. Quickly placing the lid back in place, I set fire to the paper I had brought, filling the room with warmth. The rising heat dispelled much of my fear. Leaning back in the chair, I drifted into a drowsy slumber. Suddenly, the back door burst open, jarring me awake. The spiritual candle flickered calmly, and a figure rushed in, standing before me. It was none other than Luo Air. Before I could utter a word, he bellowed, "He struck you. Shall I kill him for you?" Confusion enveloped me. Who was he referring to? Yet, it seemed he did not hear my questions, fixated solely on his refrain. Growing weary of his insistence, I told him to proceed with his intentions. At my words, he turned and fled. A cacophony erupted outside, sending a tremor through my body. Dawn had broken. What was happening? Hadn't I just been conversing with Luo Air? How could it suddenly be morning? Was I caught in another dream? A throng of people surged into the old house, led by the clan elder, Wang Te. I inquired about their purpose. Infuriated, he commanded me to step aside. My mother emerged from the crowd, pulling me away in concern for my safety. The crowd proceeded to carry Blue Chung and Damp, Appo's coffin, bound tightly from the premises. What was going on? I questioned. My father asserted that a coffin must remain undisturbed. In a fit of rage, Lord Wong retorted, "What purpose does it serve to keep this demon? Do you truly consider her your wife? This female ghost killed Wong Fa last night." I could hardly believe my ears. Wong Fa was dead? My mother confirmed it. I recalled the events of the previous night, when Luo Air had repeatedly claimed he would avenge me by killing him. Was he referring to Wong Fa? The gravity of the situation began to dawn on me. My mother recounted that after Wong Fa had finished bathing last night, he suddenly shouted Lan Chung and Appo's name and rushed outside, crashing his lower body against a large tree. Somehow, he had acquired a kitchen knife in his hand and slashed his own throat. A kitchen knife? My own knife was missing. The matter involved a life. I dare not speak further. The crowd was in an uproar, and while I wished to plead for Lan Chung's safety, I found myself utterly powerless to intervene. Lan Chung was buried in the back mountain, the precise location unknown to me. I had only heard the elder mention that the mountain spirits would suppress her, ensuring she would never attain rebirth. The mountain loomed like a ferocious beast, exhaling thick mists that enveloped the surroundings. I felt as though unseen eyes were watching me from the depths of the forest, an unsettling sensation that made me shiver. 2 days later, my father returned, and I recounted the events to him. He reacted as if he had lost his mind, urging everyone to evacuate immediately. Yet, we had resided here for generations. Where could we possibly go? The villagers failed to grasp the impending danger and instead regarded my father as deranged. However, the subsequent events unfolded so suddenly that the villagers could no longer maintain their composure, plunging the village into a nightmarish realm. Due to the community's lack of faith in my father, we missed the optimal opportunity for escape, leading to a cataclysmic transformation in my life. Chapter 21. The bridge is broken. The road is cut off. I brought my father back home, where he leaned against a chair. He was certainly not truly mad. He urged us to hastily pack our belongings, asserting that if they would not leave, we must. The predicament we found ourselves in was entirely of their own making. They had no one but themselves to blame. My mother, in tears, was gathering our things when, at that moment, disaster struck. Our village is nestled against the deep mountains, encircled by a river that severed our connection to the outside world. The sole means of exiting the village was an ancient stone bridge, whose history remains a mystery to all. We regarded it as the maternal bridge of our village. Of course, it was possible to circumvent through the rear mountains, but that would require traversing an arduous path of 70 to 80 miles. In the morning, after my mother had packed our belongings, she inquired of my father where we could possibly go. My father, too, wore a troubled expression. Indeed, where could we go? The mountains were still shrouded in thick fog. The villagers did not perceive anything amiss, as fog envelopes our mountains every winter. Yet I sensed that this year's fog was peculiar. As we hesitated over our potential destination, Hong Shui rushed in, flustered. His arrival rarely heralded good news, and I was thoroughly exasperated by him. Hong Shui stumbled before my father, and though I had intended to scold him, the urgency etched on his face silenced me. It was the first time in my life I had witnessed someone in such a state of panic. Clutching his chest, Hong Shui struggled to catch his breath, his face turning pale. My father quickly poured him a glass of water, and after a considerable effort, he finally regained his composure. Hong Shui clung to my father, exclaiming, "Master Wong, a grave situation has arisen." He said nothing further and directly pulled my father towards his home. The onlookers, puzzled, followed suit to witness the commotion. Upon arriving at Hong's residence, we were struck dumb. He lived at the village entrance, closest to our mother bridge. Hong pointed towards Mother Bridge and shouted, "The bridge. It has collapsed." Old Master Wong hurried over, anxiously inquiring about the situation. Hong, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "I Don and Appo's. Tino. It was like this when I woke up this morning. I didn't hear a thing last night." The collapse of Mother Bridge was a calamity far graver than the loss of a life for our village. The fog thickened, creating a wall that separated us from the mountains across the river. My father muttered, "I fear something terrible is about to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rose from the crowd, shouting, "There's something in the river." My father pushed through the throng, and I followed closely behind. At that moment, the fog in the village had slightly lifted, revealing an object floating on the river's surface. My heart raced as it resembled a human figure. As it drifted closer, gasps filled the crowd. Indeed, it was a person face down in the water, only their back visible, clad in a blue cotton jacket. A woman's voice broke through the tension with cries of despair. "Isn't that my son, Xiao Wu?" Old Master Wang instructed others to swiftly pull the person from water. It turned out to be Xiao Wu. His mother rushed over, wailing. Xiao Wu's brother recounted that he had left the village the previous day, believing he was merely off to play, never expecting he would drown in the river. My father comforted Xiao Wu's mother and then proceeded to examine the corpse, while I trailed behind, observing. Xiao Wu in damp. Appo's complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, his face still etched with terror. My father gently pried open Xiao Wu in damp. Appo's mouth, revealing his teeth stained with red earth, and even his nostrils bore the same grim residue. Casting a glance at me, my father murmured, "It seems the death is rather mysterious. Where's the girl buried?" I replied, "I do not know." Elder Wang inquired, "What? Is there a problem?" My father whispered a few words to him, prompting Elder Wang to disperse the crowd. His esteemed reputation held sway even greater than that of the village chief. And soon only my father, Xiao Wu's family, and Elder Wang remained. My father remarked, "Both Xiao Wu's mouth and nostrils are filled with red earth. If I am not mistaken, the girl must be buried on the red earth slope." Furthermore, when the coffin was carried up the mountain, Xiao Wu was indeed at the forefront. This was truly peculiar. While I was unaware of where Lan Chang was interred, I was certain of the order in which they bore the coffin. Xiao Wu was indeed leading the procession. Elder Wang also confirmed that Lan Chang was buried on the red earth slope, a place that never sees the sun, rumored to be the territory of the mountain spirit. I recalled that many years ago, a temple dedicated to the mountain spirit was erected there. My admiration for my father deepened, and Elder Wang repeatedly praised him, raising his thumb in approval. Yet my father wore a troubled expression, seemingly unconcerned with the accolades. He instructed the villagers to assist in transporting Xiao Wu's body home, while they took care of the funeral arrangements. My father sought out Elder Wang, insisting that burying Lan Chang was a grave mistake. Her grievances were far from resolved, and such a hasty interment was wholly inappropriate. Moreover, being interred in the ominous red earth slope, the demise of Xiao Wu was far from coincidental. Wang Taigong, pale with fright, reflected on his long life, during which he had committed no transgressions against his fellow villagers. Who could have anticipated that, in his twilight years, he would stumble into such a grave mishap? Overcome with distress, he succumbed to illness and fell ill in bed. This mess now burdened my father and me. He instructed me to summon the 8 pallbearers. With Xiao Wu and Appo's passing, only 7 remained. My father informed them of the peculiar circumstances surrounding Xiao Wu and Appo's death, warning that they might have been tainted by something malevolent. Thus, at noon, we must visit Red Earth Slope to beseech Lan Chang for clemency. The pallbearers, stricken with fear, were rendered speechless and clung to my father as their last hope. He reassured them not to be afraid and advised them to prepare glutinous rice, to be placed in socks and worn at their waists, along with incense paper and spirit money. We agreed to gather in front of the old house at noon, and they hurriedly dispersed. It was then that I seized the opportunity to question him. Was Xiao Wu's death truly a result of Lan Chang transforming into a vengeful spirit? Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding Wang Fa's death were equally perplexing. That night, I had dreamt of Luo Er proclaiming intentions to kill. Yet why did Wang Fa scream out Lan Chang's name in madness? With a sigh, I pondered the unpredictability of such occurrences. The emergence of these abnormal fatalities inevitably cast suspicion on Lan Chang's vengeful spirit. However, what had transpired with Luo Er? Was he alive or dead? There was no way to ascertain. As my father and I conversed, my mother unexpectedly arrived. Noticing the absence of others in the house, she divulged a matter. In rural communities, Women often gathered to gossip, and while my mother was not one to spread rumors, she certainly relished listening to them. This matter concerns Wang Fa, who previously worked outside, but was later deported due to theft and indecent assault. Wang Fa's wife discovered a smartphone in his possession, containing several photographs of a remarkably beautiful girl. Wang Fa explained that she was a famous star. Subsequently, Lan Cheng was deceived by Hong Kai and brought back home, managing to escape several times, a fact known by most villagers. Wang Fa's wife recognized Lan Cheng as the stunning girl in Wang Fa's phone, leading to a confrontation between them. However, after Lan Cheng's untimely death, she refrained from pursuing the matter further, resulting in the entire incident remaining undisclosed. From my mother's account, the situation became clearer. Wang Fa had met Lan Cheng while working away and had surreptitiously taken numerous photos of her. Yet, Lan Cheng was lured back by Hong Kai, leaving Wang Fa with no opportunity. His nefarious intentions persisted, leading him to the old house to violate Lan Cheng after confirming with my father that the demon suppression tower would obliterate her. This scoundrel has brought ruin upon our village. My father remarked that discussing this now was futile. We needed to ascertain the truth, particularly regarding those who had previously worked alongside Hong Kai, as they might have engaged in unspeakable deeds. I was about to inquire with Hong Shui, but when noon arrived, a group of individuals, each with a sock tucked into their waist, came to summon my father. Hadn't it been agreed to assemble at the old house? Their arrival at our home suggested they were genuinely terrified. In our family discussion about Wang Fa, we neglected to prepare glutinous rice and socks. My mother offered to take care of it, but my father dismissed the need, asserting that we had done nothing wrong against her. My father led the way, instructing us to stay close and refrain from speaking. Most importantly, upon reaching the red earth slope, we were to burn incense paper and joss money at the mountain spirit temple. Regardless of what transpired, we were to remain silent and not look back. After the burning, we would pour glutinous rice into the nearby dry well, ensuring we did not close our eyes or gaze into its depths. As we ascended the mountain, one would presume that with 9 men, including my father, a mediator of sorts, fear would not linger. Yet, for reasons unknown, I felt an overwhelming tension, mirrored by the others who walked slowly, striving to remain close to my father. After approximately half an hour, we arrived at the red earth slope, a place I had visited in my childhood, but which my father forbade me to return to since. We stood at a distance, gazing at the dilapidated mountain spirit temple, none daring to approach. My father strode forth alone, and I felt compelled to follow. He stood at the entrance and uttered, "The mountain is your mountain. The water is your water, and the people are here to pay their respects." The moment his words faded, a sudden chill enveloped me, as if a pair of eyes within the temple had opened, piercing through to observe me. The intensity of that gaze was unnerving, causing beads of cold sweat to form upon my brow. The sensation I had felt in the village, the scrutiny emanating from the mountains, was now manifest. Yet here, it was far more potent. My father quickly retreated, urging everyone to hasten the burning of the paper. We formed a circle, kneeling in reverence. As my father led the incantation, the air was thick with fear, and we bowed our heads, refraining from any further movement. 9 individuals burned paper and incense, the smoke swirling around us, causing tears and mucus to flow freely. Suddenly, an unknown voice exclaimed, "What are we burning? It's suffocating." This unexpected remark startled everyone, and a few joined in agreement. I knelt beside my father. Though he remained silent, his expression revealed an intense anxiety. At that moment, a figure stood up across from us. It was Wang Peng. He wiped away the tears induced by the smoke, cursing as he walked aside to smoke a cigarette. Several others contemplated following suit, but my father restrained them. Just then, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, sending the incense paper we had ignited swirling into the air. An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped us, causing shivers to run down our spines. Even Wang Peng was struck by fear, dropping his cigarette to the ground. My father called upon everyone to bow in reverence toward the mountain spirit temple, his voice booming yet indistinct. I was too anxious, focused solely on my prostration, while the wind grew fiercer, carrying with it a faint metallic scent of blood. Chapter 22. The cat soul summoning technique. The wind howled fiercely, piercing through clothing like a multitude of fine needles, chilling and tormenting the skin. It seemed relentless. My father anxiously urged Wang Peng to kneel quickly. Weak in the knees, Wang Peng collapsed to the ground, and curiously, as soon as his knees touched the earth, the wind ceased its assault. My father bowed 3 times at the mountain spirit temple, expressing gratitude for the spirit's mercy. Though the situation had appeared to stabilize, who would have predicted that the short-witted Wang Peng, having healed from his earlier fright, would stand and proclaim, "It and amp, oppose, as merely a gust of wind. What is there to fear? Even if that female ghost were to appear, I would not be afraid." I attempted to intervene, but his words had already escaped his lips. Fortunately, the tempest did not return as before, yet I sensed a more pronounced metallic tang of blood in the air. My father instructed everyone to pour the glutinous rice from their socks into the dry well. Since my father and I had not prepared these items, we refrained from approaching the well. He picked up 3 unburned incense sticks from the ground, lit them, and handed them to me, urging me to pay my respects to the mountain spirit. Just as I completed my 3 bows, my father suddenly bellowed, "What are you doing? Who told you to look into the well? This is disastrous." Wang Peng turned to glance at my father and me, chuckling, "You're making a mountain out of molehill. There's nothing there." The others who had gathered to look echoed his sentiments, claiming there was indeed nothing amiss. My father, seething with anger, remained silent as Wang Peng forced a smile, saying, "Master Wang, do not be upset. Let us depart." My father said no more and instructed them to keep the socks filled with glutinous rice on their left hands, cautioning that they must not remove them at any time. After this, he pulled me aside, maintaining a distance from the 7 individuals, and whispered to me, "I fear they may not escape the mountains." My heart tightened as I listened, and I wanted to inquire about his meaning. However, he shook his head and addressed the crowd, stating, "We are now going to the grave of the girl. In a moment, you must sincerely bow. Whether you can survive depends on your fortune." The 7 individuals, instead of feeling fear, burst into hearty laughter, confidently proclaiming that there was nothing to worry about. I sensed something was amiss. Ever since they had gazed into the well, they seemed to have let go of their previous trepidation, with a few even beginning to hum a tune. Wang Peng led us to the resting place of Lancheng, situated in a low-lying area between 2 hills, perpetually shrouded in shadow. As we stepped in, an icy chill penetrated to the marrow of our bones. Yet the 7 strode boldly, showing no signs of fear. Upon reaching Lancheng's grave, my father urged them to quickly burn the remaining incense paper and bow sincerely. The 7 complied, while my father circled the mound, and I followed closely behind. It was more a mound of earth than a grave. There was neither a tombstone nor even a stone to mark it. No wonder Lancheng was enraged. Once the incense paper was reduced to ashes, a sudden and overwhelming stench of blood assaulted us, nearly causing me to retch. I wanted to ask my father if he could smell it too, but the words stuck in my throat as he instructed me to remain silent, having sensed it himself. He continued to observe the mound intently. After about 5 minutes, he suddenly gasped, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "This is bad." He urged everyone to hastily dig up the grave. We rushed forward, using hands and feet, and in a short while, the grave was unearthed, revealing a coffin. As we lifted the lid, a nauseating odor wafted forth, causing us to lean aside and retch. Once we regained our composure and looked back into the coffin, we were all struck dumb with horror. Where was Lancheng's body? Only 2 skinned animals and a pool of putrid blood remained. My father used a wooden stick to lift one of the skin creatures for a closer look. It was a skin cat. Despite their usual charm, the sight of these skinned felines was indescribably horrifying and repulsive. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of the 2 cats, I could not help but recall the 2 black cats. Could they possibly be the same? But who could have done this? Where had Lancheng and Appo's body gone? My father discarded the cat corpses into a coffin and urged us to hastily gather firewood to incinerate both the coffin and the feline remains. Time was of the essence. The more people we had, the easier the task would be. Before long, the coffin was engulfed by roaring flames. I asked my father if this meant we were in the clear. He offered a wry smile and shook his head, murmuring softly in the clear. If things go awry, it could very well be the end for the two of us today. I was taken aback. What did he mean? He explained that the two skin cats were, in fact, road guides. What is a road guide? It is the key that opens the gates of the underworld during a summoning, determining the nature of the spirits one calls forth. Legends tell us that cats are messengers of hell, which is why our ancestors held the belief that the arrival of a cat in a household mourning a death was particularly ominous. The bereaved wished for the deceased to be reincarnated as a human, and the sudden appearance of a messenger from the netherworld implied that the deceased was destined for hell. Thus, during funerals, families would assign individuals to keep watch, ensuring that no cats wandered in. This is one aspect. Another is that cats are said to consume souls, transforming benevolent spirits into malevolent specters that wreak havoc on the living. Despite being a family member in life, if one were to become a vengeful spirit after death, their first targets would be their own kin. Therefore, in rural areas, aside from their utility in catching mice, cats are not particularly favored. To speak of using a cat as a guide for souls is not a conventional Taoist ritual. Rather, it is a form of sorcery. Typically, summoning souls involves calling back those who have lost their essence. Yet the veracity of such practices remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it is a tradition upheld by many, stemming from noble intentions. However, this cat summoning sorcery disregards whether it truly calls upon the souls of the deceased. Its purpose is to summon malevolent spirits from the netherworld. My father's voice was low and unembellished, yet I felt a wave of anxiety stir within me. Blue Chung was not in the coffin. Had the cat summoning technique succeeded? Was she now possessed by a demon from hell? My father shook his head, admitting that he could not clarify, for these were merely legends. I inquired further about the desolate well, and he shot me a sharp glance, making it clear that I had overstepped. Thus I fell silent. The coffin had been reduced to ashes, and our group of 9 descended the mountain. My father instructed me to lead the way, with him following closely behind, while the others cavorted and exchanged banter. I found myself perplexed by their sudden exuberance. What had caused this shift in their demeanor? My father urged me onward as the fog ahead billowed like cotton, an expanse I had never encountered before, where visibility was less than 5 meters. Suddenly, my father grasped my arm, and as I turned to look, he pointed behind us. To my bewilderment, the previously animated 7 individuals had formed a circle in the clearing, spinning in place. Observing their comical antics, I thought to myself how absurd it was that grown men would indulge in such frivolity at a time like this. Just as I was about to call out to them, my father restrained me, saying, "Do not approach, they cannot leave." Truly, they cannot escape? Although my father had previously mentioned that they might not be able to escape, witnessing their beaming faces as they circled around made it difficult for me to accept. These individuals were not much older than I, and in my youth, I relished accompanying them on excursions into the mountains and waters. Could I truly abandon them here? My father gently patted my shoulder and said, "Let's go. If we delay any longer, we may not be able to leave." I turned and took a few steps when their laughter reached my ears, prompting me to halt. I inquired of my father what would become of them next. He inhaled deeply and replied, "They will continue to spin like this, without food or drink, until they perish." I exclaimed, "Father, leaving them like this weighs heavily on my conscience." He fell silent, lighting a cigarette, and after a few puffs, he remarked, "To save them might cost us our lives. If we are gone, what will become of your mother?" I understood that abandoning them troubled my father as well. He had contemplated the situation deeply. Yet, witnessing the demise of 7 souls was sometimes more unbearable than my own death. If my father and I were to leave, we would carry the burden of this anguish for the rest of our lives. Thus, I resolved to stay and rescue them. My father appeared remarkably composed, as though my decision was anticipated. After a moment, he retrieved a sock from his waist and handed it to me, explaining that he had prepared it secretly for emergencies, never expecting it to be needed now. He instructed me to awaken them, leading them down the mountain path while scattering glutinous rice in hopes of finding a way down. As he spoke, he retrieved a talisman from his person and handed it to me, saying, "Although our matchmaker deals with the spirits of the departed, we are not exorcists. When confronted with malevolent entities, we must exercise caution. It is a failing on my part as a father that you find yourself in this predicament. You may evade the initial encounter, but you cannot escape the subsequent one. Since you are determined to confront this, then proceed, but do not act recklessly. Your mother and I shall await your return. Hearing my father's words filled me with a bittersweet emotion. He and my mother had always shielded me since childhood. This was my first significant decision, and although it carried the risk of my own demise, I felt a rare surge of resolve. Gritting my teeth, I steeled myself to continue. After taking a few steps, my father halted me once more, saying, "Remember, if you encounter anything unclean, do your utmost to avoid it. The talisman should only be employed in dire circumstances." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I dared not meet his gaze. I had finally mustered the courage to assert myself. I did not wish to revert to being the obedient child. I hastened towards the 7 individuals who were spinning in circles. I called out to Wang Peng, startling the group, who came to an abrupt stop and questioned where my father and I had been. I inquired about their activities. Wang Peng replied that they were attempting to descend the mountain, but the fog was so dense they could not discern the path. With my father and me gone, they were disoriented and unaware they had been wandering in circles. I chose not to inform them, as revealing this would only heighten their anxiety. I assured them that my father had urgent matters to attend to, and I would guide them down the mountain. The prospect of descending brought them great relief and joy. I gazed at the spot where my father had stood, now devoid of his presence, and I realized that I had become one of the 7. Perhaps I was now twirling along with them, yet oblivious to the sensation. The 7 individuals were engaged in jovial conversation, reminiscing about their experiences working away from home, sharing tales of their first ventures into places favored by men, recounting the wild nights when boys transformed into men. In stark contrast, I was fraught with anxiety and could no longer contain myself. I inquired why they were so cheerful. Did they not understand how arduous our descent was? As soon as the words escaped my lips, their laughter ceased, and they exchanged puzzled glances, questioning one another about the source of their mirth. Yet, they could not articulate a reason, merely reveling in an inexplicable joy. Following my inquiry, the atmosphere shifted, laughter faded, and conversation dwindled, giving way to palpable tension, with only the sound of our footsteps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, I thought I heard someone calling out, as if my name was being summoned, but I could not be certain. I halted to listen, but there was nothing. Just as I lifted my foot to step forward, the voice returned, indistinguishable in gender, yet resonating as if it were indeed calling my name. Chapter 23. The Call of the Mountain Spirit in the Past. I heard the elders speak of numerous taboos in the mountains, one of which warned against inexplicable calls from unseen entities. It is said that this is the call of the mountain spirit, and one must never respond. Otherwise, their soul may be ensnared. The truth of this tale remains elusive to me, as I have never encountered such a phenomenon. However, the current atmosphere evokes memories of this legend. Listen, someone is singing. Wang Peng suddenly halted, exclaiming. We all leaned in, attentive. This time, unlike the earlier shouts of our names, the melody persisted even after we ceased our movements. It seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern its exact source. Yet, we could clearly hear the notes of the classic segment from the Huangmei opera, Farewell on the Beach. Isn't that what we heard Aunt Hong sing last time? I pondered. Could it be that Aunt Hong has returned to life? What is happening? I strained to listen, eager to determine if the voice belonged to her, but the more attentively I listened, the less discernible it became. This was a piece imbued with melancholic farewell, typically evoking tears even in ordinary circumstances. Now, amidst this chilling wind and eerie environment, it felt utterly terrifying. The mist before us loomed like an impenetrable wall, obstructing any advance. I scattered a handful of glutinous rice from my socks, and the mist dissipated significantly, revealing a clearer path. I urged everyone to move swiftly. Yet, Wang Peng disagreed. With dissatisfaction, he remarked, Let us take a moment's rest, shall we? Don't you find this Huangmei opera delightful? I can tell that the voice belongs to a stunning beauty. In these deep mountains, a beauty like this. Ha. He flashed a knowing grin that everyone understood. I firmly declared that it was utterly impossible. In this frigid winter, no one could possibly be found in the mountains. Thus, we had to proceed onward. As I scattered a handful of glutinous rice, Wang Peng noticed the socks I was clutching and inquired why I still possessed rice. I replied that it was a gift from my father, claiming that scattering a handful would illuminate our path. Wang Peng and oppose. His expression shifted, and he pointed at me, declaring, "I see now. You and your father are deceiving us." His words not only left me bewildered, but also confounded the other 6 individuals present. However, Wang Peng did not allow our confusion to linger. He asserted that my father must be behind this trickery, compelling them to bow at the mountain spirit temple. The villagers were all aware that the mountain spirit was a deceiver. Yet my father urged them to pay their respects and even instructed them to place glutinous rice into a dry well, while neglecting to offer any for his own son. Thus, he concluded that my father had betrayed them. Furthermore, Lan Cheng was the ghostly bride my father had arranged for me. Although she was not of the living, she was nonetheless regarded as part of our family, leading them to believe they had been lured here as offerings. I stood there, utterly bewildered, and retorted, "Have you been reading too many novels?" I pondered whether I truly warranted such accusations. If I had intended to deceive them, I would have descended the mountain long ago, avoiding any peril to rescue them. Yet, I understood that such an environment inevitably breeds delusions, and the best course of action was to suppress any burgeoning conflict. Therefore, I suggested to Wang Peng that we descend the mountain first. I scattered another handful of rice, but lamentably, my singular desire to escape the mountains was met with their incomprehension. The 6 individuals, to my astonishment, joined Wang Peng in questioning me. I had no desire to explain myself, merely emphasizing the urgency of our descent. Seizing the moment when I was distracted, Wang Peng swiftly snatched the socks from my grasp and tossed them into the underbrush by the roadside. Caught off guard, I hurriedly searched the underbrush, but the dense fog swirled around, obscuring any chance of finding what I sought. Wang Peng gazed at the sock ensnared on his left hand. Filled with indignation, he ripped it off and flung it into the thicket. The other 6 followed suit. I barely had time to intervene. Though I was unaware of the sock's significance, my father's insistence surely bore reason. Alas, the situation spiraled in an entirely unforeseen direction. Now, I was caught in a dilemma, unable to depart, yet unwilling to remain. I felt utterly disoriented as the sound of singing grew louder. No longer the gentle melody of Huangmei opera, but rather akin to the fervent strains of Peking opera, quick-paced and exuberant, punctuated by haunting bursts of laughter. We 8 sat by the roadside, and someone inquired what we should do. I thought, how dare these individuals approach me now? Just moments ago, they were so confident. Before I could respond, Wang Peng suddenly shouted a reply into the mountains. I was infuriated. This fool had the audacity to respond casually. Did he wish for his own demise? However, Wang Peng dismissed my concern, stating, "What is the harm? If she calls for me, I shall answer." With a mischievous grin, he added, "Who knows? Perhaps your ghostly bride is beckoning me to adorn you with the green hat." His remark incited laughter among the group, and I sat on the ground, a bitter smile upon my lips, filled with regret. I should have heeded my father's warning. Even in this dire moment, they found amusement in such lewd jokes. Should these individuals truly meet their end in the mountains, they would have only themselves to blame. I refrained from engaging in their banter, allowing them to speak freely, when suddenly, Wang Peng rose and shouted toward the mountains, "I'm coming. Wait for me." As he spoke, he dashed into the depths of the mountains, a move that left us utterly speechless. A few others intended to pursue him, but I urged them to refrain. This was not a normal occurrence. My voice, however, failed to halt their advance, and though I was filled with anger, I found myself powerless to intervene. Reluctantly, I followed them up the mountain, but after a few paces, we came to a standstill. I maneuvered to the front to see, only to find that the fog was so dense that Wang Peng had vanished from sight. The 7 of us stood there, bewildered, when suddenly someone in the crowd cried out in panic, "Someone is pulling my hand." Soon, others echoed the sentiment, "Someone is pulling my hand." At that moment, I too felt a tug on my left hand. I glanced around and found no one else besides us. It was inconceivable that any of us would engage in such idle play. The realization struck me. I understood the purpose behind my father's instruction to put socks on our hands. But why had my hand also been touched? My father had previously refrained from having me don socks, which should have been a sign that I was safe. Did the unseen entity consider me one of their own? A wave of anxiety washed over me as I contemplated my safety. What should we do? Everyone asked. It was clear that Wang Peng's solo ascent posed a grave danger. After a moment's thought, I recognized that there was no alternative. Preserving our lives was paramount. Guiding everyone through the thick mist, we ascended the mountain. Deep within the fog, faint cries resonated, each sound like a knife twisting in my nerves, while the others remained eerily silent, surely as terrified as I was. Climbing the mountain was exceedingly exhausting, and as I straightened my back to catch my breath, I noticed a house looming in the dense fog ahead. We had reached the mountain spirit temple, yet there was still no sign of Wang Peng. Some speculated whether he had ventured to the temple, especially given the biting cold outside. After all, the mountain spirit temple was indeed a structure. Wang Peng was an unpredictable individual, and even if he were inside, we dared not enter to search for him. Just as I was about to call out his name, someone tugged at me. I turned to see little C, who lived behind my house. He was usually reticent, and although he was our neighbor, we seldom interacted, primarily due to his years of laboring away from home. Little C pointed at the roof of the mountain spirit temple, his eyes wide with terror. I looked up and beheld a pair of round, glistening eyes fixated on us. A jolt of recognition surged through me. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of the unsettling feeling of being watched that had plagued me from the depths of the mountain. The others also caught sight of it, and in fright, they collapsed to the ground. I, too, could not remain foolishly standing still. Even as I crouched low, the dread emanating from those watching eyes was inescapable. I involuntarily lifted my gaze to meet that stare, and in that moment, I discerned the owner of those eyes, a sleek, black cat. It was peculiar. The fog was thick, and the cat's pupils were so small, yet I could see its eyes with startling clarity. The depths of those feline eyes glimmered with a sinister, chilling light, causing me to tremble uncontrollably. I cannot ascertain whether this cat is the one from the azure coffin, yet its malevolence is certainly no less formidable. It prowls upon the rooftop of the mountain ghost temple, stirring the surrounding mist into a tumultuous swirl. Suddenly it halts, arching its back, its fur standing on end, baring its teeth as it emits a menacing meow towards us. Startled, I quickly press my face to the ground, sensing a chilling breeze emanating from the direction of the mountain ghost temple, sweeping past my body before vanishing into the ether. Almost immediately, a man's anguished cries echoed in my ears. When I raised my gaze, the black cat had vanished without a trace. A figure emerged from the mountain ghost temple, hunched over and bowing repeatedly towards the temple, desperately uttering, "I was wrong, please do not kill me." It was Wang Peng. He indeed ventured into the mountain ghost temple. However, upon his exit, nothing followed him out from within the temple. Yet he appeared to be profoundly terrified, bowing incessantly and pleading for mercy. I called out to him, urging him to come closer, but he disregarded my pleas, fixated solely on his supplications towards the mountain ghost temple. I attempted to approach and pull him away, but Xiaoxi and the others firmly restrained me. Xiaoxi asserted that Wang Peng must have been possessed, that there surely were spirits within the mountain ghost temple. Wang Peng continued to wail, fervently prostrating himself, his forehead striking the ground, blood and flesh scattering. "It has nothing to do with me. Please do not kill me. I am innocent." He seemed as if he were being led by an invisible force towards the desolate well, kneeling beside its edge, striking his head against the rim. If this continued, he would surely perish from such blows. I had come to save them. I could not bear to watch him die. I broke free from Xiaoxi and the others, rushing towards Wang Peng in an attempt to pull him back. However, just as I took a few steps forward, Wang Peng suddenly rose, turned to me with a smile, blood streaming down from his head, grinning like a cat. In the next moment, he leapt into the abyss of the well. My legs gave way, and I collapsed onto the ground, my mind consumed by the heart-wrenching cries of Wang Peng. Along with that final, haunting meow, that sound would forever echo in my memory. I stood there in a daze amidst the thick fog until Xiaoxi and the others came to pull me back to reality. We were all in shock. Wang Peng had, in a frenzied manner, jumped into the well while muttering to himself. Faintly, I could still hear the agonized moans emanating from within the well. He was still alive, I yearned to rescue him, but Xiao Si held me tightly, and I suddenly remembered my father's warning against looking into the depths of the well. After a few agonizing screams from Wang Peng, silence ensued, followed by a sound reminiscent of something being chewed, evoking the image of a cat crunching the bones of a mouse. Everyone heard it. They clutched their ears, crying out in despair. It was Wang Peng who had led us to gaze into the well. He deserved this fate. I inquired what they had seen at the bottom of the well, but they exchanged glances, shaking their heads vigorously. Nothing? I saw nothing at all. Chapter 24. The return of the betrayed wife. A shroud of terror enveloped us all, and I struggled to compose myself. We could not languish here awaiting our demise. We must muster the strength to crawl back home, even if it meant dragging ourselves along the ground. Just as I was filled with determination, Xiao Si stood agape, pointing at the desolate well, rendered speechless. We turned our gaze towards the well, and my spirit plummeted with fear. Wang Peng was sprawled at the edge, his hands gripping the rim. With only his head visible, the rest of his body submerged within the depths. Blood trickled from Wang Peng's forehead, his complexion as pale as that of a lifeless effigy, and an eerie smile danced across his face. Though his appearance was grotesque, he had somehow managed to rise. I beckoned the others to hasten and assist in pulling him up. The others had long since been paralyzed by fear, too terrified to approach him. I grasped the stiff Xiao Si and ventured closer. After only a few steps, Wang Peng suddenly opened his mouth, erupting in laughter, bellowing with a voice that pierced the air. "You shall all perish. You shall all die here. Hee-hee-ha-ha." His voice echoed through the valley, a sound as grating as nails scraping against glass. Xiao Si clasped his ears and collapsed to the ground. After uttering those chilling words, Wang Peng released his grip on the well's edge. Strangely, he did not plummet, but appeared to be supported by some unseen force, gradually sinking into the well. Soon after, a horrific sound of gnawing emanated from the depths, accompanied by Wang Peng's agonized screams. Approximately a minute later, all fell eerily silent. I yearned to peer into the well to discern what had transpired, yet fear held me back. This was a matter of life and death. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, the group regained their senses, each one lamenting, "We are doomed. We are finished." A cacophony of cries filled the air, and amidst the chaos, an unknown figure suddenly sprang to their feet and dashed down the mountain. The crowd followed suit, yet the dense fog obscured our path. And after only a few steps, we all fell to the ground. Panic seized me as I joined the throng, only to stumble and crash down as well. My head struck a rock, and I was momentarily blinded, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. In the haze, I discerned a figure emerging from the mountain ghost temple. The person stood before me, looking intently as they spoke. "Hounding, your wife has sent me to call you. Come with me, your wife has sent me to call you." It was none other than Luo Air. I inquired how he had come to be here, but he continued to repeat the phrase, as if he had not heard my question. Growing weary of his insistence, I replied, "Fine, lead the way." Luo Air turned and made his way toward the mountain ghost temple, and I followed him inside. The temple was shrouded in darkness, dominated by a statue as black as a demon, which likely represented the mountain ghost. Peering deeper into the shadows, I spotted a woman clad in a red wedding gown, her complexion pale, yet breathtakingly beautiful. It was none other than Lan Cheng. She stood there, her exquisite visage adorned with a faint smile. Fear gripped me, yet upon seeing her, a flicker of joy ignited within my heart. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "You've come?" She spoke. Was she truly alive? Surely, she must have been possessed by a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. I wanted to ask Luo Air what was happening, but he had vanished, leaving only Lan Cheng and me within the temple. She gracefully approached, gazing up at me as she asked, "Have you come to find me?" We indeed ascended the mountain in search of her, and so I nodded. Lan Cheng appeared somewhat elated, her smile illuminating her face as she said, "I do not wish to remain here. Can you take me away?" I offered a wry smile in response. "Take you away? I cannot even escape myself. How could I possibly take you with me?" Lan Cheng gently grasped my arm and softly reassured, "As long as you are willing to take me away, you shall find a way out." Is that so? At that moment, my only desire was to return home, willing to do anything to achieve that. Thus, I nodded vigorously in agreement. Lan Chung, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Let's be on our way." As we exited the mountain spirit temple, she instructed me to follow her lead closely, cautioning that deviating from her path would spell disaster. I glanced around, noticing that Xiao Si and the others were absent. "Where are my neighbors?" I inquired. Lan Cheng's expression darkened, her voice icy as she replied, "They brought this upon themselves. Why do you still wish to save them?" I responded, "I remain here to rescue them. Regardless of their guilt, I cannot bear to witness their demise, nor the sorrow of their wives, children, and parents." With a sigh, Lan Chung remarked, "Foolish one, you are truly kind-hearted. Let us go. They will follow us closely and surely come to no harm." It was then that I agreed to descend the mountain with Lan Chung. Yet, for reasons unknown, as I took my first step, I felt as though I were burdened by an immense weight, preventing me from standing upright. As we descended the mountain, the melodious strains of Huangmei opera suddenly resonated behind us, distinctly different from any previous experience. This time, it was the classic segment from Tiantian Pei, where the couple joyfully returns home. Turning to glance back, I spotted Luo Air at the entrance of the mountain spirit temple, twisting and leaping with exuberance. It was he who had been singing the opera all along. After a considerable while, Lan Chung turned to me and said, "Darling, we have arrived." Before I could respond, my foot slipped and I tumbled down a mountain path, engulfed in darkness as I lost consciousness. I do not know how long it was before I opened my eyes, my body aching all over. I found myself lying in my own room while my mother was in the corner, filling a porcelain bowl with water and standing 3 chopsticks upright within it. She was performing an exorcism for me. I called out, "Mom." Upon hearing my voice, she hastily discarded the bowl and joyfully exclaimed, "Dear, the child has awakened." To my astonishment, besides my father, several villagers had entered my room, including Xiao Si and others. It seemed Lan Chung had not deceived me. She had indeed brought us all down. I sat up and inquired of my father, "Where is Lan Chung?" She was the one who brought us down the mountain. My statement left everyone stunned. Old Wang scratched his head and remarked, "I told you the child was possessed, didn't I?" My father questioned me about what had transpired. I recounted the events of how Lan Chung led us down the mountain, and the expressions of fear on Xiao Si and the others' faces were palpable. Xiao Si shook his head and insisted, "That is not how it happened." "Not how it happened? Then how did it happen?" Xiao Si recounted how we were all seized by fear and scattered in every direction. I fell to the ground, my head striking a rock, causing me to lose consciousness. In the ensuing chaos, we were like headless chickens, each of us believing we were doomed. Suddenly, I sat up and began conversing with the air, asking in bewilderment, "How did you end up here?" Then I urged, "Lead the way," all while my eyes remained tightly shut. After a while, driven by an inexplicable frenzy, I dashed into the mountain ghost temple, causing my companions to hesitate at the threshold. Moments later, I emerged from the temple, bearing the lifeless body of Lan Chung. The group stood frozen in shock. There I stood at the entrance, cradling Lan Cheng's form, while Xiao Si and the others stared at me. Yet I remained oblivious, as if inquiring where our neighbors had gone. I expressed a desire to lead everyone out, unwilling to witness the sorrow of their wives, children, and parents. With Lan Chung still upon my back, I descended the mountain with eyes closed, the others trailing behind me. No matter how they called out, I remained unresponsive until we reached the village, at which point I collapsed to the ground. I had been in a coma for 3 days since. I had thought Lan Chung had returned to life, only to find it was not so. I felt somewhat dazed, desperately trying to make sense of it all. After much contemplation, I concluded that Lan Chung had saved us, had she not visited me in a dream. Perhaps we would have perished in the mountains. However, Wang Taigong scolded me harshly. "You are mistaken. She was not saving you. That female ghost seeks to destroy our village and intended for you to carry her back." I recalled that Wang Taigong had fallen ill since the incident, yet he now appeared to have recovered. His loud outbursts bore no semblance of illness. Could it be that he had feigned sickness in response to the events that transpired? Yet, I merely contemplated it internally, daring not to voice my thoughts aloud. After listening to the words of the venerable Wang Taigong, my father responded, "Do not be enraged. Taigong, This matter is indeed peculiar. The girl was buried, yet her body is absent from the coffin. Her garments are pristine and well kept, which suggests she may harbor unresolved grievances. To hastily inter her under such circumstances could lead to. Before my father could finish, Wang Taigong interjected vehemently, exclaiming, "What unresolved grievances? What prevents her from being buried? She is but a stranger who died here. Providing her with a coffin is already a gesture of mercy. If she is not buried, shall we leave her exposed? It is winter now. What will happen when spring arrives and decay sets in?" At first glance, Wang Taigong and Amp Oppo's argument seemed rational, yet upon deeper reflection, it was chilling. He was attempting to absolve himself, as it was his decision that had led to carrying Lan Chung up the mountain for burial. Had it not been for that, we would not have ascended the mountain, and Xiao Wu and Wang Peng would not have perished. Was Wang Taigong, so cunning and astute, truly oblivious to this? My father, who preferred tranquility, used my need for rest as an excuse to disperse the crowd. Subsequently, I inquired about Lan Cheng's whereabouts. My father replied that she was resting in the old house. I hesitated, unsure why my perception of Lan Cheng had shifted. I wished to express that we ought not to treat her remains harshly, yet I found myself unable to articulate it. Understanding one's child better than anyone else, my father calmly reassured me, "Do not worry. There is no coffin. We have prepared the room and laid her upon the bed. The paper has been burned, and red candles are lit, offering incense in her honor." At that moment, I felt a wave of relief and smiled, remarking, "Lan Cheng seems not to be as malevolent as everyone imagines." I let out a cold snort, remarking that it is not as simple as you might think. After all, a schemer is still a schemer. As you mentioned earlier, with terms of endearment exchanged, she is likely to become even more attached to you. What husband and wife? She called me, yet I did not call her. Furthermore, this is merely a dream. I inquired with my father about what to do next. Taking a puff from his cigarette, he responded that the village intends to bury her, but that cannot happen, for the girl cannot remain in the village any longer. Then what shall we do? I began to ask when my mother spoke from the hall. "Oh, is that you?" Xiao Si timidly entered my room, addressing my father as uncle. He left briefly only to return, which made me think he must have something important to discuss. I gestured for him to take a seat. As he sat there, he cast a few glances at my father, who showed no inclination to leave, clearly indicating he had something unfinished to say. I then asked, "Fourth brother, do you have something to discuss?" "Speak freely. My father is not a stranger." Xiao Si rubbed his hands together and said, "Uncle, Hao Ning, I know a bit about this matter, but it is certainly not related to me. I believe that Lan Cheng is seeking revenge, targeting the few individuals from our village who are working outside. Her current predicament is connected to us." Chapter 25. An unjust affliction. Xiao Si recounted that the first individual from our village to venture out for work was Hong Kai. Subsequently, those with a modicum of skill followed suit. The dazzling allure of the outside world astonished these rustic folk, particularly when they beheld the flamboyant young women of the city, which left this cadre of lonely men, bereft of female companionship, utterly captivated. In the village, courtship was traditionally conducted through familial mediation, requiring mutual consent from both sets of parents before two individuals could even hold hands, leading to an eventual physical intimacy. However, in the city, many young women appeared to be for sale, their affections attainable for a price. Thus, Hong Kai, Luo Air, Wang Peng, and their companions felt as though they had stumbled upon a new world, lavishing their earnings on such pursuits. Later, when the construction team was assigned to a university, Luo Air and Hong Kai encountered two female university students. Yet, it seemed improbable that these young women would ever take an interest in them. It was unfortunate that the girls did not value themselves. They were seen in the same establishments of ill repute as the men. While their status as university students had initially placed them on a pedestal, their current roles as providers of specialized services altered the dynamics entirely. Consequently, the group pooled their resources to invite the girls to a private room for karaoke. As time passed, the two girls became quite familiar with the men, who initially only paid for their singing, but gradually escalated to more intimate encounters. At this juncture, Xiao Si lowered his gaze, embarrassment washing over him as he reflected on the indiscretions of these men while working away from home. My father and I felt a flush of shame as we listened. Finally, Xiao Si quietly revealed, one of those two girls is Lan Cheng. From a moment, he mentioned the two female university students. I suspected one of them would be Lan Cheng. Yet, upon hearing the news, my heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger. Lan Cheng, such a beautiful girl, and the thought of her being demeaned by rough men like Hong Kai and Luo Air Wang Peng left me breathless. Xiao Si continued, explaining that initially, the girls merely intended to sing along with everyone. The situation escalated when Hong Kai intoxicated them, leading to their humiliation without their consent. At this point, Xiao Si corrected himself, stating it should not be generalized. As far as he knew, one girl had been taken away by Wang Peng and several others to another location. But she encountered an acquaintance there, and Wang Peng's attempt was thwarted, resulting in him receiving a beating. Xiao Si speculated that the girl who escaped this disgrace was likely Lan Cheng, for the other girl taken away by Hong Kai and Luo Air was never seen again. Strangely, Lan Cheng's name surfaced in connection with Hong Kai, and she even came to the village. The subsequent events are known to all. Originally, Xiao Si was reluctant to share these details, but after everything that transpired, he felt immense fear. Thus far, apart from Aunt Hong, all the deceased were individuals working away from home. My father, listening intently to Xiao Si and Apo's account, took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, "There are things that can be done and things that cannot. One must not be too absolute in their views. I wonder where that other girl is now." His words carried a deeper meaning, hinting at the possibility that after being violated by Hong Kai and his associates, she simply vanished. Could it be that they had taken her life? Xiao Si shook his head with a sigh, lamenting his past decisions. Though he did not dare to commit any egregious acts, he had nonetheless aided in concealing numerous matters, which is a sin in itself. After uttering these words, he knelt before my father, pleading earnestly, "Uncle, you must save me." My father, engrossed in his smoking, paid him no heed, which only heightened Xiao Si's anxiety. Observing the awkwardness from the side, I reminded my father that Xiao Si was addressing him. My father extinguished his cigarette, but on the ground, and retorted, "Are you all pretending to be innocent now? What about my son? He is the one who suffers the most." I had never witnessed him express such fury before. After a moment of venting, he regained his composure, while Xiao Si remained silent with his head bowed. Truth be told, I did not hold Xiao Si accountable. Despite his previous concealment, he was confronted with the delicate nature of rural relationships. To expose such disgraceful affairs might very well render him unwelcome in this village. My father instructed Xiao Si to return home, cautioning him that if he truly had not engaged in unscrupulous acts like Hong Kai and Wang Peng, he would undoubtedly be fine. Xiao Si repeatedly assured him of his innocence, yet I understood that my father and Apo's words were merely a form of consolation. Such matters are beyond the reach of exorcists or shamans, and we are merely mediators. Just as Xiao Si stepped out the door, he turned back, exclaiming that things had taken a turn for the worse. Old Wang and his associates had gone to the ancestral home, that deceitful old man, abusing his seniority within the family to cause chaos. My father urged me to quickly don my clothes and accompany him. By the time we arrived at the old house, the crowd had already lifted Lan Cheng and Damp, Apo's body onto a door panel. My father instructed everyone to halt their actions, yet they appeared hesitant to comply. Uncle Wang Air, visibly troubled, addressed my father, "Brother, it is the elder and Apo's request. We just consulted the old monk, and he stated that if this girl and Apo's body is not dealt with, the entire village will face dire consequences." An old monk? Where could such a figure have come from? Our village's mother bridge had collapsed, and we had been shrouded in thick fog for several days. The village head had made numerous calls to the town for assistance, yet no aid could penetrate our beleaguered surroundings. In such an environment, how could an old monk possibly arrive? Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that a wandering ascetic had passed through our village a few days prior, injuring his foot and subsequently recuperating at the home of Grandfather Wang. Coincidentally, he had just recovered, and Grandfather Wang sought his insights. The old monk had unequivocally declared that Lan Cheng had transformed into a malevolent spirit and must be dealt with. My father vehemently opposed this notion, reminding everyone of the recent incidents that should not be forgotten. This girl cannot be buried. If we continue this way, we are destined for calamity. Grandfather Wang, in a fit of rage, pointed a finger at my father and shouted, "Wang Tian, I am the clan leader. Though not all villagers are of the Wang lineage, we are all connected by kinship. When I, old Wang, speak in this village, everyone acknowledges my authority. Do you truly wish to oppose the entire village over a mere corpse? In our village, tradition dictates that the clan leader holds the highest authority, compelling even the village head to show deference. Thus, my father could never confront old man Wang directly. He patiently expressed, although he is a cunning individual, we cannot hastily bury him. We must seek out his lineage and provide him with a proper return to his homeland. Have we all forgotten the incident at the Red Earth Slope? Did Wang Peng and Xiao Wu simply proceed without consequence? Surely, my father, straightforward in nature, spoke his mind without realizing that his words had incensed old man Wang. The idea of interring Lancheng at the Red Earth Slope, under the weight of the mountain spirit, could only have been conceived by him. Consequently, old man Wang, unable to contain his fury, interrupted my father. At that moment, a bald man emerged from the crowd. Old man Wang treated him with utmost reverence, addressing him as the exorcist monk. The name struck me with an urge to chuckle. Monks typically speak of purity and transcendence, adopting names that evoke ethereal detachment. Where, then, is the monk with such a sharp demeanor? To assume a name suggesting suppression? The exorcist monk had a sharp, angular face, and though his robe appeared tattered, reminiscent of an ascetic, his gaze and countenance bore no trace of compassion. Such a person shattered my preconceived notions of monastic figures. As he spoke, he confirmed my impression. The exorcist monk inquired of my father, "Are you the matchmaker?" My father nodded affirmatively. The monk then sneered, "No wonder." The way he spoke was peculiar. No wonder about what? Did he imply that matchmakers engage in unsavory dealings? I challenged him. Yet the exorcist monk remained unfazed, instead asking the crowd how matchmakers profited. Everyone speaks of the practice of ghost marriages, and the exorcist monk scoffed coldly. My father urged him to speak plainly without obfuscation. The monk agreed, declaring that today he would expose the true nature of my father and me. He remarked that while officiating ghost weddings may not yield substantial profits, the real financial gain comes from introducing corpses. His assertion was undeniably accurate. The monk continued, explaining that the world outside has changed dramatically. In the past, people were meticulous, often seeking companions for the deceased, which gave rise to the disreputable profession of matchmakers for the dead. However, such practices are no longer permissible. The trade of matchmakers has lost its viability. At this point, he pointed to the lifeless body sprawled on the door panel, stating that while it appeared to us merely as a corpse, to a matchmaker, it represented a stack of banknotes. Do you comprehend the worth of a young and beautiful corpse like this in today's market? It amounts to hundreds of thousands. Dear villagers, his words ignited a stir among the crowd. Disbelief etched on their faces at the notion that the deceased could hold such value. Some speculated that my father and I must have amassed considerable wealth over the years, while others accused us of being unscrupulous, each person suddenly awakening to a newfound realization. I was so furious that I felt an overwhelming urge to strike the old monk, but my father restrained me, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Master, you speak with a degree of truth. Indeed, many engage in the illegal practice of grave robbing for ghost marriages. Yet, my practice is distinct. I adhere to the principles of compatibility between the deceased, ensuring that families are mutually agreeable and the fees charged are fair and transparent. What is there for my profession to be ashamed of?" The exorcist monk let out a cold laugh and waved his hand dismissively. "I shall not engage in a war of words with you. As an old monk, I have divined for your village. The thick fog enveloping your village is, in truth, a manifestation of malevolent energy. The path ahead is obstructed, the work of vengeful spirits. This woman's corpse must be consumed by flames, and I shall recite the incantation to dispel the demons, ensuring the safety of your village." Perhaps the villagers had been so suffocated by the atmosphere of terror that the monk's words struck a chord within them. causing them to cheer and raise their hands in fervor. My father spoke calmly. "Son, let us return home." I asked in astonishment, "Are we really going to turn our backs on this?" He sighed. "One cannot go against the will of the people. This matter is beyond what we, as father and son, can bear. When hearts are divided, it is best to leave everything to fate." Kulme. My father pulled me away, and I gazed at the lifeless blue Chung lying on the door plank, an indescribable pain gnawing at my heart. I had encountered her in dreams several times. I could not discern whether the figure in my dreams was a mere figment of my imagination or if her spirit was reaching out to me. Regardless, I slowly began to feel that she was not malevolent. The turmoil of the day was a result of our villagers' debts to her. Upon returning home, I found it impossible to find peace. The villagers were busy at work. Carpenters and bricklayers hurriedly constructed a platform for the chanting. The exorcist monk intended to recite scriptures upon this platform, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the thought of this fearsome monk aspiring to emulate the Tang monk. Women and children scoured the area for dry firewood to prepare the pyre. It was the first time in generations that we would burn a corpse with an open flame. I could only hope for a peaceful outcome, but fate had other plans. Just as Blue Cheng's body was being lifted onto the pyre, calamity struck. Chapter 26. Thunder and winter. Early in the morning, Xiaoxi arrived at my home, informing me that the village had decided to cremate the deceased today. I could discern a palpable sense of unrest etched upon his face. I remarked that this decision had long been made, questioning the purpose of his visit now. Xiaoxi, at a loss for words, merely urged me to accompany him to witness the proceedings. Initially, I was reluctant, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Lan Cheng being consumed by flames. However, Xiaoxi's insistence stirred something within me, compelling me to join him. The villagers exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within merely 2 days, they had erected a chanting platform approximately 3 meters high. The exorcist monk, draped in his robe, ascended the platform with an air of authority. With a grand gesture, the crowd began to lift the body towards the pyre, while Old Wang reclined in his armchair, seemingly satisfied with the unfolding events. As the villagers carried Lan Cheng past me, I found myself unable to look away. She remained as exquisite as ever, resembling a sleeping beauty. I struggled against the impulse to intervene, diverting my gaze to the pyre. However, a fleeting glance sent a shiver coursing through me. The black cat stood atop the pyre, its gaze fixed intently upon me. My heart sank. I had encountered this feline on several occasions, and its presence invariably heralded unusual occurrences. I hurried forward to prevent the villagers from placing Lan Cheng upon the pyre, exclaiming that the black cat had reappeared on the platform. Xiaoxi tugged at my arm, dismissing my concerns, insisting that there was nothing there. Upon looking again, I indeed saw nothing. Had I merely imagined it? The exorcist monk pointed at me, his voice filled with ire. "Seize this meddlesome boy and remove him from my sight." I was pulled away by the crowd as they lifted Lan Cheng onto the pyre. The exorcist monk, resembling a frenzied shaman, leapt and shouted wildly before commanding the lighting of the fire. As the clan leader, Wang Taigong took it upon himself to ignite the flames. The old man brandished a torch and strode forth, setting the dry grass surrounding the pyre ablaze, which instantly engulfed it in flames. In that moment, everyone held their breath. Wang Taigong exchanged a knowing smile with the exorcist monk. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley, prompting someone to exclaim that it was thunder. How could there be thunder in the depths of winter? Panic ensued among the crowd, and even Wang Taigong's expression shifted. However, the exorcist monk stood atop the platform and declared, "Do not be alarmed. The fierce flames will consume the demon. She will feel the pain, and once reduced to ash, all will be well." Just as the crowd began to relax, a torrential downpour commenced, dousing the flames of the pyre in an instant. In the midst of winter, a deluge fell from the heavens, and disbelief rippled through the crowd. Wang Taigong inquired how the exorcist monk would respond to this unexpected turn of events. Even the monk appeared flustered, stammering, "The fire cannot burn? Then perhaps we should take a knife and dismember her. After all, if her body is destroyed, her spirit cannot coalesce, effectively vanquishing her." This posed a dilemma for the crowd. While they could manage to ignite a pyre, The act of dismemberment was not something everyone dared to undertake. Ultimately, they beseeched the exorcist monk to wield the knife himself. The monk repeatedly replied, with compassion, "I cannot engage in such a violent act." In a fit of desperation, Wang Taigong exclaimed, "Master, please do not delay any longer. Their intent to wield a blade is one of murder, while your purpose is to vanquish evil. They are not equivalent. We can certainly gather an additional 10,000 yuan for you." Upon hearing the promise of an extra 10,000, the monk known as Zhenxia was emboldened, shouting, "Bring me the knife." Wang Taigong's grandson swiftly procured a bone-cutting knife from the butcher's abode. Trembling, Zhenxia ascended the pyre, raising the knife aloft as he bellowed. Suddenly, an ominous shadow leapt forth from the unknown, attacking Zhenxia's face with wild scratches. It was the black cat. The claws of the feline inflicted an extraordinary pain, causing Zhenxia to cry out in agony, and the bone-cutting knife was cast aside. The black cat vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving Zhenxia and Appo's visage a grotesque mess, a sight that sent shudders through the onlookers. His face was irrevocably marred. Just then a voice rang out from the crowd, "Hurry, someone go save him." The speaker was none other than my father. My companion Xiao Si and I surged forward, yet before we could ascend the pyre, Zhenxia, now clutching the bone-cutting knife from the ground, pointed it menacingly at the crowd, declaring, "You all must die." In a grim act, he slashed the knife across his own throat, a fountain of crimson gushing forth from his severed artery. The horror of the scene was unparalleled. Never in my life had I witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. The blade must have been exceptionally sharp, for with that stroke his neck was entirely severed, leaving only a strip of skin connecting his head to his body, which then tumbled from the pyre. Xiao Si and I stood frozen beneath the pyre, our bodies petrified with fear, utterly unable to move. After extinguishing the fire, the heavy rain ceased, and large, feather-like snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Before long, a layer of white snow blanketed the corpse of the Zen monk, whose blood continued to surge from his neck. Old Wang let out a horrific scream, exclaiming, "What a sin!" This outcry jolted us, who had been paralyzed by fear, back into awareness, and chaos ensued. My father ascended the chanting platform and shouted to the crowd. Everyone remained calm. At that moment, my father's presence was akin to a savior descending from the heavens, yet I knew he was equally at a loss. After a lengthy silence, he finally suggested, "Old Wang, let us find a coffin to retrieve the Zen monk and Appo's body." Even the venerable old Wang, despite his imposing stature, could no longer maintain his composure. At over 80 years of age, he hurried off to search for a coffin as if he were a young lad. My father then instructed me to carry Lan Chung back to the old house immediately. Though I was frightened, there was no one else who dared to undertake this task. Nervously, I climbed onto the cremation platform. Strangely, despite the heavy snowfall, the platform was already covered in snow. Yet Lan Chung lay there remarkably clean, her face still pallid. With my hands clasped together in prayer, I whispered, "Dear aunt, please do not bring me harm." I hoisted her onto my back and descended from the platform. Upon seeing me carry Lan Chung, the crowd scattered in all directions. I trudged through the snow and laid her on the bed in the old house. Xiao Si brought yellow paper, incense, and red candles, claiming my father had sent him to hasten the offerings. I dared not be negligent. I hastily lit candles and incense. Xiao Si knelt on the ground, igniting yellow paper while murmuring, "Great One, in your magnanimity, forgive me for failing to speak on your behalf." Subsequently, Xiao Si bowed 3 times before Lan Chung and then fled as if escaping from calamity, leaving me alone in the old house. Outside, the cacophony of voices suggested that the villagers were gathering to collect the corpse of the exorcist monk. I stood at the door, observing the industrious villagers, my heart filled with profound reflections. One must remain grounded in life. The exorcist monk was not directly involved in this matter, yet his avarice led him to employ nefarious schemes, resulting in his tragic demise. While it remains uncertain whether Lan Chung and Appo's spirit is at play, the exorcist monk's self-inflicted malice is undoubtedly abnormal. Coupled with the thunderous roar, the rain that extinguished the raging fire, and the swirling snowflakes. I sensed that the situation was spiraling beyond control. As the villagers sorted through the exorcist monk's belongings, they uncovered his ledger, revealing that he was no genuine monk but rather a charlatan, having committed numerous unscrupulous deeds. His death, therefore, could be deemed justly deserved. Furthermore, with our village now isolated from the outside world, and given that he had taken his own life, the village chief called the authorities, took some photographs, and, following superior directives, decided to bury the deceiver first, postponing any investigation until the roads were passable. After laying the charlatan to rest, the villagers convened in my home. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, and each household fortified their beams with wooden supports to prevent the weight of the snow from collapsing their roofs. At that moment, Wang Taigong resembled a frostbitten eggplant, rendered utterly speechless. The village chief inquired of my father how to address the situation. It was evident to everyone that the snowfall was abnormal. My father, puffing on his cigarette, shook his head repeatedly, stating, "I am merely a matchmaker. I truly do not know what to do." The others assumed my father was upset over the earlier disparagement of matchmakers by the monk who had exorcised evil spirits, which had earned him their admiration. Consequently, they took turns apologizing to us, but this only compounded my father's predicament. Perhaps only I understood that he was genuinely at a loss. Eventually, the crowd, realizing there was no way to sidestep the issue, my father reluctantly suggested that we place the body of Inren in the old house for me to watch over while he pondered a solution. The villagers, recognizing my father's helplessness, departed with a sense of resignation. Wang Taigong remained silent, but expressed his determination to deal with Lan Cheng's remains promptly. His insistence on handling Lan Cheng and Amp Oppo's body piqued my curiosity about his true intentions. Was he genuinely concerned for the villagers? To be frank, I doubted he was the type to advocate for the people. I asked my father if I should continue guarding Lan Cheng in the old house. He shook his head, replying, "There's no need. If she truly intends to cause trouble, you would not be able to contain it now. The old house is cold. Just sleep at home tonight." Hearing this brought me immense joy. The snowfall had lightened somewhat, yet the temperature remained frigid, prompting families to retire early for the night. The cold made for a cozy slumber, and I slept until 8 in the morning, only to be awakened by the commotion in the village. Upon inquiring with my mother, I learned that Wang Taigong had vanished. A vague sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to dress swiftly and join the search for the venerable Wang Taigong. We scoured the entire village, yet there was no sign of him. An elderly man of over 80. How could he possibly traverse such deep snow? As despair enveloped the crowd, Wang Taipo suddenly began to wail, striking her thighs in anguish. Her son, Wang Dabo, inquired about the cause of her distress. It turned out that the old woman had recalled a conversation from the previous night, when Wang Taigong had warned her that Lan Cheng, who was left in the village, posed a grave threat and thus needed to be dealt with. Initially, she had not given it much thought, dismissing his words by saying that fire could not consume Lan Cheng. So what could be done? Wang Taigong had insisted that the monk who dispels evil claimed that destroying Lan Cheng's corpse would be tantamount to eradicating her. She had deemed him charlatan and had not believed him, yet she had just realized that the meat cleaver had vanished from their home. A sense of dread settled in my heart as I hurried towards the old house. The snow had accumulated to the point of nearly blocking the door. I pushed open the door to the old residence, my heart racing uncontrollably, fervently praying that Wang Taigong had not truly harmed Lan Cheng. Yet, the scene before me filled me with an icy dread. How could such a sight possibly exist? Chapter 27. The kiss of the underworld bride in the hall of the old house. A rope dangled from the beam, at the end of which hung an elderly man over 80 years of age, old Master Wang. As I approached, it became evident that he had already succumbed to death. His frail hands were clasped together, bound by the rope around his wrists, leaving only the tips of his toes to touch the ground, a gruesome form of torment, rendering him unable to seek salvation or escape. Who could have subjected the esteemed old Master Wang to such a fate? Moreover, he was bare-chested, his skin marred by numerous gashes, resembling the cruel aftermath of a whip. The sight of his demise was truly distressing. Shortly thereafter, my father, Uncle Wang, and old Master Wang's grandson, Wang Jian, arrived on the scene. My father was taken aback by the sight, while Uncle Wang fainted on the ground, and Wang Jian trembled in fear. In a state of panic, my father urged, "Hounding, quickly shield the other villagers. We must preserve the old master's dignity." I promptly turned to block the villagers, for our community places great importance on such matters, particularly concerning the deceased. This is a gesture of utmost respect, especially for those who have passed on. Regardless of one's character in life, old Master Wang, as a venerable elder of the clan, deserved to depart from this world with grace, especially given the undignified manner of his passing at such an advanced age. Once my father had prepared old Master Wang for his final resting place, Wang Jian announced the old gentleman and Appo's departure from this life. In an instant, the village erupted with the sound of firecrackers, not in celebration, but as a traditional send-off for the departed, as is customary when an elder passes away in our community. In addition to the sound of firecrackers, the scent of burning paper and incense permeated the air, mingling with the heavy snowfall. Our village was engulfed in an atmosphere of profound sorrow and mourning. While others could hastily prepare for burial, the interment of Elder Wang, the patriarch of our clan, demanded a ceremony of the utmost grandeur. Thus, every household donned mourning attire. My father took on the role of the officiant for the funeral, and it would be 7 days before Elder Wang was laid to rest in the ancestral tomb. At this moment, Elder Wang lay on the bed clad in ceremonial garments, looking remarkably serene. We proclaimed to outsiders that the old man had succumbed to the cold. Although this falsehood deceived the entire village, I could not shake off the terror that gripped me when I beheld his lifeless form. My father and Uncle Wang shared similar sentiments, and I had overheard them discreetly discussing the root of the matter on several occasions. During these days, my father insisted that I remain by the old house to watch over Lan Cheng, fearing that someone might seek to harm her. He cautioned me against provoking her further. I pondered whether Elder Wang's demise was somehow connected to Lan Cheng. This seemed implausible, as the injuries on Elder Wang were evidently inflicted by another. I could not bring myself to believe that Lan Cheng would awaken, yet the peculiar occurrences surrounding her had led many to believe she had transformed into a vengeful spirit. By now, I had grown accustomed to the situation, having set up a fire barrel to immerse myself in novels, devoid of any fear. In fact, I found myself hoping to dream of Lan Cheng once more to inquire about the true nature of these events. After 3 days and nights of relentless snowfall, the storm finally abated, leaving a meter of snow that sealed our doors. At 4 in the afternoon, I went to Uncle Wang's house for a meal, wary of the approaching darkness that would render the paths treacherous. After dining, I expressed my intention to return to the old house. Wang Jian and Xiao Si, concerned for my safety, insisted on escorting me. I protested, asserting that I was not a stranger, yet their persistent pleas left me unable to decline their kindness. Wang Jian even brought a shovel, clearing the snow from our path as we walked, a gesture that warmed my heart and moved me deeply, prompting my heartfelt gratitude. They accompanied me to the doorstep of my old house, where Xiao Si produced a bottle of white liquor from his coat, recommending it to stave off the chill. As I accepted it, I felt it was akin to receiving a much-needed lifeline in the midst of adversity. Watching their retreating figures filled me with reflection. I realized that it is during moments of crisis that the strength of human bonds is truly tested. I believe that if our village could weather this storm, we would emerge as a formidable collective. However, the events that followed revealed my naivety. The wisdom of our ancestors echoed in my mind. Unsolicited kindness often harbors ulterior motives. Upon returning indoors, I lit several candles and incense, glancing at Lan Cheng lying on the bed. A wave of irritation washed over me. Her actions had brought about this turmoil. Had it not been for her, our village would have been enveloped in the festive atmosphere preceding the spring festival. Leaning against the large fire barrel, I took a swig of the liquor, its sharpness inducing a fit of coughs, yet it was exhilarating. My tolerance for alcohol was limited, and after just a few sips, I felt as if I were floating. With a bit of liquid courage, I turned my ire towards Lan Cheng, who lay oblivious on the bed. "You," I exclaimed, "you and Appos. V read enough books to fill your calves. I yearn to attend university, yet face rejection, while you squander your opportunity. How could you lie here, wasting your youth, when so much potential lies unfulfilled? What do you think your parents would say? Alcohol possesses a peculiar nature. It begins with a challenging sip, yet after a few indulgences, one finds it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Presently, I feel a heavy head and light feet, leaning against the fire barrel, drifting into a deep slumber. The thought of the ethereal beauty, Lan Chung, having met with a tragic fate weighs heavily on my heart. In this society, why do so many young women fail to cherish themselves? My heart aches profoundly. I have imbibed too much. As I lean against the fire barrel, drowsiness envelopes me, and my mind is consumed by visions of Lan Chung. I even dare to imagine her alive, donned in a wedding gown, marrying me. As I hold her close in bed, playfully scratching her back and slowly loosening her garments. Just as I surrender to this reverie, a sudden weight descends upon me, jolting me awake. I curse under my breath, wondering what bothersome thing has interrupted my dream. Blinking through the haze, I am startled to see that the source is none other than the infuriating black cat, still fixated on me with its piercing gaze. I shout, "Get away!" In an instant, my mind clears, and at that moment, a hand rests gently on my shoulder, bringing a wave of comfort that softens my body, lulling me back into a sleepy state. The once dreaded black cat seems less terrifying now, and I ponder who stand behind me. I reach to touch the hand on my shoulder. It is cold yet smooth. Turning my head, I find Lan Chung standing behind me. A mix of surprise and fear washes over me, yet she encircles my neck with her arms, turning gracefully to join me on the fire barrel, perched upon my thigh. I am engulfed by an overwhelming fear, yet my body feels utterly limp, rendering me immobile. She rests her head upon my chest and gently whispers, "I know you like me." Anxiety courses through me as I stammer, "I do not. We are separated by realms." Blue Chung giggles lightly, tilting her head to plant a soft kiss on my lips, declaring, "You are deceiving me." My heart shatters at the thought. My first kiss, so tragically compromised. No matter how enchanting you may be, you remain a specter. Then a realization dawns upon me. She is deceased and cannot awaken suddenly. It must be a dream. And this is not the first time she has graced my slumber. With this thought, I find myself relaxing. I reach out to steady her shoulders, gently urging her to sit up. I inquire why she clings to me and why she sought to bring harm to Wang Taigong. What could possibly justify such cruelty? Blue Ching lowers her gaze and replies, "I did not kill that old man. He entered with a knife, lost his sanity, and hanged himself. Surely, this is but a tale spun from the shadows. Does she take me for a child? An octogenarian cannot possibly bind a rope to a beam and secure his own hands. Even if he managed such a feat, what of the wounds upon his body?" After a moment of silence, Blue Chung speaks again, "Hounding, you must leave. Take me with you. If you linger any longer, you may meet your demise here." I feel the urge to laugh, yet the laughter remains unexpressed as Blue Chung leans closer and whispers, "Someone is coming." After she spoke, she vanished, and I could hear the faint crunching of footsteps on the snow outside. Indeed, someone had arrived. Then, the door creaked ominously, sending a shiver down my spine. I opened my eyes wide and first glanced at the bed, where Lan Chung lay motionless. Relief washed over me as I wiped the sweat from my forehead. It was merely a dream. Yet, it puzzled me why I kept dreaming of Lan Chung, and why the dreams had taken on such an intimate quality. As I pondered this, I was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps in the hall. I recalled the earlier sounds of footsteps on the snow and the door being pushed open. Could it be that someone truly had come? I was bewildered. Was what I experienced real, or just a figment of my imagination? The door creaked again. Someone was attempting to push it open. In a moment of panic, I feigned sleep, clutching a wine bottle in my hand. Regardless of who entered, if they meant me harm, I would strike them down with the bottle. At that moment, two figures stepped into the room and approached my side. One of them whispered, "Hao Ning, Hao Ning." It was Xiao Si. He had come. I surmised they were here to keep me company. I was tempted to spring up suddenly and startle them, but just then, the other person remarked, "This room reeks of alcohol. You're quite clever." It seems this lad has drunk himself into oblivion. I recognized the voice as Wang Jian and Amp. Oppo's S. Xiao Si chuckled. How Ning takes after his father, always thinking he knows everything, but in reality, he's just a foolish donkey. Wang Jian replied, indeed, getting drunk is for the best. It spares us the hassle of dealing with you, you little rascal. A wave of despondency washed over me as I realized that I had regarded them as friends, only to discover their true perceptions of me. It appears that their visit to the old house was driven by ulterior motives. No wonder they brought me here. It seems they intended to lay the groundwork for their midnight endeavors. But one must ponder, what exactly do they wish to accomplish? I harbor no grievances against them. Could it be that their intentions revolve around Lan Cheng? Initially, I contemplated frightening them, yet now I find myself intrigued by their intentions. If they dare to harm Lan Cheng, I will awaken immediately. The two of them turned to face Lan Cheng as they stood at the foot of the bed. Xiaoxi inquired, Wang Jian, are you certain this is advisable? Such matters are no trivial jest. The consequences could be dire. Wang Jian, gritting his teeth, retorted, do we have any option for retreat? My grandfather perished at the hands of this female specter. We are undoubtedly her next targets. Xiaoxi fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The two of them stood there in a prolonged silence, with Xiaoxi appearing somewhat apprehensive as he whispered, Wang Jian, Hong Kai and Wang Peng are already dead, and Luo Er is missing. Perhaps we ought to abandon this endeavor. I refuse to believe in the existence of ghosts. If neither of us speaks of it, no one will ever know. Wang Jian pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaoxi, chastising him, coward. Now you choose to play the victim? You know very well whether you have shared a bed with her. A tightening sensation gripped my heart. Had Xiaoxi insulted Lan Cheng? I clenched my fists in fury, cursing Xiaoxi as a beast. After Wang Jian berated him a few more times, he removed his coat and searched the room, ultimately seizing the wine bottle from my hand and downing its contents in one swift motion. I addressed Xiaoxi, saying, although the exorcist monk has deceived many, he truly possesses supernatural abilities. He asserted that only this method can subdue the female ghost. Allow me to proceed first, and you must follow suit. Chapter 28. The malevolence of snowy night. I found myself perplexed by their intentions. At that moment, the sound of Wang Jian unbuckling his belt reached my ears. His heavy breaths betrayed his anxiety. As he fumbled with his trousers, he spoke, beautiful lady, do not hold it against me. As long as you are alive, we cannot achieve our ends. You were meant to be dead, and had that been the case, we would not have troubled you. However, since you stand in our way, we are left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. If you possess any awareness in the afterlife, enjoy yourself and savor the pleasures of intimacy, for it would not be in vain for you to have traversed this earthly realm. I could scarcely believe what I was hearing. I questioned whether I was ensnared in a nightmare. How could such a thing occur? I had thought that only Wang Fa was a brute. But now I discovered Wang Jian shared the same depravity. I was resolute in my determination to thwart their plans. Just as I prepared to act, Xiaoxi suddenly grasped Wang Jian's arm and exclaimed, Brother, we have erred gravely. We cannot proceed with this deed. Respect the dead. Wang Jian, in a fit of rage, bellowed at Xiaoxi, to hell with your respect. If we do not violate her and eliminate her, she will haunt us, seeking vengeance for that woman. Having vented his fury, he softened his tone, saying, Xiaoxi, do not be afraid. She appears as if she is merely asleep. Such a stunning beauty is ours to claim. Xiaoxi began to weep, speaking to himself, she was a fine young lady, and we have ruined her. Now we must commit such an unthinkable act. We are doomed to face divine retribution. Wang Jian forcefully knocked Xiaoxi to the ground, raising his fists to rain blows upon him. Xiaoxi curled up, cradling his head as he rolled on the floor, while Wang Jian had completely lost his sanity. I knew I had to intervene. As I opened my eyes, I noticed a shadow on the windowsill. Upon closer inspection, it was that same black cat. Intently observing the fray between Wang Jian and Xiaoxi, a wave of anxiety washed over me, foreboding further calamity. I shouted, stop fighting. Yet, these two seemed to be in a frenzy, oblivious to my presence in the room. My voice went unheard, and just as I was about to rise from the fire bucket to separate them, the black cat leapt onto my shoulder. At that very moment, a low humming filled my ears, and an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped me. My upright form slumped weakly into the fire bucket. It felt as though my ears were being muffled, allowing me to hear Wang Jian and Xiao Ci's voices, albeit faintly. I was exhausted, yet sleep eluded me, as if I were caught in a dream. Once Wang Jian had beaten Xiao Ci to the point of incapacitation, he turned his gaze toward Lan, Chung on the bed, and let out a chilling laugh. A deep sense of urgency gripped my heart, but I found myself paralyzed, unable to move or speak. Wang Jian seized Lan Cheng's ankle with both hands, dragging her body across the bed and forcefully spreading her legs, positioning himself between them. He pulled his pants down to his knees, and I cursed in my mind, deeming him a beast for committing such an atrocious act. Yet, despite my outrage, I felt as though I were under a spell, unable to act. Just as my anxiety reached its peak, the door swung open with a sudden force, and a voice called out, "Oh, it's raining blood." At this moment, the deranged Wang Jian ceased his sordid actions, turned around, and shouted, "Luo, heir? Where the hell have you been lately?" Luo heir paid him no heed. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a thick rope, striking Wang Jian's bare backside, eliciting a pained scream from him. Luo heir entered with a sinister grin. Wang Jian soon sensed something was amiss, for Luo heir's face was pallid, marred by a grotesque wound with flesh grotesquely protruding, already frozen and turning purple. Trembling in fear, Wang Jian implored, "Did you not fancy this woman? If we defile her and shatter her spirit, we shall be safe." Luo heir opened his mouth, blood trickling from the corners, and lunged forward, pinning Wang Jian to the ground. Wang Jian appeared utterly defenseless, his cries for help echoing in vain. Meanwhile, Xiao Ci was nowhere to be found. I was oblivious to his fate, though even if he were alive, he seemed to be playing dead at this moment. Before long, Luo heir bound Wang Jian and Appo's wrist with the rope and dragged him out. As he passed by me, Luo heir pressed his face close to mine, the foul stench assaulting my senses. Coldly, he remarked, "I'll return your wife to you. Allow me to teach this man a lesson on your behalf." What does it mean to teach him a lesson? He had said the same before, and Wang Fa had met a gruesome end. Was Wang Jian destined for a similar fate? I wished to intervene, yet I felt utterly powerless. Luo heir dragged Wang Jian into the hall. The door was ajar, and through the flickering candlelight within, I could discern the scene unfolding in the hall. Luo heir suspended Wang Jian from the beam, and the scene felt hauntingly familiar. Was this not the very place where Wang Taigong had been hanged? Could it be that Wang Taigong met his demise in a similar manner at the hands of Luo heir? My concern for Wang Jian and Appo's as safety grew ever more intense, and I earnestly wished for Xiao Ci to appear and rescue him. I strained with all my might, yet my body remained unresponsive. Wang Jian hung there, his toes barely touching the ground. Luo heir circled around him, murmuring, "Does it hurt? Can you feel it now?" His voice, underdeveloped, echoed with a tone of lamentation reminiscent of a wronged wife. Then came Wang Jian's agonizing screams as Luo heir lashed his bare lower body with a rope, causing him to wail in pain as if he were being slaughtered like a pig. I watched the blurred spectacle in a state of desperation, questioning why I had to witness such horror. I prayed fervently to the heavens, hoping to awaken from this nightmare or to find that it was merely a dream, wishing that Wang Jian had already faced his punishment and that his life would be spared. Just then, a faint light flickered in the hall, prompting me to struggle to open my eyes. To my astonishment, I noticed that Luo heir now wielded a gleaming kitchen knife. With a swift motion, he struck, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Wang Jian, after which all fell silent. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head, and everything went black. When I next opened my eyes, dawn had broken. My first glance fell upon Lan Cheng, who lay quietly in bed. How peculiar. I recalled her being dragged across the bed by Wang Jian the previous night, yet now she appeared untouched. As I felt a surge of joy in my heart, I realized that last night had merely been a nightmare. I stretched languidly, my stomach grumbling with hunger, and prepared to return home for breakfast. However, as I stood up, a wave of dizziness overcame me, and I noticed a large bump on the back of my head, likely a consequence of last night's revelry and my own clumsiness. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback by the sight in the living room. My heart raced, and my legs nearly buckled beneath me. My previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of immediate tension. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "This is bad. Something terrible has happened." Though the old house was situated some distance from the village, the rural morning was eerily silent. My shout reverberated, startling the entire village. The first to arrive at the old house were my father and Uncle Wang. Leaning against the doorframe, I surveyed the scene within, quickly forgetting my fear. Wang Jian was suspended from the beam, blood staining his legs. And it dawned on me that the wound inflicted by Luo Air last night might have rendered Wang Jian a eunuch. Yet, that was not the most perplexing aspect. What truly confounded me was the sight of Xiao Si sprawled on the ground, one hand grasping a rope while the other clutched a kitchen knife. Blood smeared across his face and chest. From this grim tableau, it appeared that Xiao Si was indeed the perpetrator. Uncle Wang, upon witnessing his son hanging from the beam and Xiao Si wielding a knife nearby, concluded that Xiao Si had harmed Wang Jian. He rushed forth, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Xiao Si, only to succumb to his grief and faint shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, still suspended, coughed a few times, revealing that he was still alive. My father urged me to swiftly summon a doctor and take Wang Jian to the hospital for treatment. Without a moment's hesitation, I agreed and hurriedly exited. After running just a few steps, I suddenly realized that the bridge in our village, the mother bridge, was broken, and now, with heavy snow blocking the way, how could we transport anyone to the hospital? I hurried back to ask my father, who had just dropped off Wang Jian. He scolded me, pointing a finger. "You foolish child, do you lack any sense? Isn't Hong Shui the barefoot doctor? Fetch him." It then struck me that Hong Shui was indeed our village doctor. I dashed to the entrance at Sanlipu to find him. Xiao Si and Uncle Wang were merely unconscious and not seriously harmed, but Wang Jian and Appo's, as injuries were grave, he faced a fate akin to that of a eunuch, and it would be nothing short of a miracle if he survived. Hong Shui inquired how such a situation could arise. Was it the work of a vengeful spirit? My father merely replied that he did not know, and Hong Shui did not press further. Upon returning home, my father asked me precisely what had transpired. I recounted all that I had witnessed, emphasizing that Luo Air was the one who had harmed Wang Jian, while Xiao Si had been wrongfully accused. My father, upon hearing my account, slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming that these two brutes were courting their own doom. Despite the chaos, I found myself remarkably composed. Last night's words from Wang Jian confirmed that the events during their time working away were far from the simplicity that Xiao Si had previously suggested. I even began to suspect that Lan Cheng's arrival in our village was not, as the Hong family had claimed, that she was merely dating Hong Kai. There was certainly something sinister lurking beneath the surface. Reflecting on the possibility of an overdose of sleeping pills indeed leading to death, I considered that if Lan Cheng were genuinely Hong Kai's girlfriend, then despite her disdain for our impoverished village, Aunt Hong would not have been so reckless as to administer such a lethal dose of sleeping pills in one go. It was evident that her life was under threat. Thus, I find this matter rather intricate, and a lingering doubt remains. What was Master Wang doing at the old house at night? He cannot possibly share Wang Jin's intentions regarding Lan Cheng. What is the current status of Luo Air, alive or dead? This string of questions weighs heavily on my mind. I believe only Xiao Si and Wang Jian can provide me with the answers. The snowfall, which had briefly ceased, has now resumed with great intensity, causing unease among the villagers. Aside from the recent spate of deaths and injuries, the relentless snow will undoubtedly burden the houses beyond their capacity. At this moment, Xiao Si awakened, and Hong Shui was the first to inform my father. I had been awaiting this moment eagerly, rushing to Xiao Si's home. He seemed still trapped in his terror. Upon seeing my father and me, his mother pleaded with my father to devise a way to protect her son. Xiao Si would never harm Wang Jian without reason. He must have been ensnared by the allure of the female ghost. My father comforted her, but realizing he could not extricate himself from the situation, he urged me to check on Xiao Si. I approached Xiao Si's bedside, and he gazed at me, his lips trembling as he uttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." I reassured him, saying, "I will not harm you. I merely wish to see how you are." Yet, Xiaoxi appeared increasingly frightened, glancing over my shoulder intermittently, shaking uncontrollably. I turned to see nothing there. Why was he so terrified of me? I inquired about what they had done while working outside. Xiaoxi, with a nervous glance at me and then behind me, finally exclaimed in sheer panic, I will say anything, just don't kill me, I will say anything. Chapter 29. The endearingly foolish her, I poured hot water for Xiaoxi, who received it with a look of sheer terror. After taking a sip, he calmed down slightly and began to recount his story, which filled me with indignation. I was already aware of how they met Lan Cheng while working, but their acquaintance did not extend solely to her. In fact, they were not particularly familiar with Lan Cheng. Instead, they had met a girl named Xiao Mei at KTV, who happened to be a classmate of Lan Cheng. Everyone admired her, and although there were unspoken desires among them, none dared to act upon them. The tale began with an accident at the construction site. The university that Lan Cheng and Xiao Mei attended was expansive, with a wide river separating the new campus from the old. They were tasked with constructing a bridge over this river. Yet despite numerous attempts, they were unable to complete the bridge, and the project faced continuous delays, resulting in a backlog of payments. At this point, the team leader recalled an ancient legend. Rivers nurture the land, shaping its contours and bestowing favorable feng shui. The act of building a bridge was inherently disruptive to this balance, and thus, the river deity would not easily grant permission to successfully complete the bridge. Offerings to the river god were deemed necessary, a practice with many historical precedents. As Xiaoxi spoke, his body trembled with excitement, and I pressed him for details, questioning whether they had resorted to human sacrifices. With tears in his eyes, Xiaoxi nodded, lamenting the existence of such ignorance even in a civilized society. He wiped his tears and continued, expressing that their construction team, which could barely earn a meager wage, had fostered a strong sense of unity among its members. They should not be subjected to such barbaric practices. After much contemplation, the captain decided to find a university student to serve as a scapegoat. They later ventured to a karaoke bar, where they unexpectedly encountered a young woman named Xiao Mei, who was there to entertain. The captain, harboring ill intentions, and his accomplices intoxicated Xiao Mei, intending to dispose of her in the river. Just as they were about to take her away, they were discovered by Lan Cheng, who was out shopping. In a desperate move, Hong Kai ordered Wang Fa to bind Lan Cheng as well. Fortunately, a male classmate intervened, allowing Lan Cheng to escape this perilous situation. But tragically, poor Xiao Mei was cast into the river by this band of brutes. Before Xiao Mei met her untimely demise, the captain, Hong Kai, Wang Fa, Luo Air, and Wang Jian hung her from a tree branch in the outskirts, subjecting her to unspeakable humiliation. Xiao Mei and Appo's death was a horrific one, and all the while, Xiaoxi bore witness to the atrocity. My hands clenched in furious indignation. I turned to Xiaoxi and inquired, "Were you not complicit in this?" With tears streaming down his face, Xiaoxi replied, "I was present throughout, but I truly did not participate in her humiliation. I was too afraid." Given the gravity of the situation, I chose to believe Xiaoxi's words, for he had always been timid in nature. He recounted that once the alcohol wore off, the group expressed regret and wished to return home. The captain, not wanting word of the incident to spread, discreetly compensated everyone, and they disbanded. Luo Air and Hong Kai opted to continue working, while Xiaoxi, Wang Jian, and Wang Fa returned home, believing the matter concluded. However, to their surprise, Lan Cheng sought Xiao Mei and tracked her down to the village. In a bid to conceal his actions, Hong Kai imprisoned her in his home, deceitfully claiming she was his girlfriend. Yet, Lan Cheng confided in Aunt Hong, hoping to awaken her conscience. To her dismay, Aunt Hong, in an effort to protect her son, resorted to drastic measures against her. At this moment, an unfortunate incident claimed the life of Hong Kai, leading his family to arrange a posthumous marriage between Lan Cheng and him. This union served a dual purpose. Not only did it provide companionship for their deceased son, but it also allowed them to discreetly dispose of Lan Cheng and Appo's body. I reclined in my chair, listening intently. I had always believed that this land, which nurtured me, was home to diligent, humble, and kind-hearted mountain folk. However, the revelations I was hearing felt akin to tales from a hellish abyss. The brothers who had grown up alongside me were capable of such horrific acts against a blossoming young woman. Aunt Hong, a simple rural woman, had ruthlessly taken Lan Cheng's life for the sake of her criminal son, shattering my heart into pieces. Furthermore, the foreman of the construction team was to blame. Perhaps if it weren't for him, these earnest villagers would not have committed such a heinous crime. I resolved to report this to the authorities and inquired about the foreman's name from Xiaoxi. Seated on the bed, Xiaoxi suddenly broke into a grin, pointing behind me and exclaimed, "You're here? Hee, you've come for me?" A chill ran down my spine as I turned to look behind me, seeing nothing. I asked him what was wrong, but Xiaoxi began clapping and singing excitedly, leaping off the bed and dashing outside, barefoot into the snow. I hurried after him, while my father and his parents stood there, stunned by his sudden abnormal behavior. Along with my father and Xiaoxi and Appos, as father, the three of us managed to carry him back. Xiaoxi, clad in scant clothing, seemed oblivious to the cold and attempted to flee once more. Unable to contain ourselves, Xiaoxi's mother summoned her eldest son, and the four of us restrained Xiaoxi, binding him to the bed. Little C was like a madman afflicted with rabies, shouting and screaming, exclaiming, he has come to take me away. The bridge is broken. It is time to offer sacrifices to the river god." His cries startled the entire village. Everyone was as anxious as birds startled by an arrow. Whenever there was an incident, the villagers would rush over. Little C's mother inquired about what I had said to him that caused his frenzy. I replied that I had said nothing, and I recounted Little C's words to the gathered crowd. I anticipated a tumultuous reaction, yet to my surprise, everyone remained remarkably composed, as if they were all privy to the situation. Little C and Appos' family did not press the matter further. A group of several dozen stood in utter silence until finally Uncle Wang sighed and remarked, "This is retribution. Because of this, the old have perished and the young have been rendered useless. How can we continue to live like this? Did they truly know everything?" Just as I was about to inquire further, my father pulled me home. I had yet to come to terms with the incident when my father uttered a statement that left me utterly astonished. In truth, everyone is aware of this matter. I was taken aback and asked if he was aware as well. My father nodded, indicating he knew some details, and that it was he who had suggested the ghostly marriage between Hong Kai and Lan Cheng, insisting that it should wait until after Lan Cheng's 7th day. Little did he expect that on the 3rd day, Hong Shui would secretly approach me to arrange this ghostly union, culminating in such a significant uproar. My father stated that it was all a matter of retribution. Had he not proposed the ghostly marriage, perhaps the Hong family would not have considered it, and I would not have become ensnared in this affair. My father spoke in gentle tones, yet to me, it felt as though the entire world had crumbled. I believed this to be a secret, convinced that I had pierced through the grotesque facades of these individuals. Little did I know that in the village, this matter was far from clandestine. Everyone, save for me, was aware. Even more astonishing was that my most revered father, upon witnessing the tragic demise of Lan Cheng, did not seek justice for her, but instead became an accomplice to the wrongdoing. I felt the foundations of my world shatter beneath me as I dashed out into the snow, my mother in pursuit. My father, in anguish, implored, "Let him be for a moment." The snow fell in a relentless cascade, the biting wind cutting through me, and my heart felt equally frigid. I wandered aimlessly through the snowy expanse, uncertain if it was my fatigue or my sorrow that weighed heavily upon me. Suddenly, an overwhelming exhaustion enveloped me, particularly in my shoulders, which throbbed with pain, as if I were bearing an insurmountable burden. Xiaoxi was at home, crying out in distress, and I felt sympathy for him. If only he had mustered a bit more courage to report the incident sooner, perhaps he would not be enduring such immense psychological strain. I visited his home, and upon entering, Xiaoxi gazed at me in terror, shouting, "No, don't come closer. Don't kill me." I introduced myself as Wang Haoning, asking if he no longer recognized me. However, I soon realized that Xiaoxi was not looking at me, but rather at something behind me. His brother. Upon seeing my arrival, only exacerbated Xiao Xi's hysteria and rather rudely expelled me from the house. His mother, too, berated me, implying that my presence was the catalyst for Xiao Xi's madness, thus holding me responsible for his unraveling sanity. Such unfounded accusations ignite a fervent anger within me. Xiao Xi and his family have committed grievous acts, and yet it is I who must bear the brunt of their madness. How can this possibly be my fault? Yet, I find myself utterly incapable of reasoning with them, and amidst their scornful shouts, I depart from Xiao Xi's home. I am reluctant to return home, even to encounter a single soul in the village. Unbeknownst to me, I wander to the old house, a place that has witnessed the demise of too many, now dilapidated and eerie. Yet in this moment, it feels like the most sacred sanctuary in the village. I light a stick of incense, burn some paper, and settle beside the bed, gazing at Lan Cheng's pallid face. I murmur to myself, "Your good friend has vanished. Why do you not call for help? Why do you wander into this hellish realm alone? How foolish you are." The searing anguish overwhelms me, and in this moment, I am reminded of liquor. Only through intoxication can I find a semblance of comfort. I rush to the village to procure a bottle of white liquor, returning to the old house to lean against the fire barrel and drink. Before long, the world begins to spin, and the bottle slips from my grasp, shattering on the ground. I lie there in a stupor, half awake, calling out to Lan Cheng, "You silly girl, if you truly possess spirit, why not take vengeance on our entire village? We are all indebted to you. Rise up." The wind howls outside, rattling the back door. The heavy snowfall presses upon the wooden structure of the old house, causing various sounds to echo throughout. I drift into a hazy slumber, utterly drained of strength, when suddenly, in my dazed state, Lan Cheng rises from the bed, pulling me urgently. "Hao Ning, we must flee. This house is about to collapse." Ever since I became aware of her unfortunate experiences, coupled with the passage of time, each time I dream of her, she appears so gentle that my fear of her has diminished, no longer as intense as it once was. In my melancholic state, and under the influence of alcohol, an inexplicable urge to confide in her arises within me. I remarked that it was nothing, as the heavy snowfall caused the house to creak with the sound of wood being compressed. Lan Cheng, pulling at me anxiously, exclaimed, "Fool, listen to me. Take me with you. If we don and oppose, leave now, you truly will perish." As I gazed at her worried expression, my heart swelled with emotion. I embraced her tightly and said, "It turns out you are the only one who would never deceive me." At that moment, a loud crack emanated from the window, startling me as I witnessed it shatter. Holding Lan Cheng close, I assisted her to her feet, but she remained with her eyes tightly shut, not awakening at all. From the roof came a series of ominous creaks, and before I could comprehend the situation, I felt a tremendous pressure descending upon me. Then, with a thunderous noise, darkness enveloped my vision as the house collapsed. Chapter 30. The spirit behind the biting cold jolted me awake, my body immobilized beneath the weight pressing down upon me. The old house loomed above, yet by some stroke of fortune, the support beam beside my bed had not broken, granting me a reprieve from death. However, my lower body remained pinned, though I felt little pain. I glanced down, startled to discover that Lan Cheng lay atop me, the heavy beams having crashed down behind her. Instinctively, I inquired, "Lan Cheng, are you all right?" Yet she remained eerily silent. It dawned on me that she was merely a spirit who had long since departed this world. I recalled the surreal events of the previous night, when she seemed to rise and urge me to flee, warning that the house was collapsing. Regrettably, I had not heeded her warning. Gazing at the beams that had fallen upon her, I realized that had she not shielded me, my legs would likely have been crushed beyond recognition. I reached out, brushing my fingers against her pale, icy face, and uttered in anguish, "What has happened? Are you truly at peace? If so, awaken now." Yet no matter how fervently I called, I was met only with the grim reality that she was a spirit, and no miraculous awakening would occur. The cold swiftly drained my strength, and soon my vision began to blur. I understood that I was on the verge of succumbing to the frost, destined to join Lan Cheng as a lifeless soul. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, I heard a cacophony of noise, voices calling, weeping. I inhaled sharply, my mind momentarily clearing. I recognized my father's voice, calling, "Son, are you there?" Amidst the cacophony of my mother's sobs and the various clamor of others, my parents came to my rescue. With all my might, I strained my voice to shout, "I am here." Upon hearing my call, everyone converged towards my direction. Soon, I glimpsed my father's anxious face, followed by Hong Shui, Uncle Wang, and my elder brother CC along with his father. They cleared the wooden beams that trapped me and lifted me out. I noticed that their hands were smeared with blood, a consequence of their frantic digging in the earth. In the frigid air, the blood had congealed. I felt an overwhelming urge to weep as they carried me out. Hong Shui immediately examined me and declared that I was uninjured, merely suffering from the cold. Everyone rejoiced, relieved that I was unharmed. In a daze, I pointed towards the ruins where Lan Chung lay, pleading, Don't leave her behind. She saved me." Then I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in my own bed, the sound of voices drifting from the hall. My father sat by my bedside, and thoughts of Lan Chung flooded back, prompting me to sit up abruptly. Upon seeing me awake, my father gently restrained me, saying, "What are you doing? You need to rest." I inquired, "Where's Lan Chung?" If it weren't for her, I would have been crushed. He urged me to sit down, assuring me that Lan Chung was safe, resting in the back room of our home. He then questioned me about the incident, wanted to know why the old house had collapsed. Yet, I was astute enough to realize that in those final moments, I had clutched Lan Chung tightly. Indeed, had she not shielded me, the beams would have either crushed me or left me severely maimed. I asserted that it was not I who embraced Lan Chung, but rather she who enveloped me in her arms. My words astonished my father, and the local villagers who had gathered in the hall entered the room, gazing at me with a mixture of bewilderment and anticipation for my explanation. I recounted the surreal events of the previous night when Lan Chung abruptly awakened and urged me to leave swiftly, as well as the incidents of her appearances in my dreams. Most crucially, I shared that in my dream, Lan Chung insisted she had not harmed Old Wang. As I spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the room. It was understandable, for though the mountain folk often engaged in superstitious rituals and invocations, the gravity of such occurrences rendered them speechless. I declared, "I believe our village has wronged Lan Chung and must restore her honor." After a prolonged pause, Uncle Wang finally spoke, "Hounding, we all comprehend your reasoning, and I too have come to discern the truth. My father, at over 80 years old, passed away in such a lamentable manner, and my son has been rendered incapacitated. Yet, Hounding, you must understand that our villagers are bound by a shared fate. For generations we have remained steadfast in this mountain village, precisely because our roots lie here. When misfortune strikes, how can we not support one another? It is but human nature." I resonated with Uncle Wang's sentiments. When I was buried, my fellow villagers risked their lives to rescue me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, we acknowledged the need for a vigil at Old Wang's memorial, and thus the crowd dispersed. Following my rescue, my mother appeared joyful, yet my father bore a heavy heart. He inquired of my mother, "How is the girl?" To which my mother replied, "She is settled, her clothes have been changed, and the incense has been lit, but the garments," her expression revealing her unease. My father responded, "What is wrong with the clothing? That attire is meant for my future daughter-in-law. This girl has already exchanged vows with my son. A ghost marriage is still a marriage. She is indeed the daughter-in-law of the Wang family." My mother seemed poised to say more, but upon witnessing my father's demeanor, she could only leave in indignation. My father reiterated with conviction, "Lan Chung is my wife." I felt an internal conflict, while I no longer harbored any fear towards Lan Chung. The notion of entering matrimony with her had never crossed my mind. Furthermore, my father had vehemently opposed this previously. Why had his stance shifted so dramatically? Could it be due to my earlier mention of Lan Chung saving me? Shaking his head, my father remarked, "It seems we cannot deny her identity. Can we? Do you not feel exhausted? As though you are bearing an immense burden upon your shoulders?" I was taken aback. How did he know? I indeed felt a profound ache throughout my body. My father discarded the cigarette, and urged me to examine my shoulders. As I pulled open my collar to take a look, a chill coursed through me, for I discovered identical handprints on both shoulders. The prints appeared to belong to hands as desiccated as twigs, with fingers elongated and resembling those of chicken and Appo's claw. I scrubbed vigorously at them, but my father interjected that it would be futile. During my unconsciousness, he had tried to wipe them away for an extended period, yet they remained, as if they were part of me. An overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped me. Even as I reclined on the bed, I felt an oppressive weariness, as though someone was clinging to my shoulders. My father urged me to recall when this condition first manifested. Upon careful reflection, I recalled the events of yesterday morning. After Wang Jian and Xiao Si were rescued, I went to see Xiao Si. To my astonishment, when I arrived, the previously calm Xiao Si appeared to be in a state of great agitation, repeatedly pleading for his life. It seemed as though he was fixating on something behind me, and ultimately, he succumbed to madness. My father clapped his hands and remarked, "Perhaps Xiao Si has witnessed something." He urged me to dress appropriately and visit Xiao Si's home. Without hesitation, I donned my clothes, and just as my father and I reached the hall, my mother rushed in, exclaiming, "Quick, come see." Following my father to the back room, I beheld Lan Cheng lying on a bed, adorned in a new red outfit. In our tradition, when a son reaches the age for trial marriage, his mother prepares a set of red garments for the future bride. During the wedding banquet, the new bride dons this attire to toast the guests alongside the groom. The sight of Lan Cheng wearing the outfit my mother had sewn signified her as my rightful wife. Wang Haoning, a notion far more profound than any marriage certificate in our culture. However, I had little time to ponder this. As my mother lit a spirit candle beside Lan Cheng, the flame danced erratically, as if possessed, before extinguishing entirely. The expressions of the three of us shifted drastically. My father inquired of my mother when she had noticed something amiss with the candle. She replied that it was at the moment I had risen. My father contemplated for a moment and instructed me, "Wait for me in the courtyard." I hurried to the yard, and as I left, I heard the sound of a lighter coming from the room. My father had once again ignited the spirit candle. After a while, he called for me to come over. Just as I reached the door to the back room, he said, "You need not come in. Wait for me outside." Was my father jesting with me? I chose not to voice my thoughts and complied with his request. Shortly thereafter, my father emerged with my mother, whose eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept. I inquired about what had transpired, to which my father replied, "It's nothing. We are going to Xiao Si's house to ask him what he has seen." Xiao Si remained dazed, leaning against his bed while his mother fed him. My father instructed me to wait outside as he entered the house. I stood in the yard, where the snow continued to fall heavily. The dog at Xiao Si's home lay curled up in the straw of the small shed. A black dog that Xiao Si had raised for many years, one I also cherished. Out of boredom, I approached and kicked the straw. I laughed, saying in such cold, "How can you still sleep?" Startled, the black dog shrank away to the corner of the shed upon seeing me, whimpering as if terrified. I wondered what had caused this reaction. Normally, in the village, it would wag its tail and follow me eagerly. Today, it seemed inexplicably fearful. Just as I contemplated this, my father called for me to come inside. Xiao Si's parents and his brother looked at me with palpable fear. My father entered Xiao Si's room alongside me, and upon seeing me, Xiao Si recoiled in fright, hastily covering his head with the blanket and trembling as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." In the past, my father gently pulled Xiao Si from beneath the covers, softly whispering, "Xiao Si, it is Uncle Tian." Upon seeing my father, Xiao Si hurriedly concealed himself behind him, pointing at me and exclaiming, "Uncle Tian, he wants to kill me." It was evident that Xiao Si's focus was not on me, but rather on what lay behind. My father reassured him, "Xiao Si, he will not harm you. He is Hao Ning." Trembling, Xiao Si's hands shook and his lips quivered as he managed to utter, "It's not Hao Ning. Hao Ning is carrying someone." This revelation sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to instinctively reach behind me, yet there was no one there. Fear gripped me, causing my legs to tremble. The family of Xiao Si, standing at the doorway, was equally paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a sound. My father patiently inquired, "No, there's no one on Hao Ning's back." Xiao Si shook his head, his voice laced with tears. "Yes, he is carrying a woman. She wants to kill me." My father immediately pressed, "A woman? Is it Lan Cheng?" Xiao Si clutched his head, collapsing onto the bed in distress. I implored him, please tell me, is it Lan Chung or not? But Xiao Si had already buried himself beneath the covers, concerned that further probing might distress him. My father urged me to refrain from provoking him, and we withdrew from Xiao Si and Damp, Oppo's, S-room. Chapter 31. The Visitor on a Snowy Night. Initially, I was unaware of the magnitude of the trouble I was about to encounter. Now, with Xiao Si claiming that I was carrying someone, an overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety enveloped me, and my father appeared somewhat flustered as well. Xiao Si's mother clutched my father, beseeching him for assistance regarding Xiao Si's predicament. My father, equally at a loss, reluctantly suggested that she call out to Xiao Si's spirit each night at the doorstep, hoping it might help. My father was not speaking frivolously. There was indeed a foundation to his words. We have a saying that speaks of a soul's detachment, referring to how an individual, upon experiencing severe fright, may have their spirit scattered. When one loses their essence, they may become dazed and foolish. Close relatives, such as parents or siblings, would scatter glutinous rice along the paths frequented by the afflicted, calling out their name to summon back their wandering spirit. Upon returning home, I inquired of my father what I should do. He spoke of an ancient legend known as the ghost that clings to the back, suggesting that I might be encountering this very phenomenon. The tale of the ghostly cling is one I had heard long ago. It is said that every person possesses 3 flames, one upon each shoulder and one atop the head, forming the essence of true fire. Invisible to mortal eyes, but feared by malevolent spirits. When these flames burn brightly, one feels invigorated and healthy. When they flicker, the body weakens, and when they extinguish, the soul departs, leaving the mortal realm. Thus, those who are vigorous and robust repel malevolent entities, while those who are listless and in poor health often attract unclean forces. Moreover, individuals with inherently weaker flames, such as women, the elderly, and children, are particularly susceptible. Women are associated with the yin, where excessive yin and deficient yang result in a diminished essence of true fire. As the elderly experience a decline in bodily functions, they approach the twilight of life, leading to a natural waning of their vital fire. Conversely, children, due to their tender age, have yet to reach their peak vitality. Consequently, women tend to exhibit greater timidity compared to men, while the elderly are more susceptible to encountering malevolent entities, which seem particularly drawn to these two groups. Children, too, can perceive such entities, yet the latter refrain from confronting them, as the children's vital fire increases daily. Reflecting on this, I do not belong to any of these categories. Why then do I feel the presence of a ghost clinging to me? My father remarked that nothing is absolute. Even young adults can become vulnerable due to illness, injury, or intoxication, which can weaken their vital fire. This makes sense. Previously, at the Mountain Spirit Temple, I suffered a head injury, after which I encountered Luo Air and Lan Chung. That night, I was also under the influence of alcohol, which led me to witness Luo Air incapacitating Wang Jian. Ultimately, I was struck from behind, and could it be that the entity haunting me is the one that rendered me unconscious? I felt beads of sweat forming on my forehead. A sudden chill enveloped my back. Even lying in the fire barrel offered no solace. My father explained that the presence behind me is the cause of this coldness. Anxiously, I inquired about what I should do. He reassured me that this entity is unlikely to harm me in the immediate future. If it intended to do so, my life would have already been forfeit. It seems that it harbors some form of desire. But what could it possibly want? I cannot see it, nor does it reveal itself. How am I to discern its intentions? Enveloped in a dreamlike state, I silently recited to myself that this world harbors no ghosts and that everything is merely a product of our own overactive imaginations. My father stood nearby, expressing his frustration. This wretched weather, with such heavy snowfall, and that bridge suddenly out of commission, otherwise we could seek that person, perhaps they could unravel the mystery. I inquired whom he meant, and he replied, a friend of mine, a sage. If only he were here. Alas, no need to dwell on it. We certainly cannot leave the village now. My mother interjected, if we cannot go out, why not make a phone call? My father slapped his thigh, realizing yes. We become so flustered. We have no telephone at home, and he has gone to the village office. Here I am, idly sitting at home, lying against the fire bucket, still feeling cold. Outside, the snow falls heavily, and the beams within the house creak under the weight. I took a rake and a ladder, climbing to the roof to clear the accumulated snow, as the villagers did. My mother steadied the ladder for me. After removing a significant amount of snow, just as I was about to descend, an incident occurred. As I prepared to climb down the ladder, a woman in damp, Oppo's voice, deep and eerie, suddenly uttered, "Let in damp, Oppo's, go." I was startled, glancing around, but there was no one in sight. The roof was a vast expanse of white, and the snow continued to fall. My mother stood beneath the eaves, and I asked her if she had spoken. She had not heard my question at all, merely wondering what was wrong. It was impossible for my mother to have spoken from such a distance, and besides, her voice was always gentle, unlike that chilling, terrifying tone I had just heard. Trembling, I placed my foot on the ladder and began to descend slowly. Just then, I felt an inexplicable force pulling down on my back, as if someone were tugging at my collar from behind. The ladder was precariously perched on the eaves, devoid of any bindings, and the tension was immense. I had no choice but to release my grip on the ladder. If I did not, it would topple along with me, subjecting me not only to the force of the fall, but also to the weight of the ladder crashing upon me. As I relinquished my hold, I fell backward and heard my mother's terrified scream. I thought to myself that this was the end, and it would be a miracle if I escaped unscathed. Fortunately, the snow in the yard had accumulated to nearly a meter, combined with the snow I had just dislodged from the rooftop, allowing me to land softly. My mother sighed in relief and asked what had happened. Not wanting to alarm her, I simply said I'd slipped. At that moment, my father returned, fuming as he exclaimed about the cursed snow that had disrupted the phone lines in our village, leaving us in the dark about the situation. Though thankfully the power lines remained intact, I chose not to divulge the earlier incident to him. That evening, my parents went to Uncle Wong's house for a funeral rite, as Old Man Wong was to be laid to rest the following day. I was initially meant to accompany them, but my father deemed it inappropriate for me to attend under the current circumstances. Thus, I stayed home, tasked with watching over Lanshan. God only knows what else might transpire, as this was the final farewell. My parents were the nephew and niece-in-law of Old Man Wong, and thus they needed to keep vigil that night. After they departed, I moved a fire bucket into the back room. Gazing at Lanshan, who lay on the bed, I felt a chill creep over me. I pondered whether the presence that had clung to my back was indeed the ghost of Lanshan. If it were her, why did she not communicate clearly in my dreams, but instead chose to haunt me? Could it be that the gentle image of Lan Chung I envisioned in my dreams was merely a figment of my imagination? After all, it is often said that what occupies our minds by day manifests in our dreams by night. Is it possible that, in my subconscious, I yearned for Lan Chung to embody the qualities of a gentle girl? I lit an incense stick and placed it beside Lan Chung. For some reason, today's fragrance felt particularly refreshing. Once ignited, the entire room became imbued with warmth, and my body suddenly felt unburdened. A flicker of joy ignited within me. Could it be that Lan Chung had heard my innermost thoughts and descended from my back? If that were the case, she would not be as malevolent as I had feared. As I leaned against the fire bucket, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, startling me. Could it be that my parents had returned? I rose to open the door, but upon listening closely, I realized the knocking did not emanate from the front door, but from the back. Perplexed, I wondered who would venture to our rear entrance at such a late hour, especially considering that a mountain lies behind our home. The knocking was insistent, and the person outside seemed quite anxious. When I opened the door, a young woman with long hair stood before me. She was a stranger, perhaps around 20 years of age, dressed in a white long coat, shivering in the cold wind. I invited her into converse, but she shook her head and said, "No, I merely wish to inquire if there are any matchmakers here." Her question left me both amused and bewildered. On a night filled with howling winds and snow, here was a young woman arriving at my doorstep to ask about matchmakers. Could it be that she was in such a hurry to find a husband? Her inquiry was rather fortuitous, as if she had come directly to the residence of my matchmaker. I chuckled. There is indeed a matchmaker, and that would be me. However, the young woman, filled with joy upon hearing this, eagerly interrupted. "Young sir," since you are the matchmaker, I implore you to accompany me, without waiting for my consent." She seized my hand and began to run. I exclaimed, "What are you doing?" As we tugged back and forth, the girl pleaded, "Young sir, lives are at stake. I beseech you." I replied, "Your life is not in my hands. I am a matchmaker for the deceased. If one is ill, one must seek a doctor." The girl gasped, "A matchmaker for the deceased?" I affirmed, and after a moment's contemplation, she declared, "It is all the same. I shall save you. Come with me, and I will explain along the way." To my astonishment, she knelt down before me. This elegant young lady, so insistent, must have a compelling reason. I said, "Please wait a moment while I change my shoes." She then led me up the mountain, and I inquired about her destination. The girl asked for my name and introduced herself as Lu Mei. She explained that she had come on a trip with her sister and her sister's boyfriend, but unexpectedly found themselves trapped in the mountains due to a heavy snowfall. Her sister had fallen, and her future brother-in-law had slipped while trying to save her. Both of them now gravely injured, possibly beyond help. I was taken aback. Was this not a reckless endeavor? I hastily decided to return to find Hong Shui, hoping for a solution. The girl grasped my hand and insisted not to go back. She had come to realize that her sister and future brother-in-law had not merely come for a holiday, but were driven to this fate by despair. Her sister loved her fiancé, yet their parents had arranged for her to marry another, forcing them into such dire circumstances. Lu Mei followed them out of concern for their safety, but unexpectedly, she could not prevent the tragedy. Now, as the two are resolutely seeking death, it seems they cannot be saved. Lu Mei and her brother-in-law and aunt, Oppos, as final hope rests in having a matchmaker arrange a traditional Chinese wedding, allowing them to unite in the afterlife. Hence her descent to find a matchmaker. Amidst all this chaos, I long to rush down the mountain to save them, yet Lu Mei clings to me, insisting that time is of the essence, and fulfilling their wishes at this stage is the greatest act of grace. However, I believe that life holds paramount importance. As I persist in my decision to descend, Lu Mei releases her grip. Just as I turn away, she suddenly cries out, "Sister, are you all right?" I glance back to see Lu Mei kneeling beside a figure on the ground. I hasten over, and the woman lying there has a purplish hue, her body rigid. I check for breath by placing my hand near her nose, but there is none. Having encountered many corpses before, I feel sympathy, yet I am certain that Lu Mei and Oppos' sister is indeed lifeless, rendering the search for a doctor unnecessary. Lu Mei weeps inconsolably, and with a determined resolve. I agree to help her sister with the wedding ceremony. Lu Mei expresses her profound gratitude, but as I gaze upon her sister, an unsettling sense of familiarity washes over me. Chapter 32. The snowy night marriage of the dead. Lu Mei mentioned that they had come from the city, implying that I had likely never encountered her sister. Yet, an indistinct image of her sister lingered in my mind. Lu Mei stated that her brother-in-law was still above, and as she expressed her intention to retrieve her sister and Oppos' body, I offered to assist her, suggesting that in such heavy snowfall, it would be arduous for a young woman like her to carry it alone. Lu Mei responded with a heartfelt smile, filled with gratitude, and I felt a sense of bashfulness averting my gaze. The girls from our mountain village often appear rustic, so I had not genuinely encountered any beauties until Lu Mei came into view. The only comparison that surfaced in my mind was with Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng was merely a spectral figure, her image confined to my dreams, where she exuded grace and warmth, a quality I struggled to articulate, but which could be described as elegance. In contrast, Lu Mei, while slightly lacking in this ethereal quality, possessed a captivating allure in her gaze, evoking a sense of temptation. Thus, I refrained from looking at her for too long, fearing that my youthful impulses might lead to indiscretion. I carried Lu Mei and Oppos' sister upwards for approximately 100 meters until we reached a flat area where a shed stood. Lu Mei informed me that her brother-in-law was inside. I found it peculiar that a shed would be located here, and this place felt unsettlingly unfamiliar, as if I had never been here before. There was no time for further inquiries. I hastily approached to check on the man. The harshness of reality was undeniable. There were no miracles to be found. For Lu Mei and Oppos' brother-in-law had long succumbed to the cold. Lu Mei, overwhelmed with sorrow, implored me to officiate their wedding, fulfilling the long-held wish of this ill-fated couple. I said it was fine. Initially, I thought that officiating a wedding for the living was beyond my expertise. However, conducting a ghost marriage is indeed the traditional craft of a matchmaker like myself. Given the blustery snowstorm, I preferred to keep things uncomplicated. Fortunately, I had brought candles and incense with me. I lit the candles and incense without needing to rise from my seat. There were plenty of wooden supports around the tent, and, using one of them, I hoisted the two spirits upright. The chill in the air was biting, yet after some exertion, warmth began to return to my body. Although my fingers remained too frozen to straighten, I recited the wedding blessings, scribbling on the ground in lieu of paper, then presented the incense before the spirits. Once they inhaled the incense, they would be united as a couple, no longer solitary on the road to the afterlife. Just as I finished speaking, the incense suddenly found its way into the nostrils of Sister Lu Mei, startling me. In previous rites, this phase had merely been symbolic. No one truly inhaled the incense. The only exception had been during the marriage ceremony my father arranged for me and Lan Chung, when she inhaled the incense and subsequently existed in a state of limbo. I hastily shifted the incense in front of brother-in-law Lu Mei, who also began to inhale it. This unexpected turn left me bewildered. I quickly withdrew the incense and turned to plant it in the ground. As I turned, a voice echoed behind me, harmoniously spoken by both a man and a woman. "Little matchmaker, thank you for your assistance." I trembled in surprise and couldn't help but ask, "Who is speaking?" Standing before me, Lu Mei replied, "My sister and brother-in-law are expressing their gratitude." I lifted my gaze to Lu Mei, and at that moment, she seemed transformed. Her head was slightly bowed, yet her eyes were rolled back to the fullest extent, fixating upon me. It appeared as if a faint green mist enveloped her face, giving her complexion an eerie hue. I inquired about her condition, to which Lu Mei responded with a slight smirk, her voice icy. "Little matchmaker, do you find me beautiful?" This was decidedly abnormal, and I hesitated to answer, instinctively retreating a step, only to collide with another person behind me. Turning to look, I was seized by terror. Lu Mei's sister and brother-in-law stood side by side, grinning at me with faces tinged a ghastly purple. I swiftly sidestepped, but the three of them pivoted, aligning themselves before me. Lu Mei's sister and brother-in-law bowed to Lu Mei, expressing their gratitude. In that moment, as I beheld Lu Mei's sister, a sudden recollection surged forth of a woman named Su Hong. The thought of her sent tremors coursing through my entire being, for the tale dates back a decade. The events transpired at the old house where Lan Chung was parked when I was barely 9 years of age. The old house belonged to my great-uncle, whose son had ventured out for work, leaving behind his wife, Su Hong, and his elderly father. With her husband away for extended periods and being young and spirited, rumors began to circulate of her illicit affair with Zhao Ergu from the neighboring village. Upon returning home, my great-uncle discovered this scandalous pair. Yet he was no match for the youth, and the shame of the matter rendered him silent. Emboldened, Su Hong and Zhao Ergu brazenly engaged in their affair within the confines of the home. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, my great-uncle ultimately succumbed to rage, wielding a knife to slay them both, before taking his own life by hanging. The son of my great-uncle, unable to bear the weight of his family's tragic demise, vanished without a trace. The old house transformed into a haunted dwelling, where it is said that the night reverberates with the sounds of weeping and wailing, causing the neighboring villagers to flee in terror to the safety of the village. Ever since I placed Lan Chung in the old house, I have spent several days there without encountering anything amiss. I believed it to be mere superstition. To my astonishment, I came across Su Hong, and upon recognizing her, I recalled the man beside her. Wasn't he Zhao Ergu, the one from the neighboring village who had met a grim fate at my great-uncle's hands? How could this be? Who exactly was Lu Mei, and why was I compelled to orchestrate a union for two souls who had perished a decade ago? What's more, these individuals were responsible for my great-uncle's family's ruin. How could I reconcile this with my conscience or honor the ancestors of the Wang family? "Thank you, little matchmaker, for your assistance." Su Hong expressed her gratitude once more, taking Zhao Ergu and Appo's hand. With a fierce glare, Zhao Erge declared, "We are married now. It is time for vengeance." Su Hong nodded in agreement, a sinister smile adorning her face, while Lu Mei stood by, coldly amused. As Su Hong and Zhao Erge approached me, I found myself paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Hao Ning, come with me. Your wife sent me to rescue you." Startled, I recognized the voice. It was Luo Air. I recalled that he had spoken similarly before the mountain ghost temple. I turned to see Luo Air standing outside the shed, moving sideways like a crab. I exited the shed, and Su Hong along with Zhao Ergu emerged as well. Luo Air incessantly called out to me, urging me to follow him. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, I recalled my past experiences, which assured me that Luo Air was undoubtedly under the influence of Lan Cheng, whom I firmly believed would not bring me harm. Thus, I resolved to accompany Lan Cheng. Gradually, I made my way to Luo Air's side, while Lu Mei also stepped out from the shed. Lu Mei ominously warned, "Little matchmaker, your ghostly wife will bring about your demise." Ignoring her ominous words, I sought refuge behind Luo Air. "Hao Ning, let us depart. Let us traverse sideways," he insisted, repeating the phrase incessantly. I mimicked his sideways movement, akin to a crab, while Lu Mei, Su Hong, and Zhao Ergu attempted to follow suit. However, they stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few steps, while Luo Air and I swiftly moved away. Before long, Luo Air gestured ahead, stating, "Go on, your wife awaits you." He then proceeded to walk sideways into the mountains. "Luo Air, are you a man or a ghost? Why do you not return home?" I called out to him, but he paid me no heed and soon vanished into the swirling snow. I gazed towards the direction he had indicated, where a figure stood amidst the storm. Unlike me, covered in snow from head to toe, she appeared pristine, clad in a festive red garment. Her long hair flowed freely, and she stood with her legs together, fingers interlaced before her abdomen. Slowly, I approached her. "Lan Cheng," I uttered her name for the first time. She offered a faint smile and replied, "Let us go. I have countless inquiries to pose to her. I must not let this opportunity slip away." I asked, "Is it you who is clinging to my back? Do you require my assistance in some matter?" Lan Cheng continued to walk, and I abruptly pulled her into my embrace, yearning for her to provide me with answers. Just then, I felt a jolt against my back, and darkness enveloped my vision. Suddenly, light flooded back, and I shouted, "Lan Cheng, speak." However, the scene before me was undeniably in the back room of my home. I remained leaned against the fire barrel, while Lan Cheng lay upon the bed. I forcefully tapped my head, realizing this was yet another dream. What on earth was happening? I struggled to suppress my rising anger and pointed accusingly at Lan Cheng, exclaiming, "What do you truly desire? You have caused so much turmoil. Even if our village has wronged you, you have taken many lives. What more do you want? You are nothing but a corpse. I loathe you. Leave." To my astonishment, I noticed a tear trickling from the corner of Lan Cheng and Appo's lifeless eyes. Could it be that she could hear my words? I rubbed my eyes, desperate to comprehend the reality of the situation. At that moment, my mother hurried back, calling for me. "Old Wang is to be interred. We, the younger generation, must attend. This is a significant event in the village." Without further thought, I followed my mother to Old Wang and Appo's residence, where the final farewell ceremony was taking place. All sons and grandsons gathered for one last glimpse of Old Wang and Appo's remains before the coffin was sealed and mourning commenced. As the crowd lamented the heavy snowfall, which hindered the procession up the mountain, the blizzard unexpectedly ceased. Everyone expressed their gratitude to the heavens for their mercy. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The funeral procession required a bearer of the guiding soul banner, traditionally held aloft by the eldest grandson. However, Wang Taigong's eldest grandson, Wang Jian, was gravely injured and unable to rise, while his younger grandsons lacked the strength to lift the towering banner, which stood 5 to 6 meters high. Thus, I became the sole candidate for this solemn duty, carrying the banner at the forefront of the mourning procession. My father repeatedly cautioned me never to look back, for it is said that the soul of the deceased follows the guiding banner. Should the bearer of the banner glance back, it might lead to an encounter with the spirit of the departed, potentially resulting in malevolent possession. If fatigue set in or any disturbances arose ahead, I was to simply raise my hand and call for a halt. Beside me, my companion, Wang Wu-san, lit incense and set off firecrackers. Should anything befall me, I need only to communicate with him. As we exchanged glances, I discerned the fear reflected in Wu-san's eyes. In that moment, I realized that I had become the most pivotal figure in this funeral rite. Chapter 33. Ghost in the mist. My father let out a thunderous roar. The old master has passed. Let the living pay their respects. The restless spirits shall yield. And may the deities from all realms provide their protection. Following his proclamation, a cacophony of gongs, drums, and firecrackers erupted. I took my first step. Although the snow had ceased to fall, the thick fog enveloped us, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. The distance from the village to the ancestral grave was not substantial, yet the heavy snowfall had rendered the path treacherous and slippery, causing our progress to be painstakingly slow. After only a few paces, the bearers of the coffin required a respite. I stood resolutely, my gaze fixed ahead, uncertain if it was my own anxiety that rendered me immobile. Beside me, Wu-san continued to stare straight ahead, hesitant to glance back. Several times, he forgot to burn the paper money or set off firecrackers, and it was I who reminded him. In an effort to alleviate the tension, I initiated a conversation with Wu-san, inquiring about Xiaoxi and Appo's condition. He replied that Xiaoxi was somewhat better, albeit still rambling incoherently, claiming that someone intended to kill him. As our conversation dwindled, Wu-san suddenly posed a question. Hao Ning, do you think there are really ghosts around us? I was taken aback by his inquiry, unsure of its implications. Wu-san recounted how he had overheard my father conversing with Uncle Wang the previous night, discussing how, in such weather, the realms of the living and the dead intermingle, and how malevolent spirits might roam freely at this time. As he spoke, I could sense his growing unease. In the past, I would have dismissed the notion of ghosts outright, but now I felt compelled to remain silent. After nearly half an hour of trudging along, we finally reached the edge of the mountain. At that moment, I was once again struck by an unsettling sensation, as though I were being watched by unseen eyes from the depths of the forest. A sudden weight pressed down upon my back, akin to the sensation of falling from a beam just yesterday, nearly toppling the soul-guiding flag. Fortunately, Brother Wu-san lent me his support and inquired about my well-being. I reassured him, claiming it was nothing but a mere slip of my foot. At that moment, a denser fog surged forth from the mountains, enveloping us in a matter of moments. The sound of drums and gongs behind us ceased abruptly, and I dared not glance back. Summoning his courage, Brother Wu-san turned to look. His face blanched with fear as he exclaimed, Hao Ning, where has everyone gone? Startled, I retorted, Do not speak nonsense. How can there be no one? We are accompanied by a funeral procession of dozens. Brother Wu-san, on the verge of tears, insisted, I swear. There's truly no one left. I too became anxious. Even if the fog had scattered the group, they could not have vanished so suddenly. Brother Wu-san called out behind him, yet received no response. I urged him to return, but long moments passed without a trace of him. I shouted his name, and he responded, yet he lamented that he could see nothing and had no idea where I was. I could not see him either. I called out, instructing him to follow the sound of my voice, but he seemed unable to discern the direction. Abandoning all caution, I leaned the soul-guiding flag against a nearby tree and ventured back to search for Brother Wu-san. However, after only a few steps, I hesitated. The fog was too peculiar, swirling ominously around us. I feared that if I proceeded any further, I might lose sight of the soul-guiding flag entirely. So I had no choice but to retreat. I stood in place, calling out to Brother Wu-san. He responded, but his voice grew increasingly distant. I urged him to remain still, fearing that we might lose each other. Brother Wu-san heeded my request and ceased his movements. Yet how could we reunite? At that moment, my gaze was drawn to a basket on the ground, which Brother Wu-san had been carrying, filled with paper money and firecrackers. An idea sparked within me. I proposed to Brother Wu-san that I ignite a firecracker to see if he could catch sight of its brilliant light. I lit a string of firecrackers, and Brother Wu-san encouraged me to ignite another. Seizing the moment, I decided to light several more. With excitement, Brother Wu-san exclaimed, I see it. I and Amp, Oppos, am coming over. Before long, he approached me with newfound admiration, saying, "Well done, Howning. I hadn't expected you, at such a young age, to possess so many clever ideas." However, I had no time to bask in compliments. My foremost concern was where the others had gone. Brother Wu San suggested we head back, but I disagreed. Our village was currently beset by calamities. We could not afford any further missteps. The fog that had descended felt unnatural, and returning might lead us directly into danger. Brother Wu San asked if we would simply wait here instead of returning. After contemplation, I deemed it prudent for us to head towards the ancestral burial grounds, where we could await the funeral procession. My father was among them, and I was certain he would devise a way to reach us, as the coffin for the burial could not be carried back. Brother Wu San found merit in my reasoning and concurred with my plan. We supported each other, relying on our memories to navigate toward the graveyard. Just as we had taken a few steps, a voice suddenly called out, "Wu San! Wu San!" Upon hearing the call, 5-3 instinctively agreed, but I swiftly covered his mouth, urging him not to respond. I directed my voice into the thick fog, inquiring, "Who is calling? State your name." The figure replied, "I am Old Zhao. 5-3, come lend me a hand. I've injured my leg. This wretched fog is truly perilous." "Old Zhao? Which Old Zhao?" 5-3 asked in a hushed tone. "Are you Zhao Ergo?" The man chuckled and confirmed, "Indeed." 5-3 then relaxed, saying, "No wonder you weren't home that day I visited. With such heavy snow and fog, you must be mad to venture into the mountains." Old Zhao laughed, "Yes. How did you come here? Has the old master ascended the mountain yet?" His awareness of the passing of Wang Tai Gong confirmed his identity as Zhao Ergo. 5-3 expressed his intention to check on him, and I offered to accompany him, but he insisted I remain behind. Shortly thereafter, 5-3 returned, supporting another figure. Upon seeing this person, a wave of horror washed over me. I disregarded the soul-retrieving banner, casting it aside, and pulled 5-3 to me. Confused, he asked, "What is it?" I pointed at the figure, declaring, "He is not human." 5-3 was startled, as the individual grinned menacingly at us. Upon closer inspection of the man's face, 5-3's expression morphed into one of terror, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. He kept glancing at me in disbelief. I, equally terrified, nodded and whispered, He is Zhao Ergo." In the face of such an overwhelming situation, Wu Sang was utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. Zhao Ergo made his entrance, and naturally, Su Hong followed suit. Zhao Ergo had already terrified Wu Sang to the brink of losing control, and with Su Hong and Oppos as sudden appearance, both of whom had perished in a heinous murder a decade prior, the sheer horror was enough to shatter one and Oppos as sanity. Just moments ago, I had thought it was merely a dream, yet here I was confronted by these two malevolent spirits. While Wu Sang was rendered incapable of rational thought by fear, I endeavored to maintain my composure. Trembling, I managed to ask, "You have already entered into a ghostly marriage. What more do you seek?" Su Hong broke into a grotesque smile, her cheeks swelling as putrid flesh oozed forth, revealing numerous writhing maggots that were utterly repulsive, standing rigid as wooden posts. Su Hong and Zhao Ergu looked at me, and Su Hong declared, "Little matchmaker, hand over your ghostly bride to us, and we shall spare you and the villagers." They sought Lan Chung, though I was oblivious to their intentions. In the past, I would have readily complied, but now I hesitated. I was uncertain whether Lan Chung was merely a spirit or if her soul still lingered. If she indeed possessed a living soul, she had saved me on numerous occasions. Furthermore, given the tragic circumstances of her demise, I could not betray her conscience, allowing her to be wronged while still alive or suffer further indignities in death. I refuse. I asserted firmly, I have resolved to return Lan Chung to her homeland for a proper burial. Zhao Ergu erupted into a cackle, and as he opened his mouth, a stream of viscous fluid spilled forth, slithering upon the ground, more disgusting than Su Hong. Wu Sang and I exchanged horrified glances. Zhao Ergu sneered, "Is your ghostly bride truly more valuable than the lives of all the villagers?" 5-3. Do you not wish for your brother to return to normal? Your brother's madness stems from the loss of his soul and spirit. As long as the little matchmaker can return his ghostly bride, we shall restore your brother's soul. Initially paralyzed by fear, 5-3 became somewhat agitated upon hearing that his beloved soul was with Su Hong and Zhao Ergo, pleading for them to release his brother's spirit. In unison, Su Hong and Zhao Ergo declared, "Hand over Lan Cheng, and you may all live. We shall return for you." After uttering these words, they turned and disappeared into the thick fog. Once they were gone, a fierce wind arose, chilling us to the bone. 5-3 and I huddled together, our minds swirling in dizziness. If this cold continued, we would surely perish. 5-3 collapsed into the snow, and as I attempted to lift him, my limbs had already frozen to the point of immobility, and soon I too fell into the snow. In my haze, I heard someone calling our names, and shortly thereafter, the villagers arrived. They helped us to our feet and kindled a fire on the ground, gradually restoring our senses. My father reproached us, saying, and Oppos, "What on earth were you two thinking? Running forward in such heavy snow? Are you trying to court death?" And Oppos, "We ran forward? How could that be?" It was clear that a thick fog had suddenly descended, making those behind us vanish. My father insisted, "What fog are you talking about?" It was indeed just the two of us, racing ahead with all our might, heedless of the shouts and pursuits behind us. Others corroborated my father's words, leaving me and brother Wu San in a state of bewilderment, utterly devoid of any sensation. We recounted our encounter with Su Hong and Zhao Ergu to my father, who trembled with both hands, finally managing to utter, "First, let us take Wang Tai Gong to the mountain." My father and Uncle Wang calmed the crowd, while I, holding the guiding soul banner, led the funeral procession to the ancestral grave. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Wang Tai Gong was laid to rest without incident. Upon returning home, we partook in a morning feast at Uncle Wang's, and only then did I share the details of the events with my father. He inquired, "Did you truly perform a ghostly marriage for Su Hong and Zhao Ergu?" I replied, uncertain, explaining that the woman named Lu Mei had summoned me to the mountain the previous night, compelling me to act. At that moment, they had even sought to take my life, but it was Luo Er and Lan Cheng who saved me. The troubling part was that upon awakening, it felt as if it had all been a mere dream. My father clenched his fists tightly and stated, "How could one dream persistently of such matters?" Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, having met untimely ends, were guilty of adultery in life and are destined for hell. Who could have summoned them back from the depths? It seems our village is on the brink of calamity. Chapter 34. The guardian vessel of the soul. No sooner had my father finished speaking than a knock resounded at our door. Upon opening it, I was taken aback to find my visitor was none other than Brother Wu San and his father, Wang Laojin. I welcomed them into our home, but an ominous feeling washed over me. Ever since the tragic passing of the eldest sister of the Hong family, no one from our village had ventured out at night for casual visits. Thus, their arrival surely bore some grave purpose. Wang Laojin engaged in idle chatter with my father, while Brother Wu San and I exchanged inconsequential banter. My father, sensing the tension, finally inquired, "Laojin, your visit at this hour suggests you have something of significance to discuss. Am I correct?" With a chuckle, Wang Laojin replied, "Indeed. It pertains to my son, Xiao Si. I shall not elaborate too much, for Howning must have already informed you." As I suspected, I asked Wang Laojin, "Uncle Jin, what do you mean?" He grinned and said, "Those two malevolent spirits have proclaimed that if you surrender your ghostly daughter-in-law, Xiao Si and Appo's soul shall return, and peace will be restored to the village. It is a win-win situation, is it not?" Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, I firmly rejected the notion. Both Brother Wu San and his father appeared taken aback by my resolute stance. Brother Wu San questioned, "Howning, what do you mean by this? That girl is a corpse. Why do you hesitate to part with her?" While his words seemed reasonable, I felt we ought not to compromise with those two wicked spirits. As I pondered how to articulate my thoughts to Brother Wu San and Uncle Jin, my father interjected. He remarked, "This girl is extraordinary. My son mentioned that she has managed to resolve several crises in her dreams. Whether or not ghosts truly exist remains a mystery, yet throughout history, tales of spirits have persisted. It is said that new ghosts, upon encountering virtuous souls, may transform into benevolent spirits. If Lan Cheng indeed possesses a soul, entrusting her to the ill-fated Su Hong and Zhao Ergu would not only fail to save the people of our village, but would also risk her being assimilated into a malevolent ghost. My father's statement clearly rejected their demands, which both astonished and delighted me. It seemed that Wang Laojin and his son had not anticipated such a refusal from my father. They stood there, speechless for quite some time. Wang Laojin pointed at my father and exclaimed, "Wang Tian, does that mean my little CS spirit will not be assimilated by the evil ghost?" My father attempted to clarify, but Wang Laojin seized Brother Wu San and departed. Brother Wu San quietly urged us to reconsider, while my father accompanied them to the door, eager to explain further, but Wang Laojin dismissed him entirely. My father lamented that it was all over. Wang Laojin was notoriously impulsive and rather petty. Having failed to achieve his objective during this visit, he was certain to stir up trouble throughout the town. My mother whispered, "Perhaps we should simply hand over the girl. After all, it concerns the safety of the entire village." I understood her perspective. Given the gravity of the situation, fear had taken hold of everyone. My father shook his head and replied, "If handing her over could resolve the issue, that would be splendid. However, the reality is that it cannot be resolved in such a manner." My father's unwavering stance on the unresolved issues primarily stems from the ghostly marriage I arranged for them. If either Su Hong or Zhao Ergu were to appear individually, it would be a different matter. After all, a specter that has lingered for over a decade hardly poses a significant threat. However, the situation transforms drastically with the binding of a ghostly union. I inquired whether my father recognized Lu Mei. To my recollection, no such person has ever existed in our village, and she appeared both youthful and beautiful, her attire far from dull or outdated. My father asserted that there was certainly no such individual in our village. Her ability to infiltrate my dreams and orchestrate a wedding for the long-deceased specters indicated she harbored ulterior motives. After all, the specters have long since ventured into the underworld, and with a cycle of 12 years, they should be on the brink of entering the passage of reincarnation. Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, having committed adultery in life, are destined for hell. To retrieve their souls from such a realm is no simple feat upon my father's revelation. Memories of our previous excavation at Hongtu Slope flooded back. The unearthing of Lan Cheng's grave yielded not Lan Cheng, but two skinned cats. That particular feline spirit-calling ritual is a method employed in the underworld to summon souls. My father speculated that this entire affair might have been orchestrated from the outset, with the intention of luring Su Hong and Zhao Ergu out of their spectral existence. Reflecting on this, I found it implausible. Su Hong and Zhao Ergu were mere victims of tragic adultery, lacking any formidable influence or background during their lives. Who would invest such considerable effort in their plight? If Lu Mei indeed summoned them, I surmised that she must be drawn to the malice they exuded, as their deaths occurred in our village, leaving behind a lingering resentment. Originally, the two ancient spirits beckoned forth seemed of little consequence, yet with the arrangement of a ghostly marriage, the scenario transformed entirely. This newfound union bestowed upon them a vitality akin to a fresh beginning. All the pent-up resentment they had accumulated in the depths of hell returned in full force, compounded by their grievances against the village, inevitably leading to a desire for vengeance upon us. Perhaps this was truly Lu Mei's intention. My father listened intently, nodding in agreement, remarking on my maturity and depth of thought, which far surpassed his own. In the past, such praise would have sent me soaring with pride, but now I felt no thrill. It was not that I had become more astute, but rather that I had unwittingly become the central figure in this unfolding drama. Everything seemed to revolve around me. Su Hong and Zhao Ergu returned, and it was I who had orchestrated this marriage, albeit unwittingly. Had it been my father, he would surely have approached the matter with greater caution. Last night, during the matchmaking, I had inadvertently entangled myself with Lan Cheng, creating a significant predicament for myself. My second foray had unexpectedly resulted in the emergence of a formidable pair of vengeful spirits, which could spell disaster for our entire village, both young and old. My father urged me not to dwell on these thoughts excessively. Perhaps we were merely overthinking the situation. Previously, a geological survey team had visited our region, proclaiming the unique topography of our mountains and the presence of rich mineral deposits beneath the surface, which could easily create various illusions. This phenomenon is reminiscent of modern recording technology, whereby, under specific climatic conditions, recorded images may resurface, leading to apparitions of those long deceased. The villagers, unfamiliar with such natural occurrences, mistakenly attributed them to ghostly manifestations. I fervently wish that everything could be as the geologists have claimed. However, the anxiety that plagues my mind remains unresolved. After all, so many lives have been lost, and the imprint of a hand on my shoulder shows no signs of fading. My body grows increasingly weary. My father shakes his head in disbelief, and I sense that the situation may be grave. He leans silently over the table, presumably contemplating a solution. After a considerable time, he hurriedly enters the room and emerges with a red thread, through which he has strung a piece of jade, handing it to me. Upon inspection, I realize this is no ordinary jade. It is the talisman I had placed in the mouth of Lancheng during her funeral rites. Accumulating her resentment over time, it has transformed into this present form. My father explains that this item contains Lancheng's soul, referred to as a soul urn. And since she is my lawful ghostly wife, wearing this will shield me from malevolent spirits. He drapes the soul urn around my neck, and, at that moment, I suddenly feel a significant alleviation of my physical burdens, truly effective. My father remarks that it appears Lancheng is indeed willing to protect me. Thus I must ensure her safety in return. This is only natural. However, a troubling thought crosses my mind. Lancheng lies within my home, amidst a throng of vengeful spirits. If they were to come for her, would I be capable of defending her? My father reassures me that there is no need for concern. The malevolent spirits seek not merely her corporeal form, but her very soul. Lancheng's essence resides within the soul urn, as my wife. As long as I do not relinquish her, even the king of hell cannot claim her. Nonetheless, should the king of hell truly arrive to take her, my refusal may result in my own capture. No wonder Su Hong and Zhao Ergu came to negotiate terms with me. It appears that my consent is imperative. My father repeatedly emphasized that I must never release the soul trapped within the soul urn, for he believes, based on my previous account of a dream featuring Lancheng, that she possesses a gentle and kind nature. However, Lancheng met an untimely demise, and it is inconceivable that she could be benevolent in her ghostly form. Thus, my father surmises that the corpse-restraining talisman I had placed in her mouth at that time has taken effect, absorbing all of Lancheng's malevolence. Consequently, the soul of Lancheng within the urn must be wicked, which is presumably what Su Hong and Zhao Ergu seek. The following morning, the village chief visited my home. After the passing of Old Wang, the chief has finally assumed the role of the village's spokesperson. My father was correct. After leaving my house last night, Old Wang went to the chief and Appo's residence. The chief came to ascertain the situation, and I recounted the events truthfully. The chief, appearing contemplative, remarked, "As someone approaching my 60th year, I have heard numerous tales of ghosts and demons. Could it be that they are indeed real? Have you and Wu San perhaps experienced an illusion? After all, our village's geological conditions are quite peculiar. I, too, find it challenging to distinguish between illusion and reality." When the chief posed his question, I was at a loss for words. He informed my father that we should not dwell on this matter any longer, for we now live in an age governed by science. He asserted that it must be a mere illusion brought on by the unique geological conditions affecting Wu San and me, for surely there are no ghosts in this world. After expressing these thoughts, the village chief advised my father to hastily bury Lancheng. My father had indeed contemplated this, for I understood that by marrying Lancheng, my ghostly bride, and acknowledging her identity, if I were to guard her grave for 3 years, perhaps in due course, dust would return to dust, and I might be liberated. Even if 3 years proved insufficient, I could wait a full 12 years, guiding her into the cycle of reincarnation, and thus find my own release. Hence, it was certain that Lancheng would be interred. The village chief, embodying true leadership, employed a clever strategy. providing an explanation for Wang Laojin while also offering us a means of escape. However, how one plays their cards is entirely up to them. Just as we were reveling in this resolution, calamity struck. That morning, Uncle Wang and his family ascended the mountain to pay respects at the grave of Wang Taigong, bringing with them auspicious symbols, a term in our local dialect referring to half-cooked food, encompassing a variety of offerings: poultry, fish, meat, cigarettes, and spirits. They laid these offerings at the new tomb, followed by the ritual of burning paper and incense, a tradition passed down from our ancestors. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that disaster unfolded. To their horror, several bloody handprints appeared on the tombstone of Wang Taigong. This sight terrified Uncle Wang as family, and the once tranquil village erupted into chaos. The inexplicable emergence of bloodstains was enough to instill fear in anyone as heart. Initially, Wang Laojin had merely intended to inform the village chief of the situation regarding Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, seeking his assistance in mediating with my father. However, upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, he promptly relayed the news to the entire village. Given the prevailing atmosphere of fear, panic ensued, especially as the grim fates of Su Hong and Zhao Ergu were experiences shared by all. Chapter 35. The malevolent spirits, the bloodstains on the gravestone instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers, coupled with the long-suppressed anxieties and Wang Laogan's incitement. The crowd began to spiral into a frenzy, overwhelmingly advocating for the surrender of Lan Cheng to the vengeful spirits, Su Hong and Zhao Ergu. I sensed that this situation was unlike any before, and mere words would scarcely suffice to resolve it. All my hopes rested upon my father, and to my astonishment, he readily consented to the proposition of handing her over. I could not fathom the motives behind my father and Amp oppose a sudden change of heart. Just moments before, he had vehemently opposed the idea. He instructed me not to interject and asked the villagers to wait while we prepared for what lay ahead. Upon returning home, my father confided in me that the bloodstains held a significance beyond the ordinary. I remained skeptical, recalling that each household had previously displayed a blood-written character for death in their courtyards. I believed that it was merely the mischief of Luo heir. My father, however, insisted that regardless of whether Luo heir was involved, there is a fundamental principle to be acknowledged. Every circumstance follows a certain pattern. This holds true even for malevolent spirits, which can be categorized into various types. Those who met their demise by hanging, through poison, or at the hands of others are merely referred to as ghosts. Though fearsome, they may ultimately be redeemed. There exists a malevolent spirit known as the fierce ghost, which can be categorized into two types. The first, called mother and child fierce ghost, arises from the tragic deaths of a mother during childbirth, while the second, known as male and female fierce ghost, results from a tragic love that leads to death. These malevolent spirits bring calamity to the living and cannot be redeemed. They must be eradicated. Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, though lacking the formal title of husband and wife, shared a profound bond akin to that of a married couple. They endured decades of torment in the underworld, their resentment reaching a peak before being summoned back by someone. Subsequently, I arranged a ghostly marriage for them, for they're the most formidable among the malevolent spirits, warranting serious attention. The blood handprint presents an additional mystery. My father scrutinized it closely. Typically, when a living person's hand, stained with blood, is pressed down, the blood would drip and flow before coagulation occurs. Moreover, a living hand bears distinct palm lines, leaving traces upon contact. These palm lines can be examined to discern an individual and oppose as fortune. However, once a person breathes their last, these lines vanish. The two handprints on the gravestone of Wang Taigong were of differing sizes, lacked any dripping, and bore no palm lines. Thus, my father concluded that these handprints must have originated from Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, a clear demonstration of their defiance toward us. As I listened, a chill ran down my spine. Had the malevolent spirits truly returned? What were we to do? My father pondered for a moment and concluded, "It seems we must seek that person." My mother, upon hearing this, set aside her work and inquired, "What do you mean? Are you referring to the village behind the mountain?" My father remained silent, merely nodding weakly. Tears immediately streamed down my mother and Amp, Oppo's face as she exclaimed, "I refuse. I do not agree." Her emotions spiraled out of control, prompting my father to steady her by the shoulders, saying, "Do not be agitated. There is no other choice. This concerns the lives of an entire village." My mother shook her head and said, "I do not care about others' lives. I only care for my son. I cannot bear to be separated from him." The sudden change in my parents left me perplexed. What has transpired in the village behind the mountain? Who is that person? The terrain of the back mountain village is treacherous and the conditions are harsh. Those who could afford to leave have already done so, leaving behind only a few elderly and solitary residents. These seniors, frail and seldom descending the mountain, are rarely visited by us. The last time my father ventured there was during the matchmaking for Lancheng. He pulled my mother into a room, and when I attempted to enter, they locked the door. After a long while, they finally emerged. My mother, appearing somewhat calmer, grasped my hand and said, "Child, you must be cautious. You must live well. Your father and I will await your return at home." I felt increasingly bewildered and inquired about what they were up to. At that moment, the village chief and others arrived at our home. My father remarked that their arrival was timely. The vengeful spirits were after Lancheng, but if we surrendered her, they would inevitably annihilate everyone in our village. Thus, the only viable solution was for me to carry Lancheng away from the village. The villagers approached with palpable intensity, seemingly intent on seizing her. However, upon hearing my father and Oppo's words, everyone fell silent, and I too was taken aback. Carry Lancheng away? In such heavy snow? With the bridge destroyed, where could I possibly go? My father's words were unadorned, yet I sensed a tremor in his lips. He spoke of the malevolent spirits, stating that they would not harm the villagers until they had claimed the soul of Lancheng. At that time, the villagers would beat drums and perform rituals, proclaiming their intention to offer Lancheng to the spirits. I would then carry Lancheng up the mountain, and the spirits would trail behind me. As long as I refrained from willingly surrendering her, they would be powerless to seize her. Along the journey, they would employ various tactics to deceive me, and I needed only to remain indifferent to their machinations. My destination was the back mountain village, where the elder would instruct me on what to do and assist me in escaping this place. Once I left the village, I would be safe, and so would the villagers. After my father finished speaking, he clasped my shoulder and said, "Son, the elder owes me a favor." At over 80 years of age, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to repay this debt, so there is no need for your worry. Given the gravity of the situation, I had no choice but to nod vigorously in agreement. The village chief, in the presence of the assembled crowd, expressed profound gratitude to my father and me. Though I absorbed none of his words, my entire focus was devoted to comforting my mother. The village chief instructed everyone to return and prepare for the journey, and shortly, in accordance with my father's wishes, they would accompany me and Lancheng up the mountain. My mother had prepared a thick military coat for me, tearing the bedsheet into strips to bind Lancheng to me. This small gesture spoke volumes of my mother's love, as she chose fabric over rope, fearing that the latter would cause me discomfort. Once I was prepared, I made my way to the back room to carry Lancheng. Just as I reached the doorway, I overheard my mother softly conversing with Lancheng. "My dear daughter-in-law, this is all fate. If only you were alive, our family would be so blessed. But alas, you were destined to marry into this world as a spirit. Hao Ning is not an ordinary man, and both his father and I have always wished for him to lead a simple life as a farmer. Though humble, it is a life rich in contentment. Yet, the heavens have decreed otherwise. From the moment he was born, his destiny diverged from that of common folk. So, my dear daughter-in-law, you must protect him." What did my mother mean? What does it signify that he is not an ordinary man? What does it mean that one's fate is predetermined from birth? I entered the room and inquired of my mother, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. She quickly wiped away her tears and said, "It's nothing. I was just rambling a bit. Now, come, carry your wife." My mother was clearly concealing something, and I wished to seek clarity, but the villagers were already urging us on. Thus, I had no choice but to carry Lancheng out. Just before we left, my mother grasped my arm, urging me to allow her to gaze at me a moment longer. and I too could not help but shed tears. Amidst the cacophony of drums and gongs, I embarked on a path up the mountain. My father hurriedly pressed a stack of corpse-restraining talismans in my arms and handed me a 7-inch dagger with a dragon head handle. In a hushed tone, he instructed, should you encounter anything unclean along the way, apply the talisman directly. This dragon-headed dagger must be kept safe. In due time, you will meet someone who will teach you its use. Remember to guard it well and never lose it unless your life is in jeopardy, for then you may use it. I repeatedly assented, and thus I was led up the mountain by the crowd. They accompanied us to the foot of the hill before departing, leaving me to carry Blue Chung alone through the thick fog. The anxiety within me was beyond the reach of words. Blue Chung felt weightless in my arms. I did not feel fatigue at all, yet an overwhelming sense of dread rendered my spine achy, and even the slightest rustle made my legs tremble. To muster courage, I spoke to Blue Chung. You must protect me. My mother has already accepted you as my wife, so please do not let me down. The fog billowed like cotton, interspersed with snowflakes that obscured my vision. I paused, and at that moment, a figure emerged ahead, startling me. Who was there? I thought, but considering the weather, it was unlikely anyone would be in the mountains. Could it be the vengeful spirits had arrived? Certainly, I stood frozen in place, instinctively shoving my hand into my clothing to retrieve the corpse-restraining talisman. The figure drew closer, and as it approached, I discerned it was Luo Air. In that instant, Luo Air looked utterly terrifying, his face marred with countless wounds, and his eyes glowed a fiery red. I clutched the talisman tightly and asked, Luo Air, are you human or ghost? Luo Air stared at me for a moment before suddenly saying, Hao Ning, carrier wife, are you? Allow me to lead you away. He echoed this phrase like a parrot, yet I found myself uncertain whether to accompany him. After a few words, he turned and began to walk away. I followed, for the only route to the village behind the mountain led this way. The snow was deep, making each step laborious. Luo Air moved ahead of me like a bulldozer, seemingly undeterred by the snow that reached above his knees. This was advantageous. With him forging the path, my own journey became considerably easier. Suddenly, Luo Air came to a halt. I was looking down as I walked and nearly collided with him. Why have you stopped? I inquired, fully aware that Luo Air could not respond. I was convinced that he was no longer human at this moment. Speaking to him was merely a means to express my profound sense of isolation. Luo Air stood still, and then, as if possessed, he dropped to the ground, crawling like a lizard, disappearing into the snow. I was taken aback. What was happening? Why had he suddenly fled after clearing the path? As soon as I voiced my thoughts, I realized that two figures stood ahead of us, and we were not far apart. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them instantly. It was a notorious duo, Su Hong and Zhao Ergo. They stood before us like ominous sentinels, and in unison, they declared, Little matchmaker, offer your wife to us. Their voices resonated through the valley, colder than the snowflakes that fell upon my face. I felt the hair on my neck stand on end, my legs trembling from either the chill or fear, making each step feel extraordinarily arduous. Though I was terrified, my father had advised me to ignore them completely. After a few deep breaths, I mustered the courage to stride past them, unable to resist casting a fleeting glance in their direction. Upon a glance, my legs weakened, nearly causing me to fall, yet I managed to steady myself. The second ghost appeared as pale as if coated in lime, with a faint blush on each cheek, lips as dark as coal, and eyes wide open, fixated on me. Whenever he spoke, the skin on his face seemed to shift, giving the unsettling impression that it might all come loose at any moment. As I passed before them, the second ghost, noticing my lack of reaction, suddenly lunged toward me. Chapter 36. The abyss of torment fleeing was futile against the vengeful spirits, so I feigned ignorance and resigned myself to fate. The piercing roars of the male and female specters penetrated my very soul, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. Yet as they approached, I felt the soul vessel hanging from my neck suddenly radiate intense warmth. The spirits brushed past my body without inflicting harm. In an instant, the dual phantoms vanished. At that moment, I heard a voice calling my name. Turning around, I was astonished to find my father standing beside me. I asked in disbelief how he had suddenly appeared. He delivered a sharp slap to my face and retorted, "Feeling better now?" I clutched my stinging cheek, bewildered. "What was that for? Why did you hit me?" My father replied, "What do you mean, why? It's fortunate I accompanied you. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened." "What did you see?" It turned out that the villagers had escorted me to the mountain path before returning, but my father had continued to follow me. However, once I ascended the mountain, I became delirious and began racing ahead, heedless of his calls. I was utterly confounded. What malevolent force was at work here? What was real and what was illusion? I recounted my experiences to my father, but he too was at a loss for an explanation. His presence eased my anxious heart considerably, yet the relief was short-lived. As we neared the red earth slope, my father declared he could go no further, for ahead lay a realm of extreme darkness, and he feared for his life should he proceed. From this point onward, I would have to rely on myself. He assured me that as long as my heart remained free of distractions, I would surely find peace and, upon locating the second master, receive his assistance. After my father finished speaking, he turned and descended the mountain. I gazed longingly at his retreating figure, yearning for him to stay, yet I knew I could not permit him to risk his life in that ominous place. I was reluctant to part ways so soon. I inquired, "I did not know second uncle. How can I find him?" My father paused and replied, "He is waiting for you." With that, he continued down the mountain without looking back. No matter how much I called out, he did not respond. Once he departed, loneliness and fear enveloped me once again. Standing at the entrance of the mountain ghost temple, the dark doorway loomed like a gaping mouth, obscuring whatever lay within, sending chills down my spine. To reach the village beyond the mountain, I had to pass by the mountain ghost temple and the dry well, both of which filled me with dread. I could still vividly recall the terrifying moment when Wang Peng leaped into the well. Habitually, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a few corpse-restraining talismans for courage. Though I took this action, deep down, I understood that in such an environment, should malevolent spirits appear, our talismans would likely prove ineffective. Standing at the threshold of the mountain ghost temple, my mind went blank, unsure of my next move. The biting cold wind chilled me to the bone, and I remembered the time I stumbled past the temple with Xiao Si and the others when I hazily wandered inside. At that moment, Lan Cheng had been within the temple. It wasn't he particularly daunting, save for the somewhat terrifying statue of the mountain ghost. But what of it? Rather than freeze outside, I thought it wise to seek refuge within. As I contemplated, I lifted my foot, preparing to step inside the house. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air, tinged with urgency. "Husband, don't go in, flee." It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over me, jolting me from my stupor. I was but a step away from entering the mountain spirit temple. Fear surged within me, prompting me to retract my foot and turn away. In that instant, I recalled the voice calling me husband. Who else could it be but Lan Cheng? I had no time to dwell on it further, pressing onward. Yet only a few paces later, I was met with a cacophony of anguished screams, piercing and sorrowful. Terrified, I scanned my surroundings, but there was no one in sight, even as the cries grew increasingly intense. "Help me!" A voice suddenly rang out. I followed the sound and beheld a woman seated beside a desolate well. She turned to look at me, her gaze enchanting and pleading. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Lan Cheng. Astonished, I exclaimed, "How did you end up by the well? Come back." Lan Cheng extended her hand toward me, her expression filled with agony. "You must save me. Something is pulling me." Then I saw a furry, enormous hand grasping her hair from behind, yanking her towards the well. Lan Cheng struggled in torment, desperately attempting to climb back up. But that monstrous hand possessed unfathomable strength, forcing her head back, her ample bosom rising high. Despite her plight, she maintained her gaze upon me, her throat emitting a desperate cry. "Save me." I stood frozen in terror when a voice whispered in my ear, "Help her. If you do not, she will vanish into thin air." The voice was chilling and mournful, and it was then that I recalled that Lan Cheng was still clinging to my back. I turned my head to glance, only to find her head resting on my shoulder, yet her eyes were wide open, her lips darkened, and a horrific smile lingered upon her face. Instinctively, I wished to shake her off, but she was bound to me, rendering any attempt futile. Although fear surged within me, her face was almost touching mine. She kept repeating, "Save her, save her." At that moment, I noticed something peculiar about her face. It was no longer Lan Sheng and Appo's visage, but rather, it was Lu Mei's face. How could this transformation occur? Was the Lan Sheng by the dry well truly real? Just then, Lan Sheng could no longer bear the weight and fell backward into the abyss of the dry well. Without a moment's thought, I lunged forward in an attempt to grasp her, but alas, I was a step too late, and she had already plummeted into the depths. Yet, I distinctly beheld the scene at the bottom of the well. Flames danced wildly, and anguished cries filled the air. Various figures, ragged and disheveled, were being dragged away by half-beast, half-human entities bound in chains. Some were severed at the waist, their lower halves cast into boiling oil, while their upper bodies writhed in agony, dragging their intestines along the ground. Others were tightly bound, their tongues forcibly pulled out with pincers by the half-human, half-beast creatures. There were also those who were seized and sawed from the groin upwards. The sheer horror rendered me weak. This was indeed a living hell. At that moment, one of the half-beast, half-human entities looked up at me and said, "Come, come, this is your true destiny." Though fraught with terror, the haunting cries of the half-human, half-beast possessed a peculiar allure that compelled me to leap into the abyss. Suddenly, I felt a sharp, needle-like sting on my face and hands, prompting me to roll away in pain. In that moment, all sounds ceased abruptly. Turning to inspect my shoulder, I found Lan Sheng, eyes closed, quietly clinging to my back. I propped myself up and forcefully tapped my head, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was happening? What thoughts plagued my mind? Fortunately, I had repeatedly managed to extricate myself from peril, yet I feared the day I might unwittingly meet my demise in a dream. "Stop it. Some things cannot be controlled by mere desire," an aged voice resonated. It was then that I noticed an elderly man standing beside me, hunched and burdened with a sack, clutching a handful of glutinous rice. Before I could react, he hurled the rice at my face, delivering a sting akin to the previous one, piercing yet clarifying my mind. After scattering the rice, the old man commanded, "Let us go." I scrambled to my feet and inquired, "Elder, who are you?" He glanced back and replied, "Call me Eri." Without another word, he continued on his way. Despite his hunched posture and frail appearance, he traversed the snowy terrain with remarkable agility, prompting me to hasten my pace to keep up. As I followed Eri, I asked, "How did you come to be here?" He responded, "I await your arrival each day, yet your father forbids you from coming." A chuckle escaped me at his words. Was ye merely senile, or had he recognized someone? He is 80 years old, while I am merely 18, strangers to one another. What could he possibly be waiting for me to do? I hesitate to label him as confused, so I simply remind him that I am the son of Hu Tian. The old man acknowledges this, but subsequently dismisses me, leaving me at a loss for conversation, effectively bringing our dialogue to a standstill. The journey from here to the village on the back mountain is a considerable distance, and nothing of note transpires along the way. I find myself feeling somewhat bored, prompting me to inquire why he struck me with glutinous rice, and why it stung so painfully. I assumed he would ignore my question, yet to my surprise, he provided an answer. Glutinous rice is believed to ward off evil spirits. The mountain ghost temple and the desolate well are both steeped in malevolence. Legends speak of the well as a passage to hell, where one might hear cries from the netherworld. The living can easily be ensnared, drawn to gaze into the well's depths, which appear inviting, filled with the fragrance of delicious food and the welcoming smiles of cheerful faces, luring them into a state of bliss. In a moment of distraction, one might leap in, plunging into an endless purgatory. Glutinous rice is believed to be the only means to awaken those who have been enchanted. Upon hearing this, I finally grasped why my father insisted we place salt in our socks. Regrettably, Wang Peng discarded my last few grains of glutinous rice. Perhaps if he hadn't, he might not have met such a tragic fate. Moreover, the old man's earlier description of the well's depths as serene and beautiful is evidently misleading. I distinctly witnessed the sight of an abyss. Upon hearing my words, the old man halted, turning abruptly to question me. "Did you truly see the scene of the abyss?" I affirmed and recounted the vision to him. He stood there, motionless. The fog was thick, obscuring his face, yet I could sense his profound shock. Uncle Air stammered, "And Oppos, have you? Have you seen hell?" "And Oppos," I replied affirmatively. He shook his body slightly and finally uttered, "And Oppos. Let us go. Let us go." I sensed a change in him and yearned to inquire what was amiss, yet Uncle Air fell silent. I followed him to the village behind the mountain, which indeed appeared as desolate as the legend suggested, devoid of any light. Uncle Air pushed open the door with a creak. The interior was shrouded in darkness. As the village lacked electricity, he lit an oil lamp, and although the illumination was dim, it provided at least some brightness. He gestured towards a nearby recliner, urging me to place Lan Chung down first. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noted that it was a purely wooden structure, a two-story house that had aged significantly. The wood's surface long since turned black, exuding a heavy sense of antiquity. My gaze eventually landed on Uncle Air's face, and I was taken aback by what I saw. The muscles on the left side of his face were contorted, his mouth twisted upwards to its utmost extent, while his eye bags sagged downwards dramatically, creating a bizarre and terrifying visage. "Do not be afraid," Uncle Air reassured me. "I've sustained injuries to my face. I realized I had perhaps overreacted and hastily apologized." But Uncle Air ignored my contrition and instead cautioned me. "You shall sleep in the west room on the second floor tonight. Take the girl with you. Remember, regardless of what you hear at night, do not pay any heed. Do not open the door for anyone except me. If anyone else knocks, do not respond." Chapter 37. Midnight Drama. Second Master, pour me a bowl of hot water and serve me a bowl of rice. I was indeed hungry, devouring 3 bowls in succession before I finally felt warm. Second Master then led me upstairs. I noticed that the room on the west side contained only a single bed, which left me in a predicament. Where should I place Lan Chung? However, Second Master remarked, a ghostly marriage is still a marriage. What is wrong with a couple sharing a bed? Does the matchmaker not understand this simple rule? Of course, I understood. It was merely a matter of my heart's acceptance. Yet, I found myself with no other option but to lay Lan Chung beside me. Fortunately, I harbored no fear of her at present. Otherwise, I would have hesitated to share the bed. Though the house was dilapidated, with the door made of nothing more than a thin wooden panel, Second Master had prepared 2 large fire buckets inside, ensuring the room remained quite warm. I removed my damp military coat and draped it over one of the fire buckets to dry. Second Master pulled my collar aside to inspect. The 2 handprints on my shoulders had faded considerably since my father hung the soul urn for me. Second Master observed coldly, "There are things that can be done, and things that cannot. Know when to stop and avoid a tragic ending." I was puzzled by his words. What did he mean? Suddenly, he cast a glance with his dull, gray eyes and said, "I'm not referring to you. Get to sleep early." No matter how I inquired, Second Master remained tight-lipped and turned to descend the stairs. I watched his retreating figure, sensing something amiss. And it wasn't an amp, Oppos, until he returned to his room downstairs that I realized. He moved without a sound. The old wooden staircase creaked with every step I took earlier. I find myself perplexed, and rather than dwelling on it, I choose to cast aside my thoughts. Ultimately, I could not muster the courage to sleep beside Lan Chung. Fortunately, the room is equipped with 2 large fire barrels. I nestled beside one, relishing the warmth emanating from the charcoal beneath my feet, which enveloped me in a comforting embrace, lulling me into a drowsy slumber. Time became an elusive concept, and I do not know how long I remained in that state when suddenly a gust of cold wind swept through the room, rousing me from my sleep. I initially assumed the charcoal had extinguished, yet upon inspection, I found the fire still radiating warmth. Puzzled, I wondered how a breeze could infiltrate a room with tightly shut doors and windows. My first instinct was to check on Lan Chung. Perhaps she had awakened. However, she lay motionless, leading me to conclude that perhaps I was simply fatigued and feeling weak. I leaned back against the fire barrel once more. At that moment, an ominous creak echoed from outside, signaling someone ascending the stairs. It was late at night, and snow was falling outside, rendering the sound particularly jarring in the stillness of the environment. Could it be the Second Master? What could possibly compel him to come up at such an hour? A wave of anxiety washed over me. After the footsteps reached the upper level, I heard a series of tapping sounds, reminiscent of a woman in oppos, as high heels. That cannot be right. The second master would certainly not wear high heels. This recollection led me to remember how silently he had walked when he escorted me upstairs. The person outside could not possibly be him, and my apprehension intensified. If it was not the second master, then who could it be? Might it be a specter? A shiver ran down my spine, and cold sweat broke out on my back. Despite my materialistic beliefs forged through countless experiences, I could not deny the existence of malevolent forces in this world. Just as I felt utterly lost, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the air, startling me into retreating into the fire barrel. The knocking grew increasingly insistent, the flimsy door trembling with each impact, and I could even sense the dust from the old floorboards cascading down due to the vibrations. It was evident that the person outside was becoming impatient. I feared that this dilapidated door would not withstand much more. My body trembled uncontrollably, tightly coiled in fear, when I suddenly felt a hard object against my skin. Upon inspection, I found it was the dragon-headed dagger my father had given me, which I grasped firmly in my hand. Then the knocking ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that enveloped the surroundings. I held my breath, straining to listen for any sign of movement outside. Although there was no sound, I could sense that something loomed just beyond the door, separated from me by a mere barrier. After a minute or two, the distinct sound of high heels echoed, gradually fading away, followed by the noise of footsteps descending the stairs. The entity had departed, and I felt myself collapse within the fire barrel, my tension finally easing. As I regained my composure, I pondered the identity of that presence outside. Could it truly be a ghost? My father had instructed me to seek help from Yi, whom I believed to be a formidable individual. At first glance, his appearance had terrified me, yet I knew that one must not judge by looks alone. Even if he bore the scars of battle, I remained confident in his abilities. How could someone so powerful allow unclean spirits to reside in his home? Just as I was lost in thought, a haunting melody of a woman singing opera drifted into the air. I wish to remain with you for eternity, growing old together, free from sorrow. I have long tasted the bitterness of solitude, wandering aimlessly through the seasons. How could I bear to part, knowing it would turn your hair gray and bring us to the end of our days? Once again, I am reminded of the haunting melodies of the Huangmei opera, echoing through the night, resonating with poignant sorrow. A woman sings, her voice gradually breaking into sobs, leaving me to ponder whether she is flesh and blood or a specter. From the timbre of her voice, it seems she is a young woman, yet our village has long been devoid of youth. She must be an apparition. I clasp my hands over my ears, striving to block out the sound, yet it seeps through my fingers like sand slipping through a funnel, relentless in its intrusion. I shudder at the eerie resonance. Just then, my body freezes, and I slowly lower my hands from my ears. At that moment, I hear the distinct sound of high heels ascending the stairs, pausing at my door. I hold my breath, listening intently, but silence envelopes me. 1 minute passes, then 2, then 3. After what feels like an eternity, still no sound emerges from beyond the door. Gradually, I lower the fire bucket, careful not to make a sound. I remove my shoes, pressing my ear against the door, yearning to hear more. I am tempted to peek through the crack, yet fear grips me. I dread encountering something terrifying on the other side. Just as I lean in closer, a sudden, forceful knock resonates from the door, startling me and causing me to tumble to the floor. The urgency of the knocking outside is palpable, filled with an almost frantic desperation. It was far more oppressive than before, causing the entire wooden cabin to tremble. Overcome with fear, I stood there in bewilderment when suddenly a voice emerged, saying, "He is not the husband inside. Let us go." The voice was remarkably aged. It belonged to the second master. As he spoke, the knocking ceased, and he approached, earnestly imploring, "Let us depart. He is not within." Before long, the sound of high heels echoed, only to vanish at the foot of the stairs. I was utterly paralyzed with dread in the room when the knocking resumed, causing my heart to race once more. "It is I," came the second master's voice from the doorway. Only then did I pull open the door, revealing the second master, expressionless, standing before me. Without waiting for my response, he inquired, "Did you see?" I understood his implication. He was asking if I had spotted the one who had knocked earlier. I numbly shook my head. The second master nodded and cautioned, "Do not open the door for anyone." After this, he turned to leave, but I grasped his arm, asking, "Who was that just now? Was it the woman from the opera?" The second master was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my question. He sighed and replied, "Alas, it has nothing to do with you. Do not concern yourself," just as he turned to depart. We were both struck dumb with fear at the sight of a figure standing in the hallway, a tall woman clad in a white floral cheapao. Though her back was turned to us, obscuring her face, it was evident from her silhouette that she was a young and beautiful woman. Elder Second was taken aback and instinctively grabbed the nearby stove, pouring its contents over me. I was startled as a cascade of charcoal has showered down upon my head, fortunately devoid of flames. In a hushed tone, Elder Second cautioned, "Do not utter a word. She cannot perceive you." I pressed my hand tightly over my mouth, fearful that even the slightest sound might escape. The woman slowly turned around, her head bowed, long, cascading curls obscuring her visage. She wore white high-heeled leather shoes, and her attire was decidedly not of the present era. It resembled that of a woman from the Republican era depicted in television dramas. Elder Second positioned himself protectively in front of me and urged, "Why are you still here? Depart at once." The woman approached us, lifting her head slightly. At that moment, I beheld her face, and terror gripped me as I nearly cried out. This woman possessed no face, just a dark, featureless expanse devoid of lips or a nose, with only two round, glistening orbs that revolved ominously, evoking both horror and revulsion. Ignoring Elder Second, she reached out and pushed him aside. The force of her casual shove sent him stumbling to the ground. She leaned her dark, featureless visage closer to mine, to stifle any sound. I shoved my hand into my mouth, biting down hard. Elder Second, in a state of urgency, gestured frantically at me, signaling that I must endure. Gradually, he managed to rise and called out to the woman, "Do you not believe me? If you continue this way, I shall disregard you as well." His words appeared to hold some sway, for the woman retreated a step, creating a distance between us. She pointed towards the blue figure in the room and inquired, "Who is she?" Startled, the second master found himself momentarily at a loss for words, clearly taken aback by the woman's unexpected discovery of Lanchang. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to articulate, "This is a legacy entrusted here by the descendants of the Wang family matchmaker." As the woman stepped into the room, her gaze fixed on Lanchang, she remarked, "She is so beautiful, resembling my former self." Her words dripped with envy as she caressed her own sooty visage, swaying her body gracefully before breaking into a performance of Huangmei opera, revealing that she was indeed the one who had been singing moments earlier. After a few verses, she settled beside the bed, delicately tracing Lanchang into amp, Oppo's cheek with her fingertip. Suddenly, with a spark of enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "I must have this girl into amp, Oppo's face." I gasped in shock, and the second master was equally taken aback, hastily insisting, "This is a legacy entrusted here. You cannot touch it." The woman scoffed, "A legacy? I intend to seize what is rightfully mine." With that, she raised her hand, and in my astonishment, I momentarily disregarded the second master and Oppo's warning, shouting, "Stop!" The woman, as if jolted by electricity, abruptly turned her head, her round eyes locking onto mine. Pointing a finger at me, she inquired, "You? Is it you? Have you hidden my husband there?" Chapter 38. Exhumation. In a moment of panic, I inadvertently revealed my presence with a sound. Yet did not the second master assure me that she could not see me? He too appeared perplexed. Casting a glance my way, he shook his head in frustration. It dawned on me that my anxiety had rendered me drenched in sweat, the soot smudges now washed away. The woman advanced towards me. Although her dark visage concealed her emotions, I could palpably sense her fury. Once more, the second master positioned himself before me, pleadingly asserting, "Your husband has always been here. I assure you, he will appear before you within 7 days." However, the woman was impervious to the second master and Oppo's words. She raised her hands, seizing his shoulders and flinging him aside. The second master, in his 80s, was cast to the ground once more, and I worried whether his frail body could withstand such a jarring impact. Yet, within a mere minute, my concern for him dissipated as my own peril escalated far beyond his. The woman lifted her hands, her dark face suddenly parting to reveal a gaping maw as she lunged towards me. I found myself pressed against the wall, with no retreat available. In that critical moment, the second master again stepped in front of me, this time brandishing a yellow talisman in his hand. He affixed the talisman to the woman's forehead, and she was violently thrust backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. A sigh of relief escaped me as the second master swiftly knelt before her, his voice laced with sorrow. "Do you not even believe me? I promise, within 7 days, you shall see your husband again. This man is not the one you remember." A woman, her forehead adorned with a yellow talisman, remained immobile, emitting a soft lament. Second master reached out to remove the talisman from her forehead, but I had witnessed the formidable nature of this woman. It was unwise to disturb her. I urged second master not to proceed. He shot me a glare before tearing the talisman away. My heart raced with anxiety, yet the woman did not spiral into madness. Instead, she gradually rose and turned to descend the stairs. Shortly thereafter, the sound of opera wafted from the back of the house. I approached to assist second master in rising, but as soon as my hand brushed his arm, he angrily shoved me away, pointing his finger at me and declaring, "Mind your own business. Do not wander about. If anything else occurs, your life will be in jeopardy, and your ghostly wife will suffer because of your recklessness." I wished to respond, yet he crumpled the talisman in his hand and hurled it at my face before descending the stairs. Watching his retreating figure, I mused on the peculiarity of this old man. I had merely intended to help him, and even if he was in a foul mood, it was unnecessary to be so ungrateful. At that moment, the mournful strains of the opera echoed from behind the house, its melancholy tone resonating deeply within me. Unable to resist, I approached the window overlooking the stairwell to peer back. In the dilapidated courtyard blanketed with pristine white snow, the woman in the cheap house swayed gracefully as she sang. Had I not known her visage, her form alone would have been utterly captivating. As I became entranced, the woman suddenly turned her gaze upon me, sending a jolt of fear through me that nearly caused me to tumble down the stairs. From below, second master's voice called out, "Return now. Do not look any longer." I stumbled back into the room, firmly closing the door behind me. I dragged a large fire barrel to block the entrance, settling into it and taking several deep breaths to calm my frayed nerves. I could not fathom my father and aunt, Apos, as true intentions in sending me to seek out the second elder. At that moment, I felt that this place was far less secure than our village. Throughout the night, the woman outside sang fragments of Hawaii opera, robbing me of sleep, though fortunately, no further incidents transpired. At dawn, I descended the stairs to find the second elder had prepared breakfast. He remained silent, yet the meal was quite to my liking, and I devoured 2 substantial bowls. After finishing, I could no longer restrain my curiosity and inquired about our next course of action. The second elder replied, "Once I have washed the dishes, we shall ascend the mountain to gather some supplies, and then I will escort you away from here." With that, he took the bowls to the kitchen, but I offered to wash them instead. He insisted, "This is not your task. Go upstairs and check on your wife. She is yet to have her breakfast." I pondered to myself, what could a spirit possibly eat? Nevertheless, the second elder did not strike me as one prone to jest. Despite my skepticism, I ascended to check on her. Upon entering the room, I discovered that the incense had burned out, leaving the space frigid, nearly icy. I hastily lit 3 sticks of incense, and to my astonishment, the temperature in the room rose significantly at once. It was truly peculiar. I resolved to remember to light 3 sticks of incense for my wife each day, ensuring she would be well fed. I was unaware that the second elder had already positioned himself at the door. Following him downstairs, I posed a question that had been troubling me. Do ghosts truly exist in this world? Before I could finish my sentence, my elder suddenly turned around and struck my head, admonishing me, one must not eat indiscriminately, nor speak frivolously. He tossed a shovel to me, shouldered a hoe, and took 2 bags made of snake skin, beckoning me to follow him. Outside, the snow began to fall again, shrouding everything in a mist. I inquired of my elder what our purpose was. He replied enigmatically, "You shall know when we arrive." When we came yesterday, darkness had already enveloped the land, preventing me from discerning the entirety of the back mountain village. As I traversed the village today, I gleaned a clearer picture. Dilapidated houses, all with their doors firmly shut, with deep snow blanketing the yards, clearly indicating abandonment. After walking nearly 200 meters, my elder turned to me and cautioned, "No matter what you encounter or who greets you, pay them no mind." I silently nodded, trailing behind him, my mind swirling with questions. Why was the back mountain village devoid of inhabitants? We were aware that the village had a sparse population, mostly the elderly, yet there were indeed people. Why then were all the doors tightly closed? Just as I was about to pose my query to my elder, we stumbled upon a few houses where the doors stood wide open. Each entrance had an individual seated outside, and upon noticing our approach, they craned their necks to gaze at us, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles, particularly when they fixed their eyes upon me, some even waving. I merely managed to force a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. "Young man, lend me a hand," called out an elderly person who had fallen in the snow, clutching a basket of vegetables. I was just about to reach out to assist him when, unexpectedly, the second elder swung the hoe in his hand, striking the wooden handle against my head. The blow caused me immense pain, prompting me to clutch my head and jump around in agony. As I looked back at the elderly figure, I could no longer discern an old man. There was merely a broken jar standing there, with the bones of the deceased having spilled out onto the ground. Our locality boasts a rather diverse array of burial customs in our village. The predominant practice is direct interment. In a village across the river, the custom involves placing the coffin above ground for 3 years, covered with tiles, before finally burying it. In the village behind the mountain, another unique practice is observed known as jar burial. This method is particularly eerie, as the earthen jars are prone to breaking, leaving the deceased exposed once shattered. Many mass graves arise from such burial practices. The force with which the second elder struck me was just right. It was painful, yet left no lasting harm, not even a bump. Following this incident, I kept close behind the second elder and quietly inquired about the identities of these individuals. He replied nonchalantly, "Villagers." When I pressed him further, he ignored me. As we passed another household, I noticed a man entirely covered in black, bathing in the snow. The sight sent chills through me, as the house behind him appeared equally dark, as if scorched by fire. Upon noticing our presence, the man approached the edge of the yard and asked me, "Brother, do you have any soap?" I shook my head and replied, "I do not." The second elder, infuriated, pointed at me and scolded, "A decayed wood cannot be carved." It was then that I realized I had misspoken once again, and I hastily fell silent. The man, still smiling, asked, "Do you know where I can buy some?" The second elder glared at him and retorted, "Get lost." The man returned in a dejected manner and continued to bathe. I found myself puzzled, yet I dared not inquire of the second master, for I noticed that his countenance was quite grim. I followed him up the mountain, winding through the terrain until we arrived at a desolate graveyard. I was baffled as to why the second master had brought me to such a place. He remained silent as we traversed a field of urn burials. The area was chaotic, with human bones scattered about, a sight so unimaginable that it was hard to believe such a place existed without oversight. The second master halted before a mound of earth, lifted his hoe, and commanded, "Dig." What? Dig up a grave? This was something I could not bring myself to do. The second master glared at me, insisting, "If you wish to live through tonight, you will dig with me." I dared not protest further. My father had instructed me to seek out the second master, and here I was. I had to place my trust in him. Reluctantly, I raised the shovel and began to move the earth that the second master had turned up. At over 80 years of age, his vigor astonished me. He worked with a dexterity that surpassed that of younger men. Before long, a coffin was revealed, its surface darkened from years of burial. The second master directed me to split open the coffin lid. I hesitated, asking if he was certain. He affirmed his decision. My confusion deepened. To break open the coffin lid meant to destroy it. And would we not merely reinter it afterward? The second master coldly laughed, remarking, "Reinter? If we survive tonight, it will be they who perish. What need will there be for graves once they are all gone?" I raised the shovel once more and struck down with force. The coffin, long decayed, shattered upon impact, its lid crumbling into dust and revealing the putrefied remains within. The second master pointed at the white bones and instructed, "Collect them and place them in the snakeskin bag." I leapt into the coffin, clutching a snakeskin bag, discovering remnants of garments that had not yet succumbed to decay, presumably belonging to a woman. I bowed thrice before the skeletal remains, then gently gathered the bones into the bag. When it came to the skull, I cradled it with both hands, placing it delicately within the confines of the bag, bestowing the utmost respect upon the deceased. My companion, the second elder, observed my task and remarked, "Let's proceed. There is another." He led me across a stretch of snow, halting beneath a rocky outcrop. "There." He pointed to a mound concealed beneath the snow and instructed me to begin excavating. I chose silence, resigning myself to the task at hand. The grave was shallow, and I uncovered it swiftly. Judging by the garments, this burial site appeared to belong to a man. As I prepared to place the bones into the bag, the elder insisted on taking over, his movements lacking the gentleness I had exhibited, carelessly tossing the bones into the bag. With our burdens secured, we made our descent down the mountain. I inquired of the elder whose grave we had disturbed and the purpose of retrieving the remains. He simply replied that I would understand in due time, and thereafter fell silent. I had grown accustomed to such reticence. Asking was often futile, better left unasked. As we retraced our steps, passing by a shadowy dwelling, I noticed a man, entirely cloaked in darkness, inexplicably bathing in icy water amidst the snow. Was he mad? Did he not fear the chill? The man cast a glance my way, grinning, and queried, "Do you have any soap?" Chapter 39. The seductive woman the man was vigorously rubbing the frozen, stiff snow against his body, yet his skin remained an ominous shade of darkness. I watched in trepidation, wondering if he had lost his sanity. Who would subject themselves to such brutal torment in this biting cold? Yet, even a madman must possess a certain constitution to endure such an icy bath for an extended period. Ere he turned to me, urging me to move on and not to be foolish. I followed closely behind him, but the man continued to gaze at me with a smile. Only when I finally slipped out of his line of sight did I feel a measure of relief. As we passed by another house, the sound of a radio floated through the air. Was someone home? I recalled that earlier, when we had walked past, the snow in the yard had been thick, untouched by footprints. How could there suddenly be someone inside? Upon reaching the door, a woman emerged from the house. She appeared to be in her 30s, voluptuous and graciously greeting us from the yard. However, Arie had no intention of acknowledging her and continued to stride forward. I naturally followed suit. Seeing that Arie ignored her, the woman did not relent. Instead, she approached and grasped my arm, smiling as she invited, "On this chilly day, why not come inside for a moment?" Startled, I wondered why she was so forward. Attempting to push her away, my hand inadvertently brushed against something soft. Turning my head, I realized my hand had landed on the woman's ample bosom. Alarmed, I quickly withdrew my hand, but the woman, with a sultry smile, remarked, "You seem quite experienced. Young man, come, step inside." Arie turned back, angrily reprimanding her. "What are you doing? Let go." The woman, with a defiant demeanor, declared he touched my chest, and he thinks he can simply walk away? Upon hearing this, the second master turned to me with a questioning gaze. "Did you lay a hand on her?" I explained that she had pulled me, and I had inadvertently brushed against her. The second master immediately softened his tone, addressing the woman. "The child is merely naive. Please do not take offense." To my surprise, the woman chuckled. "How could I possibly be offended? Come in and sit with me. A conversation would be delightful." I was perplexed by her intentions. While I acknowledged that my actions might have been inappropriate, they were unintentional. I had already offered my apologies. If she were angry, a reprimand would suffice, or even a slap would be acceptable. Yet, why was she insistent on inviting us indoors? Just as I was contemplating this, the second master nodded in agreement. "Since you were so gracious, we shall accept your invitation." With the second master's consent, I realized I might have been overthinking the situation. The woman turned her body and ushered us inside. Despite the dilapidated exterior of the house, the interior was quite tidy, albeit furnished with very old and worn items, the paint on the furniture having faded to a dull black. The second master seated himself at the table in the main hall, and I took my place beside him. The woman requested us to wait momentarily as she prepared refreshments. A radio in the house emitted sounds, though electromagnetic interference rendered the broadcast unintelligible. Before long, the woman returned, presenting us with 2 bowls of steaming noodles. As the delightful aroma wafted toward me, it awakened my appetite. I had not anticipated her culinary skills to be so remarkable. As I reached out to take the noodles, the second master swiftly intercepted my hand. "Child, you lack proper etiquette," he admonished me. The woman chuckled and said, "It's no trouble. It's just something for you to eat." I was delighted and reached for the bowl, but the second master once again pushed me away, frowning, and said, "Little child, you lack understanding. Go aside. You are forbidden from eating." The second master had only half a face, and in his anger, he looked exceedingly unsightly. Yet, as I was with him, I had no choice but to endure my discomfort and suppress my temper. The second master devoured his noodles ravenously, while the woman offered me several times to eat, each time thwarted by the second master. After finishing his bowl, he swiftly snatched the noodles intended for me from the woman and Appo's hands and resumed his gluttonous feast, causing my mouth to water uncontrollably. Deciding not to look at him, I inwardly cursed the second master, surprised by his selfishness. At that moment, a voice emanated from the radio in the room, a woman broadcasting the news. Yet the content was from the early days of the nation and Appo's founding. Which station still indulges in such nostalgia? Just as I was about to inquire, the second master abruptly set down his bowl and said, "Thank you for the noodles, dear lady. We should not impose further. Farewell." Without regard for the woman's reaction, he seized my hand and hurried out the door. I was bewildered. Should one not express gratitude after consuming another's food? The second master slung the burlap bag over his shoulder and pulled me swiftly out of the courtyard. At the moment we exited the gate, I heard the sound of the woman's uproarious laughter reverberating within, wild and fervent. Yet, once we stepped outside, the laughter ceased abruptly. Elder Second pulled me along, running vigorously until we reached his doorstep, where he finally paused. I inquired about the situation, and he tossed the snakeskin bag onto the ground, urging me to fetch him a large bowl of warm water without delay. His tone was urgent, and I dared not procrastinate, hastening to find the water. After searching high and low, I could only locate a small bowl, which I filled and brought to him. Elder Second exclaimed that it was insufficient and instructed me to fill a basin instead. Stunned by the request, I wondered if we were to wash our faces. Nevertheless, I filled the basin to the brim and carried it outside. Elder Second took the basin and placed it in the snow-covered yard. He then retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and muttered a few incantations. To my astonishment, the talisman ignited spontaneously. He let the ashes from the burnt talisman fall into the water, where they dissolved. Then, he lifted the basin to his lips and began to drink deeply. I was utterly bewildered. What kind of performance was this? How could he drink that water? Yet, Elder Second paid no heed to my confusion, gulping down the entire basin of water in one go before discarding the basin and collapsing onto the snowy ground. I rushed to assist him, but before I could grasp his hand, he suddenly began to heave violently and vomited onto the snow. I was horrified to see what he had expelled, small, finger-length worms, emitting an unbearable stench. Elder Second continued to retch, spitting out those repulsive creatures, and I stood frozen in shock, my body trembling with revulsion. After quite some time, the elder finally finished retching. I stood by, my legs trembling in fear. He used his hands to shovel the snow aside, covering the writhing worms beneath. It was then that I realized what needed to be done, and I took up a shovel to help him conceal the wretched creatures. Only after this did he allow me to assist him in rising. I supported him into the house, where his face was pale and he appeared exceedingly weak. Fearing for his well-being, I hurriedly built a fire, warming a bucket to provide him with heat. He leaned against the bucket, and I fetched him some hot tea. After sipping the tea, he seemed to recover somewhat. It was then that I inquired about what had transpired. Instead of responding, he posed a question. "Do you wish to eat the noodles made by that woman?" I was uncertain of his intention behind this query, yet I could not deny the enticing aroma of those noodles, which still lingered in my mind. Thus, I nodded in affirmation. He gestured towards the pile of snow in the yard, where the worms lay buried, and asked, "Would you eat that?" Lost in thoughts of the delectable noodles, I was suddenly confronted by the notion of those revolting worms. The mere sight of them made me feel nauseous. Indeed, I could not even bear to glance at them. The elder remarked that the woman's noodles were made from those very worms. I was taken aback, questioning how this could be. Leaning against the warming bucket, he sighed and pondered why no one resided in the village on the back mountain anymore. It was not due to inconvenient transportation that the village fell into desolation, but rather because of a devastating fire that occurred 40 years ago, claiming numerous lives. Although the survivors did not immediately abandon their homes, the village gradually transformed, losing its vitality and becoming perpetually shrouded in a thick fog, an omen of misfortune. It is said that the souls of those who perished in the flames felt wronged, unwilling to depart, leading to an unsettling coexistence between the living and the departed, prompting the living to vacate the area. This was why, as we set out, my elder warned me not to engage with anyone on the road. Regrettably, I fell into the trap laid by a woman, and my elder, aware of the danger, knew that escaping would not be simple. Thus, he devised a plan and took me to the woman's abode, where we partook in a bowl of noodles. From the very beginning, my elder understood that the noodles were merely a ruse, for the bowl contained nothing but writhing maggots. He forbade me from eating. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through my neck. That delectable noodle dish was, in fact, repugnant larvae. It appears the tales told by the elders were not mere folklore. In our youth, while gathering firewood on the mountain, the elders would caution us against consuming anything offered by strangers, for the mountain harbored many unsavory elements. What appeared to be a culinary delight could, in truth, be composed of toads or dirt clods. Ingesting such tainted offerings would lead to a gruesome fate, as those impure substances would rot one's insides, ultimately resulting in a painful demise for the living. As I contemplated this, a wave of trepidation washed over me, and I felt grateful that I had abstained from consuming the woman's noodles. Of course, my primary gratitude was owed to the second master, who insisted I refrain from expressing thanks for trivial matters. The night was destined to be arduous. In the midst of our conversation, he instructed me to retrieve 2 skeletal remains from the burlap sack and place them upon the ground. I complied, and the 2 skeletons lay ominously in the hall, evoking a sense of dread. The second master revealed that these remains belonged to the notorious pair, Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, who had haunted our village. Years ago, in a fit of rage, my uncle had slain them, and such a disgraceful act meant that their bodies could not be interred in the ancestral grave. The community's loathing compelled them to bury the remains in a nameless graveyard. To my astonishment, after all these years, the malevolent spirits had been summoned back from the abyss. It was certain that these vengeful spirits would not show me mercy. They would undoubtedly come seeking retribution. The second master had unearthed their remains, as it was the only means to contain their wrath. He instructed me to capture a rooster from the coop, slay it, and collect its blood, then to cut some yellow wheat from the fields. More was preferable. I dared not delay for even a moment. After a flurry of activity, I had harvested the wheat by the time dusk was nearing. I inquired of the second master where to place the yellow wheat, but he merely shook his head and replied, "Do not plant it yet. Leave some by your wife's bedside to protect her from harm. The remaining wheat should be bound with twine and hung from the beams." His actions perplexed me, yet he offered no explanation. After hanging the wheat from the rafters, I completed my tasks, and the second master urged me to rest, for the night promised to be far from tranquil. Chapter 40. I Want to Die. We sat in the hall, enveloped in silence. Boredom washed over me, compelling me to ascend the stairs and light some incense for Lancheng. Upon my return, I found the second master still in a state of tranquil repose. My mind swirled with questions, yet the sight of him dissuaded me from voicing my inquiries. I recalled the woman in the cheapao who had serenaded the night away behind the house. I wondered if there might be some hidden mystery lurking there. It was daytime. Surely she wouldn't dare to emerge again in the light. Seizing the opportunity, I decided to venture outside for a closer inspection. The area behind the house revealed a vast courtyard, typical of rural dwellings, with a modest front yard leading to a more expansive rear. This space could accommodate poultry and livestock. The snow that blanketed the ground was thin, indicating that the second master had indeed cleared it. As I surveyed the yard, I stumbled upon a grave, a small tombstone cloaked in dried moss. I peeled back the moss to discern the inscription, which was scant yet legible. Here lies Chunzir, who passed away in June 1978. Who was this Chunzir, and why was his grave nestled in the second master's backyard? The second master was quite accommodating. Others might have objected to such an arrangement. A grave that had stood for 40 years seemed devoid of intrigue, and I prepared to continue my exploration. Just then, my gaze fell upon a mound behind the tombstone, and my heart quickened. To my astonishment, I noticed a hole the size of a water bucket at the side of the mound. Leaning closer, I peered into the opening, which slanted downward into the grave. Could this be the fabled thief and Apo's tunnel? What could possibly be of value to excavate from such an abandoned grave? As I gazed again at the hole, a wave of anxiety washed over me. The earth appeared to be pushed outward, as if something from within had forced its way out. Could there be something emerging from the grave? I trembled in fear, my mind racing with the horrifying images from films depicting zombies rising from their tombs. Just then, I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder, causing me to nearly leap in fright. Turning around, I found my uncle standing behind me, his expression dark and foreboding. I patted my chest in relief and exclaimed, "Uncle, you nearly scared me to death." He lowered his voice, admonishing me, "Have you forgotten my warning? Do not wander about recklessly." I followed closely behind him, retorting, "What harm could there be in broad daylight?" He halted, turning to fix his bulging gaze upon me, and said, "Do you truly believe that a person would bathe in cold water on a frigid day? Do you think someone would prepare noodles with corpse worms?" His words sent a chill down my spine, reminding me of the unsettling encounters I had witnessed under the glaring sun. Clearly, the village beyond the mountain was far more enigmatic than I had initially presumed. At that moment, the eerie sound of opera drifted in from behind me, and I dashed to stand in front of my uncle, too frightened to look back. He spoke calmly from behind. "Why have you emerged again? Go back. You must not come out tonight." As the words of the second elder faded, the sound of the opera ceased. I returned to the room with him, igniting another fire in the bucket. We sat side by side in the hall, enveloped in warmth. A wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I leaned against the fire bucket, succumbing to slumber. Just as I drifted into dreams, I found myself in the presence of Lan Chung, who persistently urged me to follow her. My parents and all the villagers echoed their pleas for me to leave, to venture as far away as possible. A profound sadness engulfed me as I stood at a crossroads, uncertain of my path. Ultimately, I awoke with a start. The night had descended, and the second elder gazed at me, inquiring, "Did you dream?" He added, "Once this matter concludes, I shall see you safely away from here." Intrigued, I asked, "How do you know I dreamed this?" The elder replied, "You have been speaking in your sleep." I wiped the sweat from my brow, still shaken and somewhat sorrowful, and said, "I feel I have done nothing wrong. Why must I leave? Lan Cheng's death has nothing to do with me. Is it solely because I arranged a ghostly marriage for her? Must I bear all the blame alone?" In an unprecedented moment, the elder chuckled softly and remarked, "In time, you will understand that all things are dictated by fate." I shook my head at his words, dismissing them as devoid of meaning. I yearned to inquire further, but he interjected, "Enough. They are arriving." With that, the elder rose from the fire bucket and hurried to his room, returning with a feather duster and smearing soot from the pot onto my face and hands. As the old man spoke, he wiped the dust off the chicken feather duster, explaining that it was crafted from the feathers of a rooster, intended for warding off evil spirits. The ash from the bottom of the pot was refined by fire, capable of repelling the 3 true flames that afflict the human body. He cautioned, "If they remain still, you must remain still. Do not strike first." I nodded anxiously, yet I sensed that while he was preparing for confrontation, he had not equipped himself for the impending danger. I inquired about our course of action, to which he replied, "They seem to overlook my presence." With that, a grotesque smile twisted his face, and I turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. A cold wind swept through, scattering snowflakes in a dance, and in the courtyard, 2 figures emerged, standing resolute. Indeed, it was Su Hong and Zhao Ergo, the pair of fearsome spirits. Gripping the chicken feather duster tightly, I felt an overwhelming tension. However, the old man approached the doorway with an air of calmness, addressing the ominous duo. "Might I inquire if you have business here? Or are you merely passing by?" I could scarcely believe my ears. He was conversing with these malevolent beings. Was he courting death? My anxiety surged, yet I dared not speak. Su Hong broke the silence, saying, "Old ghost, you still linger about?" The old man replied with a chuckle, "It is all by fate. Indeed, I remain." Zhao ergo interjected, "Then why not present the matchmaker?" The old man countered, "Did you not seek the soul of that girl? Why then do you now covet the matchmaker's essence?" Both spirits replied in unison, "Since you are aware, why press for further inquiry?" The old man nodded slightly, saying, "The underworld is a realm for your redemption. If you could endure a moment longer, rebirth may soon be upon you. Why then return to this sorrowful mortal realm?" Su Hong began to feel a surge of anger, pointing at the second master and shouting, "Old ghost, do not attempt to quibble. Someone has summoned us back. It is the will of heaven. With the matchmaker and the spirit of that girl, we can attain sanctity. Hand them over, or we shall reduce you to ashes." The second master sighed, turned, and returned to the hall. Lifting the two skeletons bound together by rope, he approached the door and declared, "There is no matchmaker, but surely you recognize these two skeletons?" Upon seeing the bones, the two ghosts recoiled in terror, retreating to the entrance of the courtyard. The second master continued, "Find your way back to your true forms. I shall offer you salvation, ensuring you endure less suffering in hell. Otherwise, I will obliterate your remains, and your souls shall be lost to the void." The malevolent ghosts, however, were deaf to his words and erupted in fury. The second master, clutching their remains, felt the tension mounting. A minute later, both he and I stood in stunned disbelief. Su Hong and Zhao Ergu brought the second master crashing to the ground, seizing their own remains and reducing them to dust. The second master had intended to use the bones as leverage to guide them back to righteousness, and if that failed, to threaten them. Yet, before he could act, they had chosen to destroy their own remains, an act of sheer madness. With a mischievous grin, Su Hong taunted, "Old ghost, do you think we care about bones?" Zhao Ergu echoed, "What is so remarkable about rotten bones?" The second master lay on the ground as the two ghosts approached him menacingly. Unable to bear the thought of the second master being harmed, I raised a feather duster, prepared to confront the ghosts. But the second master urgently gestured for me to refrain, saying, "Do not move, whatever you do." The two demons believed that the second master had instructed them not to move, thus remaining oblivious to my presence. They cast him to the ground as if he were a mere chick, leaving me breathless with horror. I could no longer conceal myself. I could not bear to witness the demise of the second master on my account. Just as I was about to act, the sound of an opera suddenly echoed from behind the house, and a woman in a cheaphow appeared. Upon seeing the two demons assaulting the second master, she immediately lunged at them with a fierce roar. The second master, in a heart-wrenching plea, shouted, "What are you doing here? Quickly go back." However, the demons had already ensnared the cheaphow-clad woman, who proved no match for them and soon succumbed to defeat. Yet, she clung tenaciously to the demons. The scene was utterly harrowing. I could no longer delay. Armed with a feather duster, I charged forward. But just as I lifted my foot, something tripped me, causing my head to collide with a fire bucket, leaving me dazed and disoriented, a buzzing sound filling my ears. At that moment, I noticed a woman racing down from the stairs. She helped me to my feet. To my astonishment, it was Lan Chung, and her presence felt as comforting as encountering an old friend. Grasping her hand, I implored, "Please save the second master." Lan Chung shook her head, saying, "I cannot contend with the ferocious spirits. We must leave." I wrenched my hand free from hers, insisting, "Leave? Is that all you can suggest?" Had we not come to the rear mountain village to find the second master, the male and female demons would not have appeared. The second master is sacrificing himself for us. Lan Chung lowered her gaze, and after a moment, she lifted her head and said, "Do you know why the male and female demons want to capture us? I urge you to leave, not because I wish for you to change, but because I hope you can live a good life." As she wiped away her tears, she uttered, "Enough of this. Further discussion is futile. The defeat of the male and female demons must rest upon your shoulders." Myself? Very well. I grasped the feather duster and struggled to rise. Yet, Blue Chung dealt me a heavy blow from behind. With my eyes shut, my mind became a haze, and I felt my body convulsing violently, as if engaged in a dance. After a while, exhaustion overcame me, and I collapsed onto the ground. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a fire barrel, with Second Master leaning against it. I surveyed my surroundings. All was silent. Suddenly, clarity returned to my mind, and I sat upright. Second Master, with his eyes half closed, inquired, "Are you awake?" I asked him what had transpired, and about the male and female demons. He slightly opened his eyes and replied, "I had intended to escort you out, but it seems that is no longer feasible. You must carry your wife and leave on your own." Confused, I pondered the situation. What exactly had occurred? I recalled my earlier dream where the demons had appeared, and Second Master had suffered greatly. The woman in the Chi Pao had also made an appearance, followed by Blue Chung, who eventually rendered me unconscious. How had I ended up here with Second Master? Where had the demons gone? With a sigh, Second Master remarked, "The male and female demons were repelled by you in your dream. Though they remain, they likely will not dare to confront you again. Prepare yourself. It is time to leave. I truly cannot accompany you any longer." What was happening? Second Master had previously promised to help me defeat the demons and guide me out of this snowy mountain wilderness. Why had he changed his mind? Leaning against the fire barrel, he uttered a perplexing statement. "I am going to die." Chapter 41. A heart-wrenching tale. Second Master declared his intention to depart from this world. A statement that left me utterly astonished. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Having battled with the malevolent spirit, he must have sustained severe injuries. Although he claimed that the spirit was vanquished in my dreams, I could not bring myself to believe such absurdity. I descended from the fire barrel and, with genuine concern, inquired, "Second Master, are you injured? Allow me to assist you." He shook his head and replied, "Hounding, it is not an injury that plagues me. I have long contemplated my demise. Yet, I owe a debt of gratitude to your Wong family, which I must repay. My time has come, and I must impart some vital information to you. It is imperative that you remember it well, for henceforth, you shall tread your own path." I listened intently to Second Master's words, so much so that I dared not even draw a loud breath. The moment he spoke, he posed a question that left me astounded. Was I curious about the desolate grave in the backyard and the peculiar hole within it? I nodded, affirming my curiosity about the large cavity in the tomb, which struck me as exceedingly odd. Yet, I had come to a conclusion. That grave undoubtedly belonged to the woman in the Chi Pao, and her connection to Second Master must be extraordinary. Second Master shook his head, indicating my misunderstanding. He then produced a photograph from his person and handed it to me. Upon examining it, I discovered it to be a black and white group portrait of several individuals. Seated in the foreground were a man and a woman, while another man and woman stood behind them. The face of the seated man was entirely obscured by water damage, and the woman's visage was likewise somewhat indistinct. In contrast, the woman standing at the back had a clear countenance. She was adorned in a white floral Chi Pao, while the man was dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back and his face adorned with makeup, exuding an air of vitality. I was perplexed as to the significance of this photograph that Second Master had shown me. Elder Air inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It has been over 80 years. She was so beautiful back then." As he spoke, his skeletal fingers delicately traced the face of the woman in the photograph. I surmised that this image, captured over 8 decades ago, must depict Elder Air's parents. However, he shook his head, clarifying, "No, this is a photograph of Chunzir and Xia Xiumei." He turned to me and inquired, "Do you not have even the faintest recollection?" I found his question amusing. How could I possibly have any memory of a photograph from over 80 years ago of individuals I had never met? Elder Air chuckled in an odd manner, his laughter merely a hollow sound, as his features had long since hardened into a mask. What he uttered next left me utterly astounded. "You should not address me as Elder Air. You ought to call me Air Yi, as in the era of Chunzir." I was taken aback. What could this possibly mean? Was Elder Air truly Chunzir? He nodded affirmatively, confirming his identity. I took the photograph and scrutinized it closely, pointing at the man who stood in the image. asking, "Is this him?" Elder Air continued to nod. The man appeared to be around 30 years of age. If Elder Air indeed was Chunzir, then he would be over 100 years old. Yet, living to such an age is not an extraordinary feat. The real conundrum lies in the grave of Chunzir in the backyard. Elder Air remarked, "That grave is my true home. I yearn to return there day and night. I wish to accompany Xiumei and no longer allow her to drift in solitude." As he spoke, the old gentleman unexpectedly broke into tears, weeping with a heart-wrenching sorrow. I stood silently beside him, my legs trembling with fear. I had once imagined that Chunziren was a woman in a cheap how, doubting if the figure that emerged from the grave was indeed her. To my astonishment, that grave belonged to the old gentleman himself, the very person I had spent so many days with. I found myself uncertain whether he was alive or dead and dared not inquire. He paused his weeping and recounted his existence amidst a war-torn environment, a time when countless souls were torn apart and many lovers were separated. The world, it seemed, was weeping in unison. The photograph of Xia Xiumei was that of his beloved, who, like many others, had been lost to the chaos of war. Eventually, Chunziren enlisted in the army, fought valiantly against the enemy, and survived, settling in this old village. By a twist of fate, he managed to reconnect with Xia Xiumei, and they agreed to meet in the back mountain village to rekindle their love. Yet, fate proved cruel. A devastating fire 40 years ago reduced that beautiful village to ashes, seemingly returning to an era of anguish. The old gentleman perished in that inferno. When Xia Xiumei arrived at the back mountain village, she found that Chunziren had already passed away. Overcome with grief, she resolved to end her life by throwing herself into a well on the red earth slope. However, she was saved by a stranger. Grateful for her rescue, Xia Xiumei expressed her appreciation, yet her suffering remained profound, leading her to still wish for death. Moved by their poignant tale, the stranger proposed a ghost marriage for them. Xia Xiumei agreed, and though they were wed, the chasm between the living and the dead was insurmountable. Unable to bear the pain of longing, she recalled the powerful matchmaker who might help her. Xia Xiumei earnestly implored the matchmaker, hoping he could assist her. Even if it meant allowing Chunzir to live for just an hour, she was willing to sacrifice her life for such a cause. Moved by Xia Xiumei's genuine emotions, the matchmaker resolved to summon Chunzir's soul from the underworld, with the path leading to the nether realm being the desolate well on the red earth slope. Alas, fate is unpredictable. Though Chunzir's soul returned, the flames of hell had ravaged Xia Xiumei's visage. Chunzir lived, yet Xia Xiumei perished, a tragically absurd twist of fate. Had Chunzir sought the matchmaker's aid, he would have exchanged his own face for Xia Xiumei's two souls and one spirit. Yet the matchmaker bore the brunt of divine retribution. For many years, Chunzir awaited in the village behind the mountain, yearning to repay the matchmaker's profound kindness. After recounting this tale, my elder turned to me. I was left astounded, pondering whether that matchmaker was my father. The elder scoffed and shook his head. Could he be my grandfather? With a sigh, the elder remarked that he was no longer of this world and that he had no intention of further discussion. He simply awaited the arrival of the matchmaker and amp, Appo's heir. Subsequently, the elder retrieved a small silk pouch from his bosom and handed it to me. Upon opening it, I discovered an ancient brush nestled within. "What is this?" I inquired. The elder replied, "This is the sole relic left by the matchmaker. I now entrust it to you. You must preserve it well, for perhaps one day, the matchmaker will unexpectedly appear before you, and at that moment, you shall convey my gratitude." My mind was a whirlwind of confusion. If the matchmaker was neither my father nor my grandfather, then who could he possibly be? As I pondered, a shadow suddenly appeared behind me. The woman in the cheapao had arrived. She maintained her gaze downwards, her curly hair veiling her face as she approached slowly. Overcome by fear, I instinctively took a few steps back. The woman stood before Second Master, whose rigid features forced a faint smile. Gradually, she lifted her head. I was reluctant to look at her, yet I could not refrain from stealing a glance. In that fleeting moment, I was struck dumb. She was Xia Xiumei. The charred and distorted visage I had once known was gone, replaced by a fair and delicate countenance. Xia Xiumei beamed and said, Ergo, I can feel you. After more than 80 years, I have finally found you. Second master, trembling, gently caressed Xia Shuemei's cheek, murmuring, "You remain so youthful and beautiful." While I have withered into a mere shadow of my former self. Tears streamed down Xia Shuemei's cheeks as she tenderly embraced Second Master, planting a gentle kiss upon his aged forehead. Remarkably, Second Master appeared rejuvenated, transformed into the youthful figure captured in photographs. The two wept in each other's arms, and I was deeply moved, witnessing a love that had endured for over 80 years finally reunited, a sacrifice worth every moment. Second Master slowly rose from the fire barrel, embracing Xia Shuemei, then turned to me and said, "Hao Ning, I can no longer escort you down a mountain. Seek out the man who bathes in cold water and inform him that soap can be purchased in Shiyuan village. But one must traverse the steep Dapo Valley to get there. He will guide you. Upon reaching Shiyuan village, find Li Yao Tian and show him the brush. He will understand." After the second elder spoke, he took out an old-fashioned bar of soap from his pocket and handed it to me, instructing me to give it to the man bathing in Shiyuan village, ensuring his return to prevent him from becoming a nuisance to you. After saying this, they waved goodbye to me. I felt as though I were in a dream. Everything was so sudden that I found it difficult to accept. As I watched the second elder exit through the back door, I couldn't help but call out, "Second elder, second elder." Suddenly, I jolted awake, exclaiming, "Second elder." Glancing at myself, I was still leaning against the fire bucket, and the second elder was likewise seated in the fire bucket. It turned out to be merely a dream, albeit an exceedingly vivid one. I chuckled at my own folly for crafting such a romantic narrative for the second elder, thinking I would share it with him later. I felt an urgent need to relieve myself and was about to rise when I noticed I was holding something in my hand. I looked down, and a wave of realization washed over me. In my left hand was a silk pouch, while my right hand clutched a photograph of Chan Ziren and Xia Shuemei. I hastily got to my feet and called for the second elder, but there was no response. I touched his nose with my hand. He was unresponsive, his pulse absent. The second elder had truly passed away, and I felt utterly lost. Was that dream somehow real? The second elder and Amp, Appo's body had grown rigid. I gently laid him flat in the fire bucket, noticing his hand was tightly grasping something. I carefully took it from him and discovered it was a woman's embroidered handkerchief, pink with a pair of mandarin ducks stitched upon it. I recognized this handkerchief. It belonged to a woman in a qipao. I sat down with my head in my hands, the earlier urgency to relieve myself forgotten. I needed to regain my composure. The sudden death of the second elder struck me profoundly. Yet what could be done for one who had departed this world? In the room of the second master, I sought out his only set of relatively clean clothing and dressed him. I then cleansed his body with water before unearthing the grave in the backyard. To my astonishment, a coffin lay within, and a hole was present on its side, suggesting that the second master had indeed emerged from the grave. I sealed the hole in the coffin and laid his remains inside, placing a pair of embroidered handkerchiefs in his embrace. Regardless of whether the dreams I conjured were mere figments of my imagination or if Chan Ziren and Xia Shuemei were truly together, I chose to believe in their union. After covering the grave with earth, I inscribed Xia Shuemei and Appo's name upon the second master and Appo's tombstone. Following the burning of some joss paper, I returned indoors. Suddenly, the horizontal beam in the hall collapsed, causing the entire house to sway ominously. Alarmed, I rushed upstairs and carried Lan Chung down. The wooden floorboards had turned a charred black, as if consumed by flames. The house was on the verge of collapse, and with Lan Chung on my back, I dashed out the door just as the structure crumbled behind me. Chapter 42. Crisis. I stood before the ruins of a collapsed house, burdened by the weight of Lan Chung on my back. I had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of this unforeseen situation. Just hours earlier, I had been preparing alongside Yi to confront the malevolent spirits. In the blink of an eye, the specters had vanished, Yi had perished, and the house lay in utter disarray. Now, in the biting wind and snow of the night, I trembled uncontrollably. Though it was indeed nighttime, the distinction between day and night seemed negligible here. Daylight was shrouded in a thick mist, casting only a faint, yellowish glow through the snow. while night remained indistinct yet not entirely enveloped in darkness. "Come to my house for a while." A sudden voice broke through my thoughts, startling me. Turning around, I beheld a voluptuous woman clad in a thin, vintage dress, her smile alluring. The memory of the corpse insects spewed by air flooded my mind, sending shivers down my spine, as a profound fear of women took root within me. Yet, she appeared completely at ease, gesturing toward the collapsed building, saying, "It's all fallen down. Come to my house for a bit." Earlier, as I fled with Lan Chung, I had neglected to wear my coat, leaving me exposed to the elements. Now, my clothing was inadequate, and my lips quivered from the cold, rendering my speech clumsy. I indeed required a warm refuge to recuperate, ideally with an additional layer of clothing. Otherwise, I would surely perish traversing the treacherous slopes. Although this woman might not be entirely human, I had visited her home before and found it to be clean and comfortable. At worst, I could simply decline her noodles. With no viable alternatives before me, I steeled my resolve and followed her to her abode. As I stepped inside, the door closed with a soft thud, startling me. What could this mean? The woman gradually turned, remarking in an amp, oppos, as cold outside. Closing the door keeps us warm. I noticed that her abode appeared different from before. Previously, it had been quite tidy, but the walls bore a dark hue reminiscent of rural homes. Now, however, a gentle pink mist enveloped the room, accompanied by an odd fragrance that sent tingles throughout my body. The woman instructed me to place the blue blanket into the fire pit. My mind reacted sluggishly, but I eventually complied, setting the blanket in the fire pit before sitting atop it. As warmth began to seep into my body, my thoughts cleared. I realized I could not linger here. I observed a black cloth covering the fire pit, specifically designed to retain heat, filled with cotton and remarkably warm. I contemplated taking it with me for warmth before departing. At that moment, the woman emerged from another room, gazing at me with a sultry smile. A thick layer of white powder adorned her face, lending her an unsettlingly pale appearance. I hastily said, "Thank you for your hospitality, but I must be on my way." However, given the frigid weather, would it be possible to borrow the fire pit cover to shield myself from the cold? The woman gazed at me with a dreamy smile, her facial powder cascading down with a grin. "How much powder must she have applied?" She replied, "In this bitter cold, why the hurry to leave? Stay a while." As she spoke, she drew closer, and I instinctively recoiled until my back pressed against the wall. She was now nearly against my chest, whispering, "How many years has it been since anyone visited this place? Since you have come, do stay and accompany me." Upon uttering these words, she began to weep softly, and I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. I dare not push her away, nor could I move. All I could do was gently persuade her to cease her lamentations, reminding her that we are of different realms, and her presence here only brings her suffering. I suggested that once I depart, I could assist her in crossing over, allowing her to enter the cycle of rebirth. My words elicited a peal of laughter from the woman, as she straightened her back, withdrew from my embrace, and said, "You are mistaken. I am not a ghost, but a human. The old fellow you were with yesterday afternoon is the true ghost. You have been ensnared by his charm." She referred to the second master, asserting her humanity. Yet, if she were indeed human, how could she transform noodles into corpse worms? At her words, she erupted into laughter, claiming that I had been possessed. She then rose and went to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of noodles, which I recognized by their aroma as the very same that the second master had consumed yesterday. The thought of the corpse worms immediately repulsed me, prompting me to push the bowl away. The woman, unfazed, brought forth another bowl and placed it on the table. As I beheld it, my hair stood on end. Within the bowl writhed a mass of worms, precisely the same as those the second master had expelled. I quickly diverted my gaze, for the sight was utterly revolting. The woman poured the worms onto the ground, and soon several chickens emerged from behind the house, swiftly devouring the grotesque creatures. She remarked, "Yesterday, there were 2 bowls of noodles. One was meant for you, and it was genuine noodles, while the other, intended for that old ghost, contained these corpse worms. However, the old ghost consumed your noodles as well." The woman remarked that the old ghost had consumed corpse worms without issue. asserting that his expulsion of the worms stemmed from having eaten noodles. The living ought not to partake of the dead and oppos, as sustenance, and naturally. The deceased should not consume the food of the living. I wished to avoid lengthy discourse with her, desiring only to depart swiftly. However, the woman persisted in her ramblings, predominantly denouncing the second master as a ghost who deceived me, urging me not to heed her words. Her disparagement of the second master irked me, prompting me to reply, "The second master has already passed away. He sustained grievous injuries in his battle against the malevolent spirit for my sake. Thus he is my benefactor. I implore you to cease your words." The woman erupted into laughter, pointing at me as she exclaimed, "What a foolish child! Can Shen Ziyu truly be considered a good person? Let me enlighten you. It was not he who fought the malevolent spirit last night, but you. I witnessed you battling alongside Su Hong and Zhao Ergu, and it was you who inflicted severe wounds upon the malevolent spirit, forcing it to flee. What connection does the old ghost have with this?" Although I had no desire to listen to her, her statement piqued my interest. This resonated with what the second master had said before his demise, claiming that it was I who drove away the malevolent spirit in my dreams. Now, the woman echoed this sentiment. If she were lying, what a remarkable coincidence that her words aligned with the second master and damp. Oppos. S. Sensing my confusion, the woman continued. Since the great fire engulfed this village, many have perished, and those who escaped have fled. Malevolent spirits now roam freely. The man who bathed was among those who perished in the fire, lingering here for decades due to unresolved grievances, cleansing his charred skin with water. The old ghost has urged you to seek him out. Do you not think he is leading you to your own ruin? The woman, in a desperate attempt to prove her humanity, seized the kitchen knife from the table and made a cut on her finger, blood gushing forth. She thrust her finger towards me, proclaiming, "Smell this, the scent of human blood and the stench of a ghost and oppos." Yes. As I leaned closer to inhale the metallic aroma, she abruptly shoved her middle finger into my mouth. In a flurry, she embraced me, and I struggled immensely to extricate her finger from my lips. I urged her to maintain some decorum, to which she replied, "There are no living souls here, just the two of us. What need is there for decorum? Let us simply coexist." As an 18-year-old youth, I felt a surge of heat rise to my face upon hearing the nonsensical ramblings of this woman in her 40s. She pressed her body against mine, forcing me to retreat. Despite my pleas for her to behave, she disregarded my protests, leaning into me with relentless insistence. Before long, I found myself losing control. My mind recognized the impropriety of the situation, yet my body betrayed me. The woman pulled me toward the room, and though my reluctance was palpable, my legs moved against my will. She pushed me onto the bed, and I felt my psychological defenses crumble. Yet I clung to the hope of averting my gaze, breathing heavily as I implored, "You must let me go." With a sultry smile, she nodded, caressing my face and teasing, "I wonder how long you can hold out." At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept into the room, startling both of us. We turned to the doorway, where a figure sat, an elegantly dressed woman clad in vibrant red. The woman exclaimed in astonishment, "You have thwarted my good fortune?" The woman in the red dress, her complexion pale and her eyes devoid of life, fixed her gaze upon us and declared, "He is my husband." "Dare you lay a hand on my husband?" Indeed, the woman in red was none other than Lan Cheng, who had suddenly returned to life, leaving me quite embarrassed. The woman was atop me, twisting her body with great force, loudly demanding, "Come out, hurry and come out." At that moment, I found myself lacking the will to engage with her further. My body felt weak. The woman, clearly dissatisfied, bared her teeth and screamed. Lan Cheng sat motionless, her gaze fluctuating between proximity and distance. In a sudden outburst, she lunged at the woman, but just as she was about to reach her, a shadow from outside collided with Lan Cheng, sending her sprawling aside. It was Zhao Ergu. Upon glancing back at the woman atop me, I was startled to find that she had transformed into Su Hong, her features contorted in a grotesque manner. Fear coursed through me, my body tensing in response. Su Hong opened her mouth to scream, the powder on her face scattering into the air, covering me in a white dust. As I touched and inhaled the powder, I discovered it to be lime. Su-hong's face revealed a blackened skeletal visage. I longed to escape, but my body was paralyzed with weakness. Seeing her inability to subdue me, Su-hong rose and thrust her head towards my abdomen, sending shivers down my spine as I cried out for help. At that moment, I noticed Lan Chung standing at the foot of the bed, her head tilted back, hair cascading wildly, her complexion even more ghastly, and her lips darkened. A tempest raged within the room, lifting Zhao Ergu and Su-hong, the two malevolent spirits, as they struggled against the furious winds to flee. The tempest ceased, and I found myself standing by the bedside, hastily arranging my garments. In that moment, I was uncertain whether I was ensnared in reality or a dream. Once again, she had rescued me. As I sat up, I noticed blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her body leaned to one side, collapsing towards the bed, and I caught her in my arms. "Are you all right? What has happened to you?" I inquired anxiously. Lan Chung lay with her eyes tightly shut, not uttering a word. My worry intensified as I incessantly patted her back, imploring, "Please wake up." As I called out, I realized the surroundings had transformed. I was no longer on the bed, but seated within a fire barrel, cradling Lan Chung. I gazed at her face, still serene in silence. Tentatively, I probed her nostrils with my fingers, only to find no breath. What was amiss? Could this be yet another dream? I scratched my head, leaning against a fire barrel. And then, upon glancing upward, I was startled to see a figure hanging from the rafters. Chapter 43. Communion with spirits. The figure suspended from the beam had long since succumbed to death. The flesh had swollen and exhibited signs of decay, mercifully staved off from further deterioration by the chill of the air. By the attire draped upon the lifeless form, it was evident that the one hanging was none other than the ample matron. She had been deceased for quite some time, and it appeared that the specters, both malevolent and female, had returned to ensnare us in their deception. I wrapped myself in the fireproof cloth, securing Blue Chung upon my back, intent on fleeing from this accursed place. At that moment, I beheld the reappearance of a pitch-black cat upon the beam, and a wave of trepidation washed over me. This feline had been absent for an extended period. Why now did it return? Its eyes, gleaming with an eerie blue luminescence, sent shivers coursing through my being. Suddenly, I felt an unfamiliar weight upon my body, accompanied by a faint ache in my shoulder. As I tore open my garment to investigate, I discovered that the two grotesque handprints, reminiscent of withered chicken claws, had re-emerged with alarming clarity. Anxiety gripped my heart. Was the ghostly weight upon my back returning? Had my father not secured Blue Cheng's sole vessel upon me for protection? How could it falter so suddenly? Was it possible that Blue Cheng was injured? Regardless of the circumstances, I could not bear to linger any longer in this dreadful place. I must escape. With Blue Cheng firmly secured, I dashed toward the abode of the man bathing, compelled to adhere to the instructions imparted by Second Master during his lifetime. My thoughts consumed by urgency, I ran headlong until an individual suddenly obstructed my path. Lifting my gaze, I recognized Luo Er, who now appeared a mere shadow of his former self, emaciated, with sunken eyes and a visage marred by frostbitten wounds. He fixed his unblinking stare upon me. I gazed at him in terror and shouted, "Luo Er, quickly step aside. If you wish to live, return to the village. If you meet your end, let dust return to dust." Suddenly, Luo Er spoke, "Do not seek the man bathing. Avoid the Dapo Valley. Take the old Tiger Cliff. Do not seek the man bathing. Avoid the Dapo Valley. Take the old Tiger Cliff." Luo Er continued in that manner, repeating the same phrase incessantly. Both Old Tiger Cliff and Dapo Valley are names of places on the back mountain. Luo Er would occasionally appear, always speaking like a parrot, yet each time he seemed to address the very ordeal I was facing, imparting guidance that I felt was a message from Lan Chung. However, this was mere conjecture. I found myself in a dilemma. I had never ventured to either Dapo Valley or Old Tiger Cliff, only hearing that their terrains were treacherous, with the heavy snow sealing the mountains. If I were to recklessly choose a path and make a mistake, I would plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. This was no jest, but a matter of life and death. Luo Er incessantly reiterated his warning, and my mind was in disarray. Just then, Luo Air abruptly turned and dashed away, crouching like a dog as he burrowed into the snow. What was happening? Moments later, I understood. The man bathing had arrived. He was laughing as he rubbed a snowball against his body and looked at me. "Do you have any soap?" he inquired. My legs trembled, not from the cold, but from sheer terror. Earlier, at a distance, I could not discern the man and Apo's features, but now, standing before me, he filled me with dread. One side of his face was stripped of flesh, leaving only stark white bone, and a single eyeball dangled grotesquely. His body was marred by gaping, blood-red wounds, against which the icy snowflakes rubbed uncomfortably. The man posed another question. "Do you have any soap?" As he inquired about the soap, I couldn't help but feel the bar nestled in my pocket. It was a gift from the second master, who had instructed me to provide it to him only upon arriving at Shiyuan village. I stammered, I know where they sell soap in Shiyuan village. After a moment of contemplation, the man asked, "Is it expensive?" "Well, I have enough money." As he spoke, he tore away a charred piece of skin from his own body. My heart raced in horror. I quickly replied, "There's no need for that. I can buy it for you." I naively hoped this would bring him joy, thinking he might retract his ghastly skin in gratitude, considering I was offering him a favor. To my astonishment, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His expression darkened as he said in a low voice, "I do not wish to take advantage of others. You keep the money." Eager not to provoke him further, I hastily accepted the gruesome offering, feeling nauseated. As I contemplated discarding it when he was in Apo's looking, he cautioned me. "You must keep it safe. If you lose it, I cannot guarantee my temper." The wretch, it seems, still had a trick up his sleeve. Though I wished to cast him aside, I found myself reluctant to do so, ultimately resigning to the necessity of tucking that loathsome piece of skin into my pocket. The man requested my assistance in procuring some soap for him, yet I refused, asserting that I could not venture forth alone and required his company. In response, he tore a piece of his own skin and offered it to me, promising to increase my remuneration. I reiterated my stance, insisting that he accompany me, and that we traverse the path to Dapo Valley. With his head bowed, he appeared almost entranced. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze, and with a hint of excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, so it is you. Very well, I shall go." He then turned and uttered, "Let us proceed." I glanced back, but saw no one behind me. What was he speaking of? Could he possibly be referring to Lan Chung? I inquired about his meaning, to which he cryptically replied that it was unmentionable, yet he could indeed guide me to Dapo Valley, provided I would assist him with the task upon arrival. When I asked what this task entailed, he requested that I help him locate a certain individual. I agreed, but clarified that my destination was not Dapo Valley, but rather Shiyuan village. He assured me that as long as I could be of assistance to him, it mattered not where we went. In my moment of carelessness, I failed to consider the implications of this agreement, which would later lead to considerable complications. The man escorted me to his residence, a dilapidated structure bearing the scars of a fierce conflagration, with half of it collapsed, leaving only one room intact. He stood at the threshold, gesturing toward the interior while gazing at me expectantly. I inquired about his intentions, but he remained silent. I asked if he wished for me to enter, and he nodded slightly. Though my inclination was to refrain from stepping inside, it became evident that he would not budge from his position until I complied. With trepidation, I approached the room, softly reciting Lan Chung. In this critical moment, you must protect me. Once I lead you out of this predicament, I shall return you home. Upon entering, the man followed closely behind, gesturing towards the bed and Apo's apex. What could this signify? Did he intend for me to ascend to the bed and Apo's summit? He nodded, and I discerned a peculiar change. Since I had mentioned the great slope valley, his words had become notably sparse. I gently laid Lan Chung down and sought a somewhat cleaner chair to rest her against. Ascending to the bed's top, I found little more than dust and a wooden box the size of a notebook. I lifted the box and inquired if this was what he meant. He nodded affirmatively, and as I presented the box to him, he shook his head, instructing you, "Open it." I brushed off the dust and opened the box, revealing a yellow garment within. I glanced at the man, who nodded in encouragement. As I lifted the robe, I discovered a string of ancient coins beneath it. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a money sword crafted from old currency, albeit considerably shorter than those depicted on television. Besides these two items, the box contained 2 obsidian beads. The man urged me to don a yellow attire, and feeling a chill, I acquiesced. An additional layer would indeed be welcome. As I draped the robe over my shoulders, I was astonished to find it embroidered with the 8 trigrams of a universe. Observing the money sword, I realized this ensemble resembled that of a Taoist priest. The man then picked up the 2 obsidian beads, offering one to me, instructing, "Hold in your mouth." The inky darkness suggested that this was no clean object. How could I dare to hold it in my mouth? Seeing my hesitation, the man insisted. "To enter the Great Slope Valley, you must keep in your mouth." Reluctantly, I opened my mouth and let the bead slip inside. Instantly, it transformed into a bitter liquid, piercing my senses. The acrid taste cascaded down my throat like a fiery spirit, leaving only bitterness and spice in its wake. I clamped my mouth shut, my hands pressed against the table as I succumbed to a violent coughing fit. Seizing the moment, the man forced another bead into Lan Cheng's mouth. I inquired about his intentions, but just then, a voice whispered in my ear, "Do not." Startled, I glanced around. Finding no one, I suspected I was merely hearing things and dismissed it. I turned to the man and asked, "What have you made me consume?" He muttered to himself, "Rhino horn cannot be burned. When ignited, it emits a peculiar fragrance, attracting spirits. When reduced to ash, it transforms into beads that, when swallowed, can stabilize the soul and facilitate communication with the dead." This bead? Could it truly be crafted from the ash of rhino horn? Who exactly was this terrifying man? He bore the trappings of a Taoist, wielding a golden sword, and to my astonishment, his robe concealed a specialized talisman for controlling corpses. I queried, "Who are you?" As the words left my lips, I sensed my question was ill-timed. He was surely no longer human. Yet, the man remained silent, and another voice emerged, a woman's voice, hushed and urgent. "Do not inquire further. He is no longer of this world. To question him about his past will provoke his wrath." I surveyed my surroundings, ensuring that no one was present and confirming that I was not experiencing auditory hallucinations. But who then was speaking? The voice replied, "Do not be afraid. I am Lan Cheng. We have both swallowed the rhinoceros horn beads, enabling us to communicate." Could this be real? I gazed at Lan Cheng, who remained still and silent in her chair. This must surely be a dream, one I had grown accustomed to, yet Lan Cheng quickly interjected, "Fool, this time is truly not a dream. By a stroke of luck, we have established a connection. From now on, we shall communicate without needing to do so in your dreams." I could not help but laugh, albeit with a hint of bitterness. How could such a thing exist in this world? Why was I so incredulous? Lan Cheng remarked that the man had placed his treasure within our bodies, which undoubtedly served a purpose or motive. We must tread carefully. The man, without uttering a word, staggered out of the room, and I followed him with Lan Cheng at my side. He began to ascend the mountain, and I surmised he intended to lead us to the Great Slope Valley. Strangely, while I had felt an intense chill moments ago, I now found myself less affected by the cold, and the weight upon me felt considerably lighter. Glancing at my shoulders, I noticed that the claw marks had faded significantly, and the specter of the ghostly grip had vanished. Chapter 44. The shadow soldiers borrowing the path with the ghostly presence no longer clinging to my back, I felt an immense sense of relief. I trailed behind the man, who continued to scrape the snow against his body, producing an unsettling, grating sound that sent shivers down my spine. After a short while, we came upon a modest shrine, a temple dedicated to the earth deity. The man halted approximately 200 meters away from the shrine and gestured towards it. I inquired about the significance of the place, to which he merely uttered the word incense. Upon pressing him further, he fell silent, leaving me at a loss for understanding. Determined to investigate for myself, I took a step forward, only to hear Lan Cheng and Appo's voice urging me to set her down, as she could not enter the temple. Reluctantly, I complied and began to lower her when suddenly a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. I glanced at it and noticed the claw marks had deepened. Just as anxiety began to overwhelm me, I unexpectedly let out a burp, and a bitter liquid surged to the back of my throat, swiftly followed by a churning in my stomach. This bitter essence bore the unmistakable taste of the rhinoceros horn ash bead I had swallowed earlier. Evidently, time had taken its toll on my stomach. As I pondered this, I felt a wave of ease wash over me, and the claw marks on my shoulder began to fade. Could it be that this bitter liquid had such a curative effect? Reflecting on my newfound ability to communicate with Lan Cheng, I considered that she might possess knowledge beyond my own. What I could not see, she surely could. I asked her about the entity on my back and what was transpiring. After much contemplation, I received no response, leading me to believe she might be unwilling to answer. Just as I was ready to relinquish hope, her voice resonated in my mind. It is nothing. Do not overthink it. Remember to keep moving forward, and above all, do not look back. I wished to inquire further with Lan Cheng, but the man behind me coldly shouted, "Hurry up." I entered the Earth God Temple, which was quite low, requiring me to bend as I passed through the entrance. Inside, there was a clay statue of the Earth God, draped in a severely faded red cloth. I glanced around, pondering what could possibly be found in such a confined space. After surveying my surroundings and preparing to depart, I noticed an incense burner in front of the Earth God, filled with a large bundle of incense sticks, over 100, each having burned only slightly before extinguishing. I recalled the man earlier pointing at the temple and uttering the word for incense. Could he have been referring to these sticks? Upon confirming there was nothing else, I pulled out a stick of incense and returned to the man, asking if this was what he meant. He nodded affirmatively, and I inquired what purpose the burned incense served. He reached for a stick and urged me to light it. I ignited it with my lighter, and he greedily inhaled the fragrant smoke. It dawned on me that ghosts are often drawn to incense. Perhaps this individual was too timid to enter the temple himself and had sent me to retrieve it for him. Such cunning displayed by a ghost suggested that his character in life may not have been particularly admirable. I offered the incense stick to the man, but he did not accept it, so I tucked it into my robe. I then lifted Lan Cheng onto my back once more. After taking a few steps, I heard her voice. "Hao Ning, you must be cautious. This path is fraught with danger," she warned. I inquired about her meaning, but Lan Cheng merely replied that she was uncertain, only sensing the peril. Her voice was gentle and soothing, and I suddenly found solace in her presence. Appreciating our intermittent conversation, as we continued our ascent, Lan Cheng fell silent, unresponsive to my inquiries echoing in my mind. I remained oblivious to the cause of her silence, while the man before me trudged on like a machine. The path grew increasingly steep, and I found myself straining with effort, whereas he seemed impervious to any fatigue. Upon reaching a gentle slope, I was breathless and confessed my need for a respite. The man halted his advance without a word. Gently, I laid Lan Cheng down beneath a tree where the snow was sparse, propping her against its sturdy trunk. Unable to resist, I gazed upon Lan Cheng's face, delicate and beautiful yet pallid and devoid of life. Her eyes were tightly shut, a single strand of hair cascading down, dancing with the wind across her visage. I reached out to tuck the hair behind her forehead. Just then, to my astonishment, Lan Cheng opened her eyes and spoke. "Hao Ning, be cautious. Something is stirring." Startled, I found myself sitting on the ground, bewildered by her sudden awakening. Although I had convinced myself that I no longer feared her, the unexpected opening of her eyes filled me with trepidation, and I could not bear to meet her gaze. Once I steadied my nerves to face her again, I realized she had not moved at all. My imagination had run wild. With a sigh, I acknowledged that these troubling thoughts had long since frayed my nerves. I feared I was on the brink of madness. Seeking warmth, I gathered some relatively dry grass and ignited a small fire to warm my hands. At that moment, the man abruptly turned and approached me swiftly. I inquired about the urgency, and he replied icily, "Do not move. There are shadowy soldiers approaching." I must evade them. I had yet to comprehend the situation when the man fled, vanishing into the thick fog. I was perplexed by his words. Before long, I heard a clattering sound emanating from the depths of the mist, startling me. Could there be someone there? Just as I was about to inquire, a voice commanded, "Do not speak, do not move." This voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Luo Air. I glanced around and spotted him lying on the ground, his body buried in snow, with only his head peeking out as he looked up at me. Before I could ponder further, a procession emerged from the fog ahead. To my astonishment, The leader was mounted on a horse. What was happening? How could horsemen appear so suddenly in the remote wilderness? As they drew nearer, my heart raced. The leader, clad in armor and wielding a large sword, bore a fearsome mask, while those who followed were similarly armored, brandishing spears. However, unlike their leader, they were unmasked, their faces pale and hollow, marked with dark spots, indicators of decay. I recognized these spots from my father's tales of funerary rites. These were the deceased, unmistakably remnants of an ancient army. Coupled with the man's earlier words about avoiding the spectral soldiers, could it be that these were the very phantoms he sought to elude? I unexpectedly encountered the spectral soldiers traversing the realm. I am well aware of this custom. The term spectral soldiers refers to those valiant warriors who perished in battle for their country and people. Their spirits, filled with resentment from dying far from home, remain unredeemed due to their intense emotions and formidable combat prowess. Existing within specific geomantic conditions, even the officials are powerless against them. As long as they do not stray from this particular environment, they are eternally barred from crossing the Naya Bridge and thus incapable of reincarnation, retaining their memories from life. They are bound to this place, which explains why one can still witness these ancient spectral soldiers in modern times. The term borrowing the path of the living implies that they utilize the pathway of the living individuals whom they must avoid. Presently, I find myself seated before them, paralyzed by fear. Just as I was about to move, Luo Air cautioned me against any action. To move would spell disaster. This placed me in a precarious predicament. To remain still would obstruct the spectral soldiers' passage, and a mere swing of their weapons could lead to my demise. Yet, Luo Air persistently urged me not to flee, advising me to remain motionless as the men departed. The spectral soldiers advanced ominously towards me, and the flames before me danced wildly in the chilling wind. They halted mere feet from where I sat, alone and vulnerable, facing a terrifying battalion. Should someone observe from a distance, they might perceive me as embodying righteousness, yet in reality, I was paralyzed by fear, my legs trembling uncontrollably. I felt certain that death awaited me. My thoughts drifted to my parents. My father had instructed me to seek out Er Yi. Who could have anticipated that Er Yi would perish before his mission was complete? Now, I was left to confront this charred male spirit. In this moment of crisis, the male spirit was the first to flee, leaving me in utter misfortune, as if fate had forsaken me. In my moment of despair, something suddenly flew towards me and landed at my feet. To my astonishment, it was a deer approximately the size of a dog, yet lifeless. I heard a male spirit whispering from the thicket, to break the formation of the soldiers, one must engage in slaughter, raise the deer, and the soldiers shall part. This utterance reminded me of a legend my father once shared with me in my youth, that the soldiers, in their former lives, were warriors who revered bloodshed. To escape their grasp, one could only resort to violence, garnering their admiration akin to that of soldiers, thereby paving a shortcut to freedom. While this notion once seemed far-fetched to me, I now found myself at the precipice of testing its veracity. With the deer raised aloft, I was astonished to witness the soldiers indeed retreating a few paces. It appeared there was hope. I hurried to lift Lon Chung onto my back, only to discover that Luo Air had vanished from the snowy landscape. I now questioned whether Luo Air had ever truly existed or if he was merely a figment of my imagination. With both hands clutching the bleeding deer, I cautiously advanced. And to my surprise, the soldiers parted to create a path. As I passed before the mounted soldier commander, he suddenly raised his great sword. I thought to myself, this is the end. The commander swung his blade downward, yet I remained unscathed. The blow struck the deer instead. Following this, the other soldiers raised their spears, jabbing at the deer I held high. The soldiers emitted guttural roars as they prodded it. Terrified, my legs trembled. The scene was utterly harrowing. What should have been a brief journey of 1 or 2 minutes felt like an eternity. Having traversed the formation of the soldiers, they reformed their ranks and proceeded in another direction, the distant sound of bells resonating through the thick fog. Overwhelmed by fear, I collapsed into the snow, pondering whether Lan Chung felt the same trepidation. Yet, she remained silent. I questioned her again, but still no response. I wondered if she might have been rendered speechless by fright. After what felt like an eternity, her voice pierced the stillness. They are coming. I must confront them. Wait for that man and follow him. The path ahead is fraught with peril, so tread carefully. After her words, silence enveloped us once more. Despite my inquiries, she did not reply. I gently shook Lan Chung, who lay with her head resting on my back, but she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, the man appeared. Although he had departed hastily before, he had returned with a dead deer, facilitating my escape. I expressed my profound gratitude with a simple thank you. The man turned to me and instructed, head towards Depot Valley. Ahead lies the Yin-Yang path. The spirits of the underworld traverse it unhindered, while the living must leave a trace of their souls. Abruptly, he opened his mouth and expelled a viscous, pale green substance, smearing it across my face. Even in the frigid air, the noxious stench assailed my senses. What on earth was this malevolent spirit up to? Chapter 45. The haunting of the wild ghost. After the man smeared the green viscous substance upon my body, I felt an alarming drop in my body temperature, and my muscles began to stiffen. Terrified, I inquired what he had done to me. The man wiped the remnants of the green goo from the corner of his mouth, and, appearing exceedingly weak, murmured in the realm of yin and yang. Shadows do not linger by day, but manifest at night. It is the domain of wandering souls and wild ghosts. At night, messengers of the underworld come to collect souls, and the living cannot traverse this path. This viscous substance is the blood of a ghost, which obscures your true fire. In your current state, you are akin to the dead. I was taken aback. The human body possesses 3 vital flames that must not be extinguished. If he had snuffed out my true fire, what was to become of me? The man reassured me that it was not a true death, merely a covering of my flame to render me less detectable to spirits. Nevertheless, this did not imply that I could roam the realm of yin and yang unimpeded. Caution was still required when encountering wild ghosts. He instructed me to light the incense I had retrieved from the earth temple, 1 stick at a time, and to remain unfazed by any occurrences along the way, strictly following the straight path. I suddenly perceived that this man seemed to possess profound knowledge. I curiously asked what he had done in life, but as soon as the words escaped my lips, I regretted my inquiry. For once a soul departs this world, it enters the cycle of reincarnation, a fundamental law. Those who have not left this realm often harbor unfulfilled desires, and such spirits typically remain unaware of their own demise. Thus, when encountering such entities, one must never question them about their past lives, for this may lead them to realize their death, causing them to reject reality and transform into vengeful spirits. Fearing that the male ghost might undergo a transformation, I instinctively took a step back. Yet, the male ghost gazed into the distance. Despite the dense fog obscuring all sight, and his visage being exceedingly terrifying, I could still sense his hesitation. The male specter spoke. There are matters you may come to comprehend in due time. Yet now is not the moment for inquiries. Observe me. I am neither human nor ghost. For over 40 years, I have awaited the arrival of one individual. I dread the day I shall succumb to the encroachment of carbon ash. Hence, I have diligently polished my form until your arrival. I believe my 4 decades of anticipation have been worthwhile. Remember, tread carefully along the path ahead. Do not follow in my footsteps. His words left me utterly bewildered. Yet his tone conveyed an understanding that he was no longer human, nor was he a ghost, but rather a being caught between the 2 realms. 40 years spent in waiting for me. What purpose could there be in that? I am merely an inexperienced medium. The man urged me not to overthink and to depart swiftly. Should I remain trapped in the realm of yin and yang until dawn, not even the greatest celestial beings could save me. I glanced around, realizing there was no discernible path. How shall I proceed? I pondered. The man instructed me to light a stick of incense. Following his guidance, I ignited it, and a miracle unfolded. The thicket ahead transformed into a narrow path aglow with a dim yellow light. This is the path of yin and yang, he explained. It stretches straight ahead. Do not stray onto any detours. Along the way, you may encounter ghostly messengers. Thus, I cannot accompany you. This journey must be undertaken alone, and I shall await you at the journey and amp, Oppos, end. The man finished speaking, prepared to leave, but paused to say, "Your wife has gone to confront the malevolent spirits. Soon, she will traverse the path between the realms. Should the ghostly emissaries discover her, use the brush given to you by Chun-Zi and the golden sword I provided. If the emissaries dare to act, do not hesitate to slay them. Remember these two treasures. Do not recklessly confront the wild spirits. Do you understand?" I nodded, affirming my comprehension. The man then hurried away, vanishing into the dimly lit path between realms. Holding a lit incense stick, I stepped onto the path, which felt as frigid as a summer in Apo's refrigerator. Frost began to form on my clothing, yet I felt little discomfort. Perhaps the man's three-flame true fire had transformed me, rendering me akin to a ghost. Despite the unusual chill, no dangers emerged, and I allowed my vigilance to wane. Perhaps the man was overly suspicious. Just as I pondered this, the incense in my hand began to burn more rapidly. What was happening? There was no wind, yet it was igniting at an alarming rate. A sense of unease washed over me, and I turned to see a sight that sent chills down my spine. A figure floated to my left, an elderly woman with a green face, her expression filled with greed as she inhaled the aroma of the incense I held. I quickened my pace, but the old woman seemed to cling to me, relentless in her pursuit. How could I rid myself of this malevolent spirit? It was truly distressing to have a ghost in tow. The incense had almost burned down. An idea struck me. The old specter was drawn to the scent, so if I ceased to light the incense, she would surely depart. Thus it was decided. Once the incense was consumed, I discarded the remaining sticks, extinguishing their aroma. Suddenly, the old specter's countenance transformed from avarice to fury, emitting a creaking sound. He glared menacingly at me, his mouth slightly agape, sensing the imminent threat of an attack. I hastily withdrew another stick of incense from my person and ignited it. Instantly, the malevolent visage of the specter softened, and he resumed his greedy inhalation of the burning incense, leaving me in discomfort as his ghastly face loomed perilously close to my left cheek. At that moment, the incense burned even more rapidly than before, the smoke wafting to the right. Turning my gaze in that direction, I was horrified to discover another spirit, a green-faced, fanged apparition. This ghoul was entirely coated in a sickly green hue, devoid of clothing, with a head resembling a warty toad, and far more terrifying than the old specter, exuding an additional sense of revulsion. Before long, the incense in my hand had dwindled to near extinction. At this rate, with over 100 sticks procured from the Earth Temple, I could not hope to sustain this for long, as the incense would soon be consumed completely. Both spirits emitted their dreadful creaking sounds once more. In a panic, I quickly lit another stick, which momentarily quelled their agitation. However, a sense of despair washed over me. This was not a sustainable solution. The insatiable greed of these two spirits was alarming, and to my utter dismay, I soon found myself surrounded by a multitude of wild spirits, each more grotesque than the last, clad in various garbs, yet equally terrifying. One stick of incense could now barely last 2 minutes, and my anxiety escalated. Hastening my steps, I suddenly encountered a figure ahead, an enchanting woman clad in flowing red silk. Her long hair cascading gracefully. She sat elegantly upon a stone by the roadside, one alluring leg exposed to the world. At first glance, I mistook her for Lan Cheng. Yet upon closer inspection, it was clear she donned ancient attire. The woman turned her head towards me, her beauty striking and captivating. With a serene smile, she softly urged, "Quickly, place the incense upon the ground." Bewildered by her command, I found myself compelled to obey her, immediately following her instruction. She then beckoned, "Hurry, come closer." I swiftly made my way toward her, and as the incense was set down, a throng of restless spirits eagerly converged upon it, vying for the fragrant smoke. Chaos ensued as they clashed, a tumultuous spectacle of wild ghosts battling one another, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Before long, only 2 spirits remained, the elder ghost and the fearsome green-faced demon. The elder ghost stood no chance against its formidable foe and was swiftly torn to shreds. With its adversary vanquished, the green-faced demon floated ominously towards me. As I reached for a stick of incense, Preparing to ignite it, the woman gracefully intervened, her delicate, alabaster hand halting my movement. Enraged by my hesitance to light the incense, the green-faced demon roared furiously, brandishing its razor-sharp claws as it lunged at me. Those claws had effortlessly shredded the elder ghost as though it were mere paper, and I feared I would be no match for this malevolent entity. Just as the green-faced demon was about to reach me, a woman beside me suddenly grasped its claw, twisting it gently, causing one of its claws to snap off. She then seized one of its legs and yanked it, causing the leg to detach and ooze a green, viscous fluid. The demon let out a cry, and the woman twisted its neck, silencing it as it dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. She inhaled deeply, drawing the smoke in her mouth. I stood there astonished, as the woman turned to me and said, "You should not be courteous to these wild spirits." I gazed at her. Despite her stunning beauty, I realized that her presence was anything but human. I inquired about her identity. The woman chuckled, approaching me with the red silk of her garment brushing against my face. Startled, I instinctively stepped back. She laughed. "I am called Chin. You must be a newly departed spirit. Am I right?" It dawned on me that she perceived me as a ghost as well. Perhaps that was for the best. I nodded, but soon felt a pang of anxiety. This ghost was formidable, and she consumed spirit energy. Would she not tear me apart too? She smiled alluringly and said, "Fear not, for I am not a ghost. You may call me the immortal Chin. From now on, I shall protect you." I hastily shook my head, replying, No, I would not want to trouble you. I would rather seek rebirth." The woman grasped my hand and insisted, "What is so appealing about rebirth? Here, with me, we could be celestial companions." Upon finishing her sentence, she suddenly noticed the blue aura behind me and pointed, asking, "Who is that?" I responded nervously, "That is my wife." The woman reached out, cradling Blue Chang's chin, and remarked, "A wife? She is indeed beautiful, but alas, merely a lifeless shell, a hollow vessel. What purpose does she serve? Allow me to assist you in transforming her into a cloak of human skin." I was taken aback. This was unacceptable. I stammered my refusal, insisting I must depart. Suddenly, the woman and Amp, Oppo's, smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. With a swift motion, she yanked Blue Chung from my back. A green mist enveloped the woman's face as she spoke in a low voice. "If you do not accompany me, I shall tear her into skin, for I am in need of a cloak." I found myself in a dire predicament. She was gripping Blue Chung by the neck, lifting her with alarming ease. My heart raced with anxiety. Any slight emotional upheaval from the woman could result in Blue Chung and Oppo's head being severed. With no alternatives left, I reluctantly agreed to follow her, pleading that she spare Blue Chang's corporeal form. The woman, known as the Chin Xian, chuckled disdainfully, carelessly discarding Blue Chang's body as if it were mere refuse. I hurriedly approached to retrieve Blue Chung, securing her once more upon my back. The Chin Xian inquired, "What? Do you intend to carry her still?" I replied, "I must bring her along, otherwise I shall go nowhere." With a sneer, the Chin Xian said, "Very well, carry her then, as long as you are unfazed by the prospect of me fashioning her into a cloak." I contemplated my next move, planning to follow her momentarily and then make my escape when she was otherwise occupied. However, the Chin Xian suddenly waved her hand, binding a red silk scarf around my arm, declaring, "The path is treacherous. I shall guide you." Chapter 46. The manifestation of the ghostly bride, the ethereal figure of the Chin fairy guided me, veering away from the path of yin and yang, which filled me with trepidation. The man I had encountered earlier still awaited me at the terminus of that path, while Lan Chung was behind, contending with the malevolent spirits. She was not of this world. What if she encountered a ghostly envoy along the way? My anxiety surged, and I knew I must devise a means to extricate myself from the Chin fairy's grasp. Despite my frantic thoughts, no viable solution came to mind, for I was not dealing with an ordinary individual. The Chin fairy led me to a modest dwelling, its dilapidated exterior a stark contrast to the opulence within. As we entered, I was astounded. It was as if two worlds existed side by side. Outside lay disarray, while inside gleamed with resplendence, glazed tiles, golden pillars, and beautiful attendants serving goblets of fine wine, the jewels and treasures dazzling to the eye. Upon our arrival, the attendants bowed in reverence to the Chin fairy, who gracefully raised her hand, prompting them to disperse and resume their tasks. It was unimaginable that such beauty could be housed in this place. The Chin fairy led me through a curtain of white gauze into a chamber where several maidens diligently polished tables, which were already immaculate. Their evident dissatisfaction was puzzling. With a flick of her wrist, the maidens retreated, and the Chin fairy, like a dancer, elegantly reclined upon the bed, propping her head with one hand. With a playful smile, she remarked, "I know you. Your name is Wang Haoning, and you are a matchmaker." I was taken aback. How could she possibly know this? I was certain I had never met the Chin fairy before, and I racked my brain for any memory of such a woman in our village, yet none surfaced. It seemed as though the Chin fairy had discerned my thoughts. With a melodious laugh, she declared, "I have told you, I am not a ghost. I'm a celestial being." As she spoke, her delicate fingers gently traced along her knee, lifting the sheer fabric that draped over her, revealing her flawless, snow-white legs. Unable to resist the temptation, I averted my gaze, swallowing hard. The Chin fairy shifted, sitting up and beckoning me. "Haoning, come here." Naturally, I refrained from approaching her. I insisted that I had matters to attend to and needed to leave. Yet, suddenly, I felt a gentle caress of the gauzy fabric across my face, followed by a powerful, warm breeze enveloping me. The gust knocked the blue cloth from my back onto the floor, and before I knew it, I was being drawn toward the edge of the bed against my will. Despite my reluctance, my body seemed to betray me, and soon I found myself embraced by the Chin fairy around my neck. She planted a soft kiss upon my forehead, and I felt my entire being tense as if made of iron, my body akin to a marionette pinned down onto the bed by her. I lay there, gazing up at her face. At that moment, our proximity revealed a startling truth. Her visage, though beautiful from a distance, appeared less enchanting up close. Her skin remained pale, yet I discerned something writhing within the pores. Believing my eyes to be deceiving me, I blinked and looked again, but the unsettling movement persisted. Terrified, I shut my eyes tightly, pressing my lips together. The Chin fairy whispered softly in my ear, "You are the matchmaker. Until you go, I shall not wed. Perhaps we should hold a wedding ceremony together." I shook my head, replying, "No, it cannot be. I already have a family." They laughed heartily and remarked, "A mere little ghost dares to aspire to the favor of the esteemed? Fear not. Should you consent, I can effortlessly obliterate her." I wished to say no more, yet continued to caress my body, asserting that if I were to wed her, I would not merely be acquiring her alone. All that lay within this realm, the gold and silver, would belong to me, as would the enchanting maidens. As long as I desired, I could dispose of them at my whim. Listening to her, a tempest swirled within me. Her words conjured images of exquisite beauties, and decadent scenes echoed in my mind. Though we both recognized the impropriety of such thoughts, I pondered, what man could truly remain unmoved when faced with such temptation? S hand gradually descended from my chest, slowly slipping into my trousers. Startled, I wondered what she intended. I instinctively tightened my legs, but deftly removed my trousers before I could react. Shocked, I thought this was sheer folly. Yet I found myself unable to muster any strength. Whispered playfully in my ear, "I shall make you play the part." Suddenly, I felt a chill envelop my lower body, followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness as vitality poured from me incessantly. I recalled the ghost films I had watched in the past, where female spirits drained the essence from men. They would initially feel pleasure, only to ultimately bleed out, their forms reduced to mere jerky. If this continued, I too would surely become like dried meat. Yet, no matter how I struggled, I remained immobilized. At that moment, I heard someone exclaim, "How shameless!" This voice, to me, is akin to a lifeline, rousing my drowsy mind with sudden clarity. It is the voice of Lan Chung. In this moment, I feel like a fish upon a chopping board, thrashing against the bed to sit upright. Lan Chung, in her essence, has become my everything. I struggle to cry out, "Save me!" Yet, Lan Chung remains impassive, her gaze cold and unyielding. My strength wanes, and I collapse back onto the bed. It is only then that Lan Chung admonishes, "Assistant, At that moment, I feel a release in my lower body, and a wave of relaxation washes over me. The Qinxian lies on the bed, her head tilted back, glaring at Lan Cheng. I hastily pull on my trousers. Lan Cheng continues to stand there, her expression still devoid of emotion. I gaze at her, but she does not meet my eye. I scramble to my feet and, in a frantic rush, make my way to Lan Cheng. It dawns on me that the corporeal form of Lan Cheng, which had been discarded on the floor, is now absent. Could it be that the Lan Cheng before me is not merely her spirit, but a tangible being? The Qinxian has shed her previous allure, now resembling a feline poised for battle. She glances towards the door, and Lan Cheng states, "Do not look. I do not regard you little specters at all." A thought crosses my mind. Are you not a specter yourself? Suddenly, Lan Cheng turns her gaze upon me, her eyes icy, and I am taken aback. I recall the incident when the man in the shower administered the rhino horn ash beads to us both. Lan Cheng and I share a telepathic connection. She knows my thoughts, yet I remain oblivious to hers. It seems profoundly unjust. The suddenly twisted her head with an exaggerated motion, exceeding the limits of human capability. Her long, lustrous hair stood erect like needles, turning an ashen hue, while her previously fair complexion morphed into a ghastly shade of black. The writhing maggots on her face were a grotesque sight. Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed, "How has she transformed into this?" Lan Cheng let out a muffled grunt. "She has always been this way, unchanged. It is merely in the eyes of you lecherous men that she appears beautiful." My stomach churned at the thought of the maggots crawling across face, which had just been mere inches from mine. The very idea was revolting. Emitted a low, guttural growl from her throat. In a hushed tone, Lan Cheng urged, "Run." Startled, I questioned her intentions. Had she not just dismissed the small spirits as inconsequential? Why flee now? Before I could ponder further, Lan Cheng grasped my hand, and we bolted from the small dwelling. Behind us, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted as the house crumbled into ruins. Tattered and disheveled, advanced towards us from the debris. I felt an urgent need to hasten my pace, pulling Lan Cheng along with me. Shortly, we found ourselves back on the path of yin and yang. Exhausted, I finally paused to catch my breath, turning to Lan Cheng. To be honest, fear had dissipated. Curiosity took its place. How wondrous it was to see this ghostly wife, whom I had once carried, now standing vibrantly before me. I inquired of Lan Cheng, "Are you truly resurrected now?" With an expressionless face, Lan Cheng stated, "Once a life is extinguished, it cannot be revived." I inquired, "Then what are you now?" Lan Cheng replied, "Listen to me. I currently reside within your dreams. Your physical form has long been taken by that abominable man, neither human nor ghost, to the threshold of the underworld. What remains of you is but a wisp of blue soul, akin to my own." I was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. The man in the shower had not conveyed this to me. He merely left a coating of green slime upon my body, without indicating that my corporeal self had been seized. Lan Cheng urged me not to dwell on it too much, as the situation was dire. That malevolent spirit would not spare us. We must flee, she insisted. I questioned whether we could confront the Qinxian. Running away feels utterly cowardly. Lan Cheng retorted, "You are rather naive. What do you think you can accomplish against a malevolent spirit? I, for one, am powerless." I had assumed Lan Cheng possessed formidable prowess, having just mentioned returning to confront the male and female malevolent spirits. Why then did she now seem so helpless? Pointing to her head, Lan Cheng remarked, "When one cannot prevail through strength, one must rely on wits." No sooner had she spoken than she was suddenly propelled into the air, crashing to the ground. The Qinxian had arrived. She delivered a heavy blow to Lan Cheng, and I rushed to help her up, only for the Qinxian to come howling towards us once more. We covered our heads in fear as the Qinxian relentlessly pursued us. I noticed shadows flickering around us. Wild spirits lurked nearby, restless and eager. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I took some incense from my person and ignited it. The wild spirits immediately converged towards the fragrant smoke, and Lan Cheng, entranced, inhaled the aroma. I nudged her, and she instantly awoke, though her gaze remained fixated on the burning incense. "What are you staring at?" I asked. This is intended to attract those wild spirits, drawing them in to provide us with cover. Lan Chung lifted her gaze to meet mine, and in that moment, I found myself unable to break our eye contact. I suddenly realized how strikingly beautiful she truly was, delicate and enchanting. My earlier words had completely disregarded her as a spirit. Yet, as she herself stated, she had already crossed the threshold of mortality. A profound sense of loss washed over me. In an instant, nearly 20 wild spirits gathered around us. I reached for Lan Cheng's hand, pulling her to her feet. The Qin fairy observed us from a distance, and I understood that these spirits were no match for her. I merely hoped they could shield us from the onslaught. As the Qin fairy lunged forward, those wild spirits were torn apart as if they were mere scraps of paper. Lan Chung and I navigated through the chaos of battling spirits, when suddenly, the sounds of conflict ceased. The wild spirits scattered in every direction, and even the Qin fairy retreated to a safe distance. Lan Chung and I were left bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. I glanced at the incense in my hand. It was barely halfway burned. Why had they all fled? A sense of foreboding gripped my heart as I looked ahead. Chapter 47. The uncertainty of fate before us appeared too dim, flickering lights, swaying gently with the wind as they drifted closer, accompanied by the ominous sound of iron chains scraping against the ground. The restless spirits scattered in fright, and Lan Chung appeared visibly anxious, whispering to me, "The ghostly envoy has come to collect souls." Startled, I realized the truth of her words. Was there truly a ghostly envoy? The man I had encountered earlier had indeed spoken of such entities. He had mentioned that one could confront the envoy with a brush and a sword of gold. I instinctively reached for these items, but Lan Chung halted me, insisting, "You must not." She explained that the envoy's duty to collect souls from the realm of the living was a natural order, a cosmic law. As a mortal intruding upon the realm of the dead, I was already committing a grave sin. Should I harm the ghostly envoy, I would be sealing my own fate to an irreversible doom. Had I heard such words in a different time, I would have laughed in disbelief, yet now, the gravity of the situation rendered me a believer. With urgency, Lan Chung pulled me to kneel by the roadside. I hesitated, questioning whether we should merely wait here. Would we not be caught and dragged into the underworld, thereby sealing our fates as the truly deceased? Lan Chung urged me to remain silent, explaining that the ghostly envoy would not indiscriminately collect all souls at once. If that were the case, why would so many spirits linger in the realm of yin and yang? Her reasoning held a semblance of truth, and thus I joined her in kneeling by the roadside. The jarring sound of chains scraping against the ground was excruciatingly loud. Lan Chung pressed her hands tightly against her ears, trembling uncontrollably. While I too felt discomfort, I remained composed, realizing that perhaps this was the distinction between my false existence as a ghost and the authentic nature of true spirits. I glanced at the distance, where the spirit of the Qin was crouched, covering its ears. Before long, the emissaries of the underworld approached us. Lan Chung lowered his head, too fearful to look at them, while I held my head high, having already calculated my path forward. There was no retreat for me, should the emissaries demand our compliance. I would undoubtedly draw my brush and my sword of gold to confront them. It was for this reason that I chose to gaze upon them, wary of any potential ambush. At that moment, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, approached. The figure in black was merely a shadow, while the one in white was strikingly conspicuous. I surmised that these must be the legendary black and white impermanents. They leaned down to observe us, and it was then that I could truly perceive them. My mind went blank, unable to believe that these figures, only spoken of in folklore and the tales of the elderly, were now manifested before me. According to legend, the white impermanence is entirely white, while the black impermanence is wholly black. Yet in reality, there are subtle differences. The white impermanence was garbed in a tattered white robe, adorned with a tall white hat. Its complexion was withered, with hollow eyes, a narrow nose, and a mouth slightly ajar, the corners of which curved upward as if bearing a hint of smile. In its right hand, it wielded a white mourning staff, while its left dragged a bloodied iron chain. Conversely, the black impermanence donned a tattered black robe and a black hat, its face resembling that of its white counterpart, save for the downturn of its mouth, which bore a mournful expression. It held a black mourning staff in its right hand, while its left also dragged a bloody chain. Although these emissaries possessed no eyes, I felt their gaze upon me, and suddenly, one of them broke the silence. "Why do you not bow your head?" The voice echoed hollowly, drifting with the wind, now distant, now near, creating an eerie atmosphere. Despite my audacity, I dared not converse with the ghostly messengers, hastily lowering my head in trepidation. Yet my hand instinctively delved into my pocket, grasping my brush and the money sword. Should they dare to confine us, I would swiftly retaliate with the sword. However, the spectral duo remained indifferent to our plight, continuing their forward march. It was only then that Lan Chung relaxed her body, prompting me to support her. Shortly thereafter, the spectral figures returned, chains binding two struggling, frantically jumping green-faced ghosts. The ghostly messengers advanced along the path between realms, their silhouettes receding into the distance until only two dim glimmers remained. I exhaled deeply, glancing at Lan Chung and offering her a smile, to which she responded with a faint, forced grin. At that moment, an unexpected heaviness settled upon me, and a wave of soreness coursed through my shoulder. What could this be? I pulled aside the fabric on my shoulder, revealing distinct claw marks. I silently mused, why has the ghostly claw returned? Suddenly, I felt a head rest upon my shoulder. I turned to see a profile, but before I could discern it clearly, a sharp pain shot through my back, sending me crashing to the ground. I turned again, only to find the presence behind me had vanished, leaving the Qin Xian standing there, the very one who had struck me moments before. Lan Chung instinctively positioned herself in front of me, while the Qin Xian chuckled darkly, her voice low and gravelly. "You must have battled with those two ghosts outside. With your current spectral energy, do you think you can contend with me? I could easily rend you to pieces." Lan Chung showed no intention of yielding, responding instead with a tone of ease. "You are but an old ghost. What purpose do you serve lingering on this path between realms? Perhaps you should reincarnate, for the meager essence of this worthless man cannot restore your appearance." The spirit of the Qin laughed sharply, pointing at Lan Chung and saying, "Little girl, are you truly ignorant or merely pretending? This man is no ordinary being." I stood there, bewildered, pondering the cryptic exchange between the two spirits. One labeled me as useless, while the other claimed I was extraordinary. The Qin spirit abruptly ceased her explanation, lunging forward and striking Lan Chung across the face, sending her sprawling to the side. With a swift motion, the Qin spirit seized my throat, drawing me closer to her. In this unsettling proximity, I beheld her visage, the writhing maggots on her face igniting a wave of nausea within me. The Qin spirit gazed at me with insatiable hunger, opening her mouth wide enough to devour a basketball, as if she intended to bite off my head. Powerless and desperate, I disregarded the man's earlier words about bathing and fumbled in my pocket for the money sword, but my body was hoisted aloft, rendering my hands inaccessible to my belongings. I could only strain to call out for Lan Chung to save me. Despite her valiant attempts to rush to my aid, she was no match for the Qin spirit, repeatedly being repelled. After several futile attempts, Lan Chung ceased her efforts. I urged her to flee, resigned to my fate. Today, I would perish, a casualty of the village's malevolence that had claimed her short life. I accepted my demise as a form of atonement for the villagers. Yet, Lan Chung did not abandon me. Instead, she knelt to retrieve an object from the ground. Holding it up, she cast a wry smile and asked the Qin spirit, "As an ancient ghost, you must recognize this, right?" Upon witnessing the object, Qin Xian's countenance shifted to one of terror, manifesting a palpable sense of panic as she tremulously inquired, "How did you come by this?" I was perplexed, wondering what it was that Lan Chung had picked up from the ground. Straining to twist my head for a glimpse, I was astonished to see the dragon-headed dagger my father had bestowed upon me, likely dislodged during Qin Xian's earlier assault. Lan Chung remarked, "Since you recognize it, you should understand its purpose, correct? They have not yet departed." As Qin Xian and Apos, as grip slackened, I collapsed to the ground. Her earlier hold upon my throat had nearly suffocated me, and now that I was suddenly released, I inhaled sharply, choking violently. Before I could regain my composure, Lan Chung abruptly plunged the dragon-headed dagger into her own heart. I clutched my throat, exclaiming no. It was too late. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xian uttered, "You are quite ruthless." Without hesitation, Qin Xian turned to flee, but at that moment, a chain flew forth, ensnaring her. She fell heavily to the ground, and at the other end of the chain stood He Wuchang. Shortly thereafter, another chain looped around Lan Cheng's neck, revealing Bai Wuchang's presence. It was uncertain whether it was He Wuchang or Bai Wuchang who exclaimed, "The soul-cutting dagger has appeared." It is unexpected to find two formidable spirits here. The duo of black and white Wuchang dragged Qin Xian and Lan Chung forth, the latter with the dagger still embedded in her body, appearing on the brink of death. Bai Wuchang kicked Lan Chung, stating, "This little ghost has managed to acquire the soul-cutting dagger, yet it is a pity she does not comprehend its use. No wonder she has harmed herself. Had it not been for her reckless action, we might not have discovered these two spirits at all." A jolt of realization struck me. It dawned on me that Lan Chung had deliberately wounded herself with the dragon-headed dagger to lure the black and white impermanents here. She was attempting to rescue me. I cannot allow them to take her away. I rose to my feet and rushed in front of the black and white impermanents, shouting, "Release Lan Chung." To my dismay, the duo scarcely regarded my presence. After a brief exchange between the two ghostly figures, Bai Wuchang stepped forward to address me. Yet his lips remained eerily still. "I have not seen you before. Are you a wayward soul who has strayed into the realm of yin and yang? I offer you a chance to depart swiftly. Mortals who encounter the impermanence face the forfeiture of 20 years of their lifespan," Bai Wuchang declared. I could not concern myself with such matters. I demanded they release Lan Chung at once. In that moment, the iron chains in He Wuchang's grasp clinked ominously, and suddenly, a chain shot out, ensnaring my neck. "You squander your opportunity to flee. The loss of 20 years of your life is but a light consequence. You refuse to heed my warning. Now you shall meet your demise," He Wuchang proclaimed. It then struck me that I possessed a brush and a money sword. I hastily retrieved these items from my person and brandished them before them, exclaiming, "What do you see here?" Bai Wuchang drifted closer, mere steps away from me, instilling a paralyzing fear that prevented me from meeting his gaze. He inspected the objects in my hands before gliding back, while the two ghostly figures engaged in hushed whispers. Bai Wuchang questioned again, "From whence did you acquire those items?" Although his words remained chilling, I sensed a subtle shift in his tone, less harsh than before. My mind was a tumultuous mess, devoid of coherent thought, and I replied absent-mindedly, "These are my belongings." Upon hearing this, the two spectral figures let out a heavy sigh and unexpectedly knelt before me. They spoke, "My lord, we, the ghostly messengers, are blind to our own shortcomings." Unlike the mighty Taishan, what was happening? I was taken aback. Why were these apparitions kneeling before me? I yearned to inquire, yet the words eluded me, compelling me to play along. Affecting a calm demeanor, I declared, "I understand. You shall release Lan Chung now." To my astonishment, they indeed liberated her. He Wuchang then inquired whether to release the Qin Xian as well. I hastily responded, "No, do not release her," urging them to depart swiftly. Remarkably, the two spectral figures obediently dragged the Qin Xian away until their faint forms vanished from sight. I hurriedly embraced Lan Chung, who had fallen silent, gazing at the dragon-headed dagger. I dared not extract it. I felt utterly helpless. The only thought that crossed my mind was of the end of the yin-yang path, where the bathing man awaited me. He possessed vast knowledge. Perhaps he held the solution. Cradling Lan Chung, I dashed forward with all my might, unaware of how long I had been running. Eventually, I beheld the end of the road, repeatedly spotting a figure standing ahead, with two others lying nearby. I reassured myself that I had arrived, whispering in my heart, "Lan Chung, hold on." Just as I was about to reach that figure, my foot stumbled, and I fell heavily to the ground, oblivious to where my head struck, rendered senseless by the fall. Chapter 48. The barrier market in a state of disorientation. I rose and called out Blue Chang's name. She lay quietly beside me, and the man who had been bathing stood nearby. Had we emerged from the yin-yang path? The man nodded affirmatively. I inquired about Blue Chung and Damp, Appo's, whereabouts. and he gestured toward her lifeless form on the ground, stating, "This is her." However, that was not the answer I sought. I insisted that Blue Chung was injured, pierced by the dragon-headed dagger. The man asked how this had come to pass, and I recounted the events. He sighed and remarked, "Ultimately, one cannot escape the designs of fate." I was perplexed by his words and pressed him for clarity on Blue Cheng's true location. She had clearly returned to life. Yet the man responded, "What you have experienced is merely a dream traversing the yin-yang path. You claim Blue Chung was struck by the dragon-headed dagger, but that is the soul-cutting blade. Her spirit is likely no longer tethered to her corporeal form." I struggled to comprehend, for Blue Chung was noble, sacrificing herself to rescue me, plunging the dagger into her own heart. Now to hear that her soul had vanished left me distraught. I had to find her. The man queried whether I truly intended to do so, to which I affirmed without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he said there was indeed a way, instructing me to heed his words carefully, for he would guide me no further than this point. He had a few final instructions to impart, urging me to listen attentively. Here lies the vast Dapo Valley, where the eastern horizon ignites with crimson light, signaling the opening of the barrier market. I must venture in to seek out Old Yang, who sells funeral garments. I intend to return the money the man previously bestowed upon me, essentially his own flayed skin. I implore Old Yang to guide me to Shiyuan village, for there I might uncover what I seek. Time is of the essence. Should I miss this opportunity, I may have to wait until next year. A jolt of surprise courses through me. What is the meaning of this? In this desolate wilderness, is he truly abandoning me? Despite his fearsome appearance, I have come to trust that he is aiding me, possessing a wealth of knowledge. I beseech the man, reminding him of our agreement. He would escort me to Shiyuan village, where I could procure soap. He bursts into laughter, remarking, "That old ghost Chinziren is indeed dead." Yet he spun such a tale. The man gestures for me to produce the soap that Second Master gave me. I quickly cover my pocket, insisting that I do not possess it. He does not press further, but inquires, "Do you not wish to know who I am?" I reply that I do, for my curiosity is genuine. The man, shrouded in darkness, is an enigma. Upon our first encounter, as he bathed, he asked for soap, and I deemed him a fool, a lunatic, even if he were a ghost. Yet, as our interaction deepened, I realized he possessed profound understanding, distinguishing him from ordinary folk. He reveals that his true name is Li, though he can scarcely recall his surname. It was 40 years ago that he facilitated the ghostly marriage between Chinziren and Xia Xiumei. It turns out that he is indeed the matchmaker. I initially thought he was my grandfather. Yet, upon reflection, I realized something was amiss. Chunzir had explicitly stated that 40 years ago, he perished in the great fire of the back mountain village. When Xia Xiumei arrived and could not find him, she ultimately encountered Li, who facilitated their ghostly marriage. However, the Li before me was clearly the one who had perished in the flames, and thus the timeline did not align. He let out a cold, disdainful laugh and remarked that my understanding was overly simplistic. Who claimed he had succumbed to that inferno? The reason he had transformed into his current state was due to Xia Xiumei's profound longing for Chunzir, willing to exchange her life for his. He thought that this arrangement would allow him to take Xia Xiumei's soul, and so he acquiesced to her wish. Little did he anticipate that he would violate the celestial decree, invoking heavenly fire, which ultimately consumed both him and Chunzir, along with Xia Xiumei, leading to their present existence, neither human nor ghost. I was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the case? Chunzir and Xia Xiumei were indeed unfortunate, and Li was also quite innocent. Just as I began to feel sympathy for him, his earlier words resurfaced in my mind. He mentioned that he could take Xia Xiumei and Amp, Appo's, as soul. Why would he seek to claim her soul? With a sigh, Li spoke. "My beloved, she traverses this realm, and each of her lifetimes is etched with profound love. Yet, she cannot recall any of it. I have safeguarded her through every incarnation. What is the infraction against the celestial decree if it is for her? Nevertheless, it is all over now. Hao Ning, I entrust you to continue watching over her." I was left entirely perplexed, struggling to comprehend his meaning. From his words, it seemed that Xia Xiumei was his beloved, yet it also hinted at a complex relationship, suggesting that perhaps in her past lives she had been his beloved. Thus, Xia Xiumai sought his assistance, willing to trade her life for the resurrection of Chunzir. Did his acquiescence stem solely from his desire to obtain Xia Xiumai's soul? What fate befell her spirit? Was it consumed in the celestial flames? Li chuckled ominously and remarked, "You finally comprehend. Now hand me the photograph." Recalling the image Chunzir had given me, I retrieved it and presented it to him. As Li gazed upon the photograph, a solitary tear fell from one of his eyes, tracing a path down his withered cheek as his dry fingers caressed the likeness of the two women captured within. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. "These two women are but one soul, manifested in two forms. How exquisite! To be consumed by heavenly fire is indeed worth it." I inquired, "These two women are one and the same? How can that be?" Li replied, "You do not grasp it now, but in time you shall. Keep the photograph safe. When you can finally discern the countenance of the man seated there, you will truly come to know yourself." I examined the photograph in my hands. It remained unchanged, with Chunzir standing, Xia Xiumai beside him, and a man seated before them, his face obscured by droplets of water, rendered irreparably blurred. The woman beside him bore no resemblance to Xia Xiumai, leading me to question how they could possibly be one and the same. How could I ever hope to discern the face of the man seated there? Li ceased speaking, instructing me to safeguard the photograph, hinting that one day I would understand the significance of his words. He then extended his hand, requesting the soap from me. Having reached this juncture, I found it futile to conceal the truth any longer. Thus, I handed him the soap. Li accepted it, his hands trembling slightly, and gently applied the soap to his chest. Miraculously, the once dark and cracked skin began to heal, transforming into a normal appearance. He proceeded to spread the soap across his entire body, restoring it to its natural state, save for his face. Turning his back to me, he rubbed the soap onto his visage. Though I could not see his face, I imagined he must have regained his former features. Then, I heard the sound of him chewing. From his silhouette, it appeared he had consumed the soap. He spoke softly, saying, "Hounding, I never dreamed we would meet again. I have fulfilled everything I set out to do. This soap is my heart. Heaven has punished me by extracting my heart, and Chunzir exchanged his life for mine to safeguard it. Today, I have consumed my own heart and shall transform into a wisp of wind. Perhaps we shall meet again, or perhaps we shall never cross paths once more. You must seek out old Yang." As Li spoke, his form grew increasingly transparent and indistinct until he vanished without a trace. I felt as though I were ensnared in a dream, and it was only after considerable time had passed since his disappearance that I finally came to my senses. This was utterly inconceivable. I reached for the photograph on my person and examined it closely. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated in my mind. Until now, I had focused on Chunzir and Xia Xiumai, even the man with a blurred face, yet I had never scrutinized the woman seated beside them. Upon closer inspection, I realized she bore an uncanny resemblance to Lan Cheng. I thought my eyes were deceiving me, and I slapped myself across the face, feeling the heat radiate from the impact. After scrutinizing the scene several times, I realized it truly was Lan Cheng and Appo's visage. Could this be mere coincidence? I could hardly fathom such a possibility. I gently lifted Lan Cheng, who lay beside me, my mind a blank canvas. Shaking her gently, I implored her to awaken, yet she remained utterly unresponsive. At that moment, I sensed a crimson glow emanating from behind me. Turning around, I noticed the eastern sky tinged with red. I recalled Li's words, "When the east glows crimson, the boundary market shall unveil itself." Without a moment to ponder further, I hoisted Lan Cheng onto my back, taking no steps forward before a cacophony of sounds reached my ears. Vendors hawking pancakes, the clang of metal being forged, the rhythmic beating of drums. Clad in lush reeds, I found myself before an ancient street. My heart began to race. Depa Valley was indeed a secluded wilderness, and a market could not possibly exist here, thus confirming it must be the boundary market. The street was steeped in antiquity, flanked by time-worn edifices, with the ground paved in cobblestones. Carrying Lan Cheng, I stepped cautiously into the old lane, where the townsfolk busied themselves with their various endeavors. At the street's entrance stood a burly man, bare-chested, hammering away at iron. Approaching the blacksmith shop, the man paused his work, his eyes widening in surprise as he glared at me, inquiring, "Are you in need of a blade? For chopping vegetables or for taking lives?" The appearance of the man filled me with trepidation. I hastily gestured with my hands, exclaiming, "I do not wish to purchase a knife. I am merely inquiring about someone. May I ask?" Before I could finish my sentence, he curtly interrupted, "Get lost." Not daring to linger any longer, I proceeded to the next shop, which specialized in baked pastries. The proprietor was a woman in her 30s, heavily made up. While one might assume that a woman adorns herself to enhance her beauty, in this case, I found it difficult to discern any allure. She resembled a figure crafted from paper. Noticing my presence at the entrance, the woman inquired, "How many pastries would you like?" My hunger was undeniable, so I asked the price for one. She scrutinized me momentarily before pointing at Lancheng and stating, "I require a strand of her hair." I pondered the oddity of her request. Why would she want Lancheng and Appo's hair? However, reflecting upon my surroundings in the marketplace, which was distinctly different from the outside world, I considered the possibility that these individuals might not even be human. I resolved to find old Yang post haste. I politely addressed the woman, saying, "I am not hungry at the moment. I am searching for a relative. Could you direct me to old Yang?" As I uttered those words, I realized I had made an oversight. Previously, Li had merely mentioned old Yang, and I had failed to inquire about his full name. The woman, with an expression devoid of life, set aside the pastry she held and pointed ahead, saying, "The Yang family and Appo's funeral attire shop is there. Be cautious on your way. Do not fall victim to the butcher's blade." What would she possibly mean by that? I attempted to ask further, but she had already dismissed me, seemingly impervious to my inquiries. I continued onward, carrying Lan Chung with me, and fortunately, after walking approximately 100 meters, I spotted the sign for the Yang family's funeral attire shop hanging at the entrance of an old house. I quickened my pace towards the old house, and just as I was about to reach it, my foot suddenly slipped, causing me to stumble and fall against a roadside stall. Chapter 49. The butcher of the Ma family. I berated myself for my carelessness, and as I raised my head to offer an apology, I was met with the horrifying sight of a severed head, its lips absent, exposing a row of teeth, and devoid of eyelids, 2 eyeballs glaring at me. Blood dripped from the gash upon its neck, indicating it had been freshly severed. Terrified, I recoiled, my legs giving way as I dropped to one knee. What manner of marketplace was this, where murder could still transpire? In my panic, I glanced around. The nearby merchants were preoccupied with their own affairs, utterly oblivious to the grotesque scene unfolding before me. I turned to examine the stall. I had collided with a meat vendor's booth, behind which loomed a darkened building. A flag hanging from its door emblazoned with the character for Ma. Was this the butcher's establishment? At that moment, a burly man emerged from within, his head bald, yet surrounded by long hair tied into a braid at the back, a formidable beard adorning his face, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei. I surmised that he must be the butcher. He glared at the meat I had knocked to the ground and bellowed, "Have you taken leave of your senses? How dare you vandalize my shop?" I intended to assist him in retrieving the fallen meat, but the gruesome visage of the bloodied head filled me with dread. What if this meat was, in fact, human flesh? Hastily, I stammered an explanation. I did not mean to. It was an accident, and the onlookers can attest to it. Yet, the surrounding merchants remained indifferent, ignoring my pleas, leaving me in a state of utter despair. A foreboding sensation washed over me. It became clear why the owner of the baked goods shop had advised me not to meet my demise at the hands of the butcher. I felt no desire to elaborate further. Rising to flee, I was met with the butcher and Appo's sudden appearance, blocking my path, brandishing his knife, and declaring, "Trying to escape? You shall compensate me for my meat." In a moment of desperation, I inquired, "How much for the meat that has fallen to the ground? Name your price. I shall purchase it." As I had just over $200 on me, I presumed it would suffice for such an expense. The butcher erupted into laughter, swinging his knife as he proclaimed, "Very well, I shone and Appo's, to make it difficult for you. I demand 2 pounds of blood and 4 pounds of flesh from your thigh." The grotesque nature of his demand nearly made me retch. "I offer you money. I do not intend to sacrifice my own flesh as compensation," I exclaimed, unfazed. The butcher chuckled heartily and replied, "I conduct my business with utmost fairness. 2 pounds of blood for pounds of flesh. No more, no less. Come now." With that, he seized my collar and began to drag me towards his small abode. At that moment, he spotted Lan Chung and, with renewed excitement, shouted, "Another girl? Huh, wonderful. We can chop her into minced meat as well." The butcher possessed an incredible strength that I could not withstand. It seemed inevitable that I would be pulled into his lair. In a desperate attempt, I shouted for Lao Yong, though I knew this was a futile measure, as he did not know me and might not even come to my aid upon hearing my cries. Suddenly, a young man emerged from the funeral home and called out to the butcher, "Old Ma." The butcher paused, glancing at the young man, and remarked, "This street has always maintained an unspoken agreement. Each to their own trade, so mind your own business." A young man approached with his hands clasped behind his back. I scrutinized him. He was tall and well-built, clad in an antiquated long gown, with long hair cascading down his back, exuding the air of a scion from an affluent family of a bygone era. As he drew near, he smiled and remarked, "Did you not hear him call for Old Yang? If he refers to me as Old Yang, he must be an acquaintance of the Yang family. Kindly show me some consideration and let him go." The butcher, with wide eyes filled with fury, bellowed, "I do not break my rules. 2 gene of blood and 4 gene of meat. Not a single penny less will suffice." The young man chose not to contest the butcher further. Instead, he said, "In that case, I shall not impose, but may I have a few words with him?" Upon hearing this, the butcher laughed mockingly, retrieved a leather pouch from his waist, uncorked it, and took a swig, releasing a strong odor of alcohol into the air. He shouted, "Since you are asking nicely, state your business quickly." With that, he released me, and seizing the opportunity, I bolted. However, the young man caught my arm and said, "Hold on. We cannot disregard the rules. You must not flee. I have some questions for you." Panic surged within me. What was happening? The butcher intended to take my life, and if I did not run now, was I truly to await my demise? Yet the young man would not release his grip. He inquired, "Why did you seek me?" Taken aback, I responded, "Are you Old Yang?" The young man nodded, saying, "Indeed, I am. Please answer me quickly. The butcher will soon come for your life after a few more drinks." I dared not delay, hastily recounting the circumstances that led me to seek him. Upon hearing my account, Old Yang's expression grew grave as he remarked, "It has been 40 years since we parted ways. It seems he has ultimately chosen this path." I could not help but scrutinize him further as I listened to his words. This Old Yang appeared to be merely in his early 20s. How could it be that 4 decades had passed since we last parted? The butcher, it seemed, had partaken a bit too liberally of alcohol. Wielding his knife to chop the severed head into fragments on the chopping block, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Old Yang then inquired, "How am I to trust your words?" Upon hearing this, a thought struck me. I retrieved the piece of skin that had been torn from his own body and handed it to Old Yang. As he examined the skin, a flicker of amusement crossed his face, and he nodded at me, declaring, "Li guarantees your survival." With that, he approached the butcher, brandishing the skin, and announced, "Old Ma, I intend to take this young man with me." The butcher erupted in fury at his words, but Old Yang waved the skin before him, prompting an immediate change in the butcher's demeanor. He was suddenly elated, reaching out to snatch it from Old Yang's grasp. Yet, Old Yang deftly pulled it away. The butcher, now pleading, implored, "Just give it to me. I no longer want the boy." Old Yang smiled slightly and replied, "Old Ma, do not be so greedy." He then tore off a piece roughly the size of a coin and handed it to the butcher. Cradling the piece of skin, the butcher danced with glee, while the merchants, who had previously remained indifferent, now erupted in excitement, their eyes glistening with envy as they gazed upon the skin. I was utterly bewildered. How could such a repulsive scrap of flesh hold more value to them than gold or silver? Old Yang led me back to his shop, my mind still reeling. I asked him why the butcher could commit murder without consequence. Old Yang replied, "That is not a human head. It is merely the skin of a monkey." I remain non-committal, yet I cannot help but feel as though I am gazing upon a sea of human heads. Lao Yang instructed me to refrain from inquiries and invited me to take a seat, which allowed me to survey his establishment. It is not a funeral parlor, yet the space is filled with paper effigies, figures of men and women crowding the room. In addition to the paper figures, there are also paper replicas of ancestral homes, luxury cars, mobile phones, televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, all present in abundance, evoking a sense of unease, yet I did not spot any funeral garments. Lao Yang lamented that business has grown challenging. In the past, customers would purchase essential items, but now, with improved circumstances, they have succumbed to a life of excess. Villas, electrical appliances, luxury cars, and beautiful women abound. I chuckled, remarking that it all seemed merely a spectacle for the living. Lao Yang regarded me with a knowing smile and gestured towards the back room, saying, "Place your wife's physical form in the room at the rear." I refrained from revealing that Lan Cheng is my ghostly spouse. How could he possibly know? Lao Yang smiled knowingly once more, offering no answer to my query as I laid Lan Cheng upon the bed in the back room. He then informed me, "You and your ghostly wife will reside below, while I occupy the upper floor. Should you require anything, simply call for me, but under no circumstances should you ascend the stairs. Understood?" I assured him I would not venture upstairs, though I had no intention of making this my permanent residence. I inquired about how I might reach Shiyuan village. After a moment in oppose, as contemplation, Lao Yang replied, "Not at this time. When the moment is right, I shall escort you personally." What could this mean? Could he not simply indicate the direction? Lao Yang patted my shoulder and asked, "What is your name?" I replied, "Wang Haoning." He nodded and remarked, "Ah, a century cycles anew. The day of calamity has arrived once more." I did not comprehend this statement, nor did I inquire further. Old Yang remarked, "Haoning, your wife in the afterlife is indeed with you, yet her spirit is absent. You must wait for her here." Seeing my bewildered expression, Old Yang elaborated, "Once the soul-cutting blade is drawn, it devours the soul. Do you think your wife can return so effortlessly? However, do not fret. She remains, not reduced to mere ashes." I found it curious how he possessed such knowledge. Old Yang then uttered another perplexing phrase, stating, "Having undergone this multiple times, how could one remain ignorant?" He then produced a spirit candle for me and inquired if I recognized it. I affirmed my familiarity with its purpose. Old Yang nodded in approval, informing me that Lan Cheng was temporarily unharmed and instructed me to patiently await her return. From this moment forth, I would assume his role in managing the shop. During the day, with no customers present, I could rest, while at night, I would light the spirit candle. At that time, customers would arrive to make purchases. Should the spirit candle remain still, regardless of what the customers sought or the price they inquired about, I was to simply respond that they could pay what they deemed appropriate. However, if the spirit candle stirred and someone requested a funeral garment, I was to take their height measurements, quote a price of 10,000 yuan, and require an advance payment, with the garment to be collected 3 days hence. Without affording me the chance to ask questions, Old Yang retreated to the upper room, closing the door with a resounding thud. I remained seated at the counter, gazing outside. Old Yang's shop stood wide open, directly facing the street. From my position, I could see the entirety of the thoroughfare. Leaning on the counter, I drifted into thought. Surrounded by mountains blanketed in snow, yet this street remained pristine. The shopkeepers were bustling with activity. The blacksmiths wielded their hammers with fervor. The sellers of flatbreads tirelessly cooked. The florists continuously arranged their bouquets, and even the butcher was incessantly slicing meat. However, since my arrival here, I have yet to encounter a single shopper. Given the apparent lack of business, what could be the reason for their incessant busyness? Are they not concerned about producing goods that may remain unsold, resulting in waste? Lost in my thoughts, I gradually succumbed to slumber upon the counter. I know not how much time had passed when a sudden rap on the counter jolted me awake. The sky had darkened, and the streets shimmered with a verdant glow. Startled, I pondered the peculiar situation. How could the streets, devoid of life during the day, now be teeming with a multitude at night? A figure stood before me, silhouetted against the light, rendering their features invisible. Recalling Old Yang's words, a sense of unease washed over me. I had fallen asleep without lighting the spirit candle. I said, "Please hold on. I shall light the candle." After uttering this, I turned to ignite the candle, straightened my posture, and inquired what they wished to purchase, only to discover that there was no one standing at the counter. Chapter 50. The exorbitant funeral garment. I found myself puzzled by this individual's behavior. Was it truly necessary to be so impatient over merely lighting a candle? As I begrudged inwardly, it suddenly dawned on me that I was currently within the confines of a barrier market. Given that it was a barrier, could it truly be said that the shoppers were indeed human? The thought struck me like a thunderclap, compelling me to seek out old Yang for clarification. I called out to him several times, but received no response. In search of the light switch, I scoured the room, but found nothing. Glancing outside, I observed the bustling street, where people flowed like water, yet every shop front was adorned with lanterns, none of which were lit. It appeared that the barrier market lacked electricity. I procured a simple candle and lit it. Surrounded by paper offerings, I feared the potential for sparks. So I emulated the merchants outside and placed the candle within a lantern. Once more I called for old Yang, but still there was no reply. I began to wonder where he had gone. Had he not descended? Surely nothing untoward had occurred. As I prepared to ascend the stairs with the lantern in hand, a voice behind me called out, "Boss." Turning around, I beheld a woman, perhaps in her 30s, with a pallid complexion and vacant eyes, her appearance bespeaking weariness. I returned to the counter and inquired what she wished to purchase. To my astonishment, she replied, "I would like a set of funeral garments." The revelation startled me, yet I quickly regained my composure. After all, I was standing in a shop that specialized in such garments. Thus, purchasing them was quite ordinary. I smiled and asked, "To which family do these garments pertain? Surely the family has specific requests?" My words are not mere nonsense. Although I have never operated a funeral attire shop, I possess an understanding of the customs involved. After all, I am a matchmaker, engaged in the business of the deceased. In our country, there is a deep reverence for auspiciousness. Who would purchase funeral garments if there were no bereavement in the family? Yet, even when there has been a death, we in this trade refrain from speaking directly about it, for to do so would be akin to pouring salt into an open wound, rendering our business inhumane. Consequently, when individuals enter a funeral shop to make purchases, the proprietor does not greet them with exuberance, but rather with a tone tinged with reproach, inquiring about the affairs of the deceased as if to remind them of their sorrow. This is not a reflection of poor customer service. Rather, it serves as the greatest consolation to the bereaved. The woman, upon hearing my words, sighed deeply, her expression filled with profound lament. Who has the heart to concern themselves with others' affairs? She remarked. Before I could respond, she insisted, simply tailor the funeral attire to my measurements. I was taken aback. Was this not absurd? It is not akin to visiting a tailor for a new outfit, nor is it customary to have funeral garments fitted to one's own physique. I asked her if she had misspoken. The woman, sensing my persistent inquiries, grew somewhat irate, her countenance darkening as she commanded, "Measure me as instructed." With that, she extended her arms, prompting me to assist her in taking her measurements. In my eagerness to help, I found myself reprimanded. As I lowered my gaze to fetch the measuring tape, I inadvertently glanced at the spirit candle and was struck with terror, my legs quaking at its flickering flame. Dancing erratically as if possessed, I hastily lifted my gaze to the woman, who regarded me with an impassive expression, her face devoid of emotion, and inquired about my distress. Recalling old Yang's words, I remembered that should the spirit candle react, regardless of who is purchasing funeral garments, one must state their height and provide a deposit of 10,000. With a slight tremor in my lips, I stammered, "No problem, there's no need for measurement. Simply leave your height." The woman responded with a soft "oh," lowering her arms as she declared, "I am 162 centimeters tall." I casually noted this down in my notebook, then lifted my gaze to say, "The goods will be ready for collection in 3 days." In truth, I wished to mention a deposit of 10,000, yet the words eluded me. 10,000 for a burial garment seemed excessive, even for mink fur. The woman inquired, "How much?" I pondered for a moment, then resignedly stated the deposit as 10,000. She appeared unfazed by this revelation, rummaging through her belongings, though from behind the counter. I could not discern her actions clearly. Suddenly, her expression contorted in agony, and she produced a sticky substance, placing it upon the counter. The dim light offered little clarity. As she turned to leave, I called out to her, intending to remind her about the payment, but my attention was drawn to her legs, which were damp and stained, resembling blood that continued to flow. Startled, I fell silent. Noticing my hesitation, she stepped over the threshold, stating, "My surname is who?" With that, she exited the door, and I thought to myself that something was amiss. I required a deposit of 10,000, yet she presented me with this viscous substance. She cannot simply depart. If she left, what would I offer to old Yang? I dashed around the counter in pursuit, yet within mere seconds, upon reaching the entrance, her figure had vanished from sight, having departed with remarkable swiftness. The street was bustling with a throng of people, yet an unsettling silence enveloped the scene, rendering even the sound of footsteps imperceptible. This was decidedly abnormal, and a wave of fear compelled me to retreat into my dwelling, my heart still racing. Yet, what troubled me most was the matter of the 10,000. How could I possibly make amends? What kind of sinister object had that woman employed to deceive me into relinquishing my money? As I examined the items on the counter, I was horrified to discover a viscous substance, a piece of flesh still tainted with blood. Panic surged through me, prompting me to hastily discard it back onto the counter. A whiff of my own hands confirmed the grim scent of blood. I recalled that, moments before, the woman had exited with blood staining her thigh. Could it be that this grotesque remnant was something she had just severed from her own body? It was utterly beyond belief, truly insane. I slumped despondently in front of the counter. At that moment, a noise emanated from the upper floor. Someone was descending the stairs. I looked up to see none other than old Yang. A mix of joy and anxiety washed over me. Joy that he was unharmed, for without him, how could I escape this predicament? Yet anxiety gripped me at the thought of having lost his 10,000. That would surely lead to a confrontation. Old Yang regarded me with a faint smile, clapping his hands in approval. "Well done. You truly have a gift. On your first day, you've already conducted such significant business." I managed a wry smile, inwardly contemplating the irony. If only he knew that I had transformed his 10,000 into a piece of putrid flesh. Would he still find cause to smile? Even if he were to succeed, I reasoned, I had not incurred substantial loss. After all, the woman surnamed who had yet to collect her goods. If I simply withheld her funeral garments, I could avoid further trouble. After much contemplation, I realized the truth. Spending 10,000 on a burial garment can only be described as the darkest of dealings. It was a rare stroke of luck to ensnare a fool. Yet if this venture failed, the 10,000 in old Yang's possession would vanish, undoubtedly inciting his wrath. Indeed, as he gazed at the decaying flesh upon the counter, an inscrutable smile graced his face. He picked up a stick of incense and prodded the piece of meat, emitting a mocking laugh. I feared he was on the brink of an outburst, so I hastily retrieved the 200 yuan from my pocket and presented it to him. Saying, "Old Yang, I acknowledge my fault. I chased after him, but he has vanished. This 200 is certainly insufficient, yet constitutes my entire fortune. I hope you will not be angered." Old Yang used the incense stick to lift the piece of meat, bringing it closer as he remarked, "Fresh flesh, still dripping with blood, yet exuding a foul, worldly odor. Such a substantial piece is worth far more than 1,000,000. To offer such a high price, one can only surmise that there are further demands to come." I questioned whether he had been rendered foolish by the situation, asserting that I could only offer him 200 yuan, leaving the rest to his discretion. Old Yang retrieved a small box from within his robe and carefully placed the piece of flesh inside. This box was familiar to me. It had previously contained the skin of a deceased he had given me. After sealing the box and returning it to his robe, he noticed I still held out the 200 yuan and said, "Put away your petty sum. I harbor no anger. Do you have any notion of this flesh and oppos as true worth?" I admitted my ignorance, and old Yang produced the box once more, handing it to me as he declared, "Within 3 days, someone shall come to collect it. At that time, you will understand its true value." I took the box, yet a wave of nausea washed over me. I placed the box into the drawer, and Lao Yang, with his arms crossed behind his back, remarked, "Well, there's no business tonight. You've made quite a significant transaction. Allow me to treat you to a late-night meal." "A late-night meal, indeed?" Lao Yang assured me that here, Everything one desires is available. The myriad flavors of the world are at our disposal. I replied, very well, I shall indulge as well. Just as I was about to step outside, I remembered that Lan Sheng was still in the room. I needed to light an incense stick for her. Lao Yang stopped me, saying, there's no need. Your wife is not truly here. The figure in the room is merely her physical form. There is no need for concern. Let's proceed. With Lao Yang leading the way, I followed behind him, lantern in hand. The street was bustling with people, yet a sense of unease lingered within me. As I navigated through the crowd, I realized the reason for their uncanny silence. They did not genuinely exist. They were mere phantoms. Some even passed directly through my body, leaving me trembling with fear. Lao Yang chuckled. Do not be afraid. We are within a barrier. Terrified, I exclaimed, I am not like you. How can one traverse among so many spirits without fear? Lao Yang laughed heartily. Young one, you overthink things. These are not malevolent spirits. They are simply searching for something else, and thus, our paths merely intersect like fleeting shadows. I gazed in horror at the hurried figures gliding through me, my anxiety escalating. Lao Yang patted my shoulder, saying, enough now, we have arrived. Relax. He pulled me into a nearby room, where to my surprise stood the pale-faced female proprietor of the pancake shop I had seen earlier. Old Yang nodded at her, and she mechanically inclined her body in response before leading us upstairs. The upper level housed a restaurant, already filled with patrons, yet it maintained an air of tranquility. The pale-faced woman guided us to a corner table, where Old Yang ordered several vegetarian dishes, such as stir-fried green beans and spicy shredded potatoes, accompanied by a bottle of aged liquor. I inwardly grumbled, thinking Old Yang was rather stingy. Was it not said that the world is replete with culinary delights? Yet he chose only these humble vegetarian offerings. Was this truly the way to entertain guests? Old Yang chuckled and said, young man, do not complain. Would you dare to consume the meat here? His words brought to mind the noodles that second uncle had eaten earlier. Could this be an establishment of ill repute? As we conversed, the dishes arrived, and Old Yang eagerly uncorked the aged liquor, pouring a glass for me and one for himself, disregarding the others. He downed a glass in one go, then poured another, swiftly finishing 3 glasses in succession. I remarked, is there a way to drink like this? If you drink so heavily, how am I to keep up? If I drank, my tolerance was poor. If I abstained, I felt it would be impolite. I merely voiced my complaint, but unexpectedly, Old Yang set down his cup, grasped my hand, and said, brother, after all these years. Ha ha, let's toast. As he spoke, his words trailed off, and I could not discern if it was due to intoxication. I lifted my glass and clinked it with his. The liquor was exceedingly potent, causing me to cough a few times. At that moment, a man dining nearby observed my reaction and advised, young man, alcohol can lead to misfortune. Drink less. I smiled and replied, it's quite all right. As soon as I finished speaking, Lao Yang suddenly struck me across the face, causing stars to dance before my eyes. What on earth is happening? Chapter 51. The wine of forgetfulness upon witnessing me receive a slap from Old Yang. A man immediately rose to confront him. This man appeared haggard and somewhat dispirited, yet his willingness to stand up for me stirred a sense of gratitude within my heart. However, it was evident that Old Yang was not one to be trifled with. Fearing that he might retaliate against the man, I swiftly intervened, attempting to separate them. Old Yang, however, forcefully pulled me aside and admonished the man. Bridges are for crossing, roads are for walking. Tread your path well. But do not linger on the bridge to gaze at the road. That is the rule. I found Old Yang's words perplexing, and I presumed the man did as well. The bystanders around us remained silent, their eyes fixed on Old Yang, seemingly captivated by the unfolding drama. At that moment, the pale-faced proprietress approached with a tray in hand, deliberately ignoring the dispute within the establishment, placing the dishes upon our table. She then addressed the man, saying, you would do well to heed Mr. Yang's words. The man, visibly anxious, directed his gaze toward the pale-faced proprietress, as if attempting to voice a response, but her steely glance silenced him. She maintained her impassive demeanor. In truth, her expression was so rigid that any significant movement of her mouth might cause her makeup to flake away. The pale-faced proprietress continued, Mr. Yang, your assertions hold merit. Yet this young brother has engaged in conversation, thus establishing an agreement. This rule must not be broken. Old Yang, having emptied his glass, slammed his palm on the table and exclaimed, "Madam, as a business owner, when did you become so cunning? Aware that this newcomer is unfamiliar with the customs, you seek to ensnare him. Is this not an egregious affront?" Boss Bai let out a grunt through his nose and remarked, "Mr. Yang is also a businessman. I shall say no more. You may handle it as you see fit." With that, he turned to leave. I realized I'd stirred up trouble, unsure of how to respond, fumbling for words. Old Yang took a seat and said, "Why the long face? Come, let us drink. Boss Bai, please bring 5 gin of marinated beef, 10 gin of crayfish, and 2 gin of aged wine." Had I misheard? Did he not just declare that the meat here was inedible? How could he suddenly indulge in such extravagance? Surely, my earlier words had not muddled his mind. Old Yang continued to drink, his face now flushed with crimson, yet I marveled at his remarkable tolerance. I merely managed a single cup, while he consumed the remainder of the bottle, hardly touching the dishes and even ordering another 2 gin of wine. Old Yang stated, "I never claimed the meat here was forbidden. I merely inquired if you were bold enough to partake. When you remained silent, I assumed you would abstain, given that the prices for dishes here are exorbitant." What kind of reasoning was this? I was utterly perplexed. A man dining nearby kept glancing our way. His scrutinizing gaze unnerved me. I quietly asked Old Yang if I had landed us in trouble. Old Yang remained reticent while Boss Bai brought forth the wine and meat. Each of us took a bottle, and with a few swigs, I felt the world spin. After a few more sips, surprisingly, my head ceased to spin. Old Yang set down his cup and said to me, "At this moment, you should not bear the blame. Rather, I failed to communicate clearly. Do you know what kind of place Boundary Street is?" I pondered for a moment. I had traversed the Yin Yang path, encountering numerous restless spirits along the way, before finally arriving at Boundary Street. Could it be that this place was the realm of the dead? Old Yang nearly spat out his drink upon hearing my words. He gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming that my imagination was quite rich. Having indulged a bit too much, I had long forgotten any sense of restraint and, pounding the table, I exclaimed, "How could I know if you do not speak?" Leaning back in his chair, Old Yang directed his ire at a man dining nearby, saying, "You scoundrel, should you dare to gaze again, I assure you, your endeavor shall come to naught." Upon hearing this, the man hastily lowered himself to the table. Too frightened to look further, I inquired about the true nature of this place, to which Old Yang replied that it was not, in fact, the underworld as I had imagined. It was simply a location that, as a child of the mountains, one ought to recognize as distinct from other places. This was certainly known to me. Thus, during inclement weather in our village's rear mountains, one often glimpses peculiar phenomena, including the passage of spectral soldiers. It had been mentioned before that the state had dispatched experts to investigate, and they had concluded that strange minerals beneath the earth caused these extraordinary occurrences. Old Yang chuckled softly and remarked, "What you speak of is beyond my knowledge. Yet in this world, there are countless matters that elude mortal understanding. If one cannot perceive the spirit, how then can one know its dwelling?" His words were profoundly insightful. Take myself, for instance. Having accompanied my father in matchmaking for the deceased, I had always considered this merely a form of solace for the living. The dead are simply the dead. How could they possess emotions? I believe this perspective was not unique to me. The vast majority likely shared this understanding. Yet, I was confronted by Lan Chung and experienced so much that my materialist beliefs began to falter. At this juncture, I truly cannot assert with confidence that all ghostly marriages are merely a source of amusement for the living. Old Yang remarked that it is indeed so. Thus, it is only through genuine experience that one can come to believe in the essence of things. Take, for instance, the market within the barrier. Many initially perceive it as a place for the deceased. However, this is far from the truth. It is a sacred ground. Since the day there were people, humanity began to flourish, and with humanity arose troubles. Some are ensnared by love, while others are ensnared by wealth. Many encounter setbacks and lament that victory and defeat are preordained, pondering the limitations of mortal existence. Yet, the world is ever-changing, and within it exists a realm that can assist you in achieving what you deem impossible, granting you possessions unattainable in your lifetime, be it riches or love. Your desires for greed shall find fulfillment here, in this market within the barrier. Old Yang's words partially roused me from my stupor. Could such a wondrous place truly exist? No wonder he brought me here. Eagerly, I turned to Old Yang and expressed my wishes. Could we disperse the fog over our village, so that my parents and fellow villagers might lead normal lives? Moreover, could we allow Lan Chang to release her grievances and be reborn anew? Old Yang replied, those who come here are driven by avarice. Yet, you are the most greedy I have encountered. The woman surnamed Hu, for instance, seeks a burial garment. She may obtain it, but the price she must pay is a piece of her own flesh. It is not merely a matter of severing flesh. She must endure daily torment for the remainder of her life. Is such a sacrifice worth it for a moment's greed? I inhaled sharply, at a loss for words. It appeared that this place harbored a sinister nature. Old Yang chose not to pass judgment on this matter. Having indulged in both drink and food, I could have returned home for a restful slumber. However, fate had other plans, and I inadvertently found myself entangled in a minor predicament. Together with my companion, Lao Yang, we made our way to a funeral attire shop, both of us inebriated, particularly myself, as I began to dance while walking. A man dining nearby trailed behind us. I inquired of Lao Yang why this elderly gentleman was shadowing us. Did he harbor ulterior motives? Lao Yang explained that in the realm of the boundary market, we were now the proprietors, catering to the extravagant desires of others. Observing the hurried silhouettes on the street, I realized they were seekers of establishments that could fulfill their needs. They would engage in conversation. If one had what they sought, a mere utterance would suffice to seal the agreement. I remarked that this seemed amiss, for the man had merely advised me to drink less, to which I politely responded. A normal exchange, Lao Yang countered, asserting that I was unaware. This man had lingered here for several days, yearning for wine, yet went unacknowledged. By unwittingly conversing with him, I had inadvertently breached protocol. Thus, the wine I possessed was now his by right. I dismissed the gravity of the situation, thinking it merely a bottle of wine, easily relinquished. Yet, I pondered whether this man had perhaps imbibed too much, succumbing to the effects of alcohol. Lao Yang laughed heartily at my musings. Upon returning to the shop, the man followed us inside. This time, Lao Yang did not ascend the stairs but chose to sit behind the counter. He exchanged a knowing glance with me. Despite my intoxication, I grasped his intent and promptly lit the spirit candle. As the flame flickered, I was startled. This man was anything but ordinary. Lao Yang then inquired, "Sir, may I ask your name? How may I be of service?" A man settled himself at the counter, sighing, and said, "Boss, my surname is Wang, and my given name is Jia. I have come here, troubled by matters of the heart." Old Yang nodded and inquired, "In that case, what is it that you seek?" Wang Jia replied, "I have always cherished my wife. We have a son and have enjoyed a blissful life together. However, I never anticipated that my beloved wife would betray me with my closest friend, pilfering our fortune, poisoning my drink to endanger my life, and even leading to the demise of my son at the hands of her lover. I loathe her to the core, wishing for her death. Yet I find myself ensnared by love, unable to extricate myself. I have heard of a potion that can erase love, and I desire to drink it to forget my feelings for her. I long to avenge my son." Listening to his lament, I could not help but reflect on the cruelty of a woman's heart. I suggested, in such a matter, you should report to the authorities and let the law administer justice. Old Yang, slapping the counter, interjected, "If you lack understanding, it is best not to interfere." Feeling embarrassed and silenced, I lower my head. Old Yang then addressed Wang Jia. "Say, Mr. Wang, there truly is no such thing as a potion that can erase love." Upon hearing this, Wang Jia became instantly agitated. "Boss, you promised me." Old Yang reassured him. "Our promise was made in haste. There is indeed no such potion. However, since we have committed ourselves to your cause, you may trust us. In 7 days, I shall reveal your wife's true nature to you, and by then, I believe you will no longer seek a potion to forget." Wang Jia expressed his gratitude profusely and inquired about the fee. Old Yang advised him to return later, stating that all would be settled in 7 days. Wang Jia left, elated, disappearing into the throng. Once he was out of sight, I turned to Old Yang and asked, What shall we do next? Old Yang insisted on doing nothing, suggesting we postpone the matter for another 7 days. I felt a twinge of pity for Wang Jia. Was it not unfair? Old Yang merely smiled in silence. Observing his grin, I sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He stifled a yawn, declaring he was off to sleep, having indulged too much in drink that evening, and with business to attend to come morning, he needed his rest. I too felt dizzy, having longed for slumber. I hurried to the back room, where only a single bed awaited, upon which Lan Cheng lay. I inquired of Old Yang if he had a folding bed or a reclining chair. He replied that he possessed neither, asserting that there was no reason for us to feel awkward as a couple. The mention of couple left me in a state of confusion. How wonderful it would have been if Lan Cheng were alive, to marry a beautiful wife and lead a simple, blissful life together. Alas, she is no longer among the living, and now even her spirit has vanished. It dawned upon me that she had sacrificed everything for my sake. Under the influence of alcohol, I collapsed onto the bed, embracing her lifeless form as I drifted into slumber. I soon succumbed to sleep, but in a haze. I was jolted awake by a thunderous sound, as if someone were exhaling into my ear. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the sight of a figure crouching beside me. Rubbing my eyes, I was gripped by terror, particularly at the sight of those hands. Chapter 52. 50,000 decayed flesh. The first sight that met my gaze was a pair of hands. As I looked at them, my mind was instantly drawn to the claw marks upon my shoulder. Turning to face the owner, I was taken aback to see it was Lan Cheng, gazing at me with an air of delicate charm, her eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. Startled, I sprang up from the bed and called her name. Upon realizing I was awake, Lan Cheng hastily turned to leave. I rushed to grasp her, only to find my hand clutching a withered claw. Overcome with fright, I recoiled. I spoke earnestly. Since you have returned, do not depart again. Lao Yang seems quite formidable. I have made my peace with him and beseech his assistance in ensuring your swift reincarnation and liberation. Despite the sincerity of my words, Lan Cheng slowly turned back, her eyes rolling ominously, presenting a truly terrifying visage. With a sinister laugh, she declared, "Who said I wished to be reincarnated? Ha ha! Who said I wished to be reincarnated?" I stumbled back, collapsing onto the bed, for this was not the Lan Cheng I knew. Absolutely not her. In a panic, I questioned, "Who are you? Who are you?" With a trembling voice, she insisted, "I am Lan Cheng, your wife. Have you forgotten?" She began to approach me, and suddenly her face morphed into that of another, familiar yet unsettling, Lu Mei, the very one who had deceived me into facilitating the union of Su Hong and Zhao Ergu. However, as I scrutinized her further, she reverted to Lan Cheng, smiling seductively as she advanced towards me. I waved my hands in protest, exclaiming, "Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer." In an instant, she seized my hands, yanking me from the bed and throwing me onto the floor. My head struck the ground, sending a jolt of pain through me, and then I heard a man's voice whispering in my ear. As dawn broke, I resolved to defer my dreams until nightfall. I shielded my head with my hands as I rose from the ground, catching sight of Old Yang standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. My mind was still in disarray. What had transpired? Old Yang inquired, "What did you dream of?" I hastily poured some water from the kettle beside me and took a sip before recounting the events of my dream to him. He tugged at the fabric of my shoulder, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Such audacity, daring to be haunted by a ghost," Old Yang remarked. He seemed well acquainted with the term ghostly haunt. If he knew of it, surely he possessed a means to address it. However, shaking his head, Old Yang confessed, "To be frank, I truly have no solution. But fret not, you are not in immediate danger. A dream signifies nothing. Now, let's go and have breakfast. We have work to attend to shortly." Though Blue Cheng existed only in corporeal form now, I felt compelled to care for her. I arranged a pillow beneath her head, tucked her in with a blanket, and even lit some incense before following Old Yang to breakfast. We ventured to Boss Bai's establishment, where I indulged in baked pancakes. During our meal, I queried Old Yang about my impending journey to Shiyuan village and my quest to find Liao Tian. I also asked if he knew Liao Tian and whether he could assist in dispelling the fog in the village to rescue my parents. Yet Old Yang reassured me, "Do not worry. 7 days hence, someone will carry you to Shiyuan village in a sedan chair. As for whether Liao Tian can be found, I cannot say. I began to wonder if old Yang had perhaps indulged too much the previous night and had yet to fully awaken. Why must everything be postponed for 7 days? I resolved to watch him closely to see how he would fulfill his claims after that time. After finishing the sesame cake, old Yang announced that he needed to step out and requested that I watch the shop, mentioning the possibility of a heavy snowstorm later in the day. He set a rather ambitious goal for me to earn 50,000 yuan, insisting on an exact figure, neither more nor less. I replied, questioning his realism. As I barely earned that amount in a year while supporting my parents at home, how could I possibly make 10,000 in a single day? Old Yang patted my shoulder and reassured me that I would achieve it. With that, he turned and walked towards the marketplace. I returned to the shop, sitting idly at the counter, with no novel to read or television to watch, making the hours feel exceedingly dull. Fortunately, the butcher outside was energetically demonstrating his skills with a large knife, providing me with some amusement. Before long, the sky began to unleash a heavy snowfall. Now, the sight of snow triggers a psychological barrier for me. Soon, the streets were blanketed in white, and the sky darkened ominously, reminiscent of the previous winter in the village behind the mountains. At that moment, an elderly man approached the shop. The street was deserted. I wondered where he had come from. Perhaps he was the owner of a nearby store? I inquired about his purpose. The old man glanced at me and asked if old Yang was present. I informed him that old Yang had stepped out, leaving me in charge of the shop. The old man stepped closer, scrutinizing me before exclaiming, "So, it's you?" Confused, I asked if we were acquainted. He chuckled and replied, "Oh no, not at all." The old man appeared tall and slender, with hair graying and a face etched with wrinkles. He wore a simple, traditional white cloth garment, a style that felt quite antiquated. Despite his age, he seemed sprightly and affable, leaving me with a positive impression of him. I then inquired if he was there to purchase something. Upon hearing this, the elderly man quickly waved his hands, declaring, No, I have no intention of purchasing anything from your establishment." Realizing that our shop does not offer trivial items, I felt it necessary to apologize for my inquiry. The old gentleman reassured me that it was of no consequence. While he did not wish to buy anything, he was interested in acquiring other items. He inquired if I had anything for sale. I pondered the distinction between buying and selling, concluding it was merely a matter of phrasing. I replied that I truly had nothing to offer beyond what was available in the shop. Undeterred, the elderly man scrutinized me from head to toe, eventually directing his gaze toward the counter. The counter, an antiquated wooden cabinet adorned with glass, held his attention. He pointed to an item within. "Young proprietor, might I take a look at this?" I realized he was referring to the small box that old Yang had given me the previous day. Inside, it contained flesh taken from the thigh of a woman named Hu. I hesitated, stating that it was not permissible to view this item. Nonetheless, the old man insisted, and with no other choice, I reluctantly handed it to him. As he opened the box, I expected him to recoil in disgust and discard it. To my astonishment, his eyes lit up upon seeing the flesh. He promptly closed the box and clutched it tightly in his hands, refusing to relinquish it. "Youthful proprietor, I would like to acquire this. Please name your price," he urged. I scratched my ear in disbelief, questioning whether I had misheard him. The old man chuckled softly, insisting, "Just name your price. I want this." At a loss for words, I struggled to determine an appropriate figure. How does one assign a value to such a thing? I felt too embarrassed to even suggest a price of 1 yuan. Noticing my silence, he raised a hand and said, "Young proprietor, what do you think of this price?" "I assure you, I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm acquainted with old Yang." I finally ventured, 5 yuan? The elderly man shook his head in resignation. I ventured, 50? He still shook his head in disappointment. I further suggested, 500? 5,000? Yet, he continued to shake his head, and I dare not propose any further. The old man then declared a firm price, 50,000. "What do you say? I nearly lost my dinner from the previous night. 50,000 could buy a domestic car. How could this piece of spoiled meat be worth such a fortune?" Noticing my silence, the old man assumed I was dissatisfied with the price and remarked, "Young boss, do not be greedy at such a tender age. This is not the demeanor one should possess." I shook my head repeatedly, asserting that my disbelief was not rooted in dissatisfaction with the price. Rather, I felt as though I was engaging in some form of deception given the exorbitant price for a mere piece of spoiled meat. The old man erupted in laughter, assuring me not to concern myself too much. "This is indeed a valuable item," he explained. "The body and skin are gifts from our parents. Every strand of hair and every inch of skin possesses a spirit. Hence, it holds great value, though I understand you may not grasp its significance right now. Should fate allow, I shall expound upon it in detail." After this, the old man placed a cloth bag on the counter for me to inspect. As I opened the bag, I was flabbergasted to discover it contained 5 stacks of 100 yuan bills. I had never encountered such a sum before. The elderly gentleman encouraged me to count it, but in my excitement, I struggled to tally even a single stack. Ultimately, I proclaimed that it was unnecessary. I chose to trust him. Once he departed, my admiration for old Yang grew even stronger. He had told me I would earn 50,000, which I thought impossible. Yet here I was with 50,000 in hand. Indeed, no one has come to the door during the day anymore. 50,000 yuan, neither a penny more nor a penny less. I find myself fixated at the counter, watching the butcher entertain with his antics. This fellow certainly possesses an abundance of energy, bare-chested, wielding a large knife as he slices meat amidst the falling snow. As darkness descends, the merchants light their lanterns, and I follow suit. To my surprise, the butcher greets me, despite having previously caused me considerable distress, so I choose to ignore him. The street begins to teem with people, mere shadows of themselves, and the butcher launches into his trade. I light a spirit candle and lean on the counter, lost in thought. Many customers enter the shop, purchasing items such as yellow paper, incense, paper figures, and spirit houses. However, the spirit candle remains unresponsive. Following old Yang's advice, I request whatever is offered, an array of peculiar items, including nail clippings, hair trimmings, and even remnants of filth. The sight is utterly repugnant. Can these truly be valued as currency? After dismissing those patrons, I finally find a moment of tranquility, only for the spirit candle to abruptly flicker. Startled, I gather my composure as a woman enters the shop. It is Ms. Hu. I rise to greet her, and she appears just as disheveled as before. I offer her a seat, and she settles down across the counter for me. Ms. Hu scrutinizes me intently, making me feel somewhat uneasy, prompting me to inquire if there is something amiss on my face. She shakes her head and, with a sigh, asks, "How old are you today, boss?" I chuckle softly at her choice of words. Such phrasing is typically reserved for inquiring about the elderly, and, as a young lad, it seems quite improper for me to be addressed in such a manner. However, there is no need to be overly particular. As long as one can comprehend, that suffices. I chuckled and replied, "I cannot possibly presume to inquire about your age. I shall turn 19 shortly after the new year." Ms. Hu nodded slightly, observing the snow outside. "It is indeed nearing the end of the year. If my son were here, he would be of the same age as you." Indeed, with only a few days left until the new year, in previous years, our village would have already been adorned with festive decorations. Yet this year, I wonder how they are faring, while I am destined to celebrate the new year in the confines of the marketplace. As I returned to the present moment, I realized that Ms. Hu had not come merely for conversation. I inquired if she had a particular request. Ms. Hu asked, "What is the worth of the item I left last night?" She must be referring to the flesh she had cut from her thigh. Surely, she does not intend to reclaim it? I had just sold it. I could only speak the truth, stating it is valued at 50,000. The woman appeared taken aback, murmuring, "He did not deceive me. It is indeed worth so much." Chapter 53. The woman in white, she looked up at me and said, "Since it is worth so much, could you custom make a set of funeral garments for me?" I was taken aback. Why were we discussing funeral garments again? Yet, I felt it was not my place to question further. I inquired whose affairs she was meddling in, a customary phrase. Ms., who replied that this time it was for a male, standing at 1.70 meters. I noted it down, and she mentioned she would collect it in 3 days. The woman surveyed the other items in the shop, ultimately pointing to a paper-crafted object on the shelf. "I would like one of those as well. He prefers it." As I approached to examine the item, I discovered it was a paper-made wine jar, inscribed with the character for wine. The reverse bore two lines of text resembling couplets. The first read, "Taste this wine, sharp on the palate, burning in the throat, lingering in the aftertaste." The second line proclaimed, "Unraveling the charm, demanding of the spirit, damaging to the body, intoxicating." Old Yang truly had a talent for crafting such phrases. It was no wonder he enjoyed drinking so much. I noted this as well and asked when she would collect the items. Ms., who replied she would take them together with the funeral garments. She then asked if I had scissors. What does she possibly need scissors for? In this unusual environment, I treaded carefully, feeling a sense of unease. Ms. explained that she would use the money given for the funeral garments, but the wine jar required additional payment. If payment was needed, so be it. I found myself puzzled by the request for scissors. Yet, there they lay on the counter. Ms., who picked up the scissors with her right hand, holding a strand of her hair with her left, murmuring softly, "A strand of black silk for fine wine. A gift to help you forget your sorrows. May you drink and find solace." With that, she snipped the hair and handed a lock to me. My heart eased. Fortunately, this time it was merely a strand of hair, rather than the flesh as it had been the day before. After Mrs. Hu's departure, tranquility returned once more. Shortly thereafter, the sudden eruption of fireworks outside, illuminated against the backdrop of falling snow, was truly a sight to behold. Curiously, why were fireworks being set off? I rushed outside to investigate, where I found the butcher, equally exhilarated, brandishing firecrackers, fireworks, and joss paper. Driven by curiosity, I inquired about the reason for the firecrackers. The butcher, looking at me with a quizzical expression, asked, "Do you not know what day it is?" After a moment of reflection, I realized that today marked the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, a day of minor festivities in our region. In our village, we also set off firecrackers to celebrate, though never with such grandeur. As the butcher knelt at the entrance, burning paper offerings, he chided me. "What are you standing there for? Shouldn't you be burning paper and setting off firecrackers?" I asked for clarification. The butcher, a man of quick temper, grew frustrated at my apparent confusion and exclaimed, "Don't you have ancestors who have passed on? The minor festival of the 12th month is a time to welcome them back home, while the lantern festival is when we bid them farewell. If you wish to see your departed ancestors, you must promptly burn paper to invite them back." Such customs were unfamiliar to me. I pondered whom I could invite. My grandparents came to mind, yet I could not summon them to this place. Just then, a thought struck me. My late wife, Lan Cheng. Previously, both Li and Old Yang had mentioned that her spirit was here, yet elsewhere as well. I wondered if I could use the tradition of welcoming ancestors during this minor festival to bring her back. However, I questioned whether Lan Cheng could truly be considered my ancestor. Contemplating this, I concluded that she indeed qualified. In today's society, is not every woman an ancestor to someone? Very well, I shall proceed as such. I returned to the funeral goods shop, procuring some joss paper and firecrackers. Kneeling at the entrance, I set the paper ablaze, fervently praying for the return of Lan Cheng. As the various merchants completed their burning and detonated their firecrackers, they retreated indoors, securing their doors tightly. Even the butcher closed his door, yet I remained, continuing to burn the paper. Lan Cheng did not return. However, Old Yang did. He inquired, "What are you doing?" I replied, "Burning paper to honor my ancestors." Old Yang exclaimed, "Nonsense! Are your ancestors supposed to return here? Is that not utterly disrespectful?" I clarified, "I am not summoning my family as ancestors. I wish to take this opportunity to bring Lan Cheng back." Old Yang, upon hearing this, responded, "Quite an intriguing notion." With that, he settled beside me, appearing to ponder something. After a while, he asked, "Where did you acquire this paper and these firecrackers?" I answered, "I took them from the shop." He pressed further, "Did you pay for them?" I was taken aback. Was I truly expected to pay for a mere handful of paper? Old Yang retorted, "Who do you think you are? Even if I took it, I would have to pay. This is not my personal property. I had already burned the paper. How could I settle the payment?" I requested him to state a price, and Old Yang replied, "The way you are burning it. It is of no use." As he spoke, he produced a small black box, akin to one that previously held flesh. I was startled, fearing he intended to take my flesh. Old Yang chuckled and said, "No need for flesh, just a bit of blood." Before I could react, he pinched my finger. I was unaware of his method, but he managed to create a small cut on my middle finger extracting 3 droplets of blood into the box. As he released my hand, he added, "Since your finger is already wounded, why not assist me in purchasing some paper and firecrackers as well?" With that, he drew another 3 droplets of blood from me. He tucked away the box and instructed me to let a drop of blood fall onto the paper to burn, perhaps aiding the lost in finding their way back. As he spoke, he returned to the shop, also bringing paper and a whip to burn beside me. I let a drop of blood fall onto the grass paper and set it aflame, my heart calling out for Lan Chung, wherever she may be, hoping for her return. I never intended to see this ghostly marriage through to its conclusion, nor did I envision moments of romance with Lan Chung. Yet I wished for her to suffer no more. I yearned to summon her soul, to guide her towards liberation, allowing her to reincarnate and become human once more, so that we both might find solace. After finishing the burning of the paper, I lit firecrackers, watching the sky fill with scattered sparks. In times past, this spectacle would have thrilled me, but now it felt profoundly desolate. Before me lay beauty, yet I stood alone, the juxtaposition of splendor and solitude deepening my sorrow. As the fireworks faded, silence enveloped everything. Old Yang sat on the steps beside me, burning paper, while others knelt in reverence. I wanted to inquire of him, yet upon seeing his demeanor, I hesitated. From the moment I first encountered Old Yang, his emotions remained unspoken, giving me the impression of a man who had seen through the illusions of life. Yet now, I discerned sadness etched upon his face. Thus, I chose not to disturb him, silently standing by his side. Cold. Old Yang suddenly uttered a single word. Cold. It was indeed frigid. The world is a cycle, traversing countless mountains and rivers. In my convictions, you reside, my heart unwavering. Should heaven possess sight, may the beloved return this night. Old Yang murmured, his words woven with a haunting beauty, a poignant sorrow that resonated within me. He pricked his middle finger, letting his blood spill upon the charred remnants of the paper. As the wind lifted the ashes, scattering them upon the pristine snow. Rising with his hands clasped behind his back, Old Yang instructed me to ignite the fireworks. Dutifully, I approached to set off the pyrotechnics, while he retreated into the house. Watching his silhouette fade, I pondered whether he too was afraid to witness the blossoming fireworks. After the firecrackers had finished, I returned indoors to find Old Yang had laid out a table in the hall, adorned with food and drink. Inquisitive, I asked him about the occasion. He replied that tonight marked the eve of the Little New Year, a time when families gather for their festive meal, and we too should partake in the revelry. My appetite stirred, and I eagerly grasped the chopsticks, devouring the offerings. Old Yang then inquired about the day's endeavors. I recounted in detail the old man's dealings with flesh, as well as Madame Hu's purchase of men's funeral garments and a wine jar. Old Yang nodded thoughtfully, suggesting that it seemed we would only secure Madame Hu's business this year, yet it would prove to be quite lucrative. I expressed skepticism, pointing out that there was still Wang Jia to consider. Old Yang merely smiled, urging me to keep a watchful eye. His demeanor left me wondering if he truly intended to deceive Wang Jia, which would not bode well. In contrast to my concerns regarding Wang Jia, I was more anxious about when I could venture to Shiyuan village to seek out Li Yaotian. I had no desire to linger here, tending the shop, dining, and drinking. I was determined to rescue my parents. Old Yang advised me to remain patient, assuring me that a grand carriage would eventually come to escort me, although he cautioned that the time was not yet ripe. His words left me in a state of ambivalence, yet I felt powerless to alter my circumstances. As we indulge in our libations, our conversation flows as freely as the bottles we consume. The effects of the alcohol begin to take hold, particularly for me, as I find myself teetering on the brink of incoherence. At this moment, a knock resonates from the door, prompting Old Yang to urge me to answer. I have become his most devoted errand runner, relying on him in my youth. Thus, I acquiesced to his request without question. Upon opening the door, I instantly sobered, for there stood a woman at the threshold. She was approximately 1.70 meters tall, adorned in a flowing white garment that accentuated her porcelain complexion and crimson lips. Her eyes were deep and clear, though a hint of hesitation played upon her features. In that instant, she evoked the image of the ethereal Xylong from the Return of the Condor Heroes, particularly in the portrayal by Li Ruodong. What a stunning beauty she was. Having led a sheltered life, my encounters with women have been few, yet this vision surpassed all others I had previously encountered. I once believed that Lan Cheng was the epitome of beauty, thinking there could be no one more exquisite. However, this enchanting lady not only rivaled Lan Cheng, but perhaps eclipsed her in grace. While Lan Cheng possessed a somewhat enchanting allure reminiscent of Nie Xiaoqian from a Chinese ghost story, this woman radiated an ethereal quality that captivated my senses. Was my naive sense of aesthetics set too high? Stammering, I inquired, "Are you here to shop?" The woman gently shook her head. I persisted, asking if she was searching for someone. Again, she shook her head. With growing curiosity, I probed her purpose, to which she softly replied, "I do not know. I merely heard someone calling for me, so I came." Her voice was delicate and soothing, resonating deeply within me, rendering me weak and spellbound. At that moment, Lao Yang approached slowly, standing behind me, and softly called out, "Han Mei, you have arrived?" It turned out she was looking for Lao Yang, so I promptly stepped aside. The beauty known as Han Mei entered the room, and Lao Yang appeared somewhat agitated, hastening to assist her to the table. I was not mistaken. Indeed, women are the ancestral figures of men. However, Han Mei did not take a seat, observing the dishes and drinks laid out on the table. Her previously gentle gaze turned somewhat intricate. She turned to Lao Yang and inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why have you summoned me?" Lao Yang, initially elated, felt his smile fade upon hearing her words. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Han Mei and said, "Why is it that you still fail to recognize me? I am your brother Tian." Chapter 54. Donning the funeral garment, Han Mei lifted the wine jug, filling a cup to the brim before extending it toward Lao Yang with both hands. Lao Yang, his face etched with sorrow, accepted the cup, his expression revealing profound anguish. I could almost discern the glimmer of tears in his eyes, a side of him I had never before imagined. He tilted his head back and drained the cup in one swift motion. Han Mei leaned slightly towards him, then turned to depart. I was left bewildered by this interaction. What did it signify? Lao Yang, in his torment, had consumed the wine without uttering a word, yet she was preparing to leave? I contemplated intervening to stop Han Mei, but Lao Yang called out to me, urging me not to pursue her, suggesting she should be allowed to go, for her presence had lost its significance. With the host expressing such sentiments, I felt it inappropriate to insist she stay. Sitting across from Lao Yang, the initial enthusiasm for our drinking had evaporated. I inquired about Han Mei's identity. Lao Yang chuckled softly, saying, "What she called Han Mei? That is not her true name. Her name is Yang Sikan." In the presence of flowers, one sips from the cup, quietly yearning, only to be met with a bitter draught, leaving the heart cold. I pondered whether Lao Yang was a reincarnation of Li Bai, lost in the intoxication of life, spouting flowery phrases that I found utterly perplexing. After consuming several cups of wine, he abruptly stood and declared, "I shall ascend the stairs. The one you await has arrived." Yet, those who ought to leave should be permitted to do so. One cannot force their stay. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, leaving me alone at the table. I had scarcely touched the food, yet I had indulged in much wine, and my hunger compelled me to grasp a chicken leg and begin eating. "Hao Ning," a voice called out. I was taken aback. It was a voice I recognized. Lan Cheng had arrived. I turned to see her standing before me, transformed from her previous self. No longer clad in the red garment my mother had given her, she now wore a white long shirt akin to Han Mei's attire. Her hair elegantly styled atop her head. Her beauty had ascended to an entirely new echelon. A tumult of emotions surged within me, a blend of excitement and anguish, as an incessant voice reminded me that she was not truly alive. Lan Cheng glided over to sit beside me. In her absence, my mind had been a flurry of thoughts and questions, yet upon her arrival, I found myself rendered speechless, simply gazing at her. She poured me half a glass of wine, saying, "Alcohol harms the body. Drink less." I lifted the glass, only then recalling to suggest, "You should drink as well." She shook her head, replying, "I cannot drink, Hao Ning. Thank you for remembering me at this moment." Her words began to erode the defenses I had built within my heart. Bolstered by the effects of the wine, I mustered the courage to grasp her hand and implored, Do not leave. Lao Yang has some abilities. I will ask him to help to see if he can guide you towards reincarnation. That way, we could both find liberation. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing my plea, Lan Cheng's expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. She did not respond directly to my proposal, but instead inquired, "You summoned me with blood letters just to say this?" I was perplexed by her reference to an amp, oppos, blood letters, and amp, oppos, though it seemed inconsequential. My sole desire was to convey my intentions clearly. So I nodded an affirmation to her question, responding, yes. She was profoundly disheartened, attempting to withdraw her hand from my grasp, yet I held on tightly. In our struggle, her wrist became exposed, revealing a deep gash upon it. I was taken aback. Who could have inflicted such harm upon her? Yet, Lan Cheng insisted she was fine and resolutely sought to free her hand, declaring her time had come and she must depart. Desperate not to squander this opportunity, I clung to her, urging her to stay. Lan Cheng struggled fiercely, almost pleading with me to release her, warning that my actions could lead to my own demise. Amidst our tug-of-war, Lao Yang and Appo's voice rang out from above, commanding, "Let her go. You cannot hold on to what must be free." Lan Cheng lifted her gaze towards Lao Yang, her eyes ablaze with fury, and inquired of me, "Is this the Lao Yang you spoke of?" I affirmed. Lan Cheng fell silent, casting a cold sneer at Lao Yang as she uttered, "You are Lao Yang?" "You." Before she could finish, Lao Yang interjected, "There is no time for idle chatter. If you linger any longer, the ones outside may grow impatient." It was then that I noticed two women in white standing outside, their faces as pale as death, fixed on Lan Cheng. She ceased her words and began to walk toward them. A sense of reluctance gripped me. I did not want her to leave, yet I felt powerless. Just before exiting, Lan Cheng leaned in and whispered, "Do not trust anyone, even this Lao Yang. Be astute. I will wait for you." With that, she hurried out, instructing the two women to proceed, who flanked her on either side. Honestly, watching her retreating figure filled me with an overwhelming sense of loss. Lao Yang seized my shoulder, pulling me back, and I stumbled against the table, my forehead throbbing with pain. As I lifted my gaze, I noticed an unusual presence. Lao Yang was seated across from me. Just as I was about to inquire about the situation, he remarked, "You've had too much to drink." A sense of disquiet washed over me. I distinctly recalled that Lan Cheng and that enchanting beauty Han Mei had visited. I had merely seen Lan Cheng to the door, and yet, in the blink of an eye, I found myself sprawled across the table. Lao Yang shook his head and said, "Alcohol, a remarkable concoction. When indulged in excess, it invariably reveals to you the visions you yearn to behold, though alas, they are merely illusions." I could not bring myself to accept that this was a mere figment of my imagination. I inquired about Han Mei, recalling how Lao Yang seemed utterly entranced upon seeing her. I thought that if I were to mention Han Mei and Appo's name now, regardless of how composed he might appear, he would inevitably reveal some telltale sign. Yet, to my surprise, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. There was not a hint of a flaw in his demeanor. Lao Yang poured himself another drink, advising me to rest early, for the snow showed no signs of abating, and a significant business awaited us the following day. As I reclined on the bed, my gaze fell upon the tranquil figure of Lan Cheng. My mind was a tumultuous blur, and I succumbed to sleep in a haze. The next morning, I awoke to find Lao Yang absent. The effects of the previous night's indulgence still lingered, leaving me somewhat disoriented. Upon opening the door, I was met by a man standing outside, his form cloaked in a thick layer of snow due to the ongoing snowfall. I gestured for him to enter, bemused by his choice to remain outside. If he had business with me, he could have simply knocked or sought shelter beneath the eaves. I inquired of the man his purpose, and he replied that he was there for a burial shroud. The mention of such somber attire sent a shiver down my spine. I was not prepared for this, nor had I lit the spirit candles. I asked him what type he required. The man chuckled. "I am not here to purchase. I am here to collect." It was ordered by a certain Ms. who, realizing my mistake, I observed that the man had already brushed off the snow from his attire. Only then did I discern his visage, which was obscured by soot and grime, rendering his true features nearly unrecognizable. His hands were similarly soiled. "Why do you not take a bath?" I inquired. The man replied that there had been a fire the previous night, and he had been engaged in firefighting efforts. Thus he had come to retrieve the burial garments without the opportunity to cleanse himself. I merely sought clarification, yet he insisted on the burial clothing, stating that it was only the second day and the garments had not yet arrived. The man, acknowledging my words, gestured behind me, saying, "Isn't that it?" Upon turning, I indeed spotted a burial garment hanging. I measured it with my ruler, and it was perfectly suited for a woman of 162 meters. This must be the very one ordered by Ms. Hu. But for where did it come? Could it be that old Yang had brought it back yesterday? The man intended to take the burial garment, yet I could not acquiesce, for he bore no receipt. How could I hand it over? What if Ms. Hu arrived seeking it? As we stood in a stalemate, old Yang's voice echoed from upstairs. "Give it to him." With old Yang's decree, I found myself without recourse and reluctantly handed over the garment. Unlike ordinary attire, burial garments are unhemmed, lack buttons, and are exceedingly plain. The one in my possession was a deep crimson, cinched at the waist with a black sash. I neatly folded the garment, placed it in a bag, and extended it toward the man. After accepting it, he extracted the burial garment from the bag, leaving me curious about his intentions. Upon reflection, I realized that the man's inspection was indeed warranted. However, what transpired next utterly startled me. He removed his outer garment and donned the funeral attire. I exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? This is not meant for the living. Take it off at once." The man merely chuckled, disregarding my pleas, and dashed out wearing the shroud. I was powerless to stop him, pondering whether he might be a lunatic. Once he departed, old Yang descended from the upper floor at a leisurely pace. I remarked, "Your timing is impeccable. Had you come down just a minute earlier, you might have been of assistance, but now he has fled." Old Yang reassured me, "Do not worry, he will return." I picked up the garments the man had discarded, and the foul odor nearly induced me to retch. I contemplated tossing them away, but old Yang stopped me, saying, "Do not discard them. Just wait, they will prove useful." After that, he mentioned he had matters to attend to and that I would be in charge of the shop for the day. With an umbrella in hand, he waded through the falling snow and soon vanished into the misty streets. I was left to endure yet another tedious day. The butcher resumed his antics, and having seen it all too often, I lost interest. At that moment, the elderly man who had come to collect Mrs. Hu and Appo's remains the previous day reappeared. "Young boss, is old Yang not here today?" he inquired. I replied, "He left this morning, stating he had urgent matters." The old man nodded and asked if I had anything to sell him. I glanced at the counter to confirm the absence of any small boxes before responding. "I genuinely have nothing this time. There was a strand of hair, but old Yang took it." The old man, lost in thought, nodded as he prepared to leave. Upon noticing the garments I had discarded beside the entrance, clothes that belonged to the man, he picked them up and examined them, subsequently chuckling to himself. "Young proprietor, with such fine merchandise, why did you not inform me? Are you hoping for a price increase?" he inquired with a grin. I laughed in response. "Take it if you wish. I have no use for it." However, a sense of unease crept over me. What if that man returned for his belongings? I quickly added, "These items do not belong to me." The old man held the clothes in his hands and declared, "Anything left at old Yang and Appo's shop cannot simply be taken away. Sell it to me for 50,000. My goodness, was the old man simply overflowing with funds, purchasing such trivial items? Noticing my silence, he continued, "Is that too little? How about 60,000? That is my final offer." Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked him, "What purpose do you have for these tattered goods?" He stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "Young proprietor, these are indeed valuable items, yet the most precious treasure has yet to make its appearance." Chapter 55. Claiming the funeral garment, the elderly man left behind 60,000 yuan, departing with a cheerful demeanor. I stood bewildered at the counter, clutching a bag of cash, pondering the rarity of my situation, earning tens of thousands in such a muddled manner, yet remaining utterly perplexed by the circumstances. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, trouble knocked at my door. Ms. Hu arrived, seeking the funeral garment, which posed a significant dilemma for me. I informed her that the garment had already been taken, yet Ms. Hu insisted that she had never sent anyone to collect it. How could I have so carelessly given it away? I sensed that trouble was indeed brewing. Ms. Hu appeared quite anxious, and began to weep. My own agitation grew, especially with old Yang absent. I recalled his earlier words about that man returning, hoping that this time his predictions would hold true. I assured Ms. Hu that I would assist her in retrieving the garment, which finally caused her to cease her distress. She remained seated in the shop, and I discreetly observed her. She resembled a statue, utterly still. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but ever since her arrival, the temperature in the room had plummeted significantly, leaving me shivering. I contemplated asking her to leave, but before I could voice my thoughts, she suggested returning the following day to collect the garment. Once she departed, I felt a sense of relief. However, my day continued to unravel. No sooner had Ms. Hu left, barely 5 minutes, than the man who had taken the garment appeared. It was impossible to pursue Ms. Hu now. However, the man did not arrive clad in a burial shroud, but rather adorned in a simple t-shirt. He retained his usual appearance, his figure cloaked in darkness, his clothing somewhat singed and appearing rather tattered. Initially, I intended to request a burial garment directly, but upon observing his peculiar demeanor, I could not help but inquire, "Aren't you cold?" The man brushed the snow from his attire and replied, "Those who perform labor endure the cold. Do you sell sandpaper here? A brush?" I responded, "This is a funeral attire shop, supplemented with some paper crafts. Sandpaper is typically used by carpenters or painters, so it is unlikely we would have it for sale." Just as I finished speaking, the man pointed at the counter, stating a cleaning ball would suffice. To my surprise, I indeed spotted cleaning balls among the items displayed. I was at a loss regarding what the shop truly offered. The man selected 2 cleaning balls. Previously, Old Yang mentioned that as long as it wasn't an Oppo's, a burial garment, the price for anything else was flexible. He handed me 10 yuan, which was more than adequate. I casually tossed it into the drawer, which was often empty due to the unusual items the shop collected, leaving only the 10 yuan I had just placed inside. It was then that I began to inquire about the burial garments. I anticipated the man would engage in some form of debate, yet to my astonishment, he readily admitted that he had taken the wrong item and had forgotten to bring it this time, promising to return with it next time. His willingness to cooperate brought me considerable relief, as it spared me from a multitude of tedious disputes. As evening approached, the man returned, seeking to purchase more cleaning balls, and he continued to complain about their poor quality. Ultimately, he also decided to buy a wire brush that was placed next to the cleaning balls. The man appeared disheveled. Yet unlike before, he bore several scars on his abdomen. I inquired about their origin, and he casually replied that he had taken a fall, mentioning in haste that he had forgotten to bring his burial clothes. Abruptly, he snatched the cleaning ball and wire brush from my hands, tossed 10 yuan at me, and fled. Following the routine, I placed the money into the drawer. However, upon opening it, I was met with a startling sight. The 10 yuan I had previously stored was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a piece of skin. Glancing back at the 10 yuan in my hand, I was equally horrified to see it had transformed into skin as well. In a panic, I flung it into the drawer, noticing that the skin was entwined with strands of hair, revealing it to be scalp. This man had cunningly employed a sleight of hand to deceive me. It was evident that my burial clothes would not be returned. Determined not to let him escape, I took off in pursuit, grateful that his footprints remained visible on the street. I followed the trail, which led to the street and Oppo's, and up the mountain. Just as I hesitated, contemplating whether to ascend, I suddenly turned around to find a stark white face looming before me, nearly causing me to stumble. The pale proprietor stood behind me, wielding a kitchen knife, her face still coated in powder, exuding a terrifying presence. I guessed her name, asking if she had seen the man. With an icy demeanor, she replied, "He went up the mountain." Rising to continue my chase, she cautioned, "Return promptly. There was a fire on the mountain 2 days ago, and someone perished in the flames." I harbored a profound fear of the white-haired proprietor. After a brief nod, I fled, trudging up the mountain through the deep snow, each step a struggle. As twilight descended, the footprints became increasingly indistinct, and unease settled within me. I resolved against pursuing further. At that moment, I lifted my gaze and discerned, not far ahead, a plume of dark smoke. Was there someone up there? I continued my ascent, and soon the sound of scrubbing echoed from above. Indeed, there was someone present, engaged in washing clothes. I surmised it must be that man. He had finally decided to cleanse his garments. As I approached, I confirmed my suspicions. A solitary figure crouched by a small pond, vigorously scrubbing with a wire brush. The encroaching darkness hindered my vision, so I called out, "The heavy snow has sealed the mountain, and just the day before, a fire claimed lives here. What brings you to this place?" The man rose and turned to face me. It was unmistakably the man who had purchased the wire brush. His expression mirrored my surprise as he inquired, "Boss, what brings you here?" He continued to scrub at his hands with the brush, and I was taken aback. This fellow had bought a cleaning ball, yet here he was, using a wire brush on himself. My thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a collapsed building nearby, still emitting wisps of black smoke, a clear remnant of a fire. Was this man not a victim of that blaze? Anxiety gripped me. "Boss, are you here to collect a shroud?" he asked. At a loss for words, my heart raced in my throat. Noticing my silence, he continued, "Boss, I know that taking this shroud will bring trouble your way." He expressed his desire for Mizu to seek him out. Mizu had set his home ablaze, and he sought an explanation. As he spoke, he donned a burial garment, but it was a woman's attire, ill-fitting for his masculine form. In disappointment, he remarked, "In my haste, I acquired a female shroud. My physique is too robust. Do you think a wire brush and scouring pad could thin my flesh? Such absurdity! How could one even contemplate such a thing?" It was evident that this man had transcended his humanity. Yet, I could not voice this truth. In such circumstances, one must not disclose that he has perished in the flames. As long as he remains oblivious, a semblance of humanity may be preserved, allowing for negotiation. I replied, "This approach is futile. It is merely a shroud, one you cannot wear. Return it to me, and I shall have the shop craft a larger size for you." The man shook his head, saying, "There is no need for a return. Just create another one according to this size, tailored to my physique. I will send the payment shortly." I could not afford to linger on such matters. I was eager to extricate myself. Following his lead, I said, "Very well. You tend to your affairs, and I shall take my leave." He paid me no further heed, and I hastily descended the mountain. Old Yang awaited me at the village entrance, and upon my return, his countenance bore displeasure. I inquired about his mood, to which he responded, "Who permitted you to leave the shop door ajar? Who instructed you to ascend the mountain?" I stammered, but old Yang did not press the issue, suggesting we discuss it later. Our journey back was silent, the snowfall having ceased, and only upon entering the warmth of our abode did I truly appreciate the comfort it provided. The room was already adorned with food and drink, and old Yang urged me to indulge in a bit of wine to warm my spirits. In truth, I was reluctant to drink, yet I did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. As I sipped my drink, I shared with old Yang the details regarding the man in question. He listened, visibly startled, and set down his glass to inquire, "Did you ascend the mountain solely to find that man?" I affirmed this, and I noticed a shift in old Yang's demeanor. Fearing he might blame me for entrusting the burial clothes to that man, I clarified that it was he who had promised to deliver the garments. Old Yang conceded, but mentioned that he had made an error. There must have been some misunderstanding, for it was supposed to be Wang Jia who collected the burial clothes. How could another individual suddenly appear? I retorted, questioning how he could issue commands without ascertaining who was coming for the garments. Was this not sheer folly? Old Yang gestured for me to silence my protests, dismissing my concerns by stating that even if he had erred, the outcome would remain unchanged. I found myself perplexed by his implications. In any case, I demanded to know what the next course of action would be. If there were no solution, I would not remain in this establishment any longer. I was confident I could find Shiyuan village without him. Upon seeing my determination, old Yang unexpectedly chuckled, reassuring me. "Fear not, for although this situation may be flawed, it might just yield an unexpected benefit." With that, he downed another glass of wine, declaring that he would proceed to craft another set of women's burial clothes, along with a set for men as well. He informed me that the men's burial garments ordered by Ms. who were already displayed on the shelf, and that she would arrive to collect them after midnight. This time, he insisted, she must settle the remaining balance of 500,000. If she lacked the funds, she would be detained. After he expressed his intention to leave, I could not allow that to happen. I grasped his arm, insisting that he clarify things with me, or else I would refuse to proceed. Old Yang swiftly shook off my grip and retaliated by seizing my throat. Young one, I am assisting you. Do not be ungrateful. This is not as simple as you perceive. You cannot escape. Do you still wish to go to Shiyuan village? Upon hearing Old Yang mention Shiyuan village, I felt utterly helpless. Until I reached Shiyuan village and located Liaotian, I had to endure. Old Yang departed in haste. Anxiety tightened its grip on my heart. I sensed that the situation had grown increasingly intricate. I yearned to leave at once, yet found myself devoid of any means, left only to wait in trepidation. Old Yang's words proved prophetic. Just past midnight, Mizu arrived. I presented her with the men's funeral attire, and upon seeing it, she appeared profoundly moved, nearly shedding tears as she embraced the garment. Observing her emotional state stirred my own feelings, and I hesitated to intrude upon her moment. After a considerable time, Ms. who bowed to me, indicating her departure. I was puzzled as to why she did not inquire about the women's funeral attire. Had she forgotten? Yet, I could not disregard Old Yang's warning. Although I was reluctant to dampen her spirits, the establishment did not belong to me, and I had no choice but to stop her and state that she could take the attire, but the remaining balance of 500,000 needed to be settled first. Chapter 56. A heart of iron and stone. Ms. who was taken aback by my sudden demand for 500,000. She gazed at me in bewilderment, shaking her head repeatedly in disbelief. I found her reaction understandable, as I too disapproved of such unscrupulous commercial practices. Yet, what recourse did I have? I was merely a shopkeeper. Mizu remarked, the person said it would only cost 10,000. How could it possibly be 500,000? Observing her expression, a wave of guilt washed over me. From the perspective of my position in the shop, I could not allow her to leave without payment for the funeral garments. However, on a personal level, I urged her to reconsider her choice, suggesting there must be other places where such garments could be purchased. Mizu shook her head firmly, insisting, if I could find them elsewhere, why would I have come here? I replied, if that is the case, then I am at a loss. You may have to wait here until Old Yang returns. Perhaps he will offer a discount upon seeing your pitiful state. With her presence lingering in the shop, I found it impossible to rest, so I sat with her instead. Mizu inquired, at such a young age, what brings you here? In truth, I had not shared my own story with anyone for quite some time. My heart brimmed with grievances, although I had not intended to divulge anything to Ms. Hu. Her question loosened my tongue, and I found myself pouring out my woes, regardless of whether she could comprehend them. It was a cathartic release, and I felt much lighter afterward. To my astonishment, upon learning that I was a matchmaker, Ms. Hu suddenly knelt before me. This took me by surprise, and I quickly rushed to assist her, asking in alarm, what is the matter? Ms. Hu then began to recount her tale, revealing that she was indeed a woman of misfortune. She once possessed a blissful family. Her husband was a truck driver, and together they had a delightful son. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when their son tragically passed away due to an accident, plunging the couple into an abyss of sorrow. Her husband, consumed by grief, became irritable and took to drinking heavily. Ultimately, during a coal transportation trip, he met with a fatal accident, left to navigate the world in solitude. The shadow of her beloved and damp, Appo's departure perpetually loomed over her. She was acutely aware that she could never escape the depths of her despair. In her anguish, she contemplated suicide, yet was ultimately saved by a mysterious man. This man presented her with an invitation, instructing her to burn it at midnight on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. He promised that in her dreams, she would be guided to the boundary market, where she could procure 2 shrouds from a funeral attire shop in exchange for her own flesh. Adorning these garments would allow her to reunite with her husband in the afterlife. Such a notion, though drenched in melancholy, seemed almost poetic. How could one hope to rekindle a connection with the deceased? Even if the soul remained, what difference would it make? After all, the realms of the living and the dead are inherently distinct, much like the divide between myself and Lan Chung. However, Ms. remained steadfast in her belief, insisting that the man who saved her had assured her that with the shrouds, she would indeed find her departed husband, and with the assistance of a matchmaker, they could once again be united in matrimony. As I listened, I found myself at a loss for words. Should such a wondrous union be possible, I would willingly offer my services as the matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Ms. Hu expressed her gratitude and knelt before me in earnest. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, saying, "Do not be so quick to kneel. Why have you not revealed the entirety of your plight?" Old Yang returned, entering the room and tossing 2 burial garments before Madame Hu. He had indeed prepared 2 sets of funeral attire. Yang's manner of speaking was somewhat abrasive. When I urged him to temper his words, he playfully pushed my forehead, retorting, "You simpleton, do you believe everything? Was Madame Hu deceiving me? What would be her purpose in such deception?" Yang suggested that I was foolish enough to officiate her ghostly wedding, asserting that such a shameless woman would lie without a second thought. I admonished Yang to be more circumspect in his language, for though he often spoke with a certain eloquence, he seemed anything but crude. Yang Chuklet, declaring that even Confucius himself might resort to a few choice expletives when confronted with a woman devoid of virtue. The decorum of Yang's discourse was clearly lacking, and I encouraged Madame Hu to counter his remarks. He could speak coarsely, and so could she, yet she remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Eventually, she knelt before Yang, imploring, "Benefactor, you saved my life and provided me with an invitation. Why then do you strike me so harshly now?" It dawned on me that it was Yang who had rescued Madame Hu. This scoundrel seemed intent on exploiting others, not for wealth, but for flesh. Yang, indifferent, turned his back on Madame Hu. "Do you know why I made 2 sets of burial garments?" he inquired. Madame Hu shook her head, and Yang continued, "Because the person in that fiery inferno also requires them." At this, Madame Hu fell into silence, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. Yang seized the garment from her arms, and she gazed at it with palpable reluctance. Old Yang tossed 3 burial garments at me, instructing me to hang them up. He then turned to Ms. Hu and said, "Let us depart. I am blind to the hearts of men. From this day forth, the funeral parlor shall remain closed to visitors. Only the blind may enter." Ms. Hu, understanding the implication of old Yang's dismissive words, slowly exited, fading into the swirling snow. It was the first time I witnessed her retreating silhouette, and a wave of melancholy washed over me. I inquired of old Yang why he acted thus. Initially, she had attempted to take her own life, and he had sought to save her. Yet now, he orchestrated such a cruel spectacle. As if compelling her to die, this was torment, not salvation. Old Yang remained composed at the table while I took a seat, increasingly perplexed about her purpose. What significance did my presence here hold? I desired no further argument with old Yang. Rising, I carried Blue Cheng's lifeless body, unwilling to linger in this place. Old Yang questioned my destination, to which I replied, "Anywhere is preferable to here. I feel a chilling emptiness in this space." He stood and blocked my path. "There are matters you may not yet comprehend, yet you must bear witness. If you wish to reach Shiyuan village, the only course of action is to wait patiently here," Old Yang stated. I attempted to push past him, but he loomed before me like a giant, immovable. "Even if I must wait, I refuse to remain in the company of such a cold-hearted person as yourself," I retorted. Old Yang, unfazed and with a hint of a smile, replied, "The conclusion has yet to unfold. How can you ascertain who is warm-hearted and who is cold-blooded? Return your ghostly bride to her chamber. Within 3 days, I assure you will grasp the entirety of this matter and be able to journey to Shiyuan village smoothly." The snow began to fall once more outside. In truth, I am not foolish. I am acutely aware of my current predicament. If I were to leave, I would have no notion of the direction to take. Moreover, Lao Yang has consistently remarked that this region is a unique zone shaped by our distinctive geological conditions, and it is evident that I cannot escape on my own. As I pondered this, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, nearly causing me to collapse. Lao Yang swiftly supported me and guided me into the room, where he gently laid Lan Cheng down on the bed, having unburdened me of her weight. I sat at the edge of the bed, overwhelmed by dizziness, my stomach churning violently, bitter while surging upwards until I expelled it, dark and profoundly bitter. After casting out the bitterness, I realized I was increasingly drained of strength, my eyelids heavy, almost refusing to open. My body languidly collapsed onto the bed. In a hazy stupor, I perceived Lao Yang moving about the room, He pried open my eyelids and muttered to himself. Could have failed? Before long, I felt him forcing my mouth open and pouring a bitter liquid into it. I was compelled to vomit, yet he patted my chest a few times, prompting me to swallow it all. Though the taste was wretched, once ingested, the sense of utter fatigue dissipated. I was merely left with a weariness that beckoned me to sleep. Lao Yang instructed me to rest for a while. Overcome by exhaustion, I succumbed to slumber. When I awoke again, I found Lao Yang meditating by the bedside, his eyes lazily shut. The room was suffused with a fragrant aroma, which I inhaled deeply. What is this delightful scent? It is so soothing. Lao Yang slightly opened his eyes and inquired, "Are you awake?" At this moment, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over my body, and I chuckled. "Why are you behaving like a monk? Are you meditating?" Lao Yang rose to his feet and retorted, "Who says meditation is exclusive to monks? What about Taoists?" I playfully inquired, "Are you Taoist?" Ignoring my question, Lao Yang urged me to get up quickly, as it was already noon and the guests were likely arriving. I was puzzled, wondering what guests he was referring to. Hadn't he mentioned last night that the funeral attire shop would be closing its doors for good? How could it possibly be open to welcome visitors again? It seemed that the innate nature of a shrewd merchant was impossible to change. Lao Yang merely chuckled at me without offering any further explanation. Stretching my limbs, I stepped out of the room, only to find that the fragrant aroma had dissipated, leaving me somewhat disheartened. I turned back, inhaling a few breaths of the remaining scent, and inquired of Lao Yang, "What kind of incense is this? It smells delightful." Lao Yang extinguished the incense and cautioned, "Inhaling incense too often can lead to addiction, which may harm one's spirit." Dismissing his warning, I proceeded to open the door, where the man who had come to purchase a wire brush stood waiting. Indeed, someone had arrived. I asked him what he needed, and he replied, "Boss, is the funeral attire we discussed yesterday ready?" I brought the money. I assured him it was prepared, and he handed me a cloth bag, stating, "Here is the money, a total of 100,000, not a penny less." However, the bag felt light, devoid of any substantial weight. The man was dressed differently today, clad in a black robe and donning a hood. He entered the room, gazing at the funeral attire hanging on the rack, and murmured, "Shaoqin, with the funeral attire in hand, we can be together forever." As he spoke, he removed the cloak from his head, and I was taken aback by what I beheld. The entirety of the man's scalp was absent, leaving a gruesome, bloodied head. I inquired, "What happened to your head?" The man turned to me with a smile and replied, "It's in the bag you were holding, 100,000 yuan." Upon opening the bag, I was indeed confronted with a complete scalp, which, aside from blood, was adorned with a few strands of hair. Disgusted, I cast the bag onto the counter. The man donned a male shroud and asked me how it looked. I had no inclination to gaze upon him any longer and merely replied, "It looks good." He continued, "This female one, could you assist me by delivering it?" I stated that we did not provide delivery services, but just as I finished speaking, Lao Yang, who had been observing from upstairs, nodded at me, signaling that I should comply. Reluctantly, I asked him to provide the address. The man instructed me to deliver it to Yao Qin's residence in Shamshi village. Mentioning that it was for her, I inquired about his name, and he introduced himself as Li Jiang. I took note of it. Once the man departed, Lao Yang came down, and I questioned him about his acquiescence and the peculiar situation at hand. Lao Yang merely smiled and said, "Someone must pay for their mistakes. Let's await the outcome." Chapter 57. Delivering the funeral garment, I inquired of old Yang why this man, much like Ms. Hu, believed that possessing a funeral garment would enable eternal companionship with a beloved. Old Yang asked if I understood the significance of a funeral garment. I replied that it was merely the attire worn upon death. What purpose could such a garment serve? Shaking his head, old Yang corrected me, asserting that it was far more than that. A traditional funeral ensemble comprises 5 garments, a hat, and a pair of shoes, accompanied by a quilt and pillow. The outer garment is typically crafted from silk, often adorned with intricate embroidery depicting 5 bats holding longevity symbols. The colors of these garments usually range from blue and brown for the elderly to red, pink, or pale green for the youthful. Additionally, the bedding is generally yellow underneath with a white cover, symbolizing laying gold beneath silver. The fabric is often embroidered with the 8 immortals. In the wake of a death, the younger members of the family, reluctant to utter the word death, refer to it as a funeral garment, implying a peaceful end to life. Hence, there should be a profound reverence associated with such garments. Yet, what do we sell today? Merely a rag, as Old Yang implied, suggesting that what we purchase bears no resemblance to authentic funeral attire. What, then, is the purpose of all this fuss? With a smile, Old Yang confessed, "I do this for you, to ensure you can venture into Shiyuan village." I questioned the relevance of this to me, as my entry into Shiyuan village seemed merely an excuse for his deceitful sales. Without further explanation, Old Yang folded the women into oppos as funeral garment and placed it in a bag, instructing me to find a suitable time to deliver it. Upon concluding, he mentioned his hunger and departed to procure some food and drink, leaving me to wait in the shop. Just as he left, the old man returned, inquiring, "Young proprietor, do you have anything for sale today?" I have also grown accustomed to it. This old man is remarkably well informed. Whenever those repugnant items appear, he is always the first to materialize. I gestured towards the bag on the counter, inviting him to inspect it himself. The old man unfastened the bag, and upon gazing at the bloodied scalp within, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Young boss, you truly possess talent. How much did this cost you?" This old man has never been one to concern himself with money when purchasing such items. I casually replied, 100,000. He paused, incredulous, and retorted, 100,000? I chuckled, asking if he found it too pricey. He hurriedly responded, No, I'll take it. After saying this, he handed me a pouch of money and departed with the items. Lao Yang returned with an abundance of vegetables, and of course, alcohol, 4 jars of it, which sent a shiver down my spine. I tossed my money pouch to him, urging him to count it. A sudden influx of 100,000. Surely he must be elated. Lao Yang opened the pouch, pulled out a stack of cash, and inquired, "Did the old man come? Did you collect that person as scalp?" I confirmed his suspicion. Rather than counting the money, Lao Yang merely shook the pouch, his expression darkening. He uncorked a jar of wine and poured us each a glass. I protested, stating that I truly did not wish to drink today, reminding him that he had asked me to deliver a burial outfit to someone named Yao Qin. Lao Yang rapped his fingers on the table, admonishing, "Do not provoke me. My mood is quite foul. You are nothing short of a calamity, a glutton." I was baffled. After all, I had just earned a windfall of 100,000. Lao Yang remarked, "Do not let that grotesque scalp deceive you. Its true value could very well exceed 100,000, perhaps even 500,000. Just as I was about to sip my drink, I spilled it all over myself. Could it truly be worth that much? No wonder the old man was astonished when I mentioned 100,000. Initially, I assumed he found my price exorbitant, but it turned out he was shocked by my sheer foolishness. Fortunately, Old Yang, at a critical moment, did not lose his humanity and forgave me, albeit with the condition that I accompany him for a drink. As we clinked our cups together, I remarked that throughout history, while I had heard tales of those who profited from tomb raiding, and of individuals with a peculiar passion for collecting ancient corpses, not to mention those devoid of humanity who engaged in the trafficking of human organs, I had never encountered anyone who would pay a hefty sum for a scalp or dead skin. What, I wondered, could be the purpose of such items? Old Yang acknowledged my inquiry with approval, yet advised that dining and drinking are among life's greatest pleasures, and we should refrain from discussing such distasteful matters. In due time, I would come to know the answers. Old Yang's capacity for drink seemed boundless. After consuming a bottle of white liquor, I began to feel overwhelmed and slumped onto the table, teetering between consciousness and slumber. Old Yang urged me to rise and continue drinking. Slurring my words, I protested that I could truly go no further. With a smile, Old Yang stood up, lit an incense stick, and as its fragrance wafted through the air, I felt a sudden surge of vitality, though my head remained heavily clouded. He then said to me, "You should make your way to Shi village." I lamented my dizzy state, insisting that I could not possibly travel today. Old Yang chuckled softly. After tonight, there may be no opportunity left. With that, he produced a stick of incense, scraped off the soil from its tip, and offered it to my nostrils. I recognized it as dust, yet I felt an inexplicable craving, as if it were a delicacy. I inhaled deeply, drawing all the dust into my being. The entire being felt invigorated, as if infused with vitality. Rising to my feet, Lao Yang handed me a burning incense stick, instructing me to hold it while carrying the funeral garments to Shangxi village. He cautioned that I must return before the incense extinguished. If the family clung to me, I should direct them to the funeral attire shop. After uttering these words, he presented me with 2 invitations, one for Yao Qin, the other for my return. The usage was as previously described by Mrs. Hu. A myriad of questions swirled in my mind, yet my lips remained sealed, and my body moved of its own accord toward the entrance. Confusion enveloped me as I pondered the state of my being. I had no desire to depart, only to sink into a profound slumber. It felt as though I were reclining in a vehicle, gazing ahead, yet the steering wheel was not within my grasp. As I traversed the path, I longed to vocalize my thoughts, but silence enveloped me. I advanced through the swirling snow, unable to discern the road ahead, my body seemingly tethered by an unseen force. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a glimmer illuminated the surroundings. The snow ceased, revealing an inky darkness akin to nightfall. At that moment, I regained control over my body, and reality returned to its usual state, though I remained uncertain of my location. Before me, I spotted a flicker of light, resembling scattered stars. It was likely a village. Approaching, I found a household at the entrance, where 4 elders were engaged in a game of mahjong in the courtyard. Despite the frigid air, their spirits soared. I pushed open the gate, and the 4 elders exclaimed about the biting cold. I stepped closer and inquired, "Gentlemen, may I ask, where exactly is this place?" 4 elderly individuals gazed at me with trepidation, uttering, This is Xiaoxi village." So, I had finally arrived at Xiaoxi village? A sense of joy welled up within me, prompting me to inquire about the whereabouts of Yao Qin's home. The 4 elders appeared visibly anxious, though I could not discern the reason. One of them gestured towards the eastern part of the village, stating, "The 3rd house from the front is it." I expressed my gratitude and departed, but just as I was about to exit, I distinctly heard the elders sigh, lamenting, "Alas, that child Yao Qin may not survive this year. Unclean things have come." Indeed, they echoed, "Hurry home, the new year is approaching, and it is best to avoid traversing the night." Their words struck me as peculiar, yet I had little time to ponder, as the incense in my hand had dwindled to half its length. I located the 3rd house to the east and knocked on the door. A woman, appearing to be in her 50s, answered. There was something peculiar about her. Upon first glance, I felt an uncanny familiarity, yet the memory eluded me. Upon seeing me, the woman displayed a look of astonishment, her face etched with palpable anxiety. I asked, "Is this Yao Qin's residence?" The woman fearfully nodded, and I felt a sense of relief, grateful that the elders had not misled me. Otherwise, I would have faced trouble once my incense was consumed. I inquired if she was Yao Qin, but as the words left my lips, I immediately regretted it, realizing that here she stood before me, and I was delivering her funeral garments. Was this not folly? The woman shook her head, stating she was not Yao Qin, and queried my purpose for seeking her. Desiring to avoid trouble, I cunningly handed the bag over to her, instructing her to pass it on to Yao Qin. As I turned to leave, the woman opened the bag and discovered it contained a funeral garment, precisely as I had anticipated. She immediately seized me, refusing to let go, striking me in her agitation. I protested, asserting that I was merely a courier and that her violence was futile. Despite my earnest pleas, she remained unyielding, and it took considerable entreaty before she finally began to calm down. The woman revealed that Yao Qin was her daughter, merely 20 years of age, and currently bedridden due to illness. She was incensed by the malicious delivery of a burial outfit, demanding to know who had sent me. Reluctantly, I disclosed that it was Li Jiang who had instructed me to deliver it. Upon hearing this, the woman nearly collapsed, her fists raining down upon me again, questioning whether I was fabricating stories and who Li Jiang truly was to me. I insisted I was not jesting. Indeed, it was Li Jiang who had made the request, and I had no personal connection to him, save for the fact that he had purchased the garment from our shop. Her lips quivered as she gazed at me in horror, exclaiming, "Impossible! Li Jiang and Appo's house caught fire 3 days ago, and he perished in the blaze." Although I had braced myself for this news, the confirmation struck me with an overwhelming dread. The woman clung to me, relentless in her accusations. Noticing the incense in her hand had burned down to its end, I hastily pushed her away. I retrieved an invitation from old Yang and handed it to her, asking her to deliver it to Yao Qin. I urged that if despair consumed her, at midnight, she should burn the invitation and visit the funeral shop, where our proprietor would provide her with answers. After speaking, I paid her no further heed and turned to sprint towards the village entrance. Upon reaching it, I incinerated the invitation. Before long, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and an overwhelming sensation of suffocation gripped me, akin to submerging my head in a basin of water while holding my breath. I yearned for air, yet hesitated to inhale. My mind grew sluggish from the lack of oxygen. After what felt like an eternity, a surge of energy coursed through my body, propelling me upright, only to find myself in a funeral attire shop. The entire scene felt dreamlike, with old Yang seated across from me, sipping his drink. I inquired about the events that had transpired. Old Yang chuckled. It is like a dream, both ethereal and tangible. As my consciousness gradually returned, anger surged within me, and I demanded, "What have you done to me?" Old Yang raised a finger to his lips, signaling for calm, and replied, "Stay composed, do not raise your voice. The truth will soon reveal itself." Chapter 58. The plucking of eyes. I recalled that surreal moment when I glimpsed Lan Cheng before she departed. She warned me to be wary of old Yang. It appears her advice was indeed prudent, as I now felt old Yang was truly vexing me. Engaged in a heated argument with him, I was startled by a knock at the door. In a fit of rage, without a moment's thought, I swung open the door to reveal Ms. Hu, accompanied by a young woman of about 20. Seeing Ms. Hu again sent a jolt through me. This was indeed the same woman who had opened the door at Yao Qin's residence in Xiaoxi village. She struck me as familiar, and it dawned on me that this woman was none other than Ms. Hu herself, though the version I encountered in Xiaoxi village appeared considerably aged. Her hair streaked with gray. "Little boss and amp, oppos. Me," Ms. Hu announced. I nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about her purpose. She handed me an invitation, and upon inspection, I realized it was the very same document I had given to the woman who opened the door at Yao Qin's place. Could they truly be the same person? My mind raced, overwhelmed by the revelation. "Since you're here, why not come in and sit for a while?" Old Yang called from inside. I ushered Ms. Hu and the girl into the room. Old Yang, eyeing the young woman behind Ms. Hu, remarked, "A graceful lady, indeed, a gentleman's perfect match." Ms. Hu quickly pulled the girl behind her, addressing old Yang. "What do you intend to do, boss?" Old Yang turned to me and asked, "What do you wish to do?" I replied, "Do not project everything onto me. I have no intentions." Old Yang pressed further. "They are in need. Will you help or not?" I gazed at the anxious Ms. Hu alongside the trembling girl behind her, feeling a pang of compassion. I ventured, "If one can lend a helping hand, why not do so?" Old Yang nodded in agreement, then turned to Ms. Hu and said, "In that case, perhaps you should share your story." Upon hearing this, Ms. Hu sighed and took a seat, looking at me as she spoke. "Young boss, when the funeral garments were delivered to my home, I sensed we were destined to confront this matter, yet it bears no relation to my daughter, Yao Qin." "So this girl is Yao Qin?" I was taken aback to realize that the woman who opened the door for me was indeed Ms. Hu, though she appeared considerably older then, perhaps in her 50s. Yet now, she seemed to be in her early 30s at most. As Ms. Hu continued, her voice broke with tears. Old Yang remained calm, and I encouraged Ms. Hu not to despair, assuring her that if there was anything I could do to assist, I would certainly help. Ms. Hu expressed her profound gratitude, repeatedly thanking me. However, old Yang playfully tapped my head, saying, "Do you even know what you're wishing for?" Observing how fiercely Ms. Hu protected her daughter, I believe they were unaware of any malign intentions. Old Yang disregarded my thoughts and simply asked Ms. Hu if she would share her story in front of her daughter. Yet, Ms. Hu continued to cry, unwilling to speak. Old Yang, losing his patience, finally said to me, "Let them stay in the shop tonight. Tomorrow, someone will meet with them." Old Yang spoke as he turned to ascend the stairs. I remarked that he was presenting me with a conundrum. There was but one room downstairs, and I was forbidden from going upstairs. Or was I to accommodate them? Ultimately, it was Yao Qin who suggested that they were not fatigued and could forego sleep for the night. Though I felt a twinge of guilt, I found myself powerless in the situation and resigned to sitting with them in the shop. Ms. Hu, perhaps overwhelmed by exhaustion, eventually laid her head down on the table and fell asleep. I sat opposite Yao Qin, experiencing the rare opportunity to be alone with a beautiful girl of similar age. My heart raced with anxiety, a sentiment mirrored in Yao Qin, who occasionally stole glances at me. Upon realizing that I was also looking at her, she swiftly diverted her gaze as if jolted by an electric shock. Yao Qin possessed an exquisite charm. While her beauty may not quite rival that of Lan Cheng, her humanity rendered her utterly distinct. I yearned to engage her in conversation, yet struggled to find the right topic. "Would you like some water?" I awkwardly inquired, grappling for words. "No, thank you," Yao Qin replied softly. A silence ensued, heightening my tension, and I found myself repeating the question about water, which led us both to share an awkward laugh. However, this laughter served to ease the atmosphere between us, and our conversation began to flow more freely. She confided that she had a fondness for snow, to which I admitted my own affection, though recent events had fostered a sense of trepidation towards it. With her large, expressive eyes, Yao Qin asked, "How could that be? I think you are unable to let go of your worries." "Cool me." As she spoke, she grasped my hand and led me to the entrance of the shop. We settled on the steps, gazing down the street that stretched before us. Though it was daytime, the heavy snowfall cast a somber shadow, and every merchant's doorway was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, creating a scene reminiscent of a picturesque snowbound village. However, I was acutely aware that this seemingly breathtaking street was fraught with peril. Yao Qin comforted me, saying, "Do not dwell too much on negative thoughts. Overthinking will only lead to sorrow and pain, without affecting any change. Why not contemplate the beautiful instead?" She urged me to close my eyes and recall the most cherished memories. Obeying her, I shut my eyes and reminisced about my childhood, when my parents took me to my grandmother's house for the new year. It was snowing, and my mother prepared delicious food, gifted me new shoes, and sewed fresh clothes. The villagers greeted one another warmly, and families gathered to converse. Those moments were truly enchanting, and as I reflected on them, I found myself smiling uncontrollably. Yao Qin inquired if I felt better, to which I nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you must be a joyful girl." At this point, Yao Qin chuckled wryly and replied, "In truth, I have been deceiving myself into believing I am happy. Yet, I recall vividly how my father left after quarreling with my mother. I used to insist on searching for him, only to ultimately receive the news of his passing. Since then, I have been reluctant to engage with my mother. In my childhood, I often asked her why my father abandoned us. Yet, my mother always said that when I grew up, I would understand. However, even now, I remain perplexed as to why they chose to part ways. Although I do not share her experiences, I can empathize with her sentiments. Yet, I cannot fathom why Li Jiang would bestow a burial garment upon her. Did he harbor some grudge against her and her mother, left alone in the world? Even in death, he shows no mercy. After I spoke to Yao Qin, she lowered her head. I inquired about her well-being, but she hastily shook her head, claiming there was nothing amiss, and mentioned feeling somewhat cold before retreating indoors, ceasing to converse with me. I was bewildered by her sudden change. I had not uttered anything overly harsh. Regardless of how many times I asked, Yao Qin remained silent. I found myself at a loss for amusement, ultimately resorting to feigning sleep at the counter. Occasionally, I would open my eyes to steal a glance at her, only to find she was observing me as well. Yet, upon our gazes meeting, she would quickly avert her eyes. The following morning, old Yang was the first to rise, rousing the three of us from slumber. He appeared well-rested, while I suffered from aching limbs. Old Yang addressed Ms. Hu, stating, "Now that the burial garment has been made and dispatched, it is a settled matter, irreversible. If you choose not to share your story, you are free to leave." Upon hearing this, Ms. Hu hastily knelt before old Yang, pleading, "Benefactor, I implore you. This is all my fault. Spare Yao Qin. She is my only daughter." My heart ached at the sight. What a testament to a mother's love, willing to kneel in supplication for her child. Yet, old Yang remained unmoved, dismissively kicking Ms. Hu aside. With hands clasped behind his back, he declared, "Begone. I've already made myself clear. My act of saving you was a grave error. The burial garment shop is now closed. leaving you in utter darkness. Old Yang is clearly deceiving the mother and daughter. I intend to speak on their behalf, but Old Yang insists that I remain silent, leaving me no choice but to stand aside. He forcefully ejects them from the shop, and Ms. Hu, along with Yao Qin, kneels in the snow. Watching Yao Qin and Appo's hesitant expression fills me with an uneasy feeling, yet I find myself powerless to intervene. Just as Old Yang is about to close the door, Ms. Hu calls out, "Boss, is it true that you will help anyone who is in darkness?" Old Yang, standing at the threshold, affirms with a nod, "Indeed." Ms. Hu's expression darkens, as if she has made a monumental decision, and she responds, "Very well, then you must help me." A sense of foreboding washes over me as Ms. Hu suddenly extends 2 fingers and forcefully jabs them into her own eyes. I am stunned, watching in disbelief as she brutally removes her own eyes. Yao Qin, witnessing her mother's horrific act, faints on the spot. I rush over to carry Yao Qin from the snow into the warmth of the shop, laying her beside Lan Cheng, her unconscious form a heavy weight in my arms. Ms. Hu cradles her own eyeballs in her hands, her voice trembling with anguish as she asks, "Boss, I am now a person without light. Surely you can assist me? How much are these eyes worth? Will it be enough to save my daughter?" Old Yang glances at me, reaching into his pocket for a small black box, which he hands to me with a command. "Go, retrieve the eyeballs." I take the box, my gaze fixed on the gruesome sight of the eyeballs in Ms. Hu and Appo's hands, her empty eyelids, and her blood-soaked face. A chill runs down my spine. I present the box before her, whispering for her to place them inside. Ms. Hu, trembling, touches the box and gently deposits her eyes within. I close the box and handed it to Old Yang. He gazed at the eyeballs within, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing his demeanor, I could not help but perceive him as profoundly cold-blooded. At this moment, I remained uncertain about the true nature of this individual. Old Yang stuffed the box into his pocket and, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "The world operates on cycles. Ill intentions inevitably bring retribution. The blessings bestowed upon you by heaven, if not cherished, will lead to the destruction of another. Regardless of time or place, you shall ultimately pay a multiplied price for your actions. Hu Xing, do you now recognize your errors?" Ms. Hu nodded weakly, and Old Yang responded, "Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to significant improvement, but is there any room for redemption? The one who ties the knot must also be the one to untie it." With that, he called out, "You have witnessed all of this. Do step forward." Chapter 59. Reunited after the broken mirror. As Old Yang and Appo's voice faded, a figure descended from the upper floor. To my surprise, it was Wang Jia, the man who had spoken to me at Boss Buy and Appo's restaurant, the one who had come to purchase the forgetting wine. How did he arrive? When did he come? Wang Jia was cradling a wine jar, adorned with couplets. The first line read, "Savor this wine. It stings the palate, scorches the throat, lingers on the tongue." The second line proclaimed, "Unraveling affection, burdensome, injurious, intoxicating." This was indeed the paper MCH wine jar that Hu Xing had bought that day at the shop. Suddenly, clarity began to dawn upon me, when a shout from Yao Qin broke the moment. I hurried into the room to find Yao Qin awake, startled to discover Lan Cheng lying beside her. Initially believing her to be alive, she soon realized the absence of breath and let out a terrified scream. Gazing at the serene form of Lan Cheng resting on the bed, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within me. I whispered softly to Yao Qin, "This is my ghostly wife." Yao Qin, taken aback, looked at me with astonishment and inquired, "A ghostly wife? You're married? But how could you with a deceased person?" As she posed this question, her face bore an expression of confusion, and I detected a hint of despondency in her brow. Unsure of how to respond, I was relieved when Old Yang called us outside, providing a timely reprieve from the awkwardness. Upon seeing her mother, Yao Qin and Appo's eyes went vacant, and she rushed forward, tears cascading uncontrollably. Wang Jia, standing nearby, watched the poignant reunion of mother and daughter, wiping away his own tears. Old Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "Countless fateful entanglements in this world ultimately dissipate with the wind. To encounter each other once more amidst chaos is indeed a bond reborn." There is no wine of forgetfulness, yet true friendship remains. The outcome depends upon your own actions. His words moved Wang Jia to tears, and I too felt a profound sense of reflection. It seemed old Yang was not the heartless individual I had once perceived. Gradually, Wang Jia approached Hu Xing and her daughter Yao Qin, bending down gently. Hu Xing appeared visibly agitated, extending her hand to caress Wang Jia and Amp. Appo's face exclaiming with fervor, "Jiago, is it truly you? Is it really you?" Wang Jia gazed at Hu Xing's face, rendered speechless, tears streaming silently down his cheeks. As if confirmed that the man before her was indeed her Jiago, Hu Xing began to lament. "Jiago, please forgive me. For all these years, I have lived in regret. Look, this is your daughter." Hu Xing grasped Yao Qin and Amp Appo's hand, urging her, "Come, call him daddy. This is your father." In a state of trepidation, Yao Qin called out to Wang Jia, "Daddy." Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Jia pulled Yao Qin closer, asking, "Child, what is your name?" Yao Qin softly replied that her name was Yao Qin. Wang Jia enveloped her in his embrace, succumbing to a torrent of sobs. Hu Xing, collapsing onto the snow-covered ground, found her voice softening and calming, for in that moment, her heart had finally found solace. Hu Xing said, "Jiago, I remember you telling me back then that your surname was Yao, but you had been raised by your mother. So when we had a child, we would name her Yao. I recall all of this." The situation unfolded in a most unexpected manner. I never imagined that the ultimate outcome would be the reunion of a family of three. Outside, the cold was biting, and I invited them into the warmth of our home. Old Yang instructed me to stoke the fire in the brazier, while Yao Qin assisted me diligently. Wang Jia helped Hu Xing with her bandaged wounds, and the two exchanged soft words as they reveled in their reunion after adversity. Everything appeared remarkably beautiful. Yao Qin expressed her joy, noting that although her mother had lost her sight, she understood that her mother was genuinely happy. Since her father and Amp Appo's passing, her mother had been engulfed in guilt and self-reproach, making Yao Qin and Amp Appo's greatest wish for her mother and Amp Appo's joy a reality at last, bringing her peace of mind. I shared in their happiness, but after discussing her family matters, Yao Qin hesitantly inquired, "You're only 19. Why have you taken a wife? And a ghost marriage at that?" I have heard of such unions, and they are considered inauspicious. I found myself at a loss to explain, merely stating that I would share the details with her when the opportunity arose. Yao Qin blushed and asked, "Will we have the chance to meet again?" Her question left me somewhat despondent. I was uncertain if our paths would cross again. To be honest, I did not even know if Yao Qin was truly real at that moment. Old Yang urged us to stop dawdling and fetch the brazier, as the room was bitterly cold. Yao Qin and I tended to all the fire buckets, and soon the room was enveloped in a cozy warmth. Hu Xing's wounds were now bandaged, and Old Yang sent me to Boss Bai's shop to procure some wine and delicacies for an evening gathering. It seemed that Old Yang was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of drinking, and I couldn't Amp Appo's help but be amused by it. Yao Qin accompanied me to Boss Bai and Amp Appo's establishment, where he maintained his unsettling demeanor. Being timid, Yao Qin instinctively hid behind me upon glimpsing Boss Bai. I reassured her that while he had a penchant for beauty and perhaps overindulged in cosmetics, he was not inherently malevolent. Boss Bai remained silent, preparing food and drinks for us. I carried the basket of delicacies while Yao Qin held 4 jars of wine. Just as we were about to depart, Boss Bai unexpectedly grasped Yao Qin's arm, startling her immensely. I inquired about the matter, to which Boss Bai responded cryptically, "People can be divided into the good and the bad, and paths can be righteous or wicked. To defy fate will yield no reward. Young lady, do not overreach in all endeavors." His esoteric words left us bewildered, akin to a monk in confusion. Initially frightened, Yao Qin surprisingly regained her composure and smiled, replying, "Your lesson is well taken, boss." With that, she gently freed herself from his grip and left with me. I found myself pondering the reason behind Boss Bai and Appo's sudden utterance. As I glanced back, he stood there, observing our retreating figures. Upon returning to the shop, I arranged the food and drinks. Though Hu Xing had lost her eyes, she appeared quite cheerful. Before we began our meal, she remarked that some of Old Yang's words held truth. She believed it prudent to express certain matters as a cautionary tale for the younger generation. Wang Jia listened intently, nodding in silent agreement. After marrying Hu Xing, Wang Jia had been preoccupied with making a living, resulting in inadequate attention to familial responsibilities. Over the years, Hu Xing had been living a life akin to that of a widow, and as time passed, the simplicity of life gradually transformed her mindset. In the days following Wang Jia and Apo's absence, a man entered Hu Xing and Apo's life, showering her with care and concern. This attention filled the void in her heart, and over time, they developed an illicit affair. However, Hu Xing was soon engulfed by regret, lamenting her choices. To her astonishment, she discovered she was pregnant. Although she severed ties with the man, she felt the child was innocent and ultimately decided to keep the baby. Hu Xing vowed to live a good life with Wang Jia, yet fate had other plans. The man continued to harass her, even threatening to kill Wang Jia, which Hu Xing dismissed as mere bravado. Little did she know, 3 days later, news broke that Wang Jia had perished in a car accident at the mine, plummeting off a cliff with the vehicle. Overwhelmed by grief, Hu Xing suspected the man's involvement and resolved to seek vengeance for her husband. However, after a conversation with the mine and Apo's owner, her perspective shifted. The owner sought to conceal the truth of Wang Jia and Apo's death to preserve the mine and Apo's operational rights. Initially resistant, Hu Xing learned that if the incident became public, the mine could face closure, resulting in a mere compensation of 50 to 60,000 yuan. Given that Wang Jia had been in control of the vehicle and bore some responsibility. Conversely, if Hu Xing cooperated in hiding Wang Jia's death, the mine was willing to offer a clandestine compensation of 500,000 yuan. After much inner turmoil and reflecting on her 2 young children, Hu Xing ultimately acquiesced. Realizing that she could no longer pursue the investigation into the man's possible murder of Wang Jia. For many years, that man had persistently harassed her. Just how despicable could he be? As Yao Qin gradually matured, he developed sinister thoughts towards her. Hu Xing, for the sake of her child, endured his behavior. But if he were to harm her daughter, she would not stand idly by. Thus, she set fire to that man's house, leading to his demise in the flames. That man was Li Jiang. Old Yang interjected, saying that even as a ghost, Li Jiang continued to torment Hu Xing's family, even abducting Hu Xing's youngest daughter, who was also Li Jiang's child. Ultimately, Hu Xing could not bear the truth of her daughter's death and resolved to take her own life to confront Li Jiang. Fortunately, I saved her, informing her that a funeral shroud could summon a lost lover, and as long as she could unite with Wang Jia as ghostly spouses, she could harness Wang Jia's strength against Li Jiang. Thus unfolded the events of this period. I inquired of old Yang regarding his true intentions. Was it merely to reunite the family? He replied, that is one aspect, a deed of immeasurable merit. The second reason is, well, let us discuss that later. I pressed him, asking if he could refrain from being so cryptic. Old Yang ignored me, instead pointing at me and addressing Wang Jia, stating, if you truly wish to intertwine your fates, this lad here can act as the matchmaker, facilitating your union. Wang Jia remarked that his inability to reincarnate over the years stemmed from his unresolved feelings. Now, with this opportunity at hand, he chose to forgive Hu Xing for any past transgressions, and naturally, she had no objections. However, I find it unnecessary. I contend that they were a couple in life. As long as their marriage was not annulled, the union theoretically remains valid, regardless of whether Wang Jia has been reincarnated. Lao Yang nudged my head and asked, do you truly understand? They're different. I was perplexed by what could possibly be different. I urged him to elucidate. As I pressed him for a reason, Lao Yang hesitated in his response. Finally, he proclaimed, the marriage certificate from the mortal realm holds no validity in the afterlife. In the eyes of the underworld, a wedding in the mortal realm is merely a carnal affair. Hu Xing and Li Jiang have established a relationship, and from the perspective of the afterlife, she is no longer Wang Jia and Apo's wife, but rather Li Jiang and Apo's. His words felt profoundly inopportune, and I implored him to be mindful of his expressions. Lao Yang retorted that this was the consequence of my foolish inquiries. Both Wang Jia and Hu Xing appeared quite awkward, and Yao Qin was particularly uncomfortable. Nonetheless, I gleaned a valuable lesson. Lao Yang then stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and stated, "Let us cease this discussion. The crux of the matter lies ahead." Chapter 60. A fateful union. As Lao Yang's words echoed in the air, Wang Jia supported Hu Xing as they knelt before me, causing a jolt of surprise to ripple through me. At merely 19 years of age, I found myself in the perplexing situation of being honored by two individuals significantly my seniors. Was this not a portent of misfortune? Hastily, I approached to assist them. Yet Lao Yang interjected, "There is no need for that. Though you are young, your essence transcends that of an ordinary person. Their act of kneeling before you is indeed a blessing." Confounded, I inquired, "What do you mean by that? How have I become anything but ordinary? Am I somehow a celestial being?" My curiosity compelled me to seek clarity from Lao Yang, but he merely chuckled, saying, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. You are a matchmaker, and as such, you are no ordinary individual. Their reverence signifies an impending union, which is indeed fortuitous." While Lao Yang and Damp Oppo's statement held a semblance of truth, I sensed an underlying motive in his words. He had, on numerous occasions, toyed with my sensibilities, yet whenever I pressed for more, he would only offer vague allusions, shrouding his meaning in mystery. In a moment of exasperation, Lao Yang turned to Wang Jia and Hu Xing, questioning, "Will you remain in this position indefinitely?" Wang Jia then prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Master Wang, in your boundless mercy, I beseech you." Hu Xing and I, a pair of ill-fated lovers, have never tasted happiness in life. We had resigned ourselves to the notion that after death, we would return to dust and be forever severed. Yet, to our astonishment, the heavens have shown compassion, and under Lao Yang and Damp Oppo's benevolence, we are granted a chance to rekindle our bond. I implore you to facilitate this reunion. After speaking, Hu Xing bowed to me, and Yao Qin joined her, kneeling alongside her parents. I urged them to rise quickly, expressing my willingness to officiate their wedding from the very beginning. My previous inquiries into Old Yang and Oppo's words were merely to unveil their true meaning. They must not allow Old Yang to manipulate them. Upon realizing my genuine intentions, Wang Jia and Hu Xing's spirits lifted, and Yao Qin cast a grateful glance my way. Since we had commenced the ghost marriage, we had to adhere to the customary rites. Fortunately, both Wang Jia and Hu Xing were articulate and mobile. Thus the need for loud proclamations and assistance to rise was rendered unnecessary. However, the red wedding garments were undoubtedly prepared, and it seemed we could only resort to the shroud, previously tailored for Hu Xing. Old Yang remarked, "Have I not already stated that such attire cannot be referred to as a shroud?" He then instructed Yao Qin to retrieve the bundle from the cabinet at the side of the counter. Yao Qin complied, handing the package to Old Yang, who accepted it and declared, "This is what we need." At that moment, Boss Bai unexpectedly entered, taking the bundle from Old Yang's hands. It was then that I noticed the street outside. My goodness, what was happening? The street was teeming with people. Even the usually boisterous butcher stood quietly at the door. Boss Bai opened the bundle to reveal 2 pieces of red clothing, and Old Yang proclaimed, "Now this is a shroud." It turned out Old Yang had been prepared all along. Yet, as I looked at Wang Jia and Hu Xing, I felt an odd discomfort at the thought of them wearing a shroud, despite my persistent reminders that they were likely no longer human. Observing their lively demeanor made it challenging to accept the situation. The white-haired master unfurled the crimson wedding gown and inquired of Hu Xing, "Have you considered this carefully? Although it is a wedding dress, it also serves as a shroud. Once donned, you shall never return to the village of Xiaoxi." Hu Xing sighed and replied, "I long to follow Jia Ge for generations. How I yearn for this day. Yet, why do I feel such reluctance at this moment? It is primarily due to my daughter." Yao Qin gently embraced Hu Xing and said, "Mother, my wish is for your happiness. I hope you and father can reunite in another world. I am pleased for you. Go forth with peace of mind." I was taken aback. While the notion of facilitating one's happiness is indeed beautiful, Yao Qin's words seemed rather too casual at this moment. Did she not understand that her mother wearing this wedding gown signified an eternal separation? No matter how much she wished for her parents and Oppo's reunion, the reality was that she was facing a heart-wrenching farewell. Wasn't this one of life's most agonizing experiences? Yet, she appeared excessively composed. The white-haired master continued, "Since your daughter understands, have you made your decision?" His tone felt less like persuasion and more like an aggressive insistence. I sensed Hu Xing was at a crossroads. Hesitation was entirely natural, yet the master's pressure seemed unreasonable. Having pledged my support for the wedding, I felt compelled to intervene. However, old Yang stopped me, saying, "There is no need for further words. In this wedding, the white-haired master plays the role of the joyful matchmaker. This is her affair. What, then, is a joyful matchmaker? In traditional weddings, there often exists a figure known as the 11 Pa, an elderly woman who presents the bride with an egg or other delicacies, encouraging both the bride and groom to partake. She also assists the bride in changing her attire. The role of the 11 Pa does not demand any special qualifications. Anyone willing may assume this position, rendering her presence somewhat overlooked, to the extent that some may not even realize they have taken on this role. In contemporary weddings, however, the duties of the 11 Pa have been largely supplanted by bridesmaids. Hu Xing finally acquiesced, and Boss Bai draped a red ceremonial gown over her. As she helped Hu Xing change, she muttered incantations. May harmony and beauty prevail, hand in hand in the afterlife, accumulating boundless merit, and in the next life. May we forge a beautiful union anew. Once Hu Xing donned the attire, she suddenly trembled, clutching her head, her body growing weak. Wang Jia swiftly rushed to support her, while old Yang advised him not to panic, suggesting he untie the bandage from her eyes. As Wang Jia freed her from the bindings, Hu Xing's sight astonishingly returned. I assisted Wang Jia in donning the ceremonial garments as the ghostly wedding ceremony commenced. Under the watchful gaze of many, I felt a twinge of anxiety, for I was inexperienced. I had previously followed my father, and after a solitary attempt where I married Lan Chung to myself, this was my genuine inaugural experience. I lit 3 incense sticks, recalling my father's teachings during this solemn occasion. Noticing my lingering hesitation, old Yang approached me and softly reassured, "Do not be anxious. Simply bow to heaven and earth." The ceremony and Appo's essence lies not in the minutiae, but in the sanctity of this union, which can bestow upon you immeasurable merit. Old Yang's words were to me like a timely gift of warmth amidst the cold, prompting me to swiftly turn and place 3 incense sticks into the burner. Wang Jia and Hu Xing inhaled deeply, appearing enraptured by the fragrance. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I too found the aroma invigorating and soothing. I burned 3 sheets of paper and lit another stick of incense, circling around the 2 of them 3 times while murmuring, "The beauty of the world resides in the human heart. The beauty of the departed lies in their nature. Marital bonds in the mortal realm are severed by the heart, yet in the afterlife, they are rekindled through humanity. Love is as vast as a mountain, and affection as boundless as the sea. Today, may we renew our vows as husband and wife, with congratulations from all beings, humans, spirits, and deities alike. Fortune, fortune, fortune." I bowed to heaven and earth, then to Yin Luo, followed by a mutual bow between the couple, concluding the rites with the sound of firecrackers as a prayer for blessings. My blessings flowed effortlessly from my lips, clear and comprehensible. In the ritual of ghost marriage, it is customary not to bow to one's parents, as doing so would shorten their longevity. After death, one is under the jurisdiction of the king of hell, hence the necessity to bow to Yin Luo. However, upon completing the rites, I called out for the firecrackers, feeling a wave of anxiety. Had old Yang prepared everything? If not, it would be quite awkward. Fortunately, as soon as my words fell silent, applause erupted, and outside, the firecrackers resounded as if it were a joyous occasion for the living. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Boss Bai regarded me with a strained smile, which, upon closer inspection, appeared more unsettling than a lack of expression. I quickly averted my gaze. "The banquet is ready. Let us proceed to the dining hall," Boss Bai announced. The crowd cheered as they made their way to Boss Bai's hotel. I truly admired Lao Yang for having prepared everything in advance while keeping all a secret. However, I, along with Lao Yang, Yao Qin, Wang Jia, and Hu Xing, remained at the funeral attire shop, gathered around a table enjoying the food and drinks that Yao Qin and I had brought back. I found it perplexing that we did not join in the festivities with the others. Lao Yang smiled and said, "It is best that we refrain from meddling in Boss Bai and Amp, Oppo's, as arrangements." I was curious as to why Boss Bai had chosen this course of action. Meanwhile, Wang Jia and Oppo's family of three was present, continually asking questions, which made the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable, so I held my tongue. Wang Jia and Hu Xing raised their glasses to toast to Lao Yang and me, expressing their gratitude profusely. Lao Yang maintained a gentle smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Eventually, he said, "Wang Jia, Hu Xing, your wishes have been fulfilled. After this meal, you shall depart hand in hand, dust to dust." Wang Jia and Hu Xing clasped hands, their happiness tinged with a hint of sorrow. My greatest concern remained Yao Qin, yet she seemed unfazed by her parents' and Oppo's departure, her thoughts drifting beyond the confines of the moment. I refrained from lamenting the hearts of parents everywhere and reassured them, "Do not worry, I see that Yao Qin does not appear to be saddened." Upon hearing my words, Yao Qin finally responded, Yes, Mom and Dad, my greatest wish is for your happiness. Now that you are together, I am happy too." Yao Qin seemed somewhat oblivious. At such a moment, even shedding tears while embracing her parents would have been understandable, yet she did not. As Hu Xing appeared on the verge of tears, Lao Yang interjected, "Rest assured, Wang Haoning will take good care of her. Old Yang is just like that, always pulling off unexpected surprises." I already felt a bit awkward with Yao Qin, and with this remark my embarrassment deepened. I whispered, "Why aren't and Oppo's? You taking care of it?" Old Yang stood up with his hand behind his back and addressed Wang Jia and Hu Xing, saying, "Ladies, it's time to leave. If you linger any longer, I fear the patrons from Boss Bai's establishment will emerge, and it may become quite difficult to navigate through the crowd." Old Yang continued, "Rest assured, I assure you both that Wang Haoning will commit to 3 promises for Yao Qin. In the long journey of life, significant choices are few. Having someone unconditionally promise 3 things should bring you peace of mind." Yao Qin, likely realizing her own aloofness, quickly grabbed Hu Xing and said, "Mom, it's all right. You can go without worry. I've grown up." Wang Jia took Hu Xing by the hand, and the two of them strolled down the street, gradually vanishing into the swirling snow. I could see that they were genuinely happy, which was indeed a great delight for me as a matchmaker. The patrons from Boss Bai's restaurant began to spill out, each one swaying as they approached the funeral attire shop, and I felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight. Naturally, the leader of this raucous group was none other than the butcher, who called out, "Bring forth the bride and groom. It's a joyous occasion. Let us collect some good fortune." His proclamation was met with unanimous approval, and in an instant, the crowd resembled a lively parade. Old Yang, with his hands behind his back, stood at the entrance, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Chapter 61. The arrival of the ghost sister. Old Yang addressed the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your leave. The bride and groom have departed, and a modest refreshment awaits. It is time to disperse." The crowd, filled with disappointment, murmured among themselves. However, the butcher insisted on entering to take a look. Old Yang made no attempt to stop him. After a thorough search downstairs yielded no results, the butcher prepared to ascend the stairs. Old Yang intercepted him, saying, "Go outside and inform everyone that there is nothing here." Old Yang's expression shifted dramatically, causing the butcher to appear frightened. He hurriedly exited, announcing to the group that the bride and groom were absent. With heavy sighs, they departed in resignation. As for me, I found myself perplexed by many aspects of the situation. I asked Old Yang, "Isn't it customary for there to be some revelry, whether a wedding or a ghost marriage? Why does it feel like we are guarding against thieves?" I was aware that Old Yang had his reasons for this behavior. I merely sought to clarify my confusion. Old Yang sighed. "Our culture is steeped in history, a legacy spanning millennia. Many virtuous traditions have been transformed into undesirable practices, while the unseemly has been mistakenly revered. In truth, the raucous celebrations associated with weddings are not to be regarded as commendable customs. If possible, avoid them. When you marry in the future, do not allow such disturbances." I understood that Old Yang was deflecting my inquiries, yet he had effectively silenced me, leaving no room for further questions. Wang Jia and Hu Xing had already taken their leave, and we now resembled people who had just emerged from a grand celebration. Momentarily lost as to our next course of action, old Yang called me and Yao Qin to the front, presenting her with a cloth bag. Upon opening it, Yao Qin revealed 2 spirit tablets inside. One of the tablets bore the inscription, Spirit Tablet of Wang Gong. Another author inscribed, the Spirit Tablet of the Wang family. Who? Old Yang handed the spirit tablet to Yao Qin, saying, the grievances of your parents are dictated by fate. They have now atoned for their past sins, and their liberation is a testament to their good deeds. I hope you will not disappoint their expectations. Take them home. As Yao Qin accepted the spirit tablet, it was perhaps at that moment that she truly comprehended the anguish of losing her mother. She clutched the tablet and wept softly, and as I watched her, I felt a pang of reluctance and approached to comfort her. However, old Yang called me over. I followed him to the entrance, where he said, I must step out for a while. It may take a few days. You shall oversee the shop in my absence. Today, you will escort Yao Qin on her journey, just as before, with a stick of sandalwood incense, step towards the east, never looking back, returning to 1S roots. As he spoke, he turned away, hands clasped behind him, descending the steps while murmuring, be patient. Upon my return, you shall be free from this place. His final words filled me with excitement. I returned inside, where Yao Qin gazed at me with innocence. I sat before her, though she was a year my senior. I couldn't shake the feeling of an older brother's protective instinct. Gently, I wiped away her tears. Suddenly, Yao Qin asked, will you truly promise me 3 things? Her question left me momentarily speechless. Truth be told, I longed to assure her with confidence, yet I understood my limitations. In my current predicament, I dare not make promises lightly. Yet I could not show weakness. I reluctantly nodded. It was then that Yao Qin, wiping her tears, said, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I whispered to Yao Qin, old Yang asked me to escort you back. Upon hearing my words, Yao Qin bowed her head in silence. After a long pause, she finally spoke, return? My mother is gone, and I do not know how to live alone. After this statement, we were both rendered speechless, yet our hearts were tumultuous. From a moment I first laid eyes on her, an indescribable feeling stirred within me. However, I was no ordinary youth. I bore the weight of many burdens. I had to save my parents, rescue the people of our village, and carry the hopes of Lan Sheng. My ultimate goal was to ensure that Lan Sheng could return to her roots and find peace in her next life. At that moment, as Yao Qin stood before me, I felt a pang of resentment towards fate for allowing her to appear at such an inopportune time. It was simply too early. Yao Qin forced a smile and said, I promise to return, but could you promise me something in return? Will you stay with me for just 1 more day? I am truly afraid of facing the solitude of Xiaoxi village. Her request was not unreasonable. If I could not even agree to this small favor, what kind of man would I be? Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. Little did I know that what I perceived as a trivial matter would soon lead to complications. Yao Qin chose to stay, and we cast aside all our worries, joyfully playing together, building snowmen at the entrance, huddling together by a fire barrel for warmth, and freely discussing our childhoods and future aspirations. During dinner, I went to Boss Bai's place to buy food. As I was about to leave with my meal, Boss Bai suddenly grabbed my arm. Boss Bai wore an expression of sheer horror as he gazed at me and inquired, why have you left her? The abruptness of his words left me perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, I deduced he was referring to Yao Qin, so I replied with a smile, Boss Bai, Yao Qin will depart tomorrow. Her parents have just passed away, and she is quite pitiable. Boss Bai chuckled coldly, let her go. If any issues arise, come to the store. His ambiguous statement did not concern me much. I was unaware of her appearance, but the makeup on her face was disturbingly excessive, prompting me to avoid further conversation. As I carried the vegetables back, I reached the doorway just as I heard a voice emanating from within. Yao Qin, in a state of terror, pleaded, please don't do this. My mother has already left us. Just let me go. Startled, I wondered who was inside. I rushed into the room, only to find Yao Qin sprawled on the floor, restrained by someone whose silhouette was unmistakably that of a woman, clad in white attire with cascading long hair. Her figure seemed vaguely familiar, yet I could not place her. I called out to her, who are you? Release Yao Qin. The woman spun around with sudden ferocity, and I was taken aback by the sight of her hands, which resembled claw-like appendages. This recollection transported me back to my previous encounter with the malevolent spirit that had tormented me. To my shock, I recognized her as Lu Mei, the very one who had deceived me into facilitating a marriage between the male and female specters. Fearing for Yao Qin's safety, I shouted, "Lu Mei, let her go. If you have grievances, direct them towards me." True to form, Lu Mei released Yao Qin, who appeared ashen and stared vacantly at me, her lips parting to emit a chilling laugh. "Ha ha, there is not a single good man. They are all fickle and unfaithful." As she lunged towards me, her claw-like hands grasping at my neck, I found myself pushed backward until my back met the wall. Lu Mei bared her teeth, shouting her intent to kill me. At that moment, a sudden flash of light erupted from my neck, aimed directly at Lu Mei. She evaded the attack, her expression one of deep resentment. Yet she still managed to leap out of the mortuary, howling, "Vile woman, let us see how long you can protect him." The interval was fleeting. I rushed to close the door, but an overwhelming sense of life and death loomed in that instant. Breathless, I sank to the ground as Yao Qin crawled over to inquire about my well-being. I assured her that I was fine. Simultaneously, we uttered apologies, though I was puzzled by her regret. I believed Lu Mei was targeting me, and upon my emergence, she inadvertently harmed Yao Qin. Conversely, Yao Qin felt Lu Mei was after her, and my return pulled me into the fray. I urged her not to blame herself. Lu Mei and Appo's ire was directed at me. Yet, Yao Qin insisted I cease my explanations, and soon after, she buried her face in her hands and wept. Observing her distress, I began to suspect that the situation was more intricate than I had initially presumed. After a while, Yao Qin wiped her tears and revealed, "Actually, she is my sister." I was taken aback, bewildered by the implication. Lu Mei was her sister? Yao Qin clarified that she did not share the Lu surname, nor was she named Lu Mei. Her true name was Lu Mei, the daughter of her mother, Hu Xing, and Li Jiangsheng. Due to the unexpected nature of her conception, Hu Xing had long deliberated whether to keep her, ultimately deciding against it and undergoing an abortion at the hospital, where the doctors confirmed the procedure was completed. Strangely, after a prolonged silence, in the 8th month, Hu Xing's abdomen suddenly swelled, revealing that the child she had lost was, astonishingly, still within her. In a state of helplessness, she subsequently gave birth to the child, whom she named Lu Mei, acknowledging the arduous journey that had brought her into the world. The trio of mother and daughters lived harmoniously for a considerable time. However, as Lu Mei matured, she exhibited peculiar behavior and a rebellious spirit. Despite her eccentricities, she proved to be exceptionally intelligent, eventually gaining admission to a university, much to Hu Xing's delight, who took pride in her daughter's accomplishments and encouraged Yao Qin to learn diligently from her younger sister. Yet, Yao Qin was acutely aware that Lu Mei was not as she presented herself before their mother. At school, Lu Mei had a particularly influential female classmate, and she confided in Yao Qin numerous times that this girl was extraordinary. Lu Mei believed that if she could capture the essence of this girl, she would achieve immortality, a notion that filled Yao Qin with deep concern. Consequently, she shared her worries with Hu Xing, but Lu Mei maintained an impeccable facade before their mother, rendering Hu Xing unable to trust Yao Qin's claims. Yao Qin's distress grew. Her mother's skepticism was not her only source of anxiety. What terrified her most was Lu Mei and Appo's increasingly bizarre behavior, culminating in threats against Yao Qin's life. This instilled profound fear within her, leaving her with only one confidant, her mother, Hu Xing, who had occasionally reprimanded Lu Mei. Amidst this turmoil, Lu Mei mysteriously vanished, only to later be discovered murdered, plunging Hu Xing into deep sorrow. Meanwhile, Yao Qin faced her own unsettling predicament. She began to dream of Lu Mei, who in these visions ominously threatened to take her life unless Yao Qin could ensure the death of their mother, Hu Xing. How could Yao Qin possibly agree? Yet, the haunting presence of Lu Mei relentlessly tormented her, continually urging her to ensure Hu Xing's demise. At this juncture, Yao Qin cradled her head in anguish, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelation. I approached her, enveloping her in an embrace and guiding her towards the warmth of the fire barrel. which provided her a modicum of comfort. Gradually, her emotions began to stabilize. I inquired if she felt any better. Yao Qin offered a faint nod in response. I encouraged her to relinquish her thoughts, assuring her that I would escort her back to Xiaoxi village the following day. This place, being a street of barriers, harbored unclean entities that could roam freely. Once we returned to Xiaoxi village, all would be well. Yao Qin gazed at me with wide, expressive eyes, nodding in agreement. I poured her a cup of warm water, and as she cradled it, she took a sip and quietly asked, hounding, "Is that girl in the room truly your ghostly wife? How did she become your ghostly spouse?" I recounted the circumstances surrounding Lan, Chung, and Amp, Appo's ascension to my ghostly wife. Perplexed by her keen interest in the matter, Yao Qin, grasping the glass tightly, began to speak. Just then, her words were interrupted by a rapid knocking at the door. Irritated, I approached and flung it open, only to feel a sinking sensation in my chest. Indeed, it seemed that trouble was never far behind. Chapter 62. Help! Help! Hu Xing and Wang Jia are happily married, and I always hope for things to take a turn for the better, yet I have forgotten about this person. To be precise, he is no longer human. This is Li Jiang. He now stands before me, clad once again in the female shroud that Hu Xing had previously ordered. His scalp is absent, exposing his skull, which is a truly horrifying sight. I clutch the doorframe with both hands, unwilling to let go, and I ask him, "What do you want?" Li Jiang replies with a grin, "Boss, I have come for the shroud." I retort angrily, "The shroud is not yet finished. Come back another day." As I attempt to close the door, Li Jiang thrusts a leg in to block my way. Summoning my courage, I inquire about his intentions. My firmness is a desperate attempt to intimidate him, hoping he will retreat. Yet, Li Jiang is no ordinary individual. He seems to see through my fade, chuckling. I heard there is a wedding in the streets and intended to come for a toast, but then I thought since I too am about to marry, it would be wiser to save the drink for my own celebration. I ask, "What do you mean by that? Whom do you intend to marry?" With a smile, he responds, "Boss, you haven't forgotten to deliver the shroud I requested, have you? I am to wed her." My heart races. If old Yang were here, I would feel reassured. If Yao Qin were absent, I would also feel at ease. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Li Jiang is seeking Yao Qin, who happens to be inside the house. What am I to do? I cannot provoke Li Jiang. I can only appease him. Summoning my courage, I gazed upon his visage. Li Jiang was not merely bereft of scalp. The flesh on his left cheek had also vanished, exposing stark white bone beneath, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. I uttered, "It was delivered, but not by me. It was old Yang who sent it. He is not present at the moment. When he returns, you may inquire with him." I could only deflect the matter onto old Yang, hoping to leverage him as a means of restraint against Li Jiang. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang nodded, acknowledging, "So it is like that." Observing his demeanor, he seemed inclined to relent, yet human folly can manifest in an instant. At that moment, Yao Qin, intrigued by my quiet conversation directed towards the door, approached and inquired, "Who is it?" As she leaned forward to glimpse outside, her gaze fortuitously collided with Li Jiang and Appo's. Yes. The moment Yao Qin beheld Li Jiang's terrifying countenance, she recoiled in fear, nearly losing her balance. Alarmed she might fall and injure herself, I turned to assist her. In that fleeting instant, my grip on the door loosened, and Li Jiang seized the opportunity to push it open. "Boss, thank you. I see you have already brought Yao Qin here," Li Jiang remarked. I turned back, scolding him with fury. "Get away. Do not act recklessly." At my words, Li Jiang's expression darkened, and he glared at me, stating, "Boss, you do not understand the rules. Yao Qin belongs to me." As he spoke, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to my chest. The force was immense, akin to being struck by a solid post, nearly rendering me unconscious. A surge of anger welled within me, yet I found myself momentarily speechless. Li Jiang reached out and grasped Yao Qin's hand. Yao Qin had long since been paralyzed by fear. This Li Jiang was truly a scoundrel and a pervert. He had previously seduced Yao Qin's mother, Hu Xing, and fathered Hu Lu Mei with her. Now, he had the audacity to set his sights on Hu Xing's eldest daughter. Such a man was nothing short of a beast, deserving of eternal damnation in the depths of hell. Trembling with terror, Yao Qin implored softly, "Uncle Li, please, don't do this. Just leave in peace." Li Jiang, with flames of desire igniting in his eyes, gazed at Yao Qin and said, "Xiao Qin, back in the day when I was with your mother, you were just a child. How is it that in the blink of an eye, you have blossomed into such exquisite beauty? Uncle longs for you. I told your mother I no longer want her. My desire is for you." But to my shock, she dared to set me ablaze. At this juncture, Li Jiang's eyes blazed with fury, and I was startled to realize he was fully aware of his own demise. This altered everything. He had intentionally lingered in this world. Regaining my composure, I refrained from acting hastily. If he were merely human, I would have lunged at him without hesitation, uncertain of the outcome. Yet, he was no ordinary man, and brute strength would not suffice against him. Unfortunately, the dragon-headed dagger I possessed had been taken by Lan Cheng. Even if it were in my possession, I could not wield it recklessly. As I pondered my options, I recalled the brush gifted to me by his second master and the monetary sword from Li, only to realize with dismay that I had not kept these treasures on my person. Instead, they lay beneath the pillow of Lan Cheng's corporeal form. I was so furious that I felt as if I could hammer my head into oblivion. It was my own foolishness that brought me to this point. All that remained with me was the talisman my father had given me to suppress the undead. With that talisman in hand, I charged towards Li Jiang. Just as I was about to affix the talisman to his body, he suddenly seized my throat, causing the talisman to hover just an inch from his forehead. With a sudden exertion of strength, I nearly lost consciousness, and the talisman slipped from my grasp. "Boss, I know you are the matchmaker. Please preside over our union," Li Jiang declared. I was beaten severely, my entire body felt weak, yet my spirit remained defiant as I cursed him as a beast. Li Jiang retaliated with a kick to my chest, sending me sprawling towards the entrance. I was certain I stood no chance against him and could only shout to Yao Qin, "Run." However, she was ensnared by Li Jiang's grip on her wrist, leaving her nowhere to flee. As I turned, I saw the butcher holding his cleaver at the doorway, desperately calling out to him for help. Yet, he paid me no heed, instead fixing his fiery gaze upon me. In his eyes, I discerned a glimmer of greed. Soon, other shopkeepers from the street, drawn by the commotion from the funeral attire shop, began to converge. Each one of them regarded me with predatory intent, as if poised to storm into the shop at any moment. A sense of dread washed over me. These individuals were not here with good intentions. Seeing me down on the ground, Li Jiang seemed far from satisfied. He took a few steps to stomp on my back, relishing my suffering. Outside, the crowd began to sway, their throaty roars echoing with excitement, creating an atmosphere thick with impending chaos. As Li Jiang observed that I had sustained considerable injuries, he seized Yao Qin by the nape of her neck with one hand and supported her under her knees with the other, lifting her effortlessly. The cacophony of voices outside surged like a tidal wave. My anxiety intensified, yet I harbored a plan. When Li Jiang momentarily diverted his attention, I could dash into the room to retrieve the money sword, which might prove effective against him. However, Li Jiang swiftly obstructed my path to the room, tearing down the ceremonial shroud that old Yang had previously brought back, draping the female attire over Yao Qin while donning a male shroud himself. Yao Qin resisted valiantly. Yet upon meeting Li Jiang's gaze, she inexplicably let her arms drop, her limbs rendered powerless as she stood there. Sensing something amiss, I called her name, but she remained unresponsive, her eyes vacant. What was happening? Li Jiang commanded Yao Qin, "Come, fasten my clothing." Obediently, she approached him, fastening his attire as though she were under his control. No matter how much I shouted, she did not react. Once they had donned their garments, Li Jiang insisted that I hasten to officiate their ghostly wedding, a proposition I resolutely refused. Leaning against the doorframe, I realized I was caught between a predatory wolf in front and pursuing soldiers behind, cornered at the edge of a precipice. A direct confrontation would certainly lead to failure. I risked not only Yao Qin's safety, but my own life as well. Thus, I resolved to employ cunning instead. Softening my tone, I said, "Very well, but I must retrieve my belongings. They are in the room." Sensing my capitulation, Li Jiang promptly nodded in agreement. "All right, go ahead." As I passed by Yao Qin, she remained as still as a marionette. I hurried into the room where Lan Cheng lay quietly. I hastily bowed to her and helped her sit up. Retrieving the package from beneath her pillow, I thought to myself, this will surely bring about Li Jiang's demise. Clutching the package, I dashed outside and shouted at Li Jiang. Li Jiang, your doom is upon you. As I unfurled the package, I was struck dumb. It contained not the treasured brush and golden sword, but merely 2 wooden sticks. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I must be mistaken, yet it was indeed sticks. How could this be? The package was unmistakably the one I had used to conceal my treasures. How had it transformed into mere sticks? Li Jiang, witnessing my embarrassment, burst into laughter. I quickly returned to the room, rummaging through everything, but to no avail. Anxiety surged within me. How could this happen? No one had entered this room. Or had they? Old Yang and Yao Qin had, but Yao Qin certainly wouldn't and Amp. Amp? Oppos. To have taken anything. She had been so frightened by Lanchang that she wouldn't and Amp. Amp? Oppos. T dare approach her. If it wasn't an Amp, Oppos. T Yao Qin. Then it must be Old Yang. He possessed a wealth of knowledge, and, recognizing the brush and golden sword as valuable treasures, his greed made it highly probable he had switched them. That scoundrel! Seeing that I had been inside for too long, Li Jiang barged in and dragged me out. At that moment, I felt utterly helpless, yet I refused to surrender. I could not simply wait for death. My village depended on my return to rescue them. If I were to perish, what would become of them? With thoughts of them, my will to survive surged anew. I pondered, was there still a path to escape? At that moment, I recalled a remark made by the proprietor, Mr. Bai, during a previous visit to procure some food. He had suggested that if matters became unmanageable, one should simply head to the store. Was he alluding to this incident? Outside, the streets were teeming with people, yet Mr. Bai was nowhere to be found. I resolved to take a gamble. Li Jiang inquired about my hesitation. His impatience was palpable. I replied affirmatively, and, as he momentarily diverted his attention, I dashed out the door. The crowd surged towards me with a wave of excitement, leaving me bewildered by their fervor. Leading the charge was the butcher, and I had little choice but to act. I delivered a swift punch to the butcher's face, knocking him to the ground, and seized his cleaver, sprinting forward with it brandished. Upon witnessing my display of the weapon, the crowd hastily recoiled, yet they soon began to pursue me. It was my first experience being chased by such a throng, and anxiety gripped my heart as I ran, shouting, Mr. Bai, help. In my haste, I discarded the cleaver, and after a fervent sprint, I reached Mr. Bai's establishment, only to find the door firmly shut. I pounded on it vigorously, and just as I struck once more, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a pitch-black interior, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. The crowd pursuing me immediately scattered in disarray. Chapter 63. The faceless woman, though the chilling breeze raised the hairs on my arms, the departure of the figures behind me alleviated much of my anxiety. I pushed open the door, only to be enveloped in darkness so profound that I could not see my own hand. I called out, "Is Boss Bai here?" At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from within, reminiscent of the quiet motions of someone dressing in the early morning. I was puzzled. Was Boss Bai asleep at such an hour? Just as I contemplated this, an unexpected darkness enveloped my face, and I instinctively reached up to grasp it, discovering it to be a piece of black cloth. I swiftly pulled it away. In just a moment, the lights in the room flickered on, revealing several oil lamps casting a warm glow. Directly opposite me stood a woman, her back turned. Her long, raven hair cascaded down her waist, obscuring her face from my view. This silhouette did not resemble the Boss Bai I knew. Who could she be? I couldn't have inadvertently wandered into someone else's quarters. Could I? Hastily, I apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm looking for Boss Bai to ask for assistance." The woman maintained her position, her hands in constant motion, one moment rummaging on the table, the next caressing her face, her actions suggesting she was applying makeup. Listening to my words, she replied, "You are quite audacious. In this boundary market, no one dares to seek me out outside of the restaurant. I am Boss Bai. If you have something to say, do so promptly." I was taken aback, for the image of Boss Bai I had conjured was starkly different from this woman. The Boss Bai I knew was stout, with a round figure, her face heavily adorned with powder, an unsettling sight indeed. Yet this woman, although her face remained hidden, possessed a figure that was undeniably graceful. I rubbed my eyes, ensuring I was not mistaken. The white boss, noticing my prolonged silence, inquired once more if there is nothing of importance. I implore you to depart swiftly, lest I change my mind and regret ensue. It was then that I grasped the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the veracity of her title, rescuing Yao Qin was paramount. I hastily exclaimed, "White boss, I am in desperate need of your assistance." The man, Li Jiang, who was tragically burned to death on the mountain days ago, has unexpectedly appeared at the funeral parlor and seized Yao Qin, intending to marry her. I possess 2 magical artifacts that could have dealt with Li Jiang, but old Yang has pilfered them from me. The people outside not only refuse to aid me, but are also pursuing me relentlessly. I'm utterly at a loss, which is why I thought of you. You previously mentioned that I could seek your help in times of trouble. I conveyed all this in one breath, mentioning how old Yang had stolen my brush and money, not out of indiscretion, but rather with intent. On one hand, I wished to avoid being perceived as a coward in her eyes, given that I was not well acquainted with her. On the other hand, I sought to elicit her sympathy and admiration by revealing my plight, highlighting the pursuit I faced from others on the street. I believed I had articulated my predicament with finesse, yet the white boss remarked, "It seems you harbor considerable resentment towards old Yang." I clarified that my feelings were not directed at him personally, but rather at his lack of integrity. The white boss then probed further, asking if I was certain that old Yang had taken my possessions. Sensing her hesitation regarding this matter, I grew anxious and earnestly implored her to prioritize saving Yao Qin first. After she had done so, we could engage in a more thorough discussion. Boss Bai was grooming her hair when she listened to my words, tossed the comb onto the table, and said, "Do not rush. If you do not confront Li Jiang, he will not harm Yao Qin. In his eyes, Yao Qin is his bride." At that moment, I found myself seeking assistance. One must bow their head under the eaves. I could only acquiesce to her statement. As long as old Yang has entered that room, I cannot think of anyone else who could have taken anything. Just then, a hairpin fell from the table, bouncing a few times before landing by my feet. I hurriedly picked it up and rushed over to hand it to Boss Bai. As I placed the hairpin on the table, I inadvertently glanced at her, and she immediately turned her face away. Yet in that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of her profile. Her face was completely shrouded in darkness. Did she have no face? I stood frozen, stammering by. "Boss, you." Lost for words, Boss Bai appeared extremely enraged. With a swift motion, she struck me across the face with considerable force, causing me to topple to the ground. After a moment of fussing with the table, she turned to look at me, her face restored to its previous alabaster hue. A chill ran through me. It seemed she was highly sensitive about others seeing her face. Yet, how could one describe such a woman who shunned beauty, who preferred to reveal her shattered visage? Boss Bai pointed at me and asked, "Do you know where this place is?" I nodded, acknowledging, "This is the boundary market." She affirmed my response, but added, "Do you understand that the living cannot enter the boundary?" I nodded again, but then a sense of unease washed over me. What did it mean that the living could not enter? Am I not a living person? I questioned. The white boss let out a cold snort and replied, "I shall not engage in a debate over this matter. Your 2 treasures are indeed protective talismans against evil spirits. The one who swapped them must be old Yang, for had he not taken those 2 items, you would have long since been reduced to ashes." The white boss's words were crystal clear. At this moment, I was no longer considered a living being. I was momentarily at a loss, bewildered by the notion that I was somehow not alive. I could not accept it. Surely the white boss was deceiving me. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, filling me with a sense of serenity, and I felt an invigorating surge of energy, akin to having just satiated my hunger. However, as I basked in this bliss, the fragrance abruptly vanished, leaving me profoundly disappointed. I noticed the white boss holding the extinguished incense. She shook it gently and remarked, "Incense is food for spirits. If you were truly human, would you delight in such fare?" As I absorbed her words, a shiver coursed through my body. How could this be? How could I possibly be in such a predicament? Yet, I could not deny my recent fascination with incense. My dealings with spirits had made me somewhat familiar with such matters. I was perplexed as to why the white boss felt compelled to share this with me. I had come to her seeking aid, motivated solely by her earlier words that I could seek her help in times of difficulty. The white boss reassured me that there was no need for concern. Rescuing Yao Qin was not a daunting task. However, within this barrier, she could not intervene directly, yet she was willing to lend me her support. Li Jiang was once a tyrant, and upon his demise, he bore a grudge, filled with malevolence. His wrath, compounded by Hu Xing's initial liaison with him followed by her departure, was wholly directed at Yao Qin. Therefore, persuading him to relinquish his obsession with Yao Qin was a futile endeavor. The only course of action was to extinguish his spirit. Such a malevolent entity dared to challenge even the mightiest of enforcers. Thus, the only means to vanquish him lay in seeking something even more ferocious. There existed but one solution on this street. I inquired about what it was, and when I offered to borrow it, Boss Bai shook his head, stating that it was not a matter of borrowing, but of taking. This object could only be utilized once. The clash of two vengeful spirits would inevitably lead to their mutual destruction, rendering it a one-time use item. I pressed for the identity of this object, and Boss Bai revealed. The horse butcher, a man engaged in slaughter with a bone knife originally intended for pigs, had used it to butcher an entire village of 10 souls. Thus, that knife is the sole instrument capable of slaying Li Jiang. With unwavering resolve, I thought that if it could save a life, I must acquire this weapon, though the matter of obtaining it from the horse butcher posed a significant challenge. Our relationship was marred by long-standing grievances. From our very first encounter, he had nearly taken my life, and just moments ago, I had struck him and seized his butcher knife. To now ask him for his weapon seemed an impossible task. If I were in his position, I would refuse outright. Boss Bai turned to me and said, "This is the only way forward. You must determine your course of action. In truth, you need not concern yourself with Yao Qin. Interfering in her affairs could very well invite calamity upon yourself." Yet, as I pondered Yao Qin's delicate beauty and recalled her mother's recent departure, a promise to care for her resonated within me. It had been less than a day since I vowed to look after her, and now this turmoil ensued. To stand idly by would be an act of profound injustice and inhumanity. With unwavering determination, I declared my intention to seek out the butcher. Yet the white-haired proprietor responded with an enigmatic smile before bidding me farewell. I made my way directly back to the funeral attire shop, where Li Jiang remained seated, and Yao Qin stood by, her gaze vacant. Upon my return, Li Jiang glared at me with palpable anger. At that moment, I cast aside my fear. I needed to negotiate and buy myself some time. As he remained silent, I took the initiative to speak. I urged him to remain patient. Since I was to officiate the wedding, he would have to heed my counsel. First and foremost, we needed to select an auspicious date. Li Jiang inquired which day would be suitable, to which I replied 3 days hence, deliberately extending the timeline in hopes that Lao Yang might return. However, Li Jiang dismissed my suggestion, stating he could not wait any longer. If I did not officiate by tomorrow, he would simply take Yao Qin to the bridal chamber without further ado. I was truly astounded. Such shamelessness was beyond belief. Yet, I found myself with no other recourse but to acquiesce. A day was certainly better than none. I agreed, stating I would begin preparations immediately. Li Jiang consented and mentioned he would return home to make arrangements, declaring that the following morning he would arrive in a grand sedan chair to collect Yao Qin. As he spoke, he tore away a large patch of dead skin from his arm and handed it to me, proclaiming it as the betrothal gift. I was utterly revolted, unable to bear the sight, and instructed him to place it on the counter. Li Jiang complied, chuckling as he remarked that Yao Qin would remain here for the time being while he established a ghostly account. She would not be permitted to leave the funeral shop. My heart raced at this revelation. Li Jiang possessed such profound knowledge? It was no wonder the white-haired proprietor was reluctant to intervene directly. I had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. After Li Jiang departed, Yao Qin fainted, and I laid her beside Lan Sheng. Gazing at Lan Sheng, I silently implored for your spiritual support. Just as I stood, a sudden dizziness engulfed me, the world spinning as if I were experiencing hypoglycemia. Sensing an anomaly, I noticed several unburnt but extinguished incense sticks in the censer by the bed. Uncertain of my condition, I rushed to relight the incense. As the fragrant smoke wafted through the air, I inhaled deeply, and instantly, the sensation of dizziness dissipated, replaced by a newfound vigor. While inhaling the incense, a profound fear gripped me. What was happening to me? Could it truly be as Boss By claimed, that I was no longer human? If I was no longer human, did that mean I had become that? I dare not contemplate that word. Sitting on the ground to regain my composure, I felt considerably better before standing up. There was no time to lose. I needed to find the butcher. Previously, I had not paid much attention to the happenings on the street, but now I realized it was not yet afternoon, and the shops were shuttered, only to reopen in the evening. Boss By was one such example, and the butcher was no different. I raised my hand to knock on the door, but withdrew it, pondering the futility of such an action. What would I say if he answered? Surely, he would refuse to lend me a bone knife. Thus, this matter required discretion. I crouched by the door, peering inside, and was startled by what I saw. Chapter 64. The paperman father. As my hand rested upon the door of the butcher's abode, it mysteriously swung open, much like the door of Mr. Bye's house had before. Initially startled by the scene within, I contemplated fleeing, but with the door ajar, I realized that should I turn to escape, he would undoubtedly catch sight of my retreating figure. Fearing discovery, I crouched low and slipped through the narrow gap of the doorway. The interior of the house was spacious, resembling a traditional courtyard. I concealed myself in the nearby grass, lying flat as I took several deep breaths to steady my racing heart. Through the slender openings in the foliage, the alarming tableau I had witnessed moments ago became increasingly vivid. The butcher brandished a gleaming cleaver, mercilessly hacking at a figure sprawled upon the chopping block. With a low growl, he struck again and again, exuding an unsettling excitement. To be candid, I was aware of the butcher's perilous nature, yet I had not anticipated the extent of his depravity. Now, hidden in the grass, I found myself in a precarious predicament. The chilly wind seeped through the cracked doorway, prompting the butcher to lift his gaze toward the entrance. Droplets of saliva escaped from the corners of his mouth as he staggered toward me, cleaver in hand. My heart raced, threatening to leap from my throat. I lay just a short distance from the door, knowing that if he were to discover me, the consequences would be dire. Despite my best efforts to remain concealed, I grasped a nearby stone, contemplating that if I were indeed found, I might hurl it at him first. The butcher, shuffling toward the entrance, closed the door behind him, then wandered back inside with a vacant expression. This time, however, he did not resume his gruesome task on the chopping block, but instead stumbled deeper into the room. I exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not perceived my presence. At that moment, I became acutely aware that the underbrush I had been rummaging through was entirely composed of snow, damp and chilling, devoid of any sense of terror. The cold enveloped me, and I realized I could not remain in this crouched position indefinitely. What was I even doing here? I needed to locate that bone-cleaving knife swiftly. Otherwise, even if the butcher failed to discover my presence, I would surely freeze into an icy lump right here. I whistled a few notes, but the butcher remained unresponsive, possibly taking a respite. Gradually, I rose from the thicket. Although this was a courtyard residence, the rooms were rather few. Directly facing the main entrance was one room, flanked by two others, with an additional floor housing more chambers. And then there was a vast courtyard. Observing the layout of this house, a sense of déjà vu washed over me, as if I had encountered it before. Yet I could not place it. Now was not the time for idle speculation. I needed to search for something urgently. The butcher was in the left room, so I resolved to explore the main room first. However, to reach it, I had to pass by the butcher's chopping block, where the dismembered body still lay. The gruesome scene was enough to turn my stomach with revulsion and horror. Yet, I could not remain frozen in place. I had to venture inside. Gritting my teeth and steeling myself, I stepped into the room, but as I passed the block, I could not resist stealing a glance. This glance was a mistake. I was taken aback. Indeed, there lay a figure on the block, but it was not a living person. It was merely a paper effigy. Driven by curiosity, I approached for a closer inspection. As I touched it, I confirmed it was indeed a paper figurine, one I was all too familiar with from the many found in funeral homes. Yet I find myself perplexed by the mindset of the butcher as he so ruthlessly mistreats a paper effigy. His demeanor and forceful strikes suggest a brutal intent, leading me to momentarily believe he was engaged in the act of murder. Fortunately, it is merely a paper figure, which brings me some relief. alleviating my anxiety over the absence of actual bloodshed. With little time to linger on the paper figure, I must enter the house. As I shift my gaze, I inadvertently catch a glimpse of the effigy's face, and I am once again taken aback. There is something unsettling about its features. It strikes me that it bears an uncanny resemblance to a person. Approaching for a closer inspection, my heart races. This is no mere illusion. The visage is strikingly lifelike, resembling my father to an alarming degree. A chill of sweat envelopes me as I wonder if the butcher harbors knowledge of my father, and if so, what deep-seated animosity might exist. Simultaneously, I recall that my father remains trapped in the village, and anxiety gnaws at me, fearing for his safety. Before I can delve deeper into my thoughts, a cough emanates from the room to my left, followed by the sound of muffled sobs. I worry that the butcher may emerge at any moment. Though my mind is rife with questions, I cannot afford to linger any longer. Hastily, I retreat into the main room. Upon entering, a wave of familiarity washes over me. I'm certain I've been here before. The first floor of the main house reveals a small living room, so diminutive that one can see its entirety at a glance, devoid of any furnishings. I ascended the staircase with utmost caution, each step on the wooden stairs eliciting a creaking sound beneath my feet. Startled, I couldn't help but think how treacherous these stairs were. Yet, that very noise stirred a memory within me. The layout of this house bore a striking resemblance to the abode of the second elder from the village at the back mountain. No, it was more accurate to say it was identical, the only distinction being that this room appeared notably cleaner and more pristine, whereas the second elder's home exuded an air of age and wear. Was this merely an inconsequential coincidence, or was there some deeper connection at play? I could not ascertain, for I had no time to ponder. The cries of the butcher outside grew increasingly pronounced. Certainly, he must be deranged. I tiptoed, striving to minimize the sound of my footsteps as I ascended the stairs, only to find a sharp bone knife thrust into the table on the second floor. It glimmered ominously, and, as I approached, an unsettling chill enveloped me. Yes, this was indeed the weapon. I grasped the handle, and heavens, it was painfully cold to the touch. I rolled down my sleeve to cover the handle and finally seized the knife. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed out the door. At my pace, I could make it in 50 seconds at most. I urged myself onward. Run, brother! Clutching the knife, I rushed down the stairs, only to find the butcher standing in the yard, frozen in place, staring blankly at me, each armed with a knife. We resembled a comical parody of the climactic battle between Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui atop the Forbidden City. The butcher's face lost its former ferocity, replaced instead by a palpable unease. His eyes were clouded and unfocused. A sense of trepidation washed over me. He was a man accustomed to wielding knives. Yet I found myself, for the first time, grasping a bone cleaver. If a confrontation were to arise, I knew I would be no match for him. However, when two warriors meet, the brave shall prevail. If I could not win, I at least had to embody the spirit of the sword. Thus, I mimicked the stance of ancient heroes, positioning the cleaver across my chest, prepared for battle. To my astonishment, the butcher suddenly knelt, weeping profusely, exclaiming, "It is not my doing. I do not wish to harm you. If you seek vengeance, do not come for me." What could this mean? Had he mistaken me for someone else? He abandoned his weapon and continued to bow before me, leaving me utterly bewildered. This unexpected turn of events was beyond my comprehension. Yet I could not deny the relief it brought. Fearing a potential deception, I cautiously edged along the left wall towards the exit. Even as I stepped through the door, he remained there, bowing and repeating his frantic words. I patted my chest in gratitude. Fortune had favored me, and I had emerged from this ordeal unscathed. Glancing at the ominous cleaver in my hand, an unsettling chill coursed through me. It was indeed a sinister object. I hurried back to the funeral parlor, casting the cleaver onto the counter and settling at the table for a glass of water. As I sipped the warm liquid, a sense of comfort enveloped me, gradually dispelling the remnants of fear. At this moment, memories of the recent events began to swirl in my mind. I took a moment to organize my thoughts. When I entered, the butcher was engaged in the gruesome act of slaughtering a person. It was later confirmed that it was merely a paper figure. However, I distinctly recall witnessing what appeared to be a living person through the crack of the door, and I could have sworn I saw bloodstains. Yet subsequently, it was revealed to be a paper effigy resembling my father. Could it be that the butcher harbored animosity towards my father? But where was my father? Did he create a paper figure as a means to vent his anger? Yet, why did he bow and apologize upon seeing me later? Oh, how chaotic this all is. My mind is a tempest of confusion. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see the old man who collects oddities. "Little boss, do you have anything to sell me today?" he inquired. Suddenly, I recalled that he always appeared whenever there were peculiar and grotesque items available. This time, it was because Li Jiang had ripped a piece of dead skin from his arm, prompting the old man's arrival. I was not in the mood for business, so I gestured toward the counter, inviting him to peruse the items himself. The old man approached, picked up the piece of dead skin, and remarked with a smile that my items were becoming increasingly impressive, inquiring about the price. "Name your price. I don't even care about the money," I replied. "I wish to be rid of these things. I no longer wish to see them." The old man chuckled and said, as for payment, before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place. I, perplexed, asked him what was wrong. The old man pointed at the bone saw on the counter and stammered, "Little boss, where did you acquire that?" The old man appeared quite benevolent, and we had interacted several times. I'm not one to hold back my words. When he inquired, I recounted the tale of how Li Jiang had abducted the bride, how old Yang had stolen my treasure, and how Boss Bai had advised me to pilfer the bloody knife from the butcher's home, which had claimed the lives of over 10 individuals. I merely wished to unburden my troubles. The old man listened intently, sighed, and then, disregarding any pretense, sat beside me and asked, "Why do you feel compelled to save Yao Qin? It hardly concerns you." I replied, "One cannot speak of it that way. It is akin to witnessing a robber tormenting a defenseless woman and choosing to remain indifferent. Moreover, this is a malevolent spirit." The old man nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Well, it seems you have indeed transformed into a good person. I ought to regard you with renewed respect." I pondered the meaning of his words. Could it be that I was once considered a villain? The old man gazed at me with a mysterious smile, sidestepping my question, and continued, "You possess a good heart, yet you are rather naive. You are being used as a pawn." This statement brought to mind old Yang, who had claimed to be engaged in some business, yet had undoubtedly absconded with my treasure, leaving me to confront the wicked Li Jiang alone. It was no wonder the old man deemed me foolish. However, as soon as the words left my lips, the old man burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, my boy, old Yang has not wronged you. It is this that has betrayed you." Chapter 65. The essence of a scoundrel. The old man remarked that old Yang had not wronged me in any way. Instead, he pointed to the bone-cutting knife on the counter and asked, "Why did you steal this knife?" I replied that it was Boss Bai who had urged me to take it. The old man nodded and continued, "When you stole it, that butcher did not stop you, did he?" I said, "Indeed, I found it strange that he knew about it. I hadn't even mentioned it to him." The old man chuckled and said, "You are rather foolish. Consider this. If the butcher had drawn his knife against you, even if you had triumphed, you would surely have borne some wounds. Your unscathed presence here only indicates that he refrained from harming you." Listening to him, I felt a mix of amusement and irritation, realizing that the old man possessed little prowess himself. Noticing my annoyance, he quickly said, "No need to rush. Let us return to the matter at hand." He held the bone-cutting knife in his hand and told me that this blade was imbued with a heavy aura of malice, having claimed the lives of many. The butcher himself dared not touch it, yet Boss Bai had instructed me to retrieve it. Was this not akin to using me as a shield? I cautioned against hastily reaching conclusions, explaining that Boss Bai had asked me to wield the knife against Li Jiang, not for any ulterior motive of her own. The old man urged me to remain patient, wishing to share the knife and Oppo's ominous history with me. This blade, exceptionally sharp, had spent its early years slaughtering pigs and its latter years taking human lives. It bore the weight of countless vengeful spirits, and, as an ordinary man, how could the butcher possibly command such a sinister tool? Instead, this knife has suppressed him, compelling him to endure the torment of retribution for his murders. One must understand that regardless of how cruel a person may be, or how many lives they have taken, The first life they extinguished will forever haunt them like a relentless nightmare, a burden from which they can never escape. Thus, even the most malevolent of killers will ultimately feel a sense of release in their final moments. To fully comprehend this tale, one must delve into the nature of the boundary market. At this juncture, the old man piqued my curiosity. I had long wondered how a marketplace could exist within the confines of Depot Valley. He explained that the significance of the boundary market is self-evident, as old Yang had already enlightened me. Here, individuals can barter their unique attributes for desired possessions, much like Hu Xing, who had once traded flesh for a burial garment. The old man elaborated on this notion, revealing another layer. These merchants are all sinners, akin to butchers who have taken countless lives. Consequently, they are ensnared within this realm, perpetually revisiting the moment they took their first life, enduring an unending cycle of anguish and dread. Only the avaricious souls of this world, in their relentless pursuit of self-interest, exchange their inherent goodness for the malevolence of these mercenary proprietors, thus seeking to absolve themselves of their sins. This, it seems, is their sole path to redemption. It appears I have indeed been limited by my own narrow perspective, stifling my imagination. How could such a place exist in this world? These individuals, steeped in sin, ought to descend into the depths of hell. Why then do they continue to barter their wickedness, bringing it into our realm? Does this not render the world increasingly dark? The old man gazed at me with a smile and asked, "Is that truly your belief?" To which I affirmed, "Indeed, how could it be otherwise?" I have been contemplating this. The old man stroked his chin adorned with a beard and remarked, "You have indeed changed." His peculiar manner of speaking left me pondering what could possibly be different about me. Simultaneously, thoughts of old Yang surfaced. Could he too be a vessel of wrongdoing? The old man shook his head, clarifying that old Yang was not at fault. He had come here to assist me, for old Yang had never accepted the malice of the world. After all, everything had been sold to the old man. To comprehend the true significance of the boundary market, one must first consider the bone-cleaving knife. Utilizing it to eliminate Li Jiang would be a trivial endeavor. However, unsheathing such a deadly blade to vanquish an enemy could result in a self-destructive consequence. There lies the fear that, should I fail to eradicate Li Jiang, I may very well perish by the very knife meant for him. Perhaps this was the ulterior motive of Boss Bai. It is unfathomable to think that Boss Bai would ensnare me in such a treacherous trap. My mind drifted to the paper effigy that bore a striking resemblance to my father, as well as the image of the butcher kneeling and bowing in reverence. I questioned the old man, seeking to understand the reason behind it all. Could it merely be a coincidence? The old man pondered briefly before inquiring, "Has anyone remarked upon your likeness to your father?" I was taken aback. Indeed, throughout my life, people had often commented on my resemblance to my father. My mother would listen with a hint of envy. As I matured, the sentiment persisted, with many asserting that my appearance mirrored my father's in his youth. The old man affirmed this observation, declaring that the paper effigy that was decapitated was not my father, but rather a reflection of my own visage. I felt an unsettling loss of control over my body, trembling with fear. I'm not a fool, I realized. The old man revealed that the butcher had been haunted by the exhilaration of taking his first life. Thus, the paper effigy he mutilated must embody that initial victim. But why did it resemble me? Had I been the one he had slain? I have no recollection of the events. The old man, observing my expression, chuckled softly and said, "Do not be anxious. Seeing you are a good person, I vow to assist those of noble character. This market of barriers is likely to collapse. So I shall wait with you for Li Jiang." Feeling a sense of solitude, the presence of someone willing to aid me felt like a lifeline. As darkness enveloped the world, the old man urged me to return to my room and rest, warning that visitors would arrive tonight. He insisted that, regardless of what transpired, I must not venture out, though listening was permissible. The old man reiterated this, and I nodded in agreement. Seated in my chamber, I gazed at the two women resting upon the bed, a self-deprecating smile gracing my lips. I called out to the old man, requesting he check on Yao Qin's well-being. The old man, meditating in the hall, did not even open his eyes as he assured me there was nothing amiss and urged me to return swiftly, for guests were imminent. My curiosity was piqued, yet respecting the old man and Oppos. As prior warnings, I refrained from acting impulsively. Obediently, I retreated to my room, anxiety gnawing at my heart. I lit a spirit candle, hoping it might serve as a precaution. Before long, the wind began to howl outside, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. The scraping of shoes against the floor echoed ominously as I concealed myself behind the door, listening intently. The footfalls drew nearer, heading towards my room. Could it be the old man? No, that was unlikely. His footsteps were lively, unlike these, which resembled those of someone gravely injured or utterly fatigued, dragging along the ground. The sound grew closer to my door, and my heart raced with trepidation. Where had the old man gone? Why did he not intervene? The footsteps reached the threshold, and I surmised that with one more step, the door would be kicked in. The flame of the spirit candle flickered erratically, indicating that something unclean lingered outside the door. I hesitated to breathe, and at that moment, I heard the old man's voice from outside. His tone was remarkably calm as he inquired, "Have you arrived?" The footsteps ceased, and he continued, "Come, take a seat." Subsequently, the footsteps resumed, sounding as though they had approached the hall by the counter. Throughout this encounter, only the old man spoke. The individual outside remained silent. The old man remarked, "It has been many years since we last met. Let us reminisce. The one inside has changed, so you may rest assured." A profound silence ensued, lasting for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the old man reassured, "I guarantee that after observing for so long, I have a clear understanding. You may leave now." The footsteps then retreated quietly, and the old man and Oppos, as peculiar manner of speaking suggested an intimate dialogue with that person. Yet I was puzzled as to why I had not heard a single word from them. As the footsteps faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. I dared not utter a sound and gently knocked on the door. The old man urged me to stop hiding and come forth. Upon exiting, I inquired about the identity of the visitor. He advised me against probing further and suggested I rest, for old Yang was expected to return the following day. I held a favorable impression of the old man. He appeared kind-hearted and possessed considerable wisdom. A desire welled within me to ask him if he could assist in saving the villagers, or if he could liberate Lan Chung. However, the old man had already closed his eyes in meditation, and despite my repeated calls, he offered no response. Reluctantly, I returned to my room, where two women occupied the bed. Sleep eluded me, so I opted to pull up a chair by the bedside, observing the two women. To be honest, Lan Chung was still the more beautiful, although Yao Qin was not without her own charm. However beautiful Lan Chung may be, it is of no consequence. She is but a specter. With Yao Qin alive, I, a naive 19-year-old, am filled with anticipation for her, especially when she lies flat, and I find my gaze drawn irresistibly to the rise of her chest, warming my heart. I constantly remind myself to avert my eyes, yet they remain fixated. A shameful thought crosses my mind. Could I possibly touch her, given that she is in a state of unconsciousness? At this juncture, I extend my hand but then deliver a sharp slap to my own face, chastising myself for such a despicable notion. To quell the surging hormones of my youth, I rise and engage in vigorous exercise, but suddenly a wave of dizziness washes over me, and that unsettling feeling returns. In haste, I light an incense stick, which brings a measure of relief, and I collapse beside the bed, slipping into a profound slumber. I am unaware of how much time has passed when a gentle touch on my shoulder rouses me from my sleep. Blinking away the haze, I turn to behold a stunningly exquisite visage, breathtaking in its beauty. Could it be Lan Chung? I quickly pivot to verify who lies on the bed, and indeed, it is only Yao Qin. I hastily rise and inquire of Lan Chung. "What brings you here? Where have you been these past days?" Lan Chung offers me a faint smile, radiating beauty beyond compare. She is adorned in the same ethereal white garment as on that fateful evening, her hair elegantly arranged in an elaborate updo, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of a celestial being. Gracefully, she perches on the edge of the bed, gazing at Yao Qin, and asks, "You have feelings for her, do you not?" I nearly confess my affection, yet I restrain myself. After all, Lan Chung is my ethereal spouse. Would it not be inappropriate to utter such words? My nature is one of honesty, and I do not wish to harm her nor deceive her. Thus, I lower my head in silence. Launching offered a wry smile and remarked, "How Ning? No one knows a husband better than his wife. I understand you. I shall take my leave." With that, Lan Cheng swept away, yet in that fleeting moment, an epiphany struck me, causing an incessant ache within my heart. I cried out, "Lan Cheng, please do not depart." This exclamation jolted me awake. It had all been but a dream. However, this dream ensnared me in a web of contradictions, revealing my own nefarious nature. As I languished in shame, the old man called out, "Young boss, come forth. We need to confer." I rubbed my eyes, bewildered that I had exchanged mere words with Lan Cheng. Yet the dawn had already arrived. How peculiar. The old man sat in the center of the hall and inquired, "You mentioned that Li Jiang would come in the morning. How do you plan to confront him?" Truth be told, I had not contemplated this matter. My previous thoughts were solely on acquiring a bone-cutting knife. Yet, the old man cautioned, "A bone-cutting knife may slay 100 foes, but will cost you 1,000. I dare not employ it." The old man chuckled. "There is no other option. You must wield the bone-cutting knife against Li Jiang. Rest assured, assistance will arrive to deal with him afterwards." Chapter 66. The half-faced black mask. The old man's words left me in a state of bewilderment. One moment he claimed something was unusable, and the next, he asserted it was indeed usable. Was he toying with me? He declared that my belief was of no concern to him, and that Li Jiang was on his way. Thus he needed to take his leave. With that, he strode directly into my room. This old fellow was indeed intriguing. He professed to assist me. Yet when the situation became dire, he chose to hide. I followed him into the room, where he insisted that one must ultimately rely on oneself, and that he could not expose his own identity, hence his retreat was necessary. As we conversed, Yao Qin, who had slept for an entire day and night, finally awoke, inquiring about the events that had transpired. The old man reassured me that Li Jiang was merely a minor specter. I regarded the old man with skepticism, warning him to refrain from any reckless actions and to avoid disturbing Lan Cheng and Appo's as corporeal form. Subsequently, I stepped outside with Yao Qin. As I opened the shop door, snow began to drift down once more, thick and dark as the night, shrouding the surroundings in a veil of low visibility. I took a moment to glance at the butcher's shop, noting its tightly shut door, which offered me a modicum of relief. Had he chosen to emerge in a frenzy, my predicament would have been exacerbated. At that moment, a waft of incense paper enveloped the air, and ahead on the street, 8 figures emerged, each bearing a vividly crimson coffin. Their faces were ghostly pale, adorned with prominent red dots on either side of their cheeks, and they were garbed in the attire of common folk from the Qing dynasty. Their gait was peculiar, yet remarkably graceful, reminiscent of ballet, as they danced on their toes with unbending knees, moving as if they were zombies in a macabre performance. Yao Qin, upon witnessing the scene, was nearly overwhelmed and fainted once more. I hastily supported her into the room, urging her to remain hidden and not to emerge. Grabbing a cloth from the table, I wrapped it around the handle of the bone-cutting knife, concealing the weapon behind my back as I stepped outside. At that moment, the 8 men were just setting the coffin down at the door. As the coffin thudded to the ground, I heard the lid creak ominously. Then it was pushed outward from within, revealing a hand that reached forth. Subsequently, a figure emerged from the coffin. It was none other than Li Jiang. "Boss, how about it? Let Yao Qin come out," Li Jiang remarked with a sardonic tone. With the knife in hand, I felt a surge of courage. Yet I knew I could not simply charge at him with the weapon drawn. I needed to devise a way to approach him. Thus I walked toward him, while the 8 bearers of the coffin stood motionless on either side, their presence exceedingly unsettling. Upon reaching Li Jiang, I spoke, "Since this is a wedding, it deserves due reverence. Have you brought a gift for the meeting?" Li Jiang's impatience was palpable as he replied, "Boss, let Yao Qin out. It appears you have no intention of officiating this wedding. I will take her directly." I smiled and countered, "That would not adhere to the customs." As I spoke, I drew nearer until I was half a meter away. In a sudden movement, I swung my concealed hand, launching a strike toward Li Jiang. Caught off guard, he was unable to evade my attack swiftly enough, and the knife was poised to strike him. However, just then, a blinding flash erupted, sending Li Jiang hurtling several meters away while I was knocked to the ground, the bone-cutting knife slipping from my grasp. Indeed, it seemed as the old man had foretold. In attempting to vanquish an enemy, one often incurs a greater self-loss. My entire body is racked with joint pain. Li Jiang, having risen from the ground, realized his injuries were far less severe than mine. The 8 bearers of the palanquin were suddenly engulfed in flames, their structure disintegrating. They were not real beings, but mere effigies made of paper. Li Jiang, visibly shaken, pointed at me and declared, "Wang Haoning, I had no intention of ending your life. It is your meddling that has brought this upon you. At the stroke of midnight, I shall come to claim your life." With that, he turned and vanished into the swirling snow. The grand crimson coffin also collapsed in the chaos. Yao Qin hurried to assist me, but the old man restrained her. They stood at the threshold for nearly 5 minutes before he finally allowed Yao Qin to help me inside. I sank into a chair at the table, feeling utterly exhausted. The old man muttered to himself, "Why has it not occurred? This is illogical. Could it be that my plan has been thwarted?" Rubbing my temples, I interjected, "What are you rambling about? I have made an enemy of Li Jiang. He seeks vengeance this very night. Old man, I implore you, take Yao Qin and leave." Yao Qin grasped my arm, inquiring about our next steps. "Perhaps we should flee together. I long to escape, but where could I possibly go? I am responsible for Lancheng and bear the weight of the entire village upon my shoulders. I must rescue them and journey to Shiyuan village to find Liao Tian. Yet I feel like a fool, utterly lost and devoid of direction. I despise my own helplessness." The old man replied, "Do not despair. Li Jiang is not destined to achieve greatness. I had anticipated that once the bone-cutting knife was drawn, that white-haired master would surely appear. Yet, why has she not shown herself? This truly vexes me." The old man, after finishing his words, picked up the bone knife from the ground, glanced at it, and said, "I understand now, young boss. You should take this knife to find Boss Bai and inquire whether she still remembers the past." I took the knife and replied, "I won't go. My only concern at present is Li Jiang. I cannot discern the truth or falsehood of anything else, and I wish to disregard it." The old man, unfazed, chuckled and said, "Do you know why I did not allow Li Jiang to see me?" I retorted, "Because you are timid and avoid trouble." He laughed heartily and countered, "How could that be? I do not regard a mere ghost with any seriousness. However, the barrier of this market prevents the living from entering, with 2 exceptions. One is old Yang, and the other is myself. While I can enter, I ensure that I remain unseen. Thus I refrain from intervening." I scoffed, "You speak nonsense. If only you and old Yang can enter, then how am I here, alive and well?" The old man replied, "Are you even human? Feel your chest." Startled, I placed my hand upon my chest, but after a prolonged moment, I felt no heartbeat. I checked my pulse, yet found nothing. Deep down, I had sensed something was amiss, but now, as the old man urged me to examine myself, I realized I had completely lost any vital signs. This revelation struck me with fear. Yao Qin, equally anxious, asked, "What about me?" The old man responded, "You need not involve yourself in your consciousness. This is merely a dream." Upon hearing the old man's words, Yao Qin's expression shifted to one of slight relief. He instructed me to seek out Boss Bai and pose a direct inquiry to her, if I still harbored intentions of departing this place. Yearning to rescue Lan Cheng and the villagers, I ought to heed his counsel. Initially, I was averse to the old man's suggestions. However, when family was mentioned, I became willing to explore any possibility. With a knife in hand, I made my way to Boss Bai's residence, boldly pushing open the door and calling out her name. After a considerable pause, I heard a voice from upstairs, "Come up." Without hesitation, I ascended the stairs, knife in tow. There she stood, that familiar silhouette facing the windowsill. I recalled my previous visit when she had also been turned away, engaged in her makeup. The memory of her dark visage and slender figure resonated with the words of those who toiled away from home, a flower from behind, a mere pile of rubble upon turning. Boss Bai spoke softly, "I did not expect to see you again. Perhaps a formidable ally is aiding you?" The realization that I was still alive appeared to disappoint her. It seemed the old man's words rang true. Boss Bai's intentions were indeed to see me perish. Recalling the old man's counsel, I inhaled deeply and inquired, "Do you still remember our past bond?" Though her back remained turned, I noticed her body tremble slightly at my words. Her hands braced against the table, indicating the profound impact of my statement. After what felt like an eternity, she replied, "I have never forgotten. It is precisely for this reason that you must die." Panic surged within me at her response, leaving me momentarily speechless. The old man had not elaborated, and I too was uncertain of the nature of our past bond. Suddenly, Boss Bai spun around, and the sight of her face sent a shiver coursing through me. Previously, I merely caught a glimpse of her face, perceiving only an abyss of darkness. However, at this moment, she abruptly turned to face me, causing my hand to tremble, and the bone-cutting knife fell to the ground, embedding itself into the floor. The white boss was not devoid of beauty. In fact, she possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, albeit marred by a disfigured half. The other half of her face bore charred, wrinkled flesh, grotesquely fused together, reminiscent of the visage of the second master. Observing my trembling form, the white boss gently caressed her visage and inquired, "Am I truly frightening to behold?" I could not bring myself to label her as ugly. To utter such words towards any woman could surely breed enmity. I stammered, "Well, you are still somewhat appealing." The white boss, with a grin that stretched her taut skin, asked, "Do you wish to live? Do you desire to save your parents?" Upon hearing her mention this, a flicker of hope ignited within me. I promptly nodded and replied, "Yes, what can you do?" The white boss stated, "If you wish to rescue them, a price must be paid." I asserted that I was willing to pay any price, my excitement evident. The white boss erupted into laughter, her half-wrinkled face contorting grotesquely with the movement, causing her muscles to tear, and dark, viscous blood oozed forth, sending chills down my spine. Once her mirth subsided, the white boss glared and declared, "I demand your ghostly wife. I desire Lan Chung. Can you provide her to me?" My heart, once filled with excitement, plummeted into an abyss of turmoil. I found myself in a state of conflict. To be candid, I yearned to acquiesce swiftly, if only it would save my parents. Yet, the gentle and subtle demeanor of Lan Chung tugged at my heartstrings, leaving me with an unsettling sense of reluctance. However, my parents were still suffering. On one side stood my parents, and on the other, the tragic fate of a ghostly wife. How was I to choose? The white boss remarked, "Lan Chung is merely a specter. Your attempts to evade her are an act against the natural order. The living and the dead are destined to traverse different paths. What purpose does keeping her serve?" The white boss's words bore wisdom. My living parents were my true heaven, while the deceased, ghostly wife could not be resurrected, no matter the circumstances. If a choice must be made, I still wished to save my parents. Although I did not vocalize it, I was aware that this thought signified my relinquishment of Lan Chung. For reasons unknown, my heart ached with a piercing pain. I inquired the white boss what purpose she had for Lan Chung. The white boss caressed her own face and replied, "I desire her beauty. Throughout countless reincarnations, only this visage has ever satisfied me." The fervor and intoxication in her voice revealed her obsession with Lan Cheng's appearance. I then asked, "What will become of Lan Chung if you take her beauty?" The white boss chuckled, "I never imagined you would become so sentimental. Lan Chung has wrought havoc upon your village and imprisoned your parents. Do you not harbor any resentment towards her? Bring me Lan Cheng's soul jar." I am uncertain whether to trust the words of Boss Bai. However, it is undeniably true that ever since Lan Chung arrived in our village, calamities have befallen us. I have refrained from contemplating this connection, primarily out of concern for the feelings of the villagers towards Lan Chung. Yet, regardless of our sentiments, the penance we have endured has been ample, and it is time for us to be liberated. Thus, I nodded and said, "Very well, I agree," but before I could finish my sentence, Boss Bai erupted into laughter and remarked, "Did you hear that? No one loves you. You could be discarded at any moment." Chapter 67. The sad shadow of the lonely village. Before I could finish my words, Boss Bai interrupted me with an urgency that seemed excessive. Her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, inquiring how I could rescue my parents using Lan Cheng's visage. In truth, I had intended to convey to Boss Bai that it was indeed possible to save them with Lan Cheng's face. But it was imperative that Lan Chung relinquish her grievances and peacefully reincarnate as a human. However, she cut me off mid-sentence. Boss Bai appeared indifferent to my inquiry. Instead, she laughed maniacally, labeling me a heartless traitor, as if deriving joy from my predicament. Growing increasingly anxious, I pressed her to engage in a serious discussion. With a sudden cessation of mirth, she remarked, "Wang Haoning, I initially intended to end your life to alleviate my resentment. Yet, you're different. You are unlike anyone I have encountered before. Thus, your survival is preferable to your demise." "Haha," I retorted, perplexed by her nonsensical ramblings. "What do you mean by all this? Weren't we discussing saving my parents? What is this talk of life and death?" Ignoring my pleas, I turned away and descended the stairs. I called after her, seeking clarification on her sudden departure. As I pursued her to the edge of the staircase, a gentle voice called out from behind, "Haoning." Startled, I recognized the voice of Lan Cheng. How could she be here? She had not been present moments ago. Turning around, I beheld Lan Cheng standing behind me, draped in a flowing white garment, her hair elegantly styled, resembling the ethereal beauty of Nie Xiaoqian. Yet, tears glistened in her eyes. I inquired how she had come to be with Boss Bai and why she was crying. Lan Cheng turned to the window, where the snow fell heavily outside, drifting down like goose feathers in a wild display. It was better that Lan Cheng was here. I could share with her the demands of the White Boss. If only I could persuade Lan Cheng to be reincarnated. If only it could save my parents. I would wish for her to make a sacrifice. Even if it meant my own demise alongside hers, I would willingly embrace it. This is my heartfelt truth. Lan Cheng shook her head and said, "Haoning, your parents' plight has nothing to do with me. I have forgotten everything. All that remains is the memory of you. You are the sole kindness in this world to me, yet you wish for my sacrifice, offering me to the demon. How Navi I have been, to desire to become your wife. Since you lack compassion, being together is a futile endeavor. Perhaps it is best for us to part ways." At that moment, the realization struck me. The White Boss is truly unworthy. I had fallen into her trap, and now I understood why she had interrupted me. It seemed her intent was solely to ensure that Lan Cheng heard my words. I hurried to explain to Lan Cheng that I did not wish for a sacrifice. In the face of this dilemma, I was indeed hesitant. I genuinely believed that if Lan Cheng and Appo's beauty could save a villager in Appo's life, it would be worth it. Conversely, if my life could grant a villager their existence, I would not hesitate for a moment. Lan Cheng refused to hear my explanations. Wiping away her tears with the edge of her garment, she said, "Leave. I no longer wish to see you." The moment those words escaped her lips, my heart twisted in agony. What did this mean? Had I been rejected? This simply cannot be, though I cannot articulate why. Yet, Lan Cheng turned back and gave me a shove, making me feel as though I were plummeting down the stairs, my body suddenly sinking as if awakened from a deep slumber. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself seated in the snow outside the White Boss's shop. I hurried to push the door, but it was firmly bolted, resisting all my attempts. I called out to Lan Cheng to open the door, but there was no response. The snow fell so heavily that it was difficult to keep my eyes open. Previously, the snowfall had been considerable, yet now it surpassed any that had come before. I could see the snow accumulating on the street, rising steadily. At this rate, it would likely reach the eaves within a few hours. My hand struck the door, the cold piercing my skin, and after what felt like an eternity, I heard Lan Cheng and Appo's voice from within. "You should leave. We need not meet again." I protested, insisting, "No, you must come with me. I should not selfishly contemplate sacrificing you for the sake of my family, but you must leave with me. You cannot remain here with the White Boss." Lan Cheng ignored my pleas, and frost began to form on the door. My hand pressed against it, nearly adhered to the surface as the temperature plummeted. My legs became immobile from the cold, and I collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. I feared I would soon succumb to the freezing temperatures, as the door remained obstinately shut. The surrounding shops were eerily silent, as if no one had ever inhabited them. It seemed that this time, Lan Cheng truly intended to bid me farewell. I felt my body growing numb with frostbite when suddenly, someone grasped my collar and began dragging me toward the funeral parlor. The snow was so thick that I could not discern who it was. Upon arriving at the funeral parlor, I found myself buried beneath a substantial layer of snow. I was carried into the funeral clothing store and placed into a fire barrel. It was there that I saw Yao Qin pour a cup of boiling water and offer it to me. Only after consuming the entire cup did I begin to regain my composure. The one who had brought me back was an elderly man. I inquired of him what was happening, how Lan Chung could possibly be with Boss Bai. The old man shook his head, expressing his disbelief, saying, "I never expected this. Boss Bai is quite cunning. What should I do?" "I must rescue Lan Chung," I urged. The old man replied that Lan Chung would not return, primarily because she had given up on me. I insisted it was a misunderstanding, to which he chuckled and remarked that misunderstandings were not the issue. Lan Chung had taken it seriously. Frustration washed over me as I lamented my own ineptitude, wondering why Lan Chung, so stubborn, would not listen to my explanations. Yao Qin asked me what had transpired, and I recounted the events. The old man listened, filled with regret, remarking, "I didn't foresee this. It's akin to societal evolution, constantly changing, just as she has changed. I believe her intention was to eliminate you. Yet who would have thought she would resort to such divisive tactics? Quite impressive." I was already fuming, but now I found myself struggling to comprehend the words of those around me, including the old man's peculiar manner of speech. I retorted, "Old man, could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? I have no enmity with Boss Bai. What reason would she have to harm me? What benefit could she possibly derive from my demise?" The old man chuckled softly and replied, "Young master, please refrain from calling me old man repeatedly. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Li, so you may simply call me Old Li." He claimed his surname was Li. The name Li Yaotian suddenly sprang to mind. Could there be a connection between him and Li Yaotian, or could he actually be Li Yaotian himself? The old man chuckled heartily, remarking, "You young folks have such a rapid leap in thought. I, a mere mortal, cannot keep pace. I am not Li Yaotian, nor is Li Yaotian an old man." His words left me pondering. Did he indeed know Li Yaotian? Old Li responded, "Yes, I have encountered him. If he was familiar with Li Yaotian, then he must also know of Shiyuan village." I inquired about how to reach Shiyuan village and find Li Yaotian, but the old man shook his head, saying, "Do not ask, do not ask. Let everything unfold as fate intends. You should focus on your present affairs." My thoughts then returned to the earlier question. Old Li remarked, "In truth, I have harbored a grudge against Boss Bai for a long time. This is a matter from a past life." A past life? What could that mean? Was he referring to my father? Old Li gazed at me in surprise and said, "Your father?" After pondering for a moment, he added, "If you believe it to be your father, then let it be your father." What does it mean to believe? His statement seemed rather ambiguous. Old Li urged me not to get tangled in such details, assuring me that clarity would come in due time. As for the grudge, Old Li asked if I found any resemblance between this barrier market and another place. Instantly, I recalled the sensation I experienced yesterday at the butcheress home, realizing that his residence bore a striking resemblance to that of Second Master. Old Li, upon hearing this, nodded in approval, praising my perceptiveness. Indeed, this is the rear mountain village before the Great Fire, and my attention was instantly captivated. It is truly astonishing that a village destroyed 40 years ago has re-emerged, and I find myself within it. Old Li remarked that the marketplace of the barrier is merely a sorrowful reflection of the isolated rear mountain village, inhabited for generations by individuals of various backgrounds, often seen as unorthodox practitioners. These people have long adapted to their circumstances, straddling the realms of the living and the spectral, managing to carve out a niche for themselves. But what truly defines a lowly character? What constitutes a reputable lineage? The distinction lies in the hearts of men, not their titles. Yet, the heart remains concealed beneath the surface, revealing only the echoes of laughter and visage. The delicate equilibrium of the rear mountain village was shattered by an individual named Li, whose identity is beyond words, perhaps a figure of repute. Upon his arrival, he perceived the village as a den of chaos, rife with those who defy fate. Such transgressions were intolerable to him. Adherence to the laws of nature must be upheld. Among these individuals was one named Chun Ziren, a man who, by all rights, deserved his fate. However, driven by the hope of reuniting with his long-lost love, he yearned for additional days of life. Yet, Li insisted on following the rules, ultimately denying him the awaited arrival of his beloved Xia Xuanmei. This Xia Xuanmei is no ordinary person. Upon her arrival in the rear mountain village, she uncovered the truth of the situation. In response, she conspired with a butcher named Ma, persuading him to eliminate Li in vengeance for Chenziren. This series of events spiraled into chaos. Although Li's actions appeared somewhat ruthless, he was merely acting in accordance with a higher moral order. Certainly, the horse butcher ultimately did not succeed in killing Li. Although the villagers were a bunch of unscrupulous scoundrels, none wished to challenge fate. Despite the horse butcher's failure to commit murder, his actions were deemed utterly outrageous, prompting the villagers to decide to capture him for punishment. However, to their surprise, the horse butcher, in a fit of rage, ended up killing over a dozen individuals and ultimately set the entire rear mountain village ablaze. Xia Xuemai was no ordinary person. She cared little for the lives of the rear mountain villagers, but was deeply concerned for Chenzier. Thus, she vowed to summon Chenzier's soul at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing the souls of the entire village, which was indeed an act of grave misconduct. Li could not bear to witness such a tragic event unfold, and in the end, he took the initiative to assist Xia Xuemai in calling back Chenzier and Appo's soul. Yet, as a result, Xia Xuemai and Appo's face was ruined, and her spirit was imprisoned, ultimately thwarting her desire for reunion with her beloved. This was all predestined. Li and Appo's aid to Xia Xuemai also transgressed the celestial laws, leading to his own punishment by heavenly fire, leaving him with a mutilated body. It was only many years later, amidst a heavy snowfall that sealed the mountains, that a fated person would arrive to set him free. Old Li and Appo's words left me questioning my very existence. At that moment, Yao Qin suddenly burst out of the room, exclaiming, "Something's gone wrong. Lan Cheng is in trouble." Chapter 68. A heartbreaking tragedy. I hurriedly dashed into the room, my gaze falling upon the trembling figure of Lan Cheng, who lay upon the bed. Her visage had undergone a profound transformation. The skin on her face had grown wrinkled, as if she were gradually aging. I recalled the words of Boss Bai, who had expressed a desire for Lan Cheng's beauty. Had she indeed taken action against her? I turned to seek out Boss Bai, but Old Li restrained me, inquiring, "Where are you going?" "I must confront Boss Bai and demand she release Lan Cheng," I declared. Old Li responded, "That is futile. I can assure you, before you even reach the street corner, that girl will be reduced to a mere corpse." "What then shall I do?" I lamented. "I cannot bear to witness her decay." Yao Qin softly murmured, "Hao Ning, when one dies, the flesh decomposes, is the law of nature." "That cannot be," I retorted. "Even if it is a natural law, the body should only decay in the summer heat. Such a low temperature cannot possibly induce this. Who knows what torment Lan Cheng is enduring right now?" I slapped my forehead in frustration, berating myself for being such a fool. Old Li remarked, "There may yet be a solution. It all depends on whether you are willing to sacrifice for her. Then speak quickly if you have a plan. Do not keep me in suspense," I urged. Old Li reassured me, explaining that Lan Cheng was not aging, but rather her body was in a state of decay. He surmised that it was not Boss Bai who was harming her, but rather Lan Cheng herself, in a state of despair, intentionally seeking to destroy her own body, thus severing any hope I might have for her. Fuming, I paced the room in agitation. How could this reckless youth take such irreversible actions? I turned to Old Li and asked, "What should I do?" Old Li then inquired, "Do you have Lan Cheng's soul vase with you?" I hastily removed the soul vessel from around my neck. Old Li remarked that this would simplify matters, promptly fastening the vessel around Lan Cheng and Appo's neck. He then instructed me to let a drop of blood from my middle finger fall in her mouth, thus enabling the forcible gathering of souls to restore her corporeal form. Without a moment's hesitation, I lifted Lan Cheng's body, which felt as desiccated as dried meat. I affixed the soul vessel around her neck and bit down on my middle finger, the pain making me tear up, yet I could not pierce the skin. It was the influence of television that misled me, whoever claimed to be able to bite through one's own finger. I retrieved a needle from the counter and pricked my middle finger, squeezing out blood to let it drip into Lan Cheng's mouth. The shock of what I witnessed was overwhelming. Lately, I found myself startled at intervals, a circumstance beyond my control. The blood that oozed from my finger was a pale blue. I rubbed my eyes, questioning whether it was an optical illusion caused by the lighting. and when I let another drop fall, it was indeed blue. What could be the reason for this? Oldly urged me not to be astonished. The blue was expected, for I was no longer human. He had previously mentioned that only he and Old Yang could traverse the barrier of the marketplace in living form. Thus I must have perished. Oldly spoke of it so casually that my legs trembled in response. To him, it was trivial, yet for me, the realization that I had transitioned from a being of flesh and blood to a mere specter was unfathomable. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped me. Yao Qin remarked, "Look, Lan Cheng has regained her beauty." I turned my head, and, indeed, she had regained her youthful and beautiful visage, which provided me with a modicum of psychological solace. Oldly remarked, "Well, this girl still harbors some affection for you. Otherwise, your blood would not prove effective. Remember, from now on, you must offer her 3 drops of your blood every 3 days." I replied, "Certainly, as long as it preserves her physical form. 3 drops are trivial." Yao Qin rolled her eyes at me and said, "How fortunate she is, even in death, to have someone so concerned for her." Yao Qin's words carried a weighty significance. Even a fool like me could discern the underlying meaning. I bowed my head in silence, contemplating the nature of this world. Lan Cheng believed I had feelings for Yao Qin, while Yao Qin thought I was preoccupied with Lan Cheng. Yet, I had inadvertently allowed Lan Cheng to misconstrue my intentions. I mused that, even if I were to sacrifice my life, Lan Cheng would likely still perceive me as a scoundrel. Previously, I only recognized that Lan Cheng was enigmatic, but now I understood her to be quite the Na'vi one. She lacked discernment. Yet who was I to judge her? Outside, the snow had nearly sealed the door. And just then, Old Yang returned. Upon entering, he greeted Oldly. "You are here?" Oldly responded, "Indeed, it has been quite some time." Old Yang, with a grave expression, stated, "This is not a moment for reminiscing. We have a serious situation that needs addressing, and it seems we may be facing significant trouble." Oldly inquired, "How could that be?" "The person visited last night, and I explained everything to him." Oldly and Oppos. S words reminded me of the night before when I listened to the footsteps of a person outside my room. At that moment, Oldly had been conversing with him, yet I never heard the man and Oppos' voice. Perhaps they were speaking of him now. Old Yang replied, "Oldly, you are too naive. That individual is merely an insignificant lackey. Pay him no heed, for we